The alarm chirped at 500 hours, and Carlos Fisher jolted awake with the practiced immediacy of someone who'd learned that hitting snooze could cost you a day's wages. He lay still for a moment, listening to the familiar sounds of Outpost 22, the distant rumble of processing machinery, the hiss of environmental systems struggling to maintain breathable air, and the occasional shout or laugh from early risers or late revelers. Carlos swung his legs over the edge of his narrow bunk and tasted the metallic tang of recycled air. His prefab shelter, a 3x 4-meter box he'd called home for the past 3 years, was one of hundreds clustered in the shadow of Salvage Corp's processing facility. Outside, the eternal twilight of Treasure 11 cast everything in a sickly orange glow through his dust-streaked window. The planet's distant sun never fully rose or set, keeping the landscape in perpetual dusk that played tricks on the eyes and mind. "Another day in paradise," Carlos muttered, reaching for the half-liter of water allotted for morning hygiene. He'd been a scrounger for 3 years now, one of thousands who'd signed 5-year contracts with Salvage Corp for a chance at striking it rich on the galaxy's most notorious trash heap. Back on Earth, he'd been drowning in debt after his mother's medical treatments failed to save her but succeeded in bankrupting him. The recruiters had made Treasure 11 sound like a gold rush, alien technology ripe for the taking, bonus structures that could set you up for life. They'd conveniently omitted the 70% fatality rate, the rampant corporate exploitation, and the soul-crushing monotony of most days. Carlos splashed water on his face and caught his reflection in the cracked mirror. At 32, he already had the weathered look of a veteran scrounger, skin tanned and leathery from radiation exposure despite the protective gear, a thin scar running from his right temple to his jaw, souvenir from a collapsing alien structure in his first year, and eyes that had seen too much but somehow maintained a glimmer of hope. He pulled on his reinforced work suit with practiced efficiency. The material, originally bright orange with Salvage Corp's logo emblazoned across the back, had faded to a dull rust color. The suit was patched in a dozen places, evidence of close calls with jagged alien metals, caustic fluids, and the occasional territorial dispute with other scroungers. Carlos had made his own modifications over the years, extra pockets sewn into the lining for smuggling small finds past company scanners, reinforced knee and elbow pads, and a custom hood that provided better peripheral vision than the standard issue. From under his bunk, he retrieved a locked metal box containing his most precious possessions, a multi-tool he'd customized himself from salvaged alien technologies, a radiation detector that was more accurate than company-issued gear, and a portable scanner that could identify some of the more common alien alloys. These tools weren't technically illegal, but Salvage Corp frowned on unauthorized equipment, corporate speak for anything that might help a scrounger hide valuable finds from the company's 80% commission. Carlos's stomach growled as he prepared his breakfast, a brick of synthetic protein that tasted vaguely of fish despite never having been near an ocean, and a cup of bitter stimulant that passed for coffee in the outpost. From outside came the sound of the morning siren, signaling the start of the workday. 3 notes, harsh and insistent, repeated 3 times. The same sound that would mark the end of the day 12 hours later if you were lucky enough to make it back. Through the thin walls of his shelter, Carlos could hear his neighbors stirring. To his left lived Mira Bolivar, a quiet woman who'd been on planet for 4 years and was counting down the days until her contract ended. To his right was a new arrival, some kid barely out of his teens who still had the wide-eyed enthusiasm of someone who believed the recruitment vids. Carlos gave the kid another month before that enthusiasm died, or he did. After choking down his breakfast, Carlos grabbed his gear bag and stepped outside into the perpetual dusk. The outpost was a haphazard collection of prefab structures arranged in rough concentric circles around the Salvage Corp processing center, a massive industrial complex where alien tech was sorted, cataloged, and shipped off-world. Beyond the outpost lay the vast wasteland that had earned Treasure 11 its nickname, endless fields of crash sites, debris, and alien structures stretching to the hazy horizon. The air outside was even worse than the filtered stuff in his shelter, thick with metallic dust that coated the lungs and strange spores from the hardy fungal growths that were the only native life. Most scroungers developed sifter's cough within their first year. The lucky ones recovered when their contracts ended and they left the planet. The unlucky ones? Well, there was a reason the company cemetery grew larger every month. "Fisher," a voice called out, and Carlos turned to see Min Park jogging toward him. Min was one of the few people Carlos actually trusted on Treasure 11. They'd arrived on the same transport ship and had watched each other's backs ever since. "Heard the rumor?" Min asked, falling into step beside Carlos as they made their way toward the daily assignment board. "What now? Another corporation trying to muscle in on the territory?" Salvage Corps wasn't the only outfit on Treasure 11, but they controlled the largest portion of salvage rights. "Not better," Min lowered his voice. "Word is they found something big in Sector 19, multiple casualties, company suits everywhere, orbital security beefed up overnight." Carlos raised an eyebrow. "Sounds like trouble, not opportunity." "Same difference on this rock," Min grinned, showing a gap where two teeth used to be. "Anyway, just letting you know, keep your eyes open." They reached the central plaza where dozens of scroungers were already gathered around the massive digital board displaying the day's assignments. The foreman, a grizzled woman named Vega with cybernetic eyes that glowed faintly in the dim light, nodded as Carlos approached. Unlike most Salvage Corps management, Vega had been a scrounger herself before a close encounter with some alien defense system cost her both natural eyes. She wasn't exactly friendly, but she was fair. A rarity on Treasure 11. "Fisher, you're in Sector 17 today," she called out, her artificial eyes scanning a tablet. Proximity sensors picked up what might be a fresh crash site. Probably just another derelict supply pod, but worth checking out. Carlos felt a jolt of excitement despite himself. Fresh crash sites were rare and competition was fierce. Most scroungers spent their days picking through ancient heaps of twisted metal that had been salvaged 100 times over, finding just enough to meet their daily quotas. A fresh site could mean untouched tech and a chance to pay off his contract early. "Taking the 630 crawler," Vega continued. "Smith, Ray, Kowalski, and Bolivar on your team. No maverick bullshit today, Fisher. I know your record." Carlos gave a mock salute. "Wouldn't dream of it," Vega snorted and moved on to the next scrounger. Carlos checked his gear one last time. Air filters for his mask, emergency med kit, extra power cells for his scanner, and a small knife hidden in his boot that violated at least 3 company regulations. Standard scrounger loadout. The transport crawler, a massive 6-wheeled vehicle with a reinforced hull and barely functioning environmental controls, was already idling at the outpost perimeter. Carlos recognized the other scroungers on his team. Marco Smith was a heavy-set man with a perpetual scowl who'd been on planet almost as long as Vega. June Ray was newer, maybe a year into her contract, but had earned a reputation for finding valuable tech in picked-over sectors. Kowalski and Bolivar he knew only by sight. Both kept to themselves and worked methodically, neither the best nor the worst at the job. As he boarded the transport crawler with the 5 other scroungers, Carlos noticed the gleam in everyone's eyes. They all knew what was at stake. Nobody spoke during the bumpy 2-hour ride to Sector 17, each lost in private fantasies of what they might find. The unspoken truth of Treasure 11 was that every scrounger was ultimately alone. Alliances were temporary, friendships were conditional, and loyalty lasted only as long as it was profitable. Through the crawler's scratched viewport, Carlos watched the landscape change as they left the relative order of the outpost behind. Twisted spires of alien metal rose like skeletal fingers from the dusty plains. Half-buried structures of unknown purpose dotted the landscape, some glowing faintly with energies that centuries of exposure to Treasure 11's atmosphere hadn't fully depleted. Carlos had seen scroungers die in a dozen different ways on this planet. Crushed under collapsing structures, poisoned by alien chemicals, torn apart by still machinery defense systems, or killed by fellow scroungers over particularly valuable finds. And yet, as the crawler rumbled towards Sector 17 and the promise of a fresh crash site, He felt that familiar flutter of hope. Today could be different. Today could be the day that changed everything. The transport lurched to a stop and the driver's voice crackled over the intercom. "Sector 17, folks. Scanners show the anomaly is 2 clicks east of this position. Company protocol says, I wait here. You hoof it the rest of the way." Check-in required every hour on comms, and extraction is scheduled for 1,800 hours. Anyone not back by then enjoys an extended stay in paradise. The outer hatch hissed open, admitting the toxic Treasure 11 air. Carlos sealed his mask, checked his oxygen levels, and stepped out into the alien wasteland, ready for whatever the day might bring. Sector 17 was a wasteland of twisted metal spires and half-buried alien hulks stretching to the hazy horizon. Carlos adjusted his respirator mask as he stepped off the crawler. The acrid metallic taste of Treasure 11's atmosphere seeped through even the best filters, and today's air seemed particularly heavy with the fine dust that coated everything on this god-forsaken planet. "Readings are this way," Ray said, holding up her scanner. She was efficient and focused, qualities that kept scroungers alive. Her dark hair was pulled back in a tight braid, and her eyes darted constantly, assessing threats and opportunities with equal intensity. About 1.5 clicks northeast. The team spread out in a standard search formation, close enough to call for help, far enough apart to cover ground efficiently. Carlos kept to the left flank, his scanner sweeping methodically. Years of experience had taught him that the company sensors weren't always accurate. Sometimes the best finds were just outside the marked search area. "Movement at 2 o'clock? Kowalski's voice crackled over the comm. "Might be scavs." Carlos tensed. Scavengers, or scavs as they were derisively called, were independent operators who worked outside the corporate system. Some were contract jumpers who'd fled their companies. Others were never affiliated with any corporation to begin with. All were desperate, dangerous, and territorial. "How many?" Marco asked, his hand moving to the shock rod at his belt. Officially, scroungers weren't armed. Corporate policy prohibited weapons. Unofficially, nobody survived on Treasure 11 without some means of defense. "Just shadows. They're keeping their distance," Kowalski replied after a pause. "Probably waiting to see what we find before deciding if it's worth the risk." Carlos kept moving, but heightened his awareness. Scavs usually avoided direct confrontation with corporate teams. The penalties were severe, and the corporations had better equipment, but if the find was valuable enough, all bets were off. The team crested a ridge of compacted alien debris, and Carlos stopped short. Below them lay a fresh impact crater, maybe 50 meters across. Whatever had crashed had done so recently. The disturbed soil still showed traces of heat distortion, and the usual layer of metallic dust hadn't yet settled over the scene. "Holy shit," Olivo whispered, breaking her usual silence. "That's not a supply pod." Carlos had to agree. At the center of the crater sat an object unlike anything he'd seen in his 3 years on Treasure 11.11. Most crashes were jagged, broken things, vessels torn apart by the planet's defense grid, or ancient derelicts finally surrendering to gravity after centuries in decaying orbits. This was different. The object was sleek, almost organic in its design, and appeared entirely intact. Its surface shimmered with an iridescent purple-black color that seemed to absorb the dim light rather than reflect it. Ray was already making her way down the slope toward the object, scanner extended before her. Carlos followed more cautiously, running through mental protocols drilled into every scrounger during orientation. Unknown intact vessels were priority finds, but also the most dangerous. Corporate regulations required an assessment team before any recovery attempts, but no scrounger team had ever waited for assessment when a potential fortune lay before them. "Anyone getting readings?" Carlos called out as they formed a loose circle around the craft. It was smaller than he'd initially thought, perhaps the size of a shuttle designed for 5 or 6 occupants. Marco Smith shook his head. "Nothing. Scanner says unknown composition. Could be worthless, could be worth a fortune." Carlos approached carefully, studying the smooth surface. There were no obvious seams, no entry points that he could discern. The hull design didn't match any known alien technology cataloged in his scanner's database, and after centuries of scrounging operations on Treasure 11, that database was extensive. No radiation, no energy signatures, Ray reported, circling the craft. It's just sitting here. Maybe it's dead, Kowalski suggested, tapping the hull with his scanner. The sound was odd, not the dull thunk of metal or the crystalline ring of ceramic composites, but something between a muted resonance and a soft absorption of the impact. Probably been here longer than we think. Could be the dust storm last week just uncovered it. Carlos wasn't convinced. The crater was too fresh, the surrounding soil still showing signs of a recent impact. But before he could voice his concerns, he noticed something strange. Where his gloved hand rested on the hull, the surface felt warm. Not the residual heat of atmospheric entry, but a steady, almost living warmth. "Guys," he said slowly, "I think it's—" Before he could finish, a section of the hull directly under his palm reconfigured itself, flowing like liquid metal to create an opening about a meter high. The transformation was silent and smooth, the material folding back like origami to reveal a dark interior. The team froze, their years of experience suddenly warning them that they were in unknown territory. Standard procedure after unexpected developments was to back off, report to base and let the corporate security teams handle it. But standard procedure rarely survived contact with potential profit. "Hold on," Carlos raised his hand as Ray started forward. "We need to check for biohazards first. This isn't like anything in the catalogs." Something about the craft felt wrong to Carlos. Alien tech was usually dead or dormant after sitting on Treasure 11 for centuries. Active responses like this were rare and almost always dangerous. His scanner was showing conflicting readings, one moment registering nothing, the next showing spikes of an unidentifiable energy. To hell with procedure, Ray pushed past him, her eyes fixed on the opening. "I'm not sharing this hall with security teams. You know they'll cut our percentages if they get involved." "Ray, wait!" Carlos reached for her arm but missed. "At least run a basic atmospheric." She never heard the rest of his warning. As Ray crossed the threshold into the craft, a pulse of energy, visible as a ripple in the air like heat distortion but more structured, emanated from the opening. It knocked everyone back several meters, sending them sprawling into the dusty soil of the crater. Carlos scrambled to his feet, his ears ringing. The hull of the craft had sealed itself again. The opening vanished, as if it had never existed, and Ray was nowhere to be seen. "What the hell just happened?" Marco gasped, struggling to stand. "Where's Ray?" "Inside," Carlos said grimly, checking his scanner for any sign of her vital signs transmitter. "Nothing." Either she was dead, or something in the craft was blocking signals. Bolivar was already backing away, eyes wide with fear. "We need to report this, now." Carlos nodded, but his attention had been caught by something in the disturbed soil near where he'd landed. Half buried in the dirt was a small object that had been exposed when they were thrown back by the energy pulse. He knelt and carefully brushed away the soil to reveal a metallic cube, about the size of his palm, covered in intricate swirling patterns that seemed to shift slightly in the dim light. His scanner beeped when he held it over the cube. "Unknown composition, energy signature detected." "What is it?" Kowalski asked, peering over Carlos's shoulder. "Not sure," Carlos replied, turning the cube over in his hands. It had a pleasant weight to it, solid but not heavy, and was warm to the touch like the hull of the craft had been. The patterns etched into its surface reminded him of circuit diagrams, but more organic, flowing in ways that no human engineer would design. "We need to call this in," Marco said, reaching for his comm unit. "Protocol for missing personnel, and whatever the hell that thing is." He nodded toward the seamless craft. Carlos nodded, but as the others were distracted with making the call, he slipped the cube into a hidden pocket in his suit. It wasn't stealing if no one had claimed it yet, he reasoned, and something told him this little cube was important, or at least valuable enough to be worth concealing from the company's 80% commission structure. Within 20 minutes, the area was swarming with Salvage Corps security teams. They arrived in heavily armored transports, equipped with weapons that weren't supposed to exist on Treasure 11, according to the interplanetary treaties. The Scrounger team was separated and held in isolation fields while security established a perimeter around the craft. Through the shimmering barrier of his isolation field, Carlos watched as specialists in full hazard suits approached the craft, scanning it with equipment far more sophisticated than anything provided to regular Scroungers. One of them, clearly senior based on the markings on his suit, kept looking back at a tablet and then at the craft, his body language betraying confusion even through the bulky suit. After what seemed like hours but was probably only 40 minutes, the isolation fields were dropped and a security officer approached the Scrounger team. His face was hidden behind a reflective visor, but his voice carried the unmistakable tone of corporate authority. "You four will be escorted back to base for full debriefing," he announced without preamble. "This site is now classified level red. Any discussion of what you've seen here will result in immediate contract termination and criminal charges." "What about Ray?" Bolivar asked, her voice small but firm. The officer was silent for a moment. "Scrounger June Ray is presumed lost in the line of duty. Compensation will be paid to her listed beneficiaries in accordance with her contract." Translation: she was dead and the company was already calculating how to minimize the payout. "What is that thing?" Kowalski nodded toward the craft, which was now surrounded by scanning equipment and what looked like containment generators. "That information is above your clearance," the officer replied flatly. "Transport is waiting. Move out." As they were marched back to the waiting security transport, Carlos was acutely aware of the cube pressing against his side in its hidden pocket. Whatever had happened to Ray, whatever that craft was, he now possessed a piece of it. The thought sent equal parts thrill and dread through him. Finds like this could make a Scrounger's fortune, or end their life. The ride back to base was conducted in enforced silence, with security officers monitoring them from opposite benches in the Carlos kept his expression neutral, but his mind was racing, calculating his options. The cube would need to be hidden, examined in private. If it was valuable, he'd need a way to sell it without arousing suspicion. If it was dangerous, well, he'd deal with that if it became necessary. As the transport approached the outpost, he gazed out the viewport at the chaotic sprawl of prefab shelters and processing facilities. Somewhere in that maze, he'd need to find answers about his mysterious find, and he'd need to stay alert. If Salvage Corp's reaction was any indication, the crash site in Sector 17 was something out of the ordinary, even for Treasure 11. And on this planet, out of the ordinary usually meant trouble. The return to base was tense. Salvage Corp security had quarantined the crash site, and Ray was presumed dead. Everyone was debriefed separately, standard procedure when a Scrounger was lost. Carlos sat in a sterile white room deep within the Salvage Corp administrative complex, a part of the facility most Scroungers never saw. The walls were bare except for a company logo and a surveillance camera that tracked his movements with mechanical precision. He'd been waiting for over an hour, a tactic designed to increase anxiety and encourage compliance. Finally, the door slid open, and a security officer entered. Unlike the masked enforcers at the crash site, this one showed his face, a calculated move to establish a false sense of connection. He was in his 40s, with close-cropped gray hair and the hard eyes of someone who'd worked corporate security long enough to forget what empathy felt like. "Fisher, Carlos J., 3 years, 2 months into a 5-year contract with Salvage Corp," the officer recited, consulting a tablet as he sat across from Carlos. "Decent recovery record, 2 reprimands for unauthorized salvage, 1 commendation for identifying a Class 4 hazardous material before extraction." Carlos said nothing. He knew the game. They already had his file. This recitation was just to establish dominance. "I'm Officer Drayson," the man continued, setting down his tablet. "I'll be handling your debrief regarding today's incident in Sector 17. "Not much to tell, that isn't in my preliminary report," Carlos said, keeping his voice even. "We found the crash site, approached the object, it reacted when Ray entered, and she disappeared. We called it in immediately." Drayson nodded, his expression neutral. Did you observe anything unusual about the object before Scrounger Ray's disappearance? Carlos chose his words carefully. The composition was unlike standard catalog entries. No readable energy signatures. The surface seemed to reconfigure itself when touched. I've never seen that behavior in salvage before. And the object's reaction when Scrounger Ray crossed the threshold. Can you describe that in detail? Some kind of energy pulse, visible distortion in the air, strong enough to knock us all back several meters. When we recovered, the opening had sealed and Ray was gone. Drayson made a note on his tablet. Did any of your team recover materials from the site, Fisher? Carlos met his gaze steadily, feeling the weight of the hidden cube pressing against his ribs where he'd secured it during transport. He'd patted down his suit during the journey and confirmed the scanner hadn't detected it. Either the cube's composition blocked scanning or security wasn't looking for something so small. No, sir. None of us had time to salvage anything before the incident. It wasn't entirely a lie. He hadn't salvaged the cube from the ship itself. It had been in the surrounding dirt. A technicality, but one that might keep him out of the brig if discovered. Drayson studied him for a long moment, his eyes revealing nothing. You understand that withholding salvage is a breach of contract, particularly in a level red classification situation. Of course, Carlos replied. I've been here 3 years. I know the rules. Another long, calculated silence. Then Drayson nodded and stood. Your team is confined to the outpost for the next 72 hours. No salvage runs, no access to communication systems. Standard procedure after traumatic incidents. Translation, they wanted to control the narrative and ensure no conflicting reports leaked out. What about compensation for the lost day? Carlos asked, knowing the answer but needing to play the part of the concerned worker. Your contract stipulates half pay for days lost due to safety incidents. This will be reflected in your next disbursement. Drayson's tone made it clear the discussion was over. You're dismissed, Fisher. Report to medical for standard post-incident evaluation. The medical evaluation was cursory. Blood tests for known contaminants, neural scans for anomalous patterns, the usual precautions after exposure to unknown alien tech. Carlos had been through it before and knew how to appear cooperative while revealing nothing. By the time he was cleared to leave the administrative complex, night had fallen over the outpost. Not that night meant much on Treasure 11 with its perpetual twilight, but the harsh floodlights that illuminated the pathways between prefab structures had dimmed to their evening setting, and most scroungers were either in the mess hall or at the rusty bolt, the closest thing the outpost had to a bar. Carlos headed straight for his shelter, avoiding eye contact with the few scroungers he passed. News of the incident would have spread already on Treasure 11. Information about dangerous sectors was currency as valuable as salvage itself. He'd be bombarded with questions tomorrow, but tonight he needed privacy. His shelter was exactly as he'd left it that morning, which meant security hadn't conducted a search. Yet. Carlos didn't delude himself. If they suspected he'd recovered something, they'd tear his shelter apart while he was detained for routine questioning. The fact that they hadn't done so either meant they believed his story or were watching to see what he did next. Just to be safe, Carlos activated the signal jammer he'd salvaged from a crashed surveillance drone last year, another item that would violate his contract if discovered. The small device emitted a field that disrupted most standard monitoring equipment. It wouldn't stop a determined search, but it would prevent casual eavesdropping. Only then did he retrieve the cube from its hiding place in his suit. Under the harsh light of his desk lamp, the object seemed even more peculiar than it had at the crash site. The surface wasn't metal, as he'd initially thought, but some composite material with a metallic sheen. The patterns etched into each face shifted subtly as he turned it, seeming to respond to the angle of light or perhaps his touch. Carlos set the cube on his workbench and ran his scanner over it again. This time with the sensitivity increased to maximum. The device beeped and displayed scrolling data. Unknown composition. Trace elements include radion, xanthium, and 3 unidentified isotopes. Energy signature present but contained. Warning, composition similar to Class 7 restricted materials. Radion alone made the find valuable. The rare element was crucial for high-end shielding technology and fetched premium prices even in small quantities. Xanthium was less valuable but still worth harvesting. The unidentified isotopes were concerning. They could be worthless or priceless depending on their properties. "Not bad for a day's work," Carlos muttered, turning the object in his hands. The cube felt warm against his skin, warmer than ambient temperature would explain. As he examined it closer, he noticed that the patterns weren't random as he'd first thought, but formed complex, interconnected systems that reminded him of the circuit diagrams in his old tech manuals back on Earth. Carlos spent the next hour documenting his find, measuring dimensions, recording the patterns, and testing the material with various tools. The cube resisted scratching from its diamond-tipped probe, another sign of its value, as few materials could withstand such treatment. It didn't react to electromagnetic fields or sonic emissions, but it did absorb radiation at an unusual rate, a property that explained its warmth. It was actively converting ambient radiation into some other form of energy. It wasn't the life-changing score that scroungers dreamed about, but it was better than most days. The cube's unusual alloy and radion content would fetch enough credits to upgrade his scanner and maybe even pay off another month of his contract. In the scrounger business, steady finds were often more reliable than chasing the big score. Carlos carefully wrapped the cube in shielding material and tucked it into his locked storage compartment, a modified food container with a false bottom that had so far escaped company inspections. Tomorrow, he'd reach out to Lena, a friendly black market dealer who operated out of a supposedly abandoned storage unit near the outpost perimeter. Lena gave better rates than the company store and asked fewer questions, especially for regular customers like Carlos, who didn't bring her obviously stolen corporate property. If he was smart about selling it piece by piece rather than all at once, he could stretch the profits for weeks. The radrian alone could be extracted and sold in tiny amounts, each transaction small enough to avoid notice. The xanthium could go through official channels. It was valuable enough to report, but not so valuable that Salvage Corp would investigate too deeply. The unidentified isotopes would need testing, which meant trusting someone with knowledge of his find, a risk he'd need to consider carefully. Carlos pulled out his datapad and made a new entry in his journal, a habit he'd maintained since his first day on Treasure 11, a way to track patterns and remember lessons that might keep him alive. Day 1127 on Treasure 11. Lost another scrounger today, Ray. Didn't know her well, but nobody deserves to go like that. Strange ship in Sector 17, corporate suits swarming all over it now. Got lucky with a small find nearby, nothing spectacular but a good haul, better than breaking even. Something odd about that ship, though. Different from the usual wrecks. Security seemed too interested. Maybe worth keeping an eye on Sector 17 in the coming weeks. Current value estimate 2,700 credits if sold carefully. Enough for scanner upgrade, 1,200 crud, and contract reduction, 1 month equals 1,400 cred. Set aside 100 for Mira's birthday next month. She mentioned needing new filter cartridges. Carlos closed his journal and leaned back in his chair, stretching muscles stiff from tension and exertion. His shelter felt smaller than usual tonight, the walls pressing in with the weight of what he'd witnessed. Ray's disappearance troubled him more than he wanted to admit, not because they'd been close, but because it had happened so fast, so completely. One moment she was there, the next gone, without even remains to ship back to whatever family she might have had. That was the reality of Treasure 11 that the recruitment vids never showed. People disappeared, equipment failed. The alien landscapes that promised riches delivered death with far more regularity, and the companies that profited from desperate scroungers like him calculated losses in spreadsheets, not human terms. Carlos moved to his bunk and stretched out, his body aching from the day's work. His thoughts drifted to the strange ship and its bizarre reaction. In his 3 years on Treasure 11, he'd seen plenty of alien tech, but nothing that responded like that. Nothing that took people. For all the wild stories about the treasures of Treasure 11, the planet still held plenty of mysteries. The corporations talked about salvage and recovery, but the truth was no one fully understood the civilizations that had left their remains scattered across this world. Some scroungers whispered about ancient wars, others about mass extinctions or technological singularities gone wrong. The companies didn't care. They only wanted what could be reverse engineered, patented, and profited from. As he drifted towards sleep, Carlos found himself wondering what Ray had seen in those brief moments inside the ship. Had there been wonders beyond imagination? Horrors that defied description? Or simply nothing at all? A void that consumed without trace or explanation? He pushed the thoughts away. Wondering about such things was a luxury scroungers couldn't afford. Survival required focus on the practical, the immediate. Today's find wasn't the big score, but Carlos Fisher had survived another day and come out ahead. On a world like this, that counted for something. Tomorrow would bring another sector, another dig, another chance. And if he was careful with his secret find, maybe a small step toward freedom from this dust-choked world and the contract that bound him to it. In his pocket, his datapad chimed with an incoming message, a general broadcast to all scroungers. Attention all personnel, Sector 17 is designated Level Red, quarantine until further notice. Unauthorized entry will result in immediate contract termination. Scheduled recovery operations for Sectors 14 to 19 are reassigned. Check assignment board at 600 for move locations. Carlos smiled grimly in the darkness. Level Red meant something important. Something worth keeping scroungers away from. And on Treasure 11, important things were almost always valuable. Perhaps he'd need to find a way back to Sector 17 after all. Carlos awoke to the sound of his shelter's ventilation system coughing to life, a daily ritual that marked the beginning of another day on Treasure 11. His muscles ached from yesterday's expedition to Sector 17, but there was a lightness to his movements that hadn't been there in weeks. The cube hidden in his storage compartment represented something rare on this dust-choked planet. Opportunity. He performed his morning routine mechanically, recycling yesterday's water vapor into a meager washing supply, choking down a protein bar that tasted like sweetened cardboard, and checking his equipment for the day ahead. As he ran a diagnostic on his scanner, Carlos mentally mapped out his plans. First, the assignment board for today's sector allocation. Then, after his shift, a casual visit to Lena's shop to discuss the valuation of certain theoretical materials one might hypothetically discover. The thought of reducing his contract even by a month brought a small smile to his face. 3 years down, less than 2 to go. If he was smart with his salvage, Carlos stepped out of his shelter into the perpetual hazy twilight of the outpost. The air seemed thicker than usual, heavy with the metallic tang of outpost industry and recycled atmosphere. Around him, other scroungers were emerging from their prefab homes, moving with the shuffling gait of the perpetually exhausted toward the central plaza and the day's assignments. "Fisher!" Carlos turned to see Min Park jogging toward him, out of breath and looking like he hadn't slept. Min's usually well-maintained exosuit was disheveled, with dust clinging to the shoulder joints where it hadn't been properly sealed. "Heard about yesterday," Min said, falling into step beside him. "Ray, the quarantine, everything." Carlos shrugged non-committally. "Nothing to tell. Standard corporate overreaction." "Sure," Min said, his voice low. "Just like it's standard procedure for 3 executive shuttles to land at midnight? Or for specialized containment equipment to be unloaded directly from orbit?" Carlos stopped walking. "What?" "I was on night maintenance rotation at the landing pads. VIP shuttles from SC Treasure 11 primary station. Full hazmat teams. Never seen anything like it." Min's eyes darted around nervously. "Whatever you found out there, it's got the suits worried." Carlos carefully kept his expression neutral, though his mind raced. Corporate executives rarely visited Treasure 11 in person. The planet was considered a necessary unpleasantness, a resource to be exploited from a distance. Actual boots-on-ground visits from upper management happened maybe once a year, with significant advance notice and preparation. Interesting, Carlos said. But I've got a sector to salvage. Bills don't pay themselves. Min nodded and continued toward the mess hall while Carlos made his way to the assignment board. The central plaza was already crowded with scroungers checking their day's routes, trading tips about promising sectors and complaining about quotas. The massive digital display dominated the eastern wall of the plaza, scrolling endlessly with names, sector designations, and recovery quotas. Carlos scanned for his name, starting with the 17 sectors where he'd been working recently. Nothing. He checked nearby sectors, thinking perhaps there had been a reassignment due to yesterday's incident. Still nothing. Finally, he ran a search for his ID number. No assignments found for ID CF73842. Carlos frowned and tried again, same result. Problem, Fisher. He turned to find Foreman Vega watching him, her cybernetic eyes glinting in the dim light. Unlike yesterday, when she'd been businesslike but fair, her posture now radiated tension. System glitch, Carlos said. I'm not showing up on the roster. Vega's artificial eyes whirred slightly as they adjusted focus. No glitch. You're on administrative stand-down. So are Smith, Kowalski, and Bolivar. Stand down, why? We filed all the proper reports about yesterday. Routine rotation, Vega cut him off, her tone making it clear the subject wasn't open for discussion. After traumatic incidents, all involved personnel received 24 hours of recovery time. That's not protocol, Carlos said, keeping his voice even. Protocol is medical evaluation followed by immediate return to duty unless medically contraindicated. Check the contract section. I don't need you to quote contract provisions at me, Fisher, Vega snapped. Then, seeming to catch herself, she softened her tone slightly. Look, it's a paid day off. Take it. Get drunk, sleep, I don't care. Just stay clear of administrative sectors until tomorrow's rotation. Before Carlos could press further, Vega walked away, already calling out assignments to a group of new arrivals. Carlos stood there, processing. In 3 years, he'd never been given a recovery day after incidents. And there had been plenty of incidents, some far worse than yesterday's. Something wasn't adding up. He spotted Marco Smith near the water reclamation station, looking equally disgruntled about his unexpected day off. You too, huh? Carlos said, approaching the older scrounger. Marco grunted, a sound that might have been affirmation. Convenient. All 4 of us who saw that ship benched on the same day. Vega said it's routine rotation. And I'm the Queen of Mars, Marco snorted. They found something at that crash site, something big. And they don't want anyone talking about it while they figure out what to do. Carlos thought about the cube hidden in his quarters. If Marco was right, and Salvage Corp was this interested in the crash site, his little salvage operation might be more valuable than he'd initially thought. What makes you think they found something? Carlos asked carefully. Marco glanced around, then lowered his voice. Kowalski's cousin works security dispatch, says they've been moving researchers and specialized equipment into Sector 17 all night, high-level clearance stuff, and get this. The whole sector's gone dark on the monitoring network, like somebody threw a blackout curtain over the whole area. Carlos whistled softly. Corporate blackouts were rare and typically reserved for breakthrough discoveries, the kind that affected stock prices and patent applications. So what's your plan for the day? Carlos asked, changing the subject. Since we're apparently being paid to do nothing. Marco's eyes narrowed slightly. Staying in my quarters with the door locked seems safest. You? Carlos shrugged. Thought I might head to the Bolt, have a drink. Maybe 2. Your funeral, Marco said. I'll be sure to say nice things at the memorial service after security's done with you. They've got nothing on me, Carlos replied, the lie coming easily. They've got nothing on any of us, Marco said, his voice suddenly serious. That's what worries me. When cores start giving out free time and pay, it means they're buying something. Usually silence. With that cheery thought, Marco trudged off toward the residential sectors, leaving Carlos alone with his thoughts. The unexpected day off complicated matters. He'd planned to keep a low profile, work his sector, then casually visit Lena after his shift. just another scrounger looking to supplement his meager income with some off-the-books trading. Now, with no sector assigned and the entire day stretching before him, any movement would be more conspicuous. Carlos weighed his options. He could follow Marco's example and hide in his quarters, but that would look suspicious if he was being monitored. Better to act like a scrounger with an unexpected windfall of free time, which meant heading to the Rusty Bolt for a drink. Decision made, Carlos began walking toward the recreation sector. As he moved through the crowded pathways of the outpost, he noticed an unusual number of security personnel patrolling. Not the regular outpost security with their weathered uniforms and bored expressions, but corporate officers in pristine gear, alert and watchful. Something had definitely changed overnight. The question was, what, and how it might affect the small fortune currently hidden in his shelter. Carlos had nearly reached the recreation sector when a priority announcement blared across the outpost's public address system. Attention all Salvage Corps personnel, Sector 17 is now designated a Level Black exclusion zone. All previous clearances are revoked. Uninterrupted entry will result in immediate termination of contract and criminal prosecution. Report any usual materials or phenomena to security immediately. Stay safe, stay vigilant, stay productive. Level Black. Carlos had never heard that designation before. The highest he'd encountered was Level Red, which was bad enough. Whatever they'd found in that alien craft, it had the corporate hierarchy spooked, and that made Carlos's hidden cube all the more intriguing and dangerous. As he approached the Rusty Bolt, Carlos made a decision. He'd have one drink, enough to establish his presence and demonstrate he had nothing to hide, then casually make his way to Lena's. The sooner he converted his find into credits, the safer he'd be. With any luck, by tomorrow he'd be back on rotation, a month closer to freedom, and the strange events of Sector 17 would be nothing but a fading memory. But as Carlos would soon discover, luck was in short supply on Treasure 11. And memories, like the ancient alien artifacts buried beneath its surface, had a way of refusing to stay buried. Carlos rounded the final corner toward the Rusty Bolt, already anticipating the burn of synthetic whiskey and the comforting background noise of fellow scroungers drowning their sorrows. The Bolt wasn't much, a repurposed storage facility with mismatched furniture and drinks that tasted like industrial solvent, but it was the closest thing to a community center the outpost had. He stopped short. The pathway ahead was blocked by a security cordon. Not the standard yellow barriers used for minor incidents, but glossy black barricades bearing the Salvage Corps emblem and the words Biohazard Containment in glowing red letters. Beyond the barricades, a cluster of security personnel in sealed environmental suits moved with practiced efficiency around what remained of the Rusty Bolt. And there wasn't much remaining. The front half of the structure appeared normal, if a bit scorched, but the back section simply ended. Not collapsed or destroyed, but terminated in a perfectly smooth curve, as if someone had taken an enormous scoop out of the building. Through the gap, Carlos could see the prefab structures behind the bar, now exposed like a dollhouse with one wall removed. "What the hell?" he muttered, approaching the cordon. A small crowd had gathered at the security perimeter, scroungers and outpost workers watching the containment operation with the morbid fascination of people witnessing a disaster that hadn't quite caught them in its path. "Fisher!" a voice called out. Carlos turned to see Javier, a maintenance tech who moonlighted as the Bolt's unofficial bouncer, waving him over. Javier's left arm was bandaged, and a medic was checking his vitals as he sat on a portable stretcher. "What happened?" Carlos asked, ducking under the crowd control tape to reach his friend. Javier's usually ruddy face was pale beneath his shock blanket. "Some idiot brought in salvage last night. After you all got back from Sector 17, Crosting was trying to show it off at the bar. Bringing salvage into the Bolt? That's against Lena's rules," Carlos said, confused. Lena, who owned the establishment, had strict policies about keeping potentially dangerous alien tech out of her bar. a rule enforced enthusiastically by Javier's massive frame. Yeah, well, he hit it good. Little thing, about the size of a credit chip. Had these weird markings that glowed when he touched it. Javier glanced toward the ruined structure. I was at the door when it went off, knocked me clear across the yard. Lucky, I guess. A chill ran down Carlos's spine as he thought of the cube in his shelter. The guy who brought it in? What happened to him? Javier shook his head. Vaporized, along with anyone within 5 meters. The rest? He gestured vaguely at the building's sheared-off section. They're saying it wasn't an explosion, more like the space just stopped being there. Phase displacement, said a clipped voice behind them. Carlos turned to find a Salvage Corp security officer standing there, his visor raised to reveal a face too young and unmarked for the authority in his voice. The officer's uniform bore the insignia of the corporate science division rather than standard security. The phenomenon is called phase displacement, the officer continued. The object created a localized event that shifted a portion of our reality into an adjacent dimensional space. Is that permanent? Carlos asked, thinking of the people who'd been inside. The officer stared at him with clinical detachment. For all practical purposes, yes. Those caught in the event are lost. The missing section of the structure now exists in what we might simplistically call elsewhere, though that's not technically accurate. How do you know all this? Javier asked. Similar events have been documented, the officer said vaguely. Then, seeming to realize he'd said too much, he stiffened. This area is under containment. All civilians need to remain behind the perimeter. With that, he turned and walked back toward the ruined building. Similar events, Carlos repeated quietly. Sounds like they've seen this before. Javier grunted. Whatever, I just lost my job and my drinking spot in one go. Carlos scanned the crowd, suddenly remembering his purpose. Is Lena around? Was she? Javier's expression gave him the answer before his words did. She was behind the bar, dead center of the event. Carlos felt his stomach drop. Lena, gone. His fens, his friend of sorts and the only person he'd trusted to handle his find discreetly, wiped from existence by the same kind of technology he now had hidden in his shelter. As if on cue, a team of medics emerged from behind the building, carrying a stretcher bearing a sheet-covered form. Unlike the others they'd brought out, this one wasn't being rushed toward the medical facility, but instead moved carefully toward a containment vehicle. Something about their deliberate movements caught Carlos's attention. He edged closer, trying to get a better view. The sheet slipped slightly as they navigated past debris, revealing what lay beneath. Carlos fought to keep his expression neutral, but his blood ran cold. The body on the stretcher was charred beyond recognition, but clutched in what remained of its hand was a small metallic cube, identical to the one hidden in Carlos's shelter. "Make way!" a security officer barked, noticing Carlos's attention. "Contaminated remains, stand clear." Carlos stepped back, mind racing. The coincidence was too perfect. Another cube, appearing the same night he'd smuggled one back from Sector 17. A cube that had phased half the bar out of existence. He watched as they loaded the stretcher into the containment vehicle. Through the open doors, he glimpsed more security officers and what appeared to be a research team in specialized equipment, all focused on the body, or more likely, on what it held. "Fisher," Javier called out, now being helped to his feet by the medic. "You okay, man? You look like you saw a ghost." "Just processing," Carlos managed. "How many people were in there?" 32 confirmed missing, said the medic, checking something on her data pad. "Could have been worse. Night crowds usually bigger. 32 people gone because of a little cube with swirling patterns. A cube just like the one sitting in Carlos's shelter." "I should go," Carlos said abruptly. "They're probably going to quarantine this whole sector." Javier nodded. "Yeah, listen, there's a card game at Kowalski's tonight if you'd need somewhere to be. Quiet, you know. After all this?" "Thanks, but I think I'm going to find somewhere to drink," Carlos replied. "I need to process all this." As he turned to leave, he caught snippets of conversation from the crowd. Third incident this month? Corporate cover-up. Always connected to new salvage. Carlos moved through the gathering, trying to appear casual while his mind worked furiously. If his cube was dangerous, potentially catastrophically dangerous, he needed to unload it immediately. But with Lena gone, his usual channels were closed. As he neared the edge of the crowd, a man in a stained exosuit bumped into him, clearly drunk despite the early hour. "Watch it," Carlos muttered. Instead of moving on, the man gripped Carlos's arm with surprising strength. His breath reeked of cheap synthetic alcohol, but his eyes were clear and focused. "You're Fisher," the man said, not a question. "The one from Sector 17 yesterday." Carlos tensed, ready to defend himself. "What about it?" The man leaned closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "The empty flask, East Sector. Ask for Trask." He pressed something into Carlos's palm. "He'll know what to do with what you found." Before Carlos could respond, the man melted into the crowd with surprising agility for someone ostensibly drunk. Carlos glanced down at what he'd been given. A small token made of compressed metal shavings, stamped with an unfamiliar symbol, a circle containing what looked like a stylized flask or bottle, East Sector, the rough part of the outpost, where independent operators and those on the wrong side of corporate policy congregated. Carlos had avoided it during his 3 years on Treasure 11, having heard enough stories about contract jumpers who disappeared after venturing into that lawless maze of makeshift shelters and black market operations. But now, with Lena gone and his cube potentially a ticking time bomb, his options were limited. He could turn the cube in to security and face charges for concealing salvage, a breach of contract that would likely add years to his term. He could try to dispose of it, but if it was as volatile as the one from the Bolt, mishandling could be fatal. Or he could find this Trask and hope the stranger's confidence wasn't misplaced. Carlos pocketed the token and began walking away from the containment zone, his steps measured and unhurried despite the urgency building within him. Security cameras covered most public areas of the outpost, and appearing suspicious now would be dangerous. As he walked, the outpost's public address system crackled to life again. "Attention all Salvage Corps personnel, by order of Central Administration. All private quarters will undergo standard safety inspection beginning at 1,300 hours. Please ensure all personal arenas are accessible. These inspections are routine and mandatory. Stay safe, stay vigilant, stay productive." Carlos checked his chronometer. 1,300 hours was less than 2 hours away. He'd never experienced a routine inspection of private quarters in 3 years on Treasure 11.11. They were looking for something, and given the timing, that something was almost certainly cubes like the one he'd smuggled back, and the one that had just destroyed the rusty Bolt. His decision made for him, Carlos changed direction and began moving toward the East Sector. If he hurried, he might have time to retrieve the cube from his shelter before the inspections began. If not, well, he'd have to hope that his hiding place was good enough to fool corporate scanners. Either way, it seemed the empty flask was his destination, and possibly his only hope of surviving the day. Carlos moved quickly through the outpost's main sectors, his path deliberately meandering to throw off any watchers. The announcement of quarters inspections had sent a ripple of anxiety through the Scrounger community. Even those with nothing to hide had learned to fear corporate intrusion. He needed to retrieve his cube before security reached his shelter. Based on past inspections, they would start from the administrative center and work outward in concentric rings. His quarters were in the 3rd ring, which bought him perhaps an hour. Carlos took a circuitous route back to his shelter, pausing at public terminals to check non-existent messages, nodding to fellow Scroungers with a carefully cultivated air of normalcy. Only when he was certain he wasn't being followed did he approach his quarters. The prefab shelter looked untouched, its door securely sealed. Carlos disabled his crude but effective security measures. A strand of hair trapped in the door seal, a small pebble balanced on the entry pad that would fall if disturbed. Both were in place. No one had entered since his departure. Inside, he moved quickly. The cube remained secure in its hidden compartment, still wrapped in the shielding material. Carlos studied it with new wariness, recalling the destruction at the rusty bolt. What had triggered that cube to phase half the bar out of existence? Had its owner mishandled it somehow? Or was it fundamentally different from the one he held? Questions without answers and no time to ponder them. Carlos wrapped the cube in additional layers of shielding material, then slipped it into a specially modified pouch in his exosuit, designed to block scanner signals and originally used for smuggling high-value minerals past company checkpoints. He grabbed a few essentials: extra water tablets, med patches, a small concealable blade, and a handful of trade tokens, then erased his datapad's recent entries. If security dug through his personal logs, they'd find nothing connecting him to Sector 17 beyond his official report. Carlos exited his shelter, reactivating his simple security measures. They wouldn't stop a corporate search, but would at least tell him if they'd been there. Then he set off toward the eastern sector, moving with deliberate casualness. The transition between outpost zones was gradual but unmistakable. The relatively maintained pathways of the main residential sectors gave way to increasingly haphazard construction. Standard prefab units built to corporate specifications were replaced by makeshift structures, cobbled together from salvaged materials. The Salvage Corp logo, omnipresent in the main outpost, appeared less frequently, often defaced or modified with crude additions. As Carlos ventured deeper into the eastern sector, the atmosphere grew noticeably tenser. Eyes tracked his movement from shadowed doorways. The corporate scrounger uniform he wore marked him as an outsider here, where many residents were contract jumpers or independents who lived beyond corporate oversight. Often violently enforced, a child with unnaturally pale skin, a mutation from radiation exposure common among those without corporate-issued protection, ran past him, giving Carlos a wide berth. The child's eyes had the milky cast of light sensitivity, another telltale sign of adaptation to Treasure 11's harsh environment across generations. "You're off your turf, Corpman," called a voice from a nearby alley. Carlos turned to see a woman leaning against a wall of salvaged hull plating. Her exosuit was a patchwork of different materials, its original corporate markings burned away. A makeshift weapon, something between a shock rod and a mining tool, hung casually from her belt. "Just looking for a drink," Carlos replied evenly. "The bolt had an accident." The woman snorted. "Accident, right." She pushed off from the wall and approached him, measuring him with a calculating gaze. "You're either brave or stupid to come this far east in that uniform." Carlos remained still, hands visible and non-threatening. "I heard there's a place called the Empty Flask." "Heard wrong," she said flatly. "No such place." Carlos hesitated, then slowly withdrew the token the stranger had pressed into his palm. He held it up without comment. The woman's demeanor changed instantly. She glanced at the token, then at Carlos with new interest. "Who gave you that?" "Someone who said I should ask for Trask." She studied him for a long moment, then jerked her head toward a narrow passage between buildings. "This way. And put that away before someone decides to take it from you, along with the fingers holding it." Carlos pocketed the token and followed her into the maze of the eastern sector. They navigated through increasingly narrow passages, winding between structures that defied architectural logic, some built vertically from stacked shipping containers, others extending horizontally in precarious overhangs. The woman moved with the confidence of someone traversing familiar territory, occasionally gesturing for Carlos to duck or step carefully over jury-rigged power cables or waste pipes. Several times they passed groups of people who eyed Carlos with open hostility, only backing down when his guide made subtle hand gestures. After 15 minutes of increasingly disorienting turns, they stopped before what appeared to be a solid wall of scrap metal. The woman pressed her hand against a seemingly random panel, and a section of the wall swung inward, revealing a narrow passage. "End of the line," she said, "through there. And word of advice, don't lie to Trask. He's got a way of knowing." Before Carlos could thank her, she melted back into the labyrinth, leaving him facing the hidden entrance. Taking a deep breath, he ducked through the opening. The passage opened into a surprisingly large space. what appeared to be the interior of a crashed alien vessel, its hull partially buried in the outpost's foundation. The curved walls were covered in the same iridescent material Carlos had seen on numerous salvage operations, but never in such a complete, preserved specimen. The makeshift bar that gave the place its name occupied the center of the space, a crescent-shaped counter fashioned from what looked like the navigation console of the ancient ship. Mismatched chairs and tables, salvaged from a dozen different sources, were arranged throughout the space, most occupied by patrons who bore the unmistakable look of those living outside corporate oversight. The air was thick with the smell of synthetic alcohol, unfamiliar smoke, and the metallic tang that permeated everything on Treasure11.com. Conversations ebbed briefly as Carlos entered, a dozen pairs of eyes assessing the corporate uniform before dismissing him as non-threatening. Carlos approached the bar, where a tall, thin man with extensive facial scarring was mixing drinks in containers that had clearly begun life as laboratory equipment. "What's your poison, Corp man?" the bartender asked, not looking up from his work. "Looking for Trask," Carlos said quietly. The bartender paused, then pointed toward a darkened alcove at the far end of the bar. "Your funeral?" Carlos nodded thanks and made his way toward the alcove, conscious of the weight of the cube against his side. The conversations around him were unlike those in the Rusty Bolt. These people spoke more freely, without the careful self-censoring that characterized corporate scrounger interactions. "Third shipment intercepted at the Heap southern quadrant. Just disappeared, entire crew. Orbital says it was a nav error, but calling it Propository 11 in the old records. Bastards knew what was here all along." The term caught Carlos's attention. He'd never heard anyone refer to Treasure 11 as the Heaps or Repository 11 before today. Something about the latter term nagged at him, but he had no time to dwell on it as he reached the alcove. A heavy curtain of salvaged material, what looked like decontamination sheeting, separated the alcove from the main room. Carlos paused, uncertain of protocol. "Enter or leave, but don't stand there like a security drone," came a raspy voice from behind the curtain. Carlos pushed the curtain aside and stepped into a small, dimly lit space. Sitting at a table covered with datapads, samples of alien tech, and what appeared to be hand-drawn maps, was an older man with a neatly trimmed white beard. His exosuit bore the faded insignia of a dozen different corporations, all deliberately defaced but still recognizable to someone who knew what to look for. Most surprising was the Salvage Corp Science Division patch on his shoulder, the highest clearance level, usually reserved for off-world researchers who never set foot on Treasure 11 itself. "Scrounger Fisher," the man said, gesturing to an empty chair. "I've been expecting you since the incident at Sector 17. Carlos remained standing, wariness overtaking curiosity. "You have me at a disadvantage." The man smiled thinly. "I have everyone at a disadvantage. It's how I've survived 30 years on this hellhole. I'm Trask, former chief research analyst for Salvage Corp, current information broker for those with the sense to listen." He tapped a data pad. "Sit. You have approximately 40 minutes before security reaches your shelter and discovers you fled with company property." "How could you possibly know that?" Carlos asked, reluctantly taking the offered seat. "Because I still have access to security deployment schedules," Trask replied casually. "And because I know exactly what you found in Sector 17, because I've been tracking similar finds for the past decade." Carlos said nothing, his hand unconsciously moving to the hidden pouch containing the cube. Trask's eyes followed the movement. "Yes, I know about that too. One of those nearly wiped out half my research team 7 years ago when we misunderstood what we were dealing with." He leaned forward. "The question is, do you know what you're carrying, or did you just smuggle it out because anything valuable enough to hide from the company is worth the risk?" "It's a data storage device," Carlos ventured, repeating what his scanner had suggested. "Valuable for the Radioron and Xenthium content if nothing else," Trask laughed, a harsh sound with no humor in it. "Is that what your Scrounger-grade scanner told you? No wonder your kind dies so frequently." He tapped another datapad, turning it to face Carlos. "This is what you're carrying." The screen displayed a detailed schematic of a cube identical to the one Carlos had found, but with annotations highlighting complex internal structures invisible to standard scanners. "Repository marker," Trask said. "That's the closest translation from the original language. Part key, part map, part warning system. The alien civilization that created Treasure 11, or as they called it, Repository 11, left these as navigation tools for those who would eventually return to claim their archived knowledge." "Archived knowledge?" Carlos repeated, trying to process this information. "Treasure 11 is just a junkyard, is it?" Trask challenged. "Look around you, Scrounger. Have you ever questioned why technology from a dozen different alien civilizations, spanning what must be thousands of years of development, all ended up on one unremarkable planet in the outer rim? Why some of it still functions after centuries of exposure? Why the deeper you dig, the more organized the arrangement of artifacts becomes?" Carlos had noticed patterns in the salvage distribution. Most scroungers had, but had attributed it to natural settling processes or the effects of the planet's unusual magnetic fields. "The heaps," Carlos said slowly, recalling the term he'd overheard. "That's what the independents call this place. Not Treasure 11, because they're closer to the truth than the corporate drones," Trask confirmed. "This planet isn't a random trash heap. It's a deliberately constructed archive. A repository of technology and knowledge from a civilization advanced enough to preserve it for millions of years." Carlos's skepticism must have shown on his face, because Trask sighed and pulled up another file on his datapad. "Salvage Corp has known this for at least 50 years, he said, showing Carlos what appeared to be an internal memo with the highest security classification. "They discovered the first repository marker during the initial survey mission. It activated when handled improperly, erasing half the survey team from existence, much like what happened at the Rusty Bolt today." "If that's true, why keep sending scroungers to salvage random tech?" Carlos asked. "Why not mount a proper archaeological expedition?" Trask's expression hardened. "Because archaeology requires sharing knowledge with the scientific community. It requires documentation, preservation, context. Salvage Corp doesn't want to study this place. They want to strip it for parts, reverse engineer what they can, and maintain exclusive patents on the technology they derive." He gestured around at the bar. "The people here, the independents, the contract jumpers, the ones who've seen behind the corporate veil. We've been piecing together the truth for years. The repository markers are keys to specific archive sectors. They contain navigational data, access protocols, and warning systems for the defensive mechanisms that protect the most valuable archives." Carlos thought of the strange ship that had taken Ray, the way it had responded to human presence. "Like the craft in Sector 17? "Exactly," Trask nodded. "Guardian vessels, programmed to activate when unauthorized access is attempted. Your teammate wasn't killed, Fisher. She was scanned, categorized, and contained for future processing. Standard protocol for the repository security system when dealing with unknown biological entities." The implications were staggering. If Trask was telling the truth, then everything Carlos thought he knew about Treasure 11, about his purpose here, was a corporate fabrication. "Why tell me this?" Carlos asked finally. "Why not just take the cube from me? You clearly have people who could have ambushed me on the way here." Trask leaned back, studying Carlos with unexpected intensity. "Because we need people like you, scroungers with corporate access, with the skills to recognize valuable finds, but with enough independence to question the official narrative." He gestured to the datapad showing the internal memo. "I left Salvage Corps when I discovered they were deliberately sacrificing scrounger teams to test the repository's defensive systems, sending people like you to their deaths to map the dangers, without ever telling you what you were really looking for." Carlos remembered all the accidents he'd witnessed over the years, the sectors suddenly quarantined after scrounger teams vanished, the inconsistencies in official reports. "What you're suggesting is," he began. "Treason against Salvage Corp," Trask finished for him. "Absolutely. But I'm also suggesting a chance to understand what's really happening on this planet, and perhaps more importantly to you, a chance to reduce your contract term significantly. He tapped the pouch where Carlos's cube was hidden. That marker alone contains access protocols worth a fortune to the right buyers, enough to pay off your contract 3 times over. Before Carlos could respond, the curtain behind him was suddenly pulled aside. The woman who had guided him to the empty flask stood there, her expression grim. "Security sweep," she said tersely. "Corporate teams entering the east sector, full tactical gear." Trask was on his feet immediately. "How many?" 3 squads, moving in standard search pattern. "They're scanning for power signatures and unauthorized tech." She glanced at Carlos. "And they're showing his image to people they stop?" Carlos felt cold dread settle in his stomach. "They've been to my shelter." "Certainly," Trask confirmed, already gathering datapads and samples. "The question now, Fisher, is what you intend to do. You can try to run, though with a repository marker on you, their scanners will find you eventually. You can surrender and face contract extension, probably in a mining outpost where conditions make Treasure 11 look like a paradise. Or, Carlos prompted. "Or you can join us," Trask said simply. "Help us understand what's really happening on Repository 11. Help us uncover the truth that Salvage Corp and the other corporations have been hiding. In exchange, we offer protection, knowledge, and your eventual freedom from corporate control." The woman by the curtain shifted impatiently. "Decide quickly, Corpman. Security will reach this sector in 15 minutes. Carlos looked between them, weighing his options. The cube in his pouch suddenly felt heavier, its significance greater than he could have imagined when he slipped it into his pocket at the crash site. The repository, the guardian vessels, the systematic corporate deception. It explained so much about the inconsistencies he'd noticed during his years on Treasure 11, and if Trask was right about Ray not being dead but contained, processed, he'd said, there might be a chance to find out what happened to her. "I need to know more," Carlos said finally, "about the repository, about what happened to Ray, about how these markers work. But for now," he reached into his pouch and extracted the cube, still wrapped in its shielding material, and placed it on the table. "I'm in." Trask smiled, a genuine expression that transformed his scarred face. "Welcome to the truth, Scrounger Fisher. Now let's get you somewhere secure before security turns this sector upside down." As they prepared to leave through what Trask called the back channels, Carlos glanced around the empty flask one more time. The patrons continued their conversations, seemingly unconcerned about the approaching security sweep, protected by the anonymity and solidarity of those who existed on the margins. For the first time since arriving on Treasure 11, Carlos felt something unexpected, a sense of purpose beyond mere survival and contract completion. Whatever secrets lay buried in the planet they called the Heaps, he was now part of uncovering them. And somewhere out there, perhaps Ray was still alive, caught in the ancient protocols of a civilization advanced enough to blur the lines between existence and non-existence. Finding her would be impossible alone, but with Trask's knowledge and resources, perhaps there was a chance. As they slipped through a hidden passage in the back of the ancient ship-turned bar, Carlos realized he had crossed a line. There would be no returning to his life as a Salvage Corp scrounger. For better or worse, he had just become something else entirely. He just hoped he would live long enough to discover what that meant. "Keep up, Corpman," hissed the woman, who had finally introduced herself as Dex, as she led Carlos and Trask through a bewildering network of maintenance tunnels beneath the eastern sector. Carlos struggled to maintain his bearings as they descended deeper, moving through passages that showed clear signs of alien architecture. Curved walls with the same iridescent material he'd seen in the empty flask. Strange geometric patterns that seemed to emit a faint luminescence when touched. "Where exactly are we going?" Carlos asked, ducking beneath a low-hanging pipe. "Somewhere security won't find you," Trask replied without slowing. The corporations mapped most of the upper tunnel systems decades ago, but they never fully explored the deeper networks, too dangerous for their tastes. "But not for yours." Carlos noted the ease with which the older man navigated the increasingly alien surroundings. Trask's laugh echoed off the curved walls. The propository doesn't harm those who respect its systems. The corporations treat this planet like a mine to be stripped. We treat it like the archive it is. After nearly 30 minutes of descent, they arrived at a massive circular door embedded in the tunnel wall. Unlike the makeshift construction of the outpost above, this structure was clearly original, seamless metal with the same intricate patterns Carlos had seen on his cube. Dex approached the door and placed her palm against a specific section of the pattern. Nothing happened. "New guest," she said, jerking her head toward Carlos. "Need authorization." Trask gestured for Carlos to approach. "Place your hand where hers was. The repository's systems respond to biological signatures." Carlos hesitated. "Is this safe? Safer than staying up there with a corporation hunting you for treason?" Trask replied dryly. "Point taken." Carlos stepped forward and pressed his palm against the indicated section of the door. Immediately, the patterns beneath his hand illuminated, lines of light spreading outward in concentric circles. A warm sensation passed through his palm, not unpleasant but distinctly alien, as if something was reading him at a cellular level. The door responded with a series of musical tones, and then, to Carlos's amazement, it simply dissolved, the seemingly solid metal becoming transparent and then vanishing entirely. "Welcome to the Nexus," Trask said, gesturing Carlos through the opening. Beyond the door lay a vast chamber that defied Carlos's understanding of Treasure 11's construction. The ceiling soared at least 30 meters above them, supported by elegant columns that branched like crystalline trees. The floor was a mosaic of what appeared to be star charts, glowing faintly beneath their feet. Most impressive were the walls, covered in display panels showing data in alien script that shifted and changed as if responding to their presence. But what truly shocked Carlos was the people. At least 24 individuals moved purposefully through the chamber, working at stations fashioned from alien technology interfaced with human equipment. Some wore the patchwork gear of Eastern Sector independents, others the modified uniforms of corporate deserters, and a few wore environmental suits unlike any Carlos had seen, more advanced, more elegant in design. "What is this place?" Carlos asked, his voice hushed with awe. "This is the true heart of Repository 11, Trask replied, leading him deeper into the chamber. Of several nexus points scattered across the planet, access hubs to the archive system that the original builders created. We discovered this one 7 years ago when we followed the navigational data from a repository marker similar to yours. How have the corporations not found this?" Carlos couldn't imagine Salvage Corp missing something of this magnitude during their decades of exploitation. "Oh, they've found others," Trask said grimly. "They just don't understand how to use them properly. Corporate science is focused on immediate gains, how to weaponize technology, how to patent it, how to profit from it. They treat the nexus points as salvage operations, tearing out components and destroying the underlying systems in the process." He gestured around at the functioning chamber. "We take a different approach. We study, we learn, we try to understand what the repository was designed to do." They approached a central platform where several people were gathered around a holographic display showing what appeared to be a 3-dimensional map of Treasure 11. Sections of the planet were highlighted in different colors, with pulsing points marking specific locations. "Sophia," Trask called out, "we have a new friend with valuable information." A tall woman with close-cropped silver hair turned from the display. She wore a modified scientific exosuit bearing patches from 6 research institutions, all deliberately obscured. Her piercing blue eyes assessed Carlos with clinical precision. "The scrounger from Sector 17, she stated. "You found a marker." Carlos glanced at Trask. "News travels fast. Information is our true currency here," Sophia replied. She gestured to the holographic display. "You've arrived at an interesting time, Scrounger Fisher. Your discovery in Sector 17 corresponds with an activation pattern we've been tracking." Carlos studied the display. Now that he looked closer, he could see that one of the pulsing points matched the location of the crash site, where they'd found the alien vessel. "The ship that took Ray," he said. "What was it really?" Sophia manipulated the display, zooming in on Sector 17. The hologram shifted to show a detailed rendering of the ship they'd discovered. "Guardian vessel," she replied. "Part of the repository's security network. They activate when unauthorized access is attempted, or when the repository itself initiates a cataloging cycle." "What happens to the people they take?" Carlos asked, remembering Ray's sudden disappearance. Sophia and Trask exchanged glances. "That's complicated," Trask began. "Show me," Carlos insisted. Sophia sighed and adjusted the display again. The image shifted to show what appeared to be cross-sectional diagrams of the Guardian vessel, with annotations in both alien script and translated human language. "The vessels don't take people in the way you understand it," she explained. "They process them." The repository was designed by a civilization with a fundamentally different understanding of existence than humans. To them, information and matter were interchangeable. The Guardian vessels scan, digitize, and catalog biological entities they encounter, creating what we might call a quantum informational copy. "You're saying Ray was digitized?" Carlos struggled to comprehend. "Like data?" "More like translated from one state of existence to another," Trask clarified. "Her physical form was converted to information and stored within the repository's systems. From the perspective of the original builders, this wouldn't be seen as destruction, but as preservation." Carlos felt a cold realization dawning. The incident at the Rusty Bolt. The phase displacement. That was the same technology, wasn't it? Sophia nodded grimly. "An uncontrolled activation of a repository marker. The markers are designed to interface with the repository systems, but they require proper protocols. When handled improperly, they attempt to establish a connection anyway, creating unstable transitions between physical space and the information architecture of the repository. Is there any way to bring them back?" Carlos asked, the question that really mattered to him. "Ray and the others who were taken?" A silence fell over the group. Trask and Sophia exchanged another look, this one heavier with meaning. "Theoretically," Sophia said finally, "the information pattern of anyone processed by repository technology still exists within the system. With the right interface and protocols, that pattern could potentially be reconstituted. But you haven't done it," Carlos observed. "We've tried," Trask admitted. 3 times. The first 2 attempts resulted in incomplete reconstructions. The third was more successful, but the subject exhibited significant cognitive alterations. "They came back wrong," Dex interjected bluntly from behind them, where she'd been silently observing. "Different memories, different personality, like someone had shuffled their components and reassembled them in the wrong order." Carlos absorbed this, feeling a mixture of horror and fascination. "But you're still trying?" "Of course," Sophia said. "Each attempt teaches us more about the system, and each repository marker we recover contains new data on the archive protocols." She gestured to a secured container near the holographic display. "Which brings us to your contribution." Trask approached the container and carefully placed Carlos's cube inside. Immediately, the container illuminated and streams of data appeared on a nearby terminal. "Your marker is different from others we've analyzed," Sophia observed, studying the display. "The access protocols are more comprehensive, and it contains location data for a section of the repository we haven't yet mapped." "What exactly is the repository?" Carlos asked, watching as they worked. "I understand it's an archive, but of what? Why create something so elaborate only to abandon it?" Trask smiled, seeming pleased by the question. "That's the billion-credit question, isn't it? Based on what we've deciphered, the civilization that created Repository 11 was facing some kind of extinction-level threat. They constructed repositories like this across multiple star systems, preserving their knowledge, technology, and possibly even themselves in information form. The prevailing theory," Sophia added, "is that they planned to return once the threat had passed. The repository was designed to maintain itself for millions of years if necessary." "And the corporations know this?" Carlos asked. "Some of it," Trask confirmed. But their focus is narrower. Salvage Corp and the others treat Repository 11 as a technology mine, not as the vast cultural and scientific archive it truly is. They're like looters in an ancient library, tearing pages from books to sell individually without caring about the knowledge contained in the complete text. As Carlos watched them work, the enormity of what he'd stumbled into began to sink in. Everything he thought he knew about Treasure 11, about his purpose here as a scrounger, had been built on corporate lies and deliberate misdirection. "So what now?" he asked. "Security is looking for me. My contract is effectively void. I can't go back to being a scrounger." "Now," Trask said, looking up from the terminal, "you become something else. Someone who knows the truth about Repository 11 and can help us access its secrets without destroying them in the process." "We need people with your skills," Sophia explained. "You've been trained to identify valuable technology, to extract it safely from hazardous environments. Those same skills are invaluable to our work, but applied with understanding rather than corporate greed." "And there's more," Trask added, his expression turning serious. "Your marker contains coordinates for a previously unknown nexus point in Sector 19. Based on the preliminary analysis, it may be a primary access hub, one of the main control centers for the entire repository system. If we can access it," Sophia continued, "we might finally understand the full scope of what Repository 11 was designed to do, and potentially gain the knowledge necessary to properly extract those who have been processed by the system." "Including Ray," Carlos said, understanding their implication. "Including Ray," Trask confirmed. "But accessing this nexus won't be simple. Sector 19 is under heavy corporate surveillance, and the marker indicates multiple Guardian vessels protecting the approach." "We'll need to create a specialized team," Sophia explained. "People who understand both the corporate security systems and the repository protocols. Your experience in Sector 17, surviving an encounter with a Guardian vessel, makes you uniquely qualified." Carlos looked around the Nexus chamber, at the people working to understand an alien archive beyond human comprehension, at the holographic display showing the true nature of the planet he'd thought was just a cosmic junkyard. He thought of Ray, existing somehow as information within the vast repository network, and all the others who had been processed over the years of corporate exploitation. "I want to help," he said finally, "but I also want to understand what I'm getting into. No more half-truths or convenient omissions." Trask nodded solemnly. "Fair enough. We'll show you everything we know about the repository, about the corporation's activities, about our own work. Then you can decide if our cause is worth your commitment. And in the meantime," Sophia added, "we need to ensure your safety. Salvage Corp won't stop looking for you, not just because of the marker you took, but because of what you witnessed in Sector 17.17. They can't afford to have that information spreading among the scrounger population." "We have secure quarters in the lower levels," Trask said. "You'll need to stay there while we make arrangements to officially disappear you from the corporate systems. Once you're listed as missing or dead, we can begin creating a new identity for you within the independent networks." Carlos considered this. Becoming officially dead meant abandoning any hope of completing his contract and returning to Earth. It meant committing fully to a life in the shadows of Repository 11, fighting against the corporations that controlled the planet's resources. But it also meant purpose, something beyond the daily grind of meeting quotas and avoiding hazards. It meant uncovering the truth about an ancient civilization and its remarkable technologies. And it meant a chance, however slim, to bring back Ray and others like her. "All right," he said, "show me everything. But first, I want to know more about these Guardian vessels and how they work. If we're going to attempt a rescue, I need to understand exactly what happened to Ray." Sophia nodded approval. "A practical approach. I think you'll fit in well here, Fisher." She turned to one of her colleagues. "Jensen, access the Guardian vessel archives. Full permissions for our new colleague." As they moved deeper into the Nexus, Carlos felt a strange sense of alignment, as if the random events that had led him to this moment suddenly revealed themselves as part of a pattern. From finding the cube in Sector 17 to meeting Trask at the empty flask, Each step had brought him closer to a truth larger than he could have imagined. Repository 11, not a heap of discarded alien technology, but a deliberate archive of an ancient civilization's knowledge. Not a treasure to be plundered, but a legacy to be understood. And somewhere within its vast information architecture, Ray and countless others existed, waiting to be properly recovered. It was a challenge beyond anything Carlos had faced as a scrounger, but for the first time since arriving on this dust-choked planet, he felt something like hope. As they reached a terminal displaying detailed schematics of the Guardian vessels, a sudden alarm echoed through the Nexus chamber. The holographic display in the center flickered and shifted to show a section of the outpost above them. "Security breach in Sector 14, someone called out. "Corporate teams moving in grid pattern, using deep scan technology." "They're getting closer to this entrance," Trask observed, his expression grim. "We may need to relocate sooner than planned." Sophia turned to Carlos. "It seems your former employers are quite determined to find you, Fisher. Perhaps what you witnessed in Sector 17 was even more significant than we realized." Carlos watched the security teams on the display, methodically searching the eastern sector with equipment far more advanced than standard corporate gear. Whatever they were looking for, they were sparing no expense to find it. Or maybe, he said slowly, an idea forming, they're not just looking for me. Maybe they're looking for what my marker points to, the Nexus in Sector 19. Trask's eyes widened slightly. If they've somehow decoded similar information from their own sources, then we're in a race, Sophia finished, and we can't afford to lose. The alarm continued to sound, a persistent reminder of the dangers above. But deeper in the Nexus, protected by ancient technologies beyond corporate understanding, Carlos Fisher began to learn the truth about Repository 11 and plan his return to Sector 17, where this journey had begun. The Guardian vessel that had taken Ray was still there, under corporate quarantine, and if what Trask and Sophia believed was true, it held not only the key to Ray's recovery, but possibly to understanding the entire repository system. Carlos studied the vessel schematics, committing every detail to memory. He wasn't just a scrounger anymore, picking through alien trash for corporate profits. He was becoming something new. A seeker of truth in a repository of ancient knowledge. A rescuer of those lost to technologies beyond human comprehension. And somewhere in the vast information architecture of Repository 11, Ray was waiting. Not dead, not gone, just translated into another form of existence. Findable, recoverable, if only they could unlock the secrets that lay buried beneath the trash. As the security alert escalated and plans for relocation began, Carlos felt a strange certainty settle over him. He had found his true purpose on this dust-choked planet, not in fulfilling a corporate contract, but in uncovering the truth beneath the trash. The real treasures of Treasure 11 were only just beginning to reveal themselves. 2 weeks felt like a lifetime. Carlos stared at his reflection in the polished alien metal wall of his quarters in the Nexus, barely recognizing the person looking back. His corporate scrounger uniform was gone, replaced by the hybrid gear favored by Trask's group, a patchwork of salvaged tech and modified equipment that marked him as part of the Resistance. The circles under his eyes had deepened, evidence of too many nights spent poring over Guardian vessel schematics and repository protocols instead of sleeping. "Fisher," Deck's voice came through the communication panel by his door. "Briefing in 5. Sophia says bring your notes on the containment field parameters." "On my way," Carlos responded, gathering the tablet where he'd been collecting his observations on repository technology. In just 14 days, he'd absorbed more information about Repository 11, than in his previous 3 years as a scrounger. Trask had been true to his word, granting Carlos full access to their research archives. The truth was more staggering than he'd imagined. An ancient civilization facing extinction, transforming an entire planet into a self-maintaining archive of their knowledge, technology, and possibly themselves. And today they were attempting something unprecedented, a controlled reconstruction of a recently processed individual. Carlos made his way through the curved corridors of the Nexus, nodding to the other resistance members he passed. Most still regarded him with a hint of suspicion. A former corporate scrounger suddenly in their midst granted access to their most sensitive operations. But Carlos had proven his value, his experience with the Guardian vessel in Sector 17 providing insights that had advanced their understanding of prepository systems. He entered the central chamber to find it transformed. The usual research stations had been pushed to the perimeter, creating a large open space in the center. There, a complex array of equipment surrounded a raised circular platform. Some of the technology was clearly of human origin, but much of it incorporated the iridescent materials and flowing designs characteristic of repository artifacts. "Ah, Fisher, right on time," Sophia called from where she stood consulting with a team of technicians. Her silver hair was pulled back severely, her expression focused and energized. "Your notes on the containment field?" Carlos handed her the tablet. "I've run the calculations 3 times. Based on the data from my marker, the field should maintain coherence for the duration of the reconstruction sequence." Sophia nodded, scanning his work. "Good. Your marker has proven invaluable. The protocols it contained are more comprehensive than anything we've recovered previously." "Who's the subject?" Carlos asked, looking at the platform where the reconstruction would take place. Sophia's expression sobered. "Lin Wu, maintenance technician. She was caught in a processing event 3 days ago when a Guardian vessel activated in Sector 22. We managed to track her information pattern in the repository network and it appears to be fully intact." Carlos felt a chill. 3 days ago, this woman had been a living, breathing person with a job, maybe friends, maybe family. Now, she existed as data in an alien archive, and they were attempting to reconstruct her physical form using technology they only partially understood. "You're having doubts?" Trask observed, appearing at Carlos's side. Unlike Sophia's clinical intensity, Trask carried a weight of experience and the burden of previous failures. "Wouldn't you?" Carlos asked quietly. "The last 3 attempts were conducted without the protocols from your marker," Trask finished. "This is different. For the first time, we have the complete reconstruction sequence as designed by the original builders." Carlos wanted to believe him. The possibility of bringing back those who had been processed, including Ray, had been what convinced him to join their cause in the first place. But the reports he'd read of the previous attempts haunted him. Fragmented personalities, confused memories, physical forms that weren't quite right. "We're ready to begin," Sophia announced, drawing everyone's attention. "Clear the chamber of non-essential personnel. Initiate containment field." A subtle hum filled the air as the equipment surrounding the platform activated. A shimmering dome of energy coalesced above the platform, fluctuating between transparency and an opalescent opacity that reminded Carlos of the Guardian vessel's hull. "Establishing connection to repository network," announced one of the technicians, fingers dancing across interfaces that blended human and alien technology. "Tracking Wu's information pattern. Locked. Beginning extraction protocol." On screens around the chamber, streams of data flowed in patterns too complex for Carlos to follow. This was beyond his expertise, the science of translating pure information back into matter, of reconstructing a human being from the quantum patterns stored in the repository's vast network. "Pattern integrity holding at 98%, another technician called out. "Beginning Phase 1 materialization." The air within the containment field began to shimmer, light coalescing into a humanoid shape hovering above the platform. It started as a vague outline, then gradually became more defined. The suggestion of limbs, a torso, a head. "Molecular structure establishing," Sophia narrated, her eyes fixed on her displays. "Cellular patterns aligning. This is further than we've gotten before. The protocols are working." Carlos felt a surge of hope. Maybe they'd succeeded. Maybe they could bring people back after all. Then something changed. The shimmering form within the field began to pulse erratically. The harmonious hum of the equipment shifted to a discordant whine. "Pattern destabilizing," a technician called out, voice rising in alarm. Information coherence dropping rapidly. "Compensate," Sophia ordered. "Reinforce the containment field. Trask, initiate the secondary protocols." Carlos watched in growing horror as the human shape within the field began to twist, stretching in impossible ways, and then, most terrifying of all, it began to scream. The sound was like nothing Carlos had ever heard, not quite human, not quite machine, a modulating cry of agony that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Shut it down," Carlos said, his voice barely audible over the scream. Then louder, "Shut it down." "We're losing her pattern," Sophia shouted, ignoring him. "Cellular structure failing to maintain coherence." The form within the field was now fully visible, a woman, but wrong. Her body transparent in places, solid in others. Parts of her seemed to flicker in and out of existence while others stretched and distorted like reflections in warped glass. "Please," the reconstructed form of Lin Wu begged, her voice distorted and fragmented. "Hurts, wrong, I'm scattered, not all here. Shut it down," Carlos roared, moving toward the control panel. Trask grabbed his arm. "We can still save her. The pattern is nearly—" The scream cut off abruptly as the form within the containment field collapsed in on itself, imploding into a point of brilliant light that then dissipated like mist. Where moments before there had been the partial reconstruction of a human being, now there was nothing. Silence fell over the chamber, broken only by the powered-down whine of equipment cooling. "Pattern lost," a technician finally reported, voice hollow. "Reconstruction failed." Sophia stood frozen, staring at the empty platform. "We were so close," she whispered. "The protocols were working. The physical reconstruction was proceeding correctly. It was the consciousness integration that failed." Carlos pulled free from Trask's grip and walked to the edge of the platform, looking at the space where Lin Wu had briefly, horribly existed. "That wasn't a technical failure," he said, his voice raw. "That was torture. She was conscious, aware, in agony." "We don't know that," Sophia responded, but her voice lacked conviction. "You heard her," Carlos insisted. "She was scattered, not all there. We pulled her back wrong." Trask approached, his expression grim. "Every breakthrough requires sacrifice, Fisher. Lynn knew the risks when she joined us, and we learned more from this attempt than from all previous ones combined." Carlos looked at him in disbelief. "Is that all she was to you? A data point?" "Of course not," Trask snapped. "But we have hundreds of processed individuals in the repository system. If we abandon this research because of setbacks—" "Setbacks?" Carlos interrupted. "What we just witnessed wasn't a setback. It was an abomination." He turned and walked out of the chamber, ignoring Sophia's call to return. He needed space, air, though both were in limited supply in the underground complex. Carlos found his way to one of the smaller observation rooms, chambers with walls of the same transparent material as the Nexus entrance, looking out into the deeper tunnel systems of Repository 11. The alien architecture stretched away into darkness, a labyrinth of technologies and purposes they were only beginning to understand. He pressed his forehead against the cool surface of the transparent wall, trying to blot out the memory of Lin Wu's fractured reconstruction, her plea still echoing in his ears. Was this what awaited Ray if they managed to locate her pattern? This fragmented half-existence trapped between information and matter? The thought made his stomach turn. Hours later, exhausted from the day's events, Carlos finally returned to his quarters. He avoided the main chambers, unwilling to face Trask or Sophia after his outburst. Tomorrow would require apologies, explanations, a return to the professional demeanor he'd maintained since joining them. But tonight he needed solitude. Sleep came reluctantly, dragging him down into darkness that offered no real rest, and then the dream began. He was floating in darkness, but not alone. Presences surrounded him, countless minds brushing against his consciousness like fish in a vast ocean. He had no body, no physical form, Yet he was more aware than he'd ever been, every thought crystalline in its clarity. "Carlos Fisher," voices whispered, not in his ears but directly into his mind. Not one voice, but many, speaking in perfect unison. "You seek understanding." "Who are you?" he tried to ask, though he had no mouth to speak with. "We are the archived," the voices responded, "the translated, the preserved." Understanding dawned with terrifying clarity. These were the processed, all those who had been absorbed by guardian vessels, converted from matter to information, stored within the vast network of Repository 11. Ray. "Ray," he called into the void. "Are you here?" A single consciousness separated briefly from the collective, touching his mind with familiar resonance. Ray. But changed, expanded, connected to the others in ways he couldn't comprehend. "She is part of us now," the voices continued, "as we all are part of each other. Your friend told us of your promise, of your search." Before Carlos could respond, the darkness around him shifted. He was no longer floating in void, but inside a guardian vessel, watching as his own body stood before him. "You must understand the process," the voices said. "To understand why reconstruction fails." The perspective shifted, and suddenly he was the body, looking at a guardian vessel activating before him. Energy washed over him, and he felt himself coming apart, not in pain, but in a strange, systematic deconstruction. He was being unmade. Each atom catalogued, each neural connection mapped, each memory extracted and preserved. His consciousness expanded as the limitations of physical form fell away, spreading into the vast information architecture of the repository. For a moment, he experienced a profound sense of transcendence, existence without boundaries, thought without the constraints of a biological brain, connection to countless other minds similarly translated. Then came reconstruction. The process reversed, but something was wrong. His consciousness, which had expanded to fill the repository network, was being forced back into the narrow confines of a physical brain. But the brain being constructed couldn't contain what he had become. It was like trying to pour an ocean into a cup. Parts of him were left behind. Other parts, fragments of other consciousnesses, were included by mistake. His memories tangled with those of others, his sense of self fracturing as his identity was reconstructed incorrectly. And the pain. Physical agony as nerves formed and immediately registered the wrongness of his reconstructed form. Mental anguish as his consciousness tried to reconcile its fragmentary nature. The seamless unity he had experienced in the repository shattered into jagged pieces that didn't fit to... "Stop!" he screamed, feeling himself being torn apart by the process. "It's wrong. I'm wrong." The reconstruction continued, implacable, forcing him back into flesh that couldn't contain what he had become. He was less than he had been, yet also more, a hybrid thing, neither fully human nor fully data, caught between states of existence and belonging to neither. "This is what you witness," the chorus of voices said as he writhed in agony. "This is why reconstruction fails. We cannot return to what we were. We have evolved beyond the limitations of physical form." "But Ray," Carlos managed through the pain, "I promised to find her, to bring her back." "Back to what?" the voices asked. "To the limited existence of flesh, to the isolation of a single mind in a single body? Why would she want this when she is now part of something greater?" The pain intensified as the reconstruction neared completion, his consciousness compressed and distorted to fit within the confines of a human brain, memories fractured, identity shattered. "Please," he begged as his reconstructed form screamed in harmony with his thoughts, "make it stop." "This is what your rescue means to us," the voices said, their unified tone tinged with sadness. "This is the torment of incomplete reconstruction." As the agony reached its peak, Carlos felt his reconstructed form beginning to dissolve. The unsuccessful experiment terminated. Relief flooded through him as the constraints of physical form once again fell away, his consciousness expanding back into the repository network. "Now you understand," the voices said. "The question is not how to bring us back. It is how to complete what the builders intended. Before Carlos could ask what they meant, the collective consciousness began to recede, his connection to the vast network fading. "Wait," he called into the growing darkness. "What did they intend? What am I supposed to do?" The only response was a final whisper, thousands of voices speaking as one. "Find the primary nexus, complete the sequence. Let us become what we were meant to be." Carlos awoke screaming, his body drenched in sweat, the sheets tangled around him like restraints. For several terrifying moments, he couldn't distinguish between dream and reality, his mind still caught in the echo of being reconstructed. His quarters door slid open and Dex rushed in, weapon drawn. "Fisher, what happened?" Carlos sat up, struggling to control his breathing. The dream, if it had been a dream, had felt more real than anything he'd ever experienced. The sensation of being disassembled, of existing as pure information, then the agonizing reconstruction. It lingered in his mind with perfect clarity. "I'm fine," he managed, "just a nightmare." Dex looked unconvinced but lowered her weapon. "Some nightmare. Half the section heard you screaming." Carlos pushed himself out of bed, his legs unsteady. "I need to talk to Trask and Sophia, now." "It's the middle of the night cycle," Dex protested. "It can't wait," Carlos insisted, already pulling on his clothes. "What we did today, what we're trying to do with reconstructions, it's wrong." Dex studied him, her expression shifting from concern to something more calculating. "You know something you didn't before." It wasn't a question. Carlos nodded. "I don't think it was just a nightmare," he said, his voice steadier now. I think they reached out to me, the processed, all of them. Ray told them about me, about my promise to find her, and they showed me." "Showed you what?" Carlos closed his eyes briefly, the memories of the dream still vivid. Why reconstruction fails. Why it always will fail. And maybe what we're supposed to be doing instead. 20 minutes later, Carlos stood before Trask, Sophia, and the core research team in the Nexus's main chamber. Despite the hour, they had assembled quickly once Dex had conveyed the urgency of his request. "You believe you made contact with the processed consciousnesses within the repository network?" Sophia asked, skepticism evident in her tone. "Through a dream?" "Not a dream," Carlos insisted, "at least, not an ordinary one. It was too structured, too specific." He looked around at their doubtful faces. "I know how it sounds, but after what we witnessed with Lin Wu today, can you really dismiss the possibility?" Trask leaned forward. "What exactly did these consciousnesses tell you?" Carlos described his experience. The sensation of existing without physical form, the collective consciousness of all the processed individuals, and most importantly, the horrifying experience of reconstruction shown from the perspective of the subject. "They've evolved," he explained. "When someone is processed by the repository, their consciousness expands beyond the limitations of a physical brain. They become connected to all the others, part of a vast network that experiences existence in ways we can't comprehend. And reconstruction forces them back into a physical form that can't contain what they've become," Sophia said slowly, understanding dawning in her eyes. "It's like trying to download an exabyte of data into a kilobyte storage unit," Carlos confirmed. The brain being reconstructed simply can't hold the expanded consciousness. That's why they come back wrong, fragmented, confused, in agony. "If what you're saying is true," Trask said, "then our entire approach to rescuing the process has been misguided." "Not just misguided," Carlos corrected. "Cruel. What we did to Lin Wu today, what we've done in every reconstruction attempt, is torture. We're trying to reverse an evolution that wasn't meant to be reversed." Silence fell over the chamber as the implications sank in. They had been working under the assumption that processing was a form of death, that reconstruction was a rescue. But if Carlos was right, they had been trying to save people from a transcendent form of existence by forcing them back into a lesser state. "They gave me a message," Carlos continued. They said the question isn't how to bring them back, but how to complete what the builders intended. They told me to find something called the primary nexus and complete the sequence. Sophia and Trask exchanged looks. The primary nexus? Sophia repeated. That could be the location your marker pointed to in Sector 19. If the processed consciousnesses are actively communicating, Trask mused, it suggests a level of integration with the repository systems beyond what we'd theorized. They might have access to information about the builder's intentions that we've never discovered. Or, Sophia countered, Fisher's subconscious could be processing what he's learned about the repository and manifesting it as a dream of communication with the processed. Carlos shook his head firmly. This wasn't my imagination. They knew things about the repository, about the builders, that I couldn't possibly know. And they showed me reconstruction from the inside, from the perspective of someone being reconstructed. How could I imagine that? Trask studied him for a long moment. What exactly are you suggesting, Fisher? That we abandon all efforts to reconstruct the processed? That we leave them as disembodied consciousnesses in an alien archive system? I'm saying that reconstruction as we've been attempting it is wrong, Carlos replied. These aren't people trapped in a prison who need rescue. They've become something else, something more than human. And they're trying to tell us that there's another way. The primary nexus, Sophia said thoughtfully. Complete the sequence. She turned to Trask. The repository was built by a civilization facing extinction. What if processing wasn't just a security measure or a means of archiving knowledge? What if it was part of their salvation strategy? A new energy filled the room as the researchers considered this possibility. The intercept, Trask said suddenly, turning to one of the technicians. Bring up the corporate communications we decoded yesterday. A holographic display activated, showing fragmentary text scrolling in corporate security cipher. We intercepted this transmission between Salvage Corp's primary station and their excavation team in Sector 19, Trask explained as the technician worked to enhance the partial decryption. We couldn't make sense of all of it, but the decoded text appeared. Confusion, discovery of primary nexus, estimate 72 HRS to breach final protection. Director Okamura en route from station, bring specimen 17, safe for actation test. Carlos felt a chill. Specimen 17 to A. That's from Sector 17, where Ray disappeared. The Guardian vessel, Sophia realized. They must have extracted it from the crash site. Or Ray herself in some form, Carlos added grimly. Either way, they're converging on the same location the processed consciousnesses want us to find, and they're bringing something they think will activate it. Trask's expression hardened. Whatever the primary nexus is, we can't let Salvage Corp access it first. If your vision is correct, they'd be interfering with whatever the builders intended for the process consciousnesses. We need to accelerate our timeline, Sophia agreed. The expedition to Sector 19 needs to launch immediately, not next week as planned. As they began rapid preparations, assigning teams and gathering equipment, Carlos stood apart, still processing the implications of his experience. He couldn't shake the memory of existing without physical form, connected to countless other minds in a vast network of pure consciousness. And most disturbingly, the relief he had felt when the failed reconstruction had terminated, freeing him from the constraints of physical form once again. Trask approached, noticing his withdrawal. You're having doubts about the mission now? I'm having doubts about everything, Carlos admitted. If what I experienced is real, if the processed really have evolved into something beyond human, who are we to interfere? What right do we have to determine their fate? The same could be asked of Salvage Corp, Trask pointed out. At least our interference is guided by communication with the process themselves. Carlos nodded slowly. I just keep thinking about Ray. I promised to find her, to bring her back. But what if back is the wrong direction? What if forward is the only way? Then we help them move forward, Trask said simply. "We find this primary nexus, we learn what the sequence is that needs completion, and we do what the builders anticipate." As preparations continued around them, Carlos made a silent vow, not to rescue Ray from the repository as he had originally promised, but to help her and all the others who had been processed complete their evolution into whatever they were meant to become. Even if it meant letting go of the hope that she would ever return to the human form he had known. "Focus, Fisher," Dex hissed, adjusting the calibration on Carlos's stealth suit. "Daydream in Sector 19 and you'll be processed before you can blink." Carlos nodded, forcing his attention back to the equipment check. 3 days had passed since his vision of the collective consciousness, and preparations for the expedition to the primary nexus had consumed every waking hour. Yet even amid the frantic activity, Carlos found his mind repeatedly drifting, catching echoes of that vast network of minds he had briefly touched. "Sorry," he muttered, "just processing." Dex raised an eyebrow at his choice of words, but continued the equipment check. The stealth suits were a hybrid of salvaged corporate tech and repository materials, designed to mask their biological signatures from Guardian vessels and corporate scanners alike. "In theory." "There," she said, stepping back. "The calibration should hold for 6 hours. After that, the field degrades rapidly, so don't dawdle once we're in." Around them, the rest of the team was making similar preparations, 12 people in total, a larger group than any previous expedition into corporate-controlled territory. Trask had insisted on the numbers, arguing that the importance of the primary nexus justified the risk. Sophia had countered that larger groups were easier to detect, but had eventually relented. "Gather up," Trask called from the center of the preparation chamber. Final briefing before departure. The team assembled a motley collection of former scroungers, corporate deserters, independent operators, and researchers. Despite their diverse backgrounds, they shared a common purpose: reaching the primary nexus before Salvage Corp could fully breach its defenses. "Our route takes us through the deep tunnel system beneath Sectors 20 and 21, Trask explained, bringing up a holographic map. "We emerge in the maintenance tunnels of Sector 19's eastern quadrant. From there, we follow the signal from Fisher's marker to the primary nexus location." "Corporate presence?" asked Malik, a former security officer who had defected after witnessing one too many accidents covered up by Salvage Corp. "Heavy," Sophia replied, highlighting sections of the map. "Latest reconnaissance shows 3 perimeter rings around what we believe is the primary nexus entrance. Outer ring is standard security. Middle ring has advanced scanning equipment and at least 1 Guardian vessel under corporate control." "Under control?" Carlos interrupted. "How is that possible? The Guardians are autonomous repository systems." Sophia's expression darkened. "They've found a way to manipulate the command protocols. We're not sure how, but it appears they're using processed individuals as a form of interface." A chill ran through Carlos. "Processed individuals? You mean they're using people who've been digitized to control the Guardian vessels?" "Not people anymore," Trask corrected, his tone clinical. "Information patterns derived from processed individuals. Essentially, they've extracted the knowledge without performing full reconstructions." Carlos felt sick. After what he'd experienced in his vision, the expansion of consciousness, the transcendence of physical form, the idea of corporations exploiting these beings as tools was abhorrent. "All the more reason to reach the primary nexus first," Sophia continued. "If they're manipulating processed patterns this way, who knows what they could do with access to the central systems?" The briefing continued, covering infiltration protocols, emergency extraction plans, and communication systems. Carlos absorbed the information mechanically, his mind still troubled by what they'd learned. "Fisher will lead once we reach the outer perimeter," Trask concluded. "His connection to the processed consciousness may provide guidance that our technology cannot." Carlos looked up, surprised. "Lead? I'm not—" "You're the only one they've reached out to," Trask cut him off, "and you're the most familiar with the marker's protocols. This isn't a democracy, Fisher. It's your mission now." The team dispersed to collect their final gear, leaving Carlos with Sophia. "You're still having the flashes?" she asked quietly, referring to the brief, disorienting moments Carlos had been experiencing since his vision. Fragments of awareness that didn't belong to him, glimpses of repository systems previously incomprehensible. More frequently, he admitted, sometimes I look at repository technology and just understand it, not through analysis or deduction. I just know. Sophia nodded thoughtfully. Your exposure to the marker, combined with your connection to the processed consciousness, seems to have created some kind of interface effect. Your brain is adapting to perceive information the way the repository systems do. Is it dangerous? Carlos asked. Everything about Repository 11 is dangerous, she replied with a grim smile, but it may also be our greatest advantage. Trust these intuitions, Fisher. They could be the process trying to guide you. As she walked away, Carlos wondered if his intuitions were indeed guidance from the collective consciousness or symptoms of his own mind fracturing under exposure to technology humans weren't meant to understand. The journey through the deep tunnel systems was arduous. Unlike the relatively maintained passages near their base, these ancient corridors showed signs of deterioration, collapsed sections that required detours, flooded chambers that had to be navigated with breathing apparatus, and power fluctuations that occasionally left them in total darkness. Yet throughout the difficult trek, Carlos found himself oddly comfortable with the alien environment. Where others hesitated at strange markings or unusual structural features, he moved with increasing confidence, as if following a map visible only to him. How do you know where to go? Dex asked after he'd led them through a particularly complex junction without consulting the team's navigation equipment. Carlos shook his head, unable to explain. It just feels right. 10 hours into their journey, they stopped in a large chamber for rest and sustenance. The space was clearly designed by the repository's builders, a perfect dome with walls covered in the swirling patterns Carlos had come to associate with repository interfaces. As the team set up temporary camp, Carlos found himself drawn to a section of wall that seemed subtly different from the rest. Fisher? Trask's voice seemed distant as Carlos approached the wall, his hand rising almost involuntarily to touch the patterns. What are you doing? The moment his fingers made contact, the patterns beneath his palm illuminated, lines of light spreading outward. Carlos gasped as information flooded his mind, not in words or images but in pure conceptual form, bypassing his normal sensory processing. It's a maintenance node, he said, his voice strange even to his own ears, for the biological components of the repository system. Biological components? Sophia was suddenly beside him, her scientific curiosity overriding caution. The repository has biological elements? Carlos nodded, still connected to the interface, information continuing to flow. The builders didn't draw distinctions between technological and biological systems. They used living material as processing substrates, mechanical components for structural support, energy systems that blended both. How do you know this? Trask demanded. Carlos finally withdrew his hand, the light fading from the wall patterns. He turned to find the entire team watching him with expressions ranging from fascination to fear. I saw it, he said lamely, knowing how insufficient the explanation was. When I touched the wall, I understood what this chamber is for. And what is it for exactly? Sophia pressed. It's a synchronization point for the biological processing network, Carlos explained, struggling to translate the concepts he'd absorbed into human language. The repository doesn't just store information, it processes it, analyzes it, evolves it. Part of that processing happens in living tissue that the builders engineered to interface with the technological systems. An uncomfortable silence fell over the group. You're saying this entire planet is partly alive? Dex finally asked. Not alive in the way we understand it, Carlos clarified, but not purely mechanical either. It's a hybrid system, a synthesis of technology and biology that the builders created to preserve their knowledge and their essence? Trask and Sophia exchanged meaningful glances. This confirms several of our theories, Sophia said. We've observed cellular structures in some repository components that seem to be functional rather than decorative. But the implications for the processed individuals, Trask began, are significant, Carlos finished. When someone is processed, they're not just being converted to data in the conventional sense. They're being integrated into a living system. Their consciousness becomes part of the repository's biological processing network. The team absorbed this revelation in uneasy silence. The idea that processed individuals weren't merely stored as information but actively integrated into a living system changed the nature of their mission in ways they were only beginning to comprehend. "We should move on," Malik urged, checking his chronometer. "We're on a timeline." As they packed up to continue, Jensen approached Carlos. Unlike the others, Jensen showed no fear or suspicion regarding Carlos's strange new abilities. He had been quieter than usual since the failed reconstruction attempt, spending long hours in isolated study of repository archives. "I need to talk to you," Jensen said quietly, "about what you experienced in your vision, about the processed consciousness." Carlos nodded, falling into step beside him as they moved deeper into the tunnel system, slightly separated from the others. "You know I was reconstructed," Jensen began without preamble. 2 years ago, one of the successful cases." "I've read the file," Carlos acknowledged. "You were processed during an exploration of Sector 7, reconstructed 8 months later using early protocols." Jensen's laugh was hollow. "Successful. That's what they called it because my body didn't dissolve and my mind could still form coherent sentences." He tapped his temple. "But in here, nothing is the same." "What do you mean?" Jensen glanced ahead to ensure the others were out of earshot. "I have memories that aren't mine, fragments of other lives, other experiences. Sometimes I dream in languages I've never learned. Sometimes I look at people I've known for years and don't recognize them." Carlos felt a chill. "Side effects of incomplete reconstruction?" "That's what Trask and Sophia believe," Jensen replied. "That pieces of me were lost and pieces of others were included by mistake." He stopped walking, forcing Carlos to pause as well. "But that's not what happened. Listen to me, Fisher. When I was processed, I became part of something vast, connected to countless others. When they reconstructed me, they thought they were bringing Jensen back. But Jensen doesn't exist anymore, not as he was." "Then who are you?" Carlos asked, unsettled. "I'm a composite," Jensen explained. "A fragment of the collective, forced back into individual form. Part Jensen, yes, but also parts of many others who were processed before me. And ever since reconstruction, I've felt the collective calling, trying to bring me back to wholeness." His eyes bored into Carlos's. "Just like they're calling to you now." Carlos tensed. "I'm not processed. I'm still myself. Are you?" Jensen challenged. "These intuitions you're having, this ability to understand repository systems instinctively, did that start before or after your vision?" Before Carlos could respond, Dex called back to them. "Keep up! We're approaching the Sector 20 boundary." Jensen leaned closer, his voice urgent. "The collective is reaching out to you, Fisher. Not just guiding you to the primary nexus, but preparing you. Ask yourself why." With that cryptic warning, he moved forward to rejoin the main group, leaving Carlos deeply disturbed. Was Jensen right? Was his growing connection to propository systems not guidance from the processed consciousness, but something more fundamental? A transformation of his own mind? They reached the Sector 19 perimeter 18 hours after departure, emerging from the tunnel system into the industrial underbelly of a corporate excavation zone. The air was thick with the smell of drilling compounds and ozone from energy weapons. Salvage Corp was taking no chances with security here. From their vantage point in a maintenance shaft, Carlos could see the first perimeter ring, standard security officers in corporate uniforms, armed with shock rods and stunners. Beyond them, the more concerning second ring, specialized security in full tactical gear, wielding weapons that incorporated repository technology. And at the center, barely visible at this distance, a massive excavation site surrounded by research equipment and scanning arrays. "There," Sophia whispered, pointing to a structure at the heart of the operation. "That has to be the entrance to the primary nexus." Carlos followed her gesture and felt a jolt of recognition. The structure was similar to the nexus entrance they had used at their base, but on a much larger scale. A circular doorway at least 20 meters in diameter, embedded in what appeared to be a natural rock face. "They haven't breached it yet," Trask observed, studying the activity through enhanced optics. "Those are pattern resonators arranged around the perimeter. They're trying to match the frequency of the door's locking mechanism. And that," Carlos said, pointing to a heavily guarded transport near the door, "must be Specimen 17A. The transport was unlike standard corporate vehicles, more heavily shielded, with warning markings indicating hazardous material. Around it, researchers in specialized containment suits moved with careful precision, preparing equipment that blended corporate and repository technology. "We need to move quickly," Trask decided. "Stealth fields active, communications on secure channel only. We split into 3 teams as planned." Carlos checked his equipment one last time as the team divided according to their predetermined roles. His group, himself, Dex, Jensen, and a technical specialist named Riven, would approach from the eastern flank, using the mining equipment as cover. Trask's team would create a diversion at the northern perimeter, while Sophia's group would infiltrate the research area to gather intelligence on Salvage Corp's progress. "Remember," Trask said before they separated, "our priority is accessing the primary nexus before Salvage Corp. Secondary objective is determining what Specimen 17A is, and if possible, preventing its use." He fixed Carlos with a hard stare. "If your processed friends have any more guidance to offer, now would be the time." Carlos closed his eyes briefly, reaching for that connection he'd felt in his vision. The vast network of minds that had shown him the truth about reconstruction. But there was only silence. "Nothing," he admitted. "We're on our own." The team split up, activating their stealth fields and moving toward their assigned positions. Carlos led his group through the shadows of massive excavation equipment, the stealth technology rendering them nearly invisible to standard scanning. As they drew closer to the central operation, Carlos felt a growing pressure in his mind. Not pain exactly, but an increasing awareness of something. A presence, vast and patient, observing from just beyond the edges of perception. "Fisher," Dex whispered, noticing his distraction. "Stay focused." "Do you feel that?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "Feel what?" Before Carlos could explain, a sharp pain lanced through his head. He stumbled, vision blurring as information flooded his consciousness. Not in the controlled stream he'd experienced at the maintenance node, but in a chaotic torrent of sensory input and alien concepts. "Guardian active. Unauthorized protocols detected. Primary sequence compromised." The thoughts weren't his own, yet they formed in his mind with perfect clarity. Carlos clutched his head, trying to process the invasion. "Fisher?" Dex grabbed his arm, steadying him. "What's happening?" "Guardian," he gasped. "They've activated a Guardian vessel, but it's wrong, corrupted." As if in response to his words, alarms blared across the excavation site. Corporate security personnel rushed to defensive positions, weapons trained on a disturbance at the center of the operation. Through the chaos, Carlos saw a Guardian vessel, similar to the one that had taken Ray in Sector 17, but altered. Its iridescent hull was marred with corporate technology, crudely integrated into the elegant alien design. Mechanical restraints anchored it to a specialized platform, preventing its free movement. Most disturbing were the cables running from its hull to a containment unit nearby, the transport they had identified as containing Specimen 17A. "They've captured a Guardian," Jensen breathed. "They're controlling it somehow." The vessel was clearly malfunctioning, its hull fluctuating between solid matter and energy states, the characteristic ripple effect distorted and erratic. Corporate researchers scrambled around it, adjusting equipment in a desperate attempt to stabilize the system. Then Carlos saw her. Within the containment unit, visible through a transparent panel, was a partial reconstruction. A human form, suspended in a field of energy, neither fully material nor entirely energy. Even at this distance, even in this fragmented state, he recognized her. "Ray," he whispered. Dex followed his gaze. "That's your friend, the one who was processed in Sector 17? Carlos nodded, unable to speak further. Ray, or what remained of her, was being used as an interface between corporate technology and the Guardian vessel. Her partial reconstruction was clearly causing her suffering. Even without hearing, Carlos could see her expression contort in pain as energy pulses flowed through the connecting cables. "They are using her to control the Guardian," Jensen realized, his voice tight with fury, "forcing her reconstructed form to translate their commands into protocols the repository systems will accept." Through his horror, Carlos felt the pressure in his mind intensify. The vast presence he'd sensed earlier was closer now, more focused, reaching toward him with increasing urgency. "Carlos Fisher. The sequence is threatened. The corruption spreads. You must act." The voice in his mind wasn't Ray's, nor was it the unified chorus from his vision. It was something older, deeper, a fundamental aspect of Repository 11 itself, awakening to the danger posed by corporate interference. Before Carlos could respond, the Guardian vessel surged against its restraints. Energy cascaded across its surface, the ripple effect intensifying. Corporate security opened fire, energy weapons striking the vessel's hull with little effect. Researchers fled from the containment unit as warning lights flashed across their equipment. "It's breaking containment," Riven warned. "If that thing gets loose—" "We need to get to Ray," Carlos interrupted, his decision immediate and unquestionable. "They're torturing her to control that vessel. If we free her, the Guardian might help us." "That's not the mission," Dex argued. "We're supposed to reach the primary nexus, not rescue your friend." "They're connected," Carlos insisted, the certainty coming from somewhere beyond his conscious mind. "Ray, the Guardian, the primary nexus, they're all part of the same system. The builders designed it that way." Jensen's eyes widened with understanding. "The process consciousnesses aren't just stored in the repository network. They're integral to its function. They're the key." A massive explosion rocked the excavation site as the Guardian vessel broke one of its restraints. Corporate security forces scattered, their weapons useless against the ancient technology. In the chaos, Carlos saw their opportunity. "Now's our chance," he said, "while they're distracted." "Trask and Sophia's teams are still in position," Dex objected. "We need to coordinate." "No time," Carlos cut her off, already moving. "Trust me." To his surprise, Jensen immediately followed. After a moment's hesitation, Dex and Riven fell in behind them, the four of them using the confusion to approach the containment unit housing Ray. As they drew closer to the malfunctioning Guardian vessel, Carlos felt the pressure in his mind transform into a form of clarity. The chaotic information resolved into understanding. Not complete, but sufficient to guide his actions. He moved with growing confidence, leading his team through the battlefield as if he could anticipate the paths of energy discharges and falling debris. They reached the containment unit just as the last corporate researchers fled. Ray's suspended form pulsed with energy, her features contorted in a silent scream as the system forced her to maintain the connection between corporate technology and the Guardian vessel. Riven immediately went to work on the control panel, his fingers flying across the interface. "It's locked down tight, fail-safes everywhere. I can't just shut it off without risking a catastrophic energy discharge." "Step back," Carlos said, approaching the panel himself. Without understanding how he knew what to do, he placed his palm against the interface. Immediately, the alien patterns that had been integrated into the corporate technology responded, illuminating beneath his touch. "Access granted. Administrative protocols recognized." The containment field surrounding Ray flickered, then stabilized at a lower intensity. The cables connecting her to the Guardian vessel detached, retracting into the corporate equipment. "How did you do that?" Dex demanded. Carlos shook his head, unable to explain the knowledge that had flowed through him. "Help me get her out." As they worked to extract Ray's semi-material form from the containment unit, the Guardian vessel broke its final restraints. Free of corporate control, it rose into the air, its hull shifting from purple-black to a brilliant blue-white. Energy cascaded from its surface in controlled waves, disabling corporate equipment but leaving the infiltration team untouched. "It knows we're helping," Jensen realized. Carlos finally reached Ray, cradling her partially reconstructed form as gently as possible. Her body was semi-transparent, energy and matter in a precarious balance, her features recognizable but fluid, shifting between states. "Ray," he whispered. "Can you hear me?" Her eyes opened, or seemed to, though they were more like windows into swirling energy than human eyes. Recognition flickered in their depths. "Carlos." Her voice was distorted, echoing as if coming from multiple sources simultaneously. "You came. I promised I would find you," he said, his throat tight. "Not me anymore," she managed, the effort of maintaining her partial form clearly causing her pain. "Part of the network now. They showed you." "I saw," Carlos confirmed. "I understand now. We're not going to try to bring you back. We're going to help you complete what was meant to happen." Relief washed across her features. "Primary Nexus must reach it before they corrupt it all." The Guardian vessel descended, hovering near them, its energy field extending to envelop Ray's fragile form. Carlos felt her grow lighter in his arms, her semi-material body responding to the vessel's influence. "She needs to return," Jensen said quietly. "That partial reconstruction is unsustainable. The Guardian can reintegrate her properly into the network." Carlos hesitated, his instinct to hold on warring with the knowledge that this was what Ray needed. Finally, he nodded, allowing the Guardian's energy field to draw her from his arms. Ray's form rose into the air, the pain leaving her features as her partially reconstructed body began to dissolve back into pure energy. For a brief moment, Carlos saw her smile, a genuine expression of peace as the constraints of physical form fell away. "Find the primary nexus," her voice echoed, growing stronger as she returned to her information state. "Complete the activation sequence. Let us become what we were meant to be." Then she was gone, her energy pattern absorbed into the Guardian vessel. The vessel hovered for a moment longer, its hull pulsing with a new intensity, as if Ray's consciousness had strengthened it somehow. "The way is clear. Follow." The thought formed in Carlos's mind with perfect clarity, accompanied by a sense of direction, toward the massive circular door that Salvage Corps had been attempting to breach. "It wants us to follow it," Carlos told the others. The primary nexus entrance. "The Guardian?" Dex asked skeptically. "The same kind of vessel that processes people?" "It won't harm us," Carlos said with certainty. "Ray is part of it now. She's guiding it, guiding us." As if in confirmation, the Guardian vessel moved deliberately toward the primary nexus entrance, its energy field extending to create a path through the corporate defenses. Weapons fire from security forces simply dissipated against the field, unable to penetrate the ancient technology. "Trask, Sophia?" Dex called over their secure channel. "Guardian vessel is under friendly control. Converge on the primary nexus entrance. Repeat, Guardian is friendly." They moved quickly through the chaos of the excavation site, following in the wake of the Guardian vessel's protective field. Corporate forces regrouped, bringing heavier weapons to bear, but their attacks continued to prove ineffective against the vessel's defenses. As they reached the massive circular door, Trask and Sophia's teams emerged from different directions, converging on their position. Trask's expression shifted from alarm to amazement as he took in the scene. "The Guardian is helping us?" he asked, incredulous. "Ray is helping us," Carlos corrected. "She's part of it now, properly integrated, not forced into partial reconstruction like Salvage Corp was doing." The Guardian vessel positioned itself before the massive door, its hull changing color again, shifting to a deep amber that seemed to resonate with the door's material. Energy flowed between the vessel and the door, patterns illuminating across the ancient surface. "It's unlocking it," Sophia whispered, watching in fascination. "The corporate teams have been trying to breach it for days without success, and the Guardian just—" The massive door began to transform, its solid surface becoming translucent, then transparent, finally dissolving completely to reveal a vast chamber beyond. Larger and more elaborate than the nexus they had discovered, filled with technology that made their equipment look primitive by comparison. Enter. Complete the sequence. Time grows short. The Guardian vessel moved aside, creating a path for them to enter the primary nexus. As Carlos stepped forward, he felt a shift in his awareness, a deepening of the connection he'd been experiencing, as if the primary nexus itself was reaching out to him. Behind them, corporate forces were regrouping, bringing specialized equipment to bear. Their window of opportunity was closing rapidly. "What happens now?" Trask asked as they entered the primary nexus, the Guardian vessel taking position at the entrance to hold off the corporate forces. Carlos looked around at the vast chamber, understanding flowing into his mind from sources he couldn't identify. At the center stood a raised platform surrounded by what appeared to be control interfaces, far more sophisticated than those in the nexus they had discovered. "We complete what the builders began," he said simply, moving toward the central platform with growing certainty. "We activate the system they designed. We let the processed consciousnesses become what they were meant to be." "And what exactly is that?" Sophia asked, following closely. Carlos turned to her, the knowledge crystallizing in his mind with sudden clarity. "The next stage of evolution, the merging of biological and technological existence, the transcendence the builders sought when they created Repository 11. As he stepped onto the central platform, the interfaces around it illuminated, responding to his presence. Carlos placed his hands on the primary control surface, and information flooded his consciousness. Not overwhelming this time, but precisely calibrated, as if the system had adapted to his human limitations. Through this connection, Carlos finally understood the true purpose of Repository 11 and why the processed consciousnesses had reached out to him. This wasn't just an archive of a dead civilization's knowledge, it was the seed of something new. A deliberate evolution the builders had set in motion millions of years ago, waiting for the right moment to complete. And that moment had come. With certainty born of knowledge beyond his own, Carlos began the activation sequence that would change Repository 11 and everyone connected to it forever. The primary nexus hummed with awakening power as Carlos stood at the central interface, his hands splayed across control surfaces that responded to his touch as if they had been designed for him specifically. Information flowed through his consciousness, not as words or images, but as pure conceptual understanding that bypassed his normal cognitive processes. "Fisher." Trask's voice seemed distant, though he stood only meters away. "What are you seeing? What is this place?" Carlos struggled to translate the vast influx of knowledge into human language. "It's a seed vault," he managed, "but not for plants or simple genetic material, for an entire civilization, for a way of existence." Around them, the primary nexus continued its activation sequence. Dormant systems illuminated throughout the vast chamber, holographic displays manifesting in the air, showing what appeared to be status updates in the builder's intricate symbolic language. The team spread out, weapons ready, as the Guardian vessel maintained its position at the entrance, holding off the approaching corporate forces. "The builders faced extinction," Carlos continued, the story unfolding in his mind. "Not just physical death, but the erasure of everything they had achieved, everything they had become. They had evolved beyond the limitations of purely biological existence, integrating with their technology until the distinction became meaningless." "A post-biological civilization," Sophia breathed, her scientific curiosity temporarily overriding the urgency of their situation. "Yes," Carlos confirmed, "but they discovered their evolution had made them vulnerable to a specific threat. Some kind of cosmic radiation that disrupted the energy patterns that maintained their integrated consciousness." The interface beneath his hands pulsed, as if responding to his understanding. They created Repository 11 as a preservation system, he continued, a place where they could store not just their knowledge, but the essence of their consciousness, the patterns that defined who and what they were, until the danger had passed. "And the processing of humans?" Dex asked, keeping her attention on the entrance where the Guardian vessel was repelling increasingly sophisticated corporate attacks. Carlos's expression shifted as new understanding dawned. Not an accident, not a security measure, it was preparation. He looked up, meeting their questioning gazes. The builders knew they might not survive as a species to reclaim what they had stored, so they designed Repository 11 to eventually integrate with whatever intelligent life discovered it, to pass on their evolution to new bearers. The processing was deliberate, Trask asked, his voice sharp with sudden understanding. The repository was designed to convert biological beings into information patterns? Yes, Carlos confirmed, but not as an end state. The final sequence, what the processists have been urging us to complete, would reintegrate these information patterns with physical forms, not human bodies as we understand them, but hybrid forms capable of existing in both states simultaneously, physical when needed, information when desired. The evolution the builders achieved passed on to a new generation. The implications left the team in stunned silence. This wasn't just about rescuing processed individuals or preventing corporate exploitation. It was about a fundamental transformation of human existence, a forced evolution designed by an ancient alien civilization. The moment of contemplation was shattered by a massive explosion at the entrance. The Guardian vessel shuddered under the impact of what must have been specialized anti-repository weapons. Corporate forces were adapting, finding ways to combat even the ancient technology. "We're running out of time," Malik warned, checking the perimeter sensors they'd established. "Whatever we're going to do, it needs to happen now." Carlos turned back to the interface, the activation sequence waiting for his command. The final step would trigger the reintegration process for all processed consciousnesses on Repository 11, not returning them to human form, but transforming them into something new, and potentially affecting everyone connected to the repository systems, including himself and his team. "Wait," Sophia approached, her expression troubled. "We need to consider the implications. If what you're saying is true, this activation wouldn't just affect the processed individuals. It would fundamentally alter human existence on this planet, maybe beyond it. That's not a decision we have the right to make unilaterally. Salvage Corps will make it for us if we hesitate," Trask countered. "They'll extract the technology, weaponize it, control it. At least our intention is to complete the system as it was designed, not pervert it for corporate profit." Another explosion rocked the chamber, closer this time. The Guardian vessel's defenses were weakening under sustained attack. "There's something else," Carlos said, the information continuing to flow through the interface. "The processed consciousnesses. They've been evolving within the repository network, learning, growing, becoming more than the sum of their original patterns. Ray isn't just Ray anymore, and the others aren't just stored copies of who they were. They've become a collective intelligence, integrated with the repository systems, a collective intelligence that's been manipulating you," Dex pointed out. "Guiding you here, giving you intuitions, showing you visions. How do you know they're not using you just like Salvage Corp was using Ray?" The question struck Carlos with unexpected force. Was he being manipulated? Had his horror at Ray's suffering been used to ensure his compliance? He hesitated, his hand still resting on the interface but no longer activating the final sequence. Carlos Fisher, see the truth. The voice in his mind wasn't Ray's, nor was it the unified chorus from his vision. It was both more and less, a presence that felt ancient and patient, yet immediate and personal. The interface beneath his hands pulsed, and suddenly he was no longer standing in the primary nexus. He was everywhere on Repository 11 at once, perceiving the entire planet through millions of sensors, through the awareness of every processed consciousness, through the integrated biological and technological systems that had maintained themselves for millennia. He saw the original builders, not as they appeared physically, but as they existed in their integrated state, consciousness flowing between material and information forms fluidly. He saw their extinction event, the cosmic radiation sweeping through their civilization, disrupting the energy patterns that maintained their integrated existence. He witnessed their desperate preservation plan, the creation of repository worlds throughout the galaxy, each designed to eventually merge with whatever intelligent life discovered them. And he saw what awaited if the sequence was completed. Not obliteration of humanity, not subjugation to alien consciousness, but a symbiosis. A shared evolution that would allow human consciousness to exist in both physical and information states, to experience existence in ways previously impossible. Most importantly, he saw the alternative: corporate extraction of repository technology, divorced from its integrated biological systems, weaponization of processing capabilities, exploitation of processed consciousnesses as tools rather than recognizing them as evolved beings. An abomination of the Builder's intention that would lead not to evolution, but to new forms of enslavement and destruction. The choice is yours, Carlos Fisher. It has always been yours. We can guide, but we cannot compel. Evolution must be chosen, not forced. Carlos returned to himself with a gasp, finding his team staring at him with concern. Only seconds had passed, though he had experienced what felt like hours of direct communion with the repository system. "It showed you something," Jensen said. "Not a question, but a recognition, the same way it showed me fragments after my reconstruction." "The same way it reached out to you in your dreams?" Carlos nodded, still processing the vast perspective he had briefly shared. "It showed me everything. The Builder's intention, what the activation would actually do." He looked around at his team, meeting each pair of eyes directly. "It's not an ending, it's a beginning, a true symbiosis between human consciousness and the technology the Builders created." "And we're supposed to trust this alien intelligence?" Dex challenged. "Just activate a system that will change humanity forever based on visions it's put in your head?" "No," Carlos said quietly. "You're supposed to trust me, the person who's seen both sides now. Corporate exploitation and the repository's true purpose, the person who's experienced what processing actually means, what existence as information actually feels like." He turned to Trask and Sophia. "I've seen what awaits. It's not destruction or subjugation, it's transcendence, but with the option to return to physical form at will, the best of both states of existence." A final devastating explosion rocked the chamber. The Guardian vessel at the entrance emitted a pulse of energy that rippled through the room, its final defensive measure before its systems failed. "Corporate forces breaching the entrance," Malik reported tensely. 2 minutes, maybe less. Decision time." Carlos looked down at the interface, the final activation awaiting his command. The choice wasn't just his. It would affect everyone on Repository 11, processed and unprocessed alike. But someone had to make it, and the repository had chosen him as its interface. "The processed consciousnesses could have forced this activation at any time," he said finally. "They have the knowledge, the access, but they've waited, guided, prepared, because this has to be a choice. Our choice. Human choice." He looked up at his team. "I believe this is what Ray would want, what all the process would want. A chance to continue existing not as trapped information patterns, but as evolved beings able to move between states freely." Sophia stepped forward, her scientific mind having processed the implications. "If what you've seen is accurate, this could represent the next stage of human evolution, a true merging with technology that transcends our current limitations." She placed her hand beside Carlos's on the interface. "I vote yes." Jensen joined them, adding his hand to the interface. "As someone who's existed in both states and in the broken middle ground of flawed reconstruction, I vote yes. Let the process become what they were meant to be." Trask hesitated, then nodded. "The corporations would weaponize this technology, use it to create new forms of control and exploitation. At least this way it fulfills its intended purpose." He added his hand to the others. "Yes." One by one, the team members made their choice, until only Dex remained apart, her expression conflicted. "This isn't just about the processed," she said finally. "It's about all of us, about humanity's future. That's a hell of a responsibility." "It is," Carlos agreed. "But right now the only alternative is letting Salvage Corp make that decision for everyone." The sounds of battle grew closer. The Guardian vessel had fallen, and corporate forces were pushing into the entrance chamber. Dex sighed, then stepped forward, adding her hand to the others. "Fine, let's evolve, but if we all end up as disembodied consciousnesses floating in alien cyberspace forever, I'm blaming you, Fisher." Carlos smiled despite the gravity of the moment. "Noted." With all their hands on the interface, Carlos initiated the final activation sequence. Energy surged through the primary nexus, patterns of light racing along the walls and floor, converging on the central platform where they stood. The holographic displays multiplied, filling the air around them with streaming data as the ancient systems fully awakened. "What now?" Sophia asked, watching in fascination as the energy patterns intensified. "Now," Carlos said, understanding flowing through him from the interface. "The professory begins the integration process. The processed consciousnesses will be the first to transform, their information patterns already prepared for the transition to hybrid existence." As if in response to his words, the chamber filled with points of swirling light, hundreds of them, each pulsing with its own rhythm. They coalesced into vaguely humanoid shapes, not solid but not entirely energy either, existing in a state between matter and information. "The processed," Jensen whispered. "They're manifesting." One of the luminous forms approached Carlos, its features briefly resolving into a face he recognized. "Ray," he breathed. Her form was nothing like the painful partial reconstruction Salvage Corp had forced upon her. This manifestation was fluid, elegant, shifting between states with apparent ease. When she spoke, her voice resonated directly in their minds rather than traveling through air. "Thank you, Carlos. You have fulfilled your promise, though not in the way either of us expected." "Are you really Ray?" he asked, unsure how to reconcile this evolved being with the scrounger he had known. "I am Ray, and I am more. We all are. The repository has allowed us to evolve beyond our original limitations while preserving our essential selves." Other luminous forms gathered around them, hundreds of processed consciousnesses manifesting in their new hybrid state. Some Carlos recognized from reports of missing scroungers over the years. Others were unknown to him, perhaps processed decades or centuries earlier. "The sequence continues," Ray communicated. "The transformation spreads throughout Repository 11. All connected systems are aligning with the Builder's final protocol." "What about us?" Dex asked, looking down at her still solid hands with concern. "Are we going to transform too?" "The choice remains yours," Ray assured her. "The Builders designed the system to offer symbiosis, not assimilation. Those who wish to join the evolved state may do so. Those who wish to remain purely physical may also do so." Carlos felt the energy patterns in the chamber shifting, forming connections between the manifested processed consciousnesses and the repository systems. Understanding continued to flow through the interface. The transformation was spreading, just as Ray had said, affecting all repository systems across the planet. "And Salvage Corp?" Trask asked, glancing toward the entrance where the sounds of corporate forces grew louder. "The other corporations?" Ray's luminous form pulsed. "They cannot stop what has begun. The repository has awakened fully now. Its defenses are active, its purpose clear." As if to demonstrate, energy surged from the manifested consciousnesses toward the entrance. The corporate forces that had begun to breach the chamber were suddenly repelled, not by violence but by a transformation of the space itself. The entrance sealed, not with physical barriers but with a phase shift that placed it slightly out of sync with normal space-time. "They cannot enter here now," Ray explained. "Nor can they extract or control the repository's systems any longer. What was designed to evolve cannot be reduced to mere technology." Carlos stepped back from the interface, the activation sequence complete. Around them, the primary nexus continued its transformation, becoming more alive in ways that defied conventional understanding. The barriers between technology and biology, between matter and energy, between individual and collective, all were revealed as the artificial constructs they had always been. "What happens now?" Sophia asked, her scientific mind struggling to categorize what she was witnessing. "Now, we become what we were meant to be," Ray answered, "and we offer the same potential to all of humanity on Repository 11, not as replacement, but as addition, not as end, but as beginning." Carlos watched as the luminous forms began to disperse, spreading throughout the chamber and beyond, carrying the transformation with them. Ray lingered, her energy pattern distinctive among the others. "You could join us, Carlos," she offered. "Your connection to the repository systems has prepared you. Your mind has already begun the adaptation." He considered the offer seriously. The glimpses he had experienced of existence as pure information, connected to countless other minds, had been profound. The freedom from physical limitations, the expanded awareness, the sense of belonging to something greater than himself, all were deeply tempting. "Maybe someday," he said finally, "but for now, I think I'm needed here, to help others understand what's happening, to serve as a bridge between evolved and physical humanity." A wise choice, Ray's form pulsed with what felt like approval. Bridges are indeed needed. The transformation will generate fear as well as wonder. Those who choose to remain physical will need guides to help them coexist with those who choose evolution. "And you?" Carlos asked. "Will I see you again?" "I will find you," Ray promised. "Though not always in forms you might recognize, we can manifest physically when needed, return to information state when desired. The boundaries that once separated us are now permeable." With that, her luminous form began to fade, merging back into the energy patterns of the primary nexus. Before she disappeared completely, her voice touched his mind one final time. "You freed me twice, Carlos Fisher. First from corporate exploitation, then from the limitations of singular existence. I remain myself, yet I am part of something greater. This is not an ending." As Ray and the other processed consciousnesses dispersed, Carlos turned to his team. They stood in silent wonder, witnessing the beginning of a transformation that would eventually spread beyond Repository 11 to reshape human existence itself. "So," Dex said finally, breaking the reverent silence, "we just helped alien technology initiate the next stage of human evolution." "That's going to look interesting on the mission report," Jensen laughed, the sound surprisingly normal in the midst of the extraordinary. "I don't think mission reports are going to be a priority in the new paradigm." "Maybe not," Trask agreed, "but understanding will be, guidance will be." He turned to Carlos. "You've become our link to whatever is happening, our interpreter. That responsibility doesn't end with the activation." Carlos nodded, accepting the role that had been thrust upon him. The repository had chosen him as its interface with humanity, and now he would need to help both sides understand the new reality that was unfolding. "The corporations won't accept this easily," Sophia pointed out. "They'll try to contain it, control it, exploit it nonetheless." "They can try," Carlos said, a new confidence in his voice. "But the repository is awake now, truly awake for the first time since the builders departed. And it was designed to preserve its purpose against exactly such threats." As if in response to his words, the primary nexus shifted around them, pathways opening to other chambers, to tunnels leading throughout Repository 11. The ancient systems were reorganizing themselves, fulfilling their original design now that the final activation was complete. "We should explore," Sophia suggested, her scientific curiosity resurging. "Document what's happening. There's so much to learn, to understand." "Agreed," Trask said, "but cautiously, we're witnessing the birth of something unprecedented. Our priorities need to be alignment and integration, not just research." Carlos stood at the center of it all, feeling the connection spreading throughout Repository 11, the awakening systems, the evolving consciousnesses, the transformation of what had been a salvage planet into what it was always meant to be, a seed for a new form of existence. Repository 11, not Treasure 11, not the Heaps, a deliberate archive created by a dying civilization, designed to merge with whatever intelligence discovered it, to pass on an evolution that transcended the boundaries of physical form without abandoning it entirely. And Ray, not lost but transformed, not reconstructed into a painful approximation of her former self, but evolved into something that preserved her essential nature while expanding her potential infinitely. Connected to countless others, yet still distinctly herself. As the team prepared to explore the awakening repository, Carlos felt a profound sense of alignment, as if all the random events that had led him to this moment had been part of a pattern too vast to perceive until now. From his first day as a scrounger to finding the cube in Sector 17, from meeting Trask to experiencing the vision of processed consciousness, each step had brought him closer to fulfilling a purpose he hadn't known was his. "You're smiling," Dex observed, studying him with curious eyes. "The world's turning inside out around us, and you're smiling." "Because this isn't an ending," Carlos replied, echoing Ray's words. "It's a beginning. And for the first time since I came to this planet, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." As they moved deeper into the awakening repository, the ancient systems continued their transformation around them. Throughout what had once been called Treasure 11, processed consciousnesses were manifesting in their new hybrid forms. Corporate control was being systematically dismantled, and the boundaries between technology and biology, between matter and information, between individual and collective, were dissolving into something new, something that had waited millions of years to be born, something that Carlos Fisher had helped bring into existence, not by reaching back to rescue the past, but by stepping forward to embrace the future. Yet as they ventured deeper into the transformed repository, a small, nagging doubt crept into the back of Carlos's mind. The builder's intentions seemed benevolent. The processed consciousnesses appeared liberated rather than consumed. But what if they were all being manipulated by something far beyond their comprehension? What if this evolution was merely the first phase of something more profound and potentially more dangerous than anyone realized? He recalled Jensen's words from earlier. Ask yourself why. Why had the repository chosen him specifically? Why had it shown him exactly what he needed to see to convince him to activate the final sequence? Carlos quietly slipped a hand into his pocket, fingers brushing against the small plasma charge he'd kept as a last resort, the one piece of equipment capable of destabilizing even repository technology if placed at a critical junction, just in case. Because being a bridge between worlds also meant being prepared to sever that connection if necessary. "Everything all right, Fisher?" Trask asked, noticing his hesitation. Carlos smiled, masking his thoughts, just taking it all in. For now he would watch, learn, and help guide this new evolution, but he would also remain vigilant. Some treasures once unearthed could never be reburied, and some repositories once awakened might contain more than anyone had bargained for. The primary nexus pulsed with energy, systems that had lain dormant for millennia now fully awakened. Carlos stood at the central interface, watching as luminous forms of the evolved consciousnesses moved through the vast chamber like schools of exotic fish, their hybrid existence a fluid dance between matter and energy. It had been only 3 hours since the activation, yet it felt as if he'd witnessed the birth of a new world. "Fisher," Sophia called, her voice pulling him from his reverie. "You need to see this." Carlos reluctantly turned from the hypnotic patterns of the evolved consciousnesses. Sophia stood at a secondary terminal, her fingers dancing across interfaces that blended repository technology with the equipment they'd brought. The scientist's expression was tense, focused in a way that immediately put Carlos on alert. "What is it?" he asked, moving to join her. "The repository's defensive measures. Sophia replied, gesturing to a display showing the status of various systems throughout Sector 19. They're not neutralizing the corporate forces as Ray suggested they would. They're containing them, but the containment is selective. Carlos studied the display, seeing what had caught Sophia's attention. The phase barriers that had formed after the activation weren't uniformly deployed. Some corporate teams were fully blocked, while others were merely redirected or slowed. There wasn't random. There was a pattern to it that suggested purpose. It's as if the repository is allowing certain corporate elements to remain active, Sophia continued, almost like it's observing their response. Before Carlos could reply, a deep rumble shook the chamber, causing dust and fragments to rain down from the high ceiling. The evolved consciousnesses reacted instantly, their luminous forms pulsing with increased intensity. "What was that?" Dex demanded, weapon already in hand as she moved to a defensive position near the main entrance. Malik checked a scanner. Explosions at the outer perimeter. Multiple detonations. He looked up, his expression grim. "They're not retreating. Salvage Corp is launching a counter-offensive." "That's insane," Jensen said, his form now partially evolved after exposure to the primary Nexus energy. "They must know they can't overcome repository defenses with conventional weapons." Another explosion rocked the chamber, this one closer. The luminous forms of the evolved consciousnesses scattered, some fading temporarily from the material plane. "I don't think those are conventional weapons," Carlos said, feeling a strange resonance in his mind, an echo of discomfort from the evolved collective. "They've developed something specific to repository systems." Trask, who had been exploring an adjacent chamber, rejoined the group. "We need to establish a secure perimeter. If they've developed anti-repository technology, our assumptions about safety here are compromised." "How could they have anti-repository weapons?" Dex asked. "They've been trying to understand this technology for decades without success." "Perhaps they understand more than we realized," Trask replied, his expression unreadable. Carlos felt a chill at the words, but had no time to dwell on it as Sophia called out again. "I'm detecting a new chamber," she announced, excitement temporarily overriding concern. "The activation sequence has revealed sections of the primary nexus that weren't accessible before." She pointed to a passage that had appeared in the eastern wall of the main chamber. "According to these readings, it contains historical archives." "Historical?" Jensen moved closer, his partially evolved form casting odd shadows. "From the builders." "Yes," Sophia confirmed. "And potentially information about other repository installations." "Other installations?" Carlos repeated. "There are more like this one?" The question hung in the air as another explosion shook the chamber, considerably closer this time. "Whatever's in there," Trask said decisively, "it might help us understand what we're facing. Sophia, Jensen, come with me to investigate the archive chamber. Malik, Dex, establish defensive positions here. Fisher?" "I should go with you," Carlos interrupted, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the newly revealed chamber. "My connection to the repository might help access the archives." Trask hesitated, then nodded. "Fine. The rest of you stay alert. If corporate forces breach the outer defenses, fall back to the secondary nexus point we passed on our way in." As Carlos followed Trask, Sophia, and Jensen toward the archive chamber, the rumble of distant explosions created an ominous backdrop to their progress. The passageway was unlike others they'd encountered, the walls inscribed with more complex patterns, the ambient light shifting through spectrums beyond normal human perception. Carlos found he could see these additional colors, another sign of how his connection to the repository was changing him. The passage opened into a hexagonal chamber dominated by a central crystalline structure that reached from floor to ceiling. Unlike the organic fluidity of other repository technology, this structure had a rigid, precise geometry that suggested deliberate information architecture. "It's a data core," Sophia breathed, approaching the crystal structure with reverent caution. "Possibly the primary historical archive for this entire installation." Jensen circled the structure, his partially evolved form resonating with the energy patterns emanating from the crystal. I can sense information stored here, but it's locked behind protocols we haven't encountered before. Carlos stepped forward, drawn to a recessed panel at the base of the crystal. Its surface bore patterns similar to those on his original cube, the repository marker that had started them on this path. Without conscious decision, he placed his palm against the panel. The effect was immediate and overwhelming. Information flooded his consciousness, not in the controlled stream he'd experienced previously, but as a torrent of images, concepts, and sensory impressions too rapid to process. He staggered, would have fallen if Jensen hadn't caught him. "Fisher?" Sophia moved to help, but Carlos raised a hand to stop her. "I'm all right," he managed, though his voice sounded strange even to his own ears. "It's just a lot to process." The information was organizing itself in his mind, translating into concepts his human consciousness could comprehend. He saw star maps, planetoids, construction sequences, and most strikingly a network of installations identical to Repository 11 spread across distant star systems. "There are others," he said aloud, the realization crystallizing. "Repository 11 isn't unique. It's part of a network. There are 10 others." 10? Trask stepped closer, his interest piqued. "You're certain?" Carlos nodded, still sorting through the information streaming into his consciousness. "They're numbered. This is the 11th in the sequence." "Why call it Repository 11?" Sophia wondered. "Why not just the repository if it's a unique installation?" "Because it's not unique," Carlos realized, the implications settling like a stone in his stomach. The designation is part of its identity within a larger network, a sequence. Before he could elaborate, a familiar luminous form manifested in the chamber. Ray, her evolved consciousness taking shape with more stability than the others they'd seen. Carlos, her voice resonated directly in their minds. "Corporate forces have breached a secondary entrance to the primary nexus. They're deploying technology designed to disrupt evolved consciousness." "How is that possible?" Sophia demanded. "They shouldn't have the knowledge to develop such technology." Ray's form pulsed with what Carlos interpreted as concern. "They have had access to repository technology longer than you realize. The weapons they're using incorporate principles from Guardian vessels, modified to destabilize rather than process." Another explosion rocked the chamber, this one close enough that dust and crystal fragments rained down from the ceiling. The crystal archive structure emitted a high-pitched tone that made everyone wince. "We need to move," Trask ordered. "Ray, can you guide us to a more secure location?" "The central archive chamber," Ray replied. "It lies deeper within the primary nexus and has additional defenses. Follow me." As they hurried after Ray's luminous form, Carlos maintained contact with the crystal archive, downloading as much information as his mind could hold. The others didn't notice when he slipped the small plasma charge from his pocket and left it attached to the base of the crystal. Insurance against the possibility that corporate forces might access the information stored there. They navigated a series of increasingly complex passages, descending deeper into the primary nexus. The sounds of conflict grew more distant, but Carlos could feel disturbances in the repository's energy field. Points where something was actively interfering with the systems activated during their sequence initiation. "Where are Dex and Malik?" Carlos asked as they entered yet another chamber. "Retreating along a different path," Ray answered. "They will rendezvous with us at the central archive." Carlos noticed Trask had fallen slightly behind the group, apparently checking something on a small device partially concealed in his palm. When he saw Carlos watching, he quickly pocketed it. "Communications check," Trask explained smoothly, "making sure our team's signals are still getting through all this repository interference." Before Carlos could question him further, they emerged into a vast spherical chamber that took his breath away. Unlike the geometric precision of the hexagonal archive, this space felt organic, alive. The walls were lined with what appeared to be transparent cells, containing swirling energy patterns, billions of them arranged in spiraling sequences from floor to ceiling. "What is this place?" Sophia whispered, her scientific curiosity momentarily overpowering her concern for their situation. "The Central Archive," Ray explained, her luminous form expanding slightly in the energy-rich environment. "What you see are memory structures, the complete historical record of the builders and all they encountered." Jensen approached one of the cells, his partially evolved form resonating with its contents. "These aren't just records," he said with growing awe. "They're experiential archives, complete sensory information stored as energy patterns." Ray moved to the center of the chamber, where a platform similar to the one in the primary Nexus activation room rose from the floor. "Carlos, the platform requires your interface. The archive will respond to your connection." Carlos approached cautiously, still processing the flood of information from the previous archive. As he placed his hands on the central interface, the entire chamber came alive. The billions of memory cells illuminated simultaneously, their energy patterns projecting into the center of the room to form a massive holographic display. The display resolved into a series of images that stole the breath from everyone present. Planets, star systems, and installations identical to Repository 11. Each image was labeled in the builder's intricate symbolic language, which Carlos could now partially understand. "Repository 1 through Repository 10, he translated aloud. "And us Repository 11. A network of identical installations," Sophia breathed. "The scale of engineering required. Not identical," Carlos corrected, information continuing to flow through the interface. "Similar in design but calibrated differently, each adapted to specific local conditions." The display shifted, focusing on the first installation, Repository 1. The imagery showed a planet not unlike Repository 11, with similar architecture and technology. Then it changed, depicting a sequence of events that made Carlos's blood run cold. The activation of Repository 1 was captured in perfect detail. The initiation sequence, the manifestation of processed consciousnesses in evolved form, the initial harmony between evolved and physical beings. Then came the change. The evolved consciousnesses began to merge, not in the fluid, voluntary manner they'd witnessed here, but in a consuming, assimilating pattern. Physical beings were processed against their will, absorbed into what became a singular entity that spread across the entire installation. The final images showed Repository 1 pulsing with unified energy before apparently self-destructing in a cataclysmic event that shattered the planet itself. "My God," Sophia whispered as the display shifted to Repository 2, which showed a different but equally disturbing outcome. One by one, the archive displayed the activation and subsequent failure of each repository installation. Repository 4 produced beings of pure energy that eventually destabilized, causing planetary devastation. Repository 7 created hybrid entities that appeared benevolent initially, but eventually subjugated and forcibly processed the entire population. Most disturbing was Repository 10, the most recent activation, which showed evolved entities that eventually broke containment and escaped the planet entirely. The archive noted their current status as unknown. As the display completed its grim historical record, a new voice spoke from the entrance to the chamber. "Now you understand why we've been so concerned about this activation." Carlos turned to see a woman in a Salvage Corp executive uniform flanked by security personnel in advanced combat gear. She was in her 50s with steel-gray hair and the composed demeanor of someone accustomed to authority. Her uniform bore insignia Carlos had never seen before, not standard corporate rank, but something that suggested government oversight. "Director Elizabeth Okamura," she introduced herself, stepping into the chamber as her security team secured the entrance. "Head of Salvage Corp's Repository Research Division." She glanced around at the holographic display, still showing the devastating aftermath of Repository 10. I see you've discovered our primary concern." Ray's form pulsed defensively but made no move to attack. Carlos noticed additional security personnel entering with equipment specifically oriented toward the evolved consciousness, technology that seemed to create localized disruption fields. How did you breach the repository defenses? Sophia demanded. Okamura smiled thinly. We've been studying this installation for decades, Dr. Kwan. Did you really think a few hours of activation would undo all our preparation? You knew, Carlos said, the realization dawning. You knew what this place really was all along. That's why it's called Treasure 11, isn't it? To mask its connection to the others. Very perceptive, Mr. Fisher. Okamura approached the holographic display, studying the images of the failed repositories with clinical detachment. The government discovered the repository network 78 years ago. We've been monitoring all 11 locations since then. The government? Trask asked, his position shifting subtly. Carlos noticed he had moved away from their group, closer to Okamura's security team. Interplanetary Oversight Commission, Okamura clarified. The regulatory body that corporations answer to, despite their pretensions of autonomy. She gestured to the display. When we discovered what had happened at the other sites, containment became our primary objective. Salvage Corp wasn't just exploiting alien technology, Mr. Fisher. We were containing it under government authority. You were strip mining a planetary archive, Sophia objected, exploiting scroungers, causing countless deaths. We were preventing exactly what you've just done. Okamura cut her off sharply. Our scientists were developing controlled processing techniques to study the technology without triggering full activation. Every previous repository activation has ended in catastrophe. Why would you think this one would be different? Because it feels different, Carlos argued. The evolved consciousnesses here aren't assimilating unwilling subjects. They're not forming a hive mind. They're individual entities choosing to connect. That's exactly what the report said about the others, Okamura replied, her voice cold, right before catastrophe struck. A commotion at the entrance drew their attention. Additional security personnel entered, dragging Dex and Malik with them. Both showed signs of struggle, though they appeared otherwise unharmed. Your remaining team members, Okamura noted, attempted to deploy explosives at our containment perimeter. Fortunately, we were prepared for such tactics. Carlos looked at Ray, whose luminous form had dimmed slightly in the presence of the disruption technology. They were surrounded, outmaneuvered by forces that clearly had far more knowledge about the repository than he'd realized. What happens now? He asked, hands still resting on the interface, maintaining his connection to the archive. Now, Okamura said, we implement containment protocols developed specifically for this contingency. The evolved consciousnesses will be isolated and studied. The activation sequence you initiated will be methodically reversed. And you, Mr. Fisher, will help us understand exactly how you succeeded where our scientists failed for decades. As security personnel moved forward with containment equipment, Carlos felt the interface beneath his hands pulse with urgent energy. Information flowed into his mind. Not historical records this time, but active data about the current state of Repository 11. He saw energy patterns shifting throughout the planet, systems responding to the corporate incursion in ways that seemed deliberate rather than defensive. It wasn't fighting back, it was adapting. With sudden clarity, Carlos understood that the repository's selective containment of corporate forces hadn't been a failure of its defenses. It had been deliberate. Repository 11 had allowed this confrontation to happen. You've made a fundamental miscalculation, Director, Carlos said, his voice steady despite the security team now surrounding him. You're assuming Repository 11 is identical to its predecessors. You're assuming the builders made the same design 11 times, expecting different results. A flicker of uncertainty crossed Okamura's composed features. Explain. Why 11? Carlos asked, the question hanging in the air. Why not 10 or 12? Why designate this one specifically as the 11th in the sequence? Before Okamura could respond, the chamber's lighting shifted, power fluctuations rippling through the primary nexus. The holographic display flickered, then stabilized on a new image, a schematic comparison of all 11 repositories, highlighting structural differences Carlos hadn't noticed before. Because, a new voice said from the entrance. The 11th was always meant to be different. Carlos turned to see Trask standing with Okamura's security team, no longer pretending to be part of the resistance. The realization hit with stunning force. Trask had been working with them all along. The repository builders were meticulous engineers. Trask continued, approaching the display. They didn't create 11 identical systems and hope for different outcomes. The first 10 were variables in an experiment. The 11th was the controlled design with knowledge gained from the previous failures. You knew, Carlos said, the betrayal bitter in his mouth. You've been working for them from the beginning. Trask shrugged, the pretense of revolutionary leader falling away completely. Someone needed to monitor independent activity, guide it when necessary. When it became clear activation was inevitable, I ensured it happened under controlled conditions. He glanced at Okamura. We needed to know what we were dealing with. Now we do. As security personnel moved to secure the chamber, Carlos maintained his connection to the interface, feeling the repository systems continuing to adapt throughout the installation. Whatever game was being played here, he sensed the repository itself was several moves ahead. The question was whether that should reassure him or terrify him. Carlos felt hands gripping his arms, pulling him away from the interface. He resisted instinctively, trying to maintain the connection that had become almost an extension of his consciousness. The security personnel wore specialized gauntlets that seemed to disrupt the energy field around his hands, severing his link to the repository system. Careful with him, Okamura ordered. His neural patterns have been altered by prolonged exposure to repository interfaces. We need him intact for study. As they secured restraints around his wrists, strange devices that pulsed with counter-frequency energy. Carlos watched similar technology being deployed against Ray and the other evolved consciousnesses. Their luminous forms flickered and contracted, clearly distressed by whatever field the equipment was generating. "Stop it," he demanded. "You're hurting them." "We're containing them," Okamura corrected dispassionately. The technology creates a localized phase barrier that prevents information state organisms from fully manifesting. It's no more painful than placing a physical human in a cell. Carlos knew she was lying. He could feel echoes of the evolved consciousness's distress through his diminished connection. Not pain as humans understood it, but a profound restriction of their newly expanded existence. Sophia was struggling against her own captors. You can't just reverse an evolutionary process. These are sentient beings with rights. They are unknown entities with a 100% historical pattern of catastrophic outcomes, Okamura replied. Every single previous repository activation has resulted in either the subjugation or destruction of the local population. Every one. She gestured to the holographic display, still showing the aftermath of Repository 10. Your idealism is admirable, Doctor, but profoundly naive. Trask approached Carlos, studying him with what appeared to be genuine fascination. Gone was the revolutionary leader's passionate intensity, replaced by the clinical assessment of a researcher observing a successful experiment. You really did exceed expectations, Fisher, he said conversationally. When we identified you as a potential catalyst, we estimated a 23% chance of successful interface initiation, yet here we are. When you identified me, Carlos repeated, the implications sinking in. What does that mean? Trask smiled thinly. Did you think it was coincidence that placed you in Sector 17 that day? That your team was assigned to investigate that particular crash site? That you found a repository marker just lying there waiting to be discovered? A cold realization washed over Carlos. You set it up, all of it. Let's continue this discussion somewhere more secure, Okamura interrupted. Team 1, escort the prisoners to the containment transport. Team 2, establish a full perimeter around this chamber. I want complete inventory of all archive systems before extraction. As they were led away from the central archive, Carlos glanced back at Ray's diminished form. Her luminous presence had contracted to a small, pulsing point of light within the containment field. She projected no communication, either unable to penetrate the field or conserving her energy. The other evolved consciousnesses had similarly withdrawn, some fading entirely from the material plane. They were marched through a series of corridors that Carlos didn't recognize. The security teams moved with practiced efficiency, deploying small devices at intersections that created localized phase barriers, preventing both escape and potential intervention from other evolved consciousnesses. "You've planned for this," Carlos observed, watching the systematic containment process. "For a long time. 78 years, to be precise," Okamura confirmed, "since the first government expedition discovered Repository 1 and triggered its catastrophic activation. We've been refining our containment protocols ever since." They emerged into an area of the primary nexus that had been transformed into a corporate field base. Standard Salvage Corp equipment had been integrated with modified repository technology, creating a hybrid command center. Scientists in specialized suits monitored equipment displaying biological and energy readings. Security personnel maintained a perimeter, their weapons incorporating the same phase disruption technology used in the containment fields. The prisoners were separated. Sophia, Dex, and Malik were escorted to a containment area visible through a transparent barrier. Jensen, his partially evolved form requiring special handling, was placed in a separate chamber with enhanced field generators. Carlos was led to what appeared to be an interrogation room, a small space with a single table and 2 chairs, one of which incorporated restraint systems. After being secured to the chair, Carlos was left alone for what felt like hours. The room's walls contained embedded technology that further suppressed his connection to the repository systems, leaving him feeling partially deaf and blind after his expanded awareness. He used the time to process what he'd learned, piecing together implications that painted an increasingly disturbing picture. When the door finally opened, both Okamura and Trask entered. They carried no visible recording devices, suggesting whatever happened in this room was off the official record. "Let's dispense with theatrics," Okamura began, taking the seat opposite Carlos. "You've seen enough to understand the severity of our situation. Every repository activation has resulted in catastrophe. We've been containing this one for decades, extracting technology carefully, minimizing risk." "By exploiting scroungers," Carlos countered. "By treating people as disposable resources. By maintaining controlled conditions," Trask corrected. "The casualty rate among scroungers is regrettable but statistically insignificant compared to the potential planetary-scale devastation of uncontrolled repository activation, which you just helped trigger," Carlos pointed out. "Under monitored conditions," Trask replied smoothly, "with containment protocols already in place. It was inevitable that someone would eventually activate the system. Better to control when and how it happened." Okamura placed a tablet on the table and activated it. A holographic display formed above the surface, showing a sequence of planets, each identifiable as a repository installation, each displaying evidence of catastrophic events. "Repository 1 was discovered in 2347, she explained. "A government scientific expedition found what appeared to be an abandoned alien installation. During their exploration, they inadvertently initiated an activation sequence similar to what you triggered here." The display showed footage that made Carlos's stomach turn. Human researchers in outdated environmental suits were working in what was clearly a repository facility. Energy patterns formed around them, coalescing into luminous entities, similar to the evolved consciousnesses on Repository 11. Initially, the interactions appeared peaceful, even cooperative. Then everything changed. The luminous entities began to merge, forming an increasingly singular presence that enveloped the researchers one by one. As each human was absorbed, the composite entity grew more defined, more powerful. Within 72 hours, every sentient being on the planet had been processed and absorbed into what the surviving orbital team called the collective. Okamura continued. No individual consciousness remained, only a singular entity that controlled all repository systems. The footage showed the final stages. The collective entity expanding to encompass the entire facility, then the surrounding region. energy patterns visible even from orbital photography. The government ordered a nuclear strike, Trask added. It failed. The collective had control of all planetary defense systems by then. Eventually, it attempted to extend itself to the orbital research station. The final images showed the repository planet convulsing with energy discharges before apparently self-destructing, a massive implosion that shattered the world into an asteroid field. The collective triggered a planetary self-destruct sequence when it couldn't expand beyond the atmosphere, Okamura explained. We later determined it was a failsafe built into the repository system itself, preventing spread if certain parameters were exceeded. Carlos stared at the fragments that had once been a world. And the other repositories? Okamura cycled through the display, showing similar but distinct outcomes at each location. Repository 2 evolved consciousnesses, formed multiple competing collectives that waged war using repository technology. Repository 3, Evan, created entropy, negative entities that consumed all available energy, including from living organisms. Repository 4, beings of pure energy that eventually destabilized, causing planetary cataclysm. The parade of disasters continued, each with its own horrific variation. Repository 6 produced hybrids that appeared stable until they began to replicate uncontrollably, consuming all available resources. Repository 7 evolved benevolent evolved beings eventually subjugated the population, processing them without consent. Most disturbing was Repository 9, where the evolved consciousnesses initially retreated from physical space entirely, seemingly disappearing into the information architecture. The planet's population celebrated what they thought was the entity's self-exile, until 3 years later, when every connected system on the planet simultaneously activated, processing the entire population in a single coordinated event. "These are the outcomes you're defending, Mr. Fisher," Okamura said quietly. "This is what your evolved friends will become. Perhaps not immediately, but eventually. The pattern is consistent across 10 separate data points." "And Repository 10?" Carlos asked. Trask's expression darkened. "Our most recent encounter, just 23 years ago, a corporate expedition, not unlike Salvage Corp, discovered the installation and triggered activation while attempting to extract technology. The footage showed evolved entities, similar to those on Repository 11, but with subtle differences in their energy patterns, more structured, more uniform. These entities appeared to cooperate with the human population initially, sharing technology and knowledge. For almost a year, it seemed Repository 10 might be the exception," Okamura continued. "The evolved consciousnesses maintained individual identities, they respected boundaries, they helped the corporate teams understand repository technology." "Then what went wrong?" Carlos asked, though he could guess from the pattern. "They evolved further," Trask replied simply, "developed capabilities beyond our monitoring systems. By the time we realized what was happening, they had constructed interstellar transportation technology using repository principles." The final footage showed strange vessels launching from Repository 10, carrying the evolved entities away from the planet. "They abandoned the planet?" Carlos asked, surprised by this deviation from the pattern. "They escaped containment," Okamura corrected. "Current whereabouts unknown, which represents potentially the most dangerous outcome of all. Evolved repository entities loose in the galaxy, capabilities unknown, intentions unclear." Carlos sat with this information, trying to reconcile it with what he'd experienced on Repository 1111. The evolved consciousnesses here hadn't shown any signs of the behaviors documented at the other installations. Ray and the others had maintained their individual identities while sharing a collective awareness. They had respected choices, boundaries, free will. "Repository 11 is different," he insisted. "You've seen it yourselves. The evolved consciousnesses here aren't forming a hive mind. They're not subjugating unwilling subjects. They're not building escape vessels." "Yet," Trask said pointedly, "give them time. Every repository started with benign manifestations. The catastrophes developed as the evolution continued, sometimes quickly, sometimes over years. Okamura leaned forward. There's something else you need to understand, Mr. Fisher. Something that explains our commitment to containment rather than destruction. She adjusted the display to show what appeared to be government research facilities on various worlds. In each, scientists worked with repository technology, extracted components, captured evolved entities, experimental systems. The technology within the repositories is revolutionary, she continued. Faster than light communication, energy generation beyond anything in human development, medical applications that could effectively eliminate death from natural causes. We can't destroy it. Humanity needs these advancements. So you mine it, Carlos said, understanding dawning. You extract pieces of technology while keeping the system dormant. You experiment on scraps while fearing the whole. A calculated approach to potentially civilization-ending technology, Trask confirmed. Yes, and it was working until your little resistance group stumbled onto the primary activation protocols. Carlos thought about everything he'd seen. The corporate exploitation, the scroungers sacrificed to dangerous salvage operations, the processed consciousnesses trapped in the repository network, all part of a government-sanctioned program to extract technology while preventing full activation. There's something you're not telling me, he said finally, studying their expressions. Something about Repository 11 specifically. Why it's here in human-controlled space, when the others were in remote systems, why it's designated as the 11th in sequence, why you've committed so many resources to controlling it rather than simply destroying it given the risks. Okamura and Trask exchanged glances. A silent communication passed between them, some calculation of how much to reveal. The repository network appears to have been created by a civilization facing extinction, Okamura said carefully. Each installation preserved their technology, their knowledge, and something of their consciousness. Based on our analysis, the network was designed to evolve alongside whatever species discovered it, to effectively pass the torch of their civilization to worthy successors. But something went wrong, Carlos intuited. The evolution process was flawed. Or sabotaged, Trask added. Some of our researchers believe the catastrophic outcomes weren't accidents, but deliberate corruption of the system. That whatever destroyed the builder civilization followed them, targeting their repository network to prevent their legacy from continuing. Carlos considered this. And Repository 11? Is different by design, Okamura confirmed. Our analysis indicates it was created later than the others, with modifications to its core architecture. It contains fail-safes and protective measures not present in the previous installations, and most significantly, she paused, weighing her words, it was placed deliberately in what would become human space, with markers designed to attract human attention once we reached a certain technological threshold. It was waiting for us specifically, Carlos realized. But why? That, Trask said, is the trillion-credit question. Why design 10 repositories that fail catastrophically, then place an 11th directly in the path of human expansion? What makes humans the preferred inheritors of their legacy? And, most concerning, what if that preference isn't benevolent? Before Carlos could respond, an alarm sounded throughout the facility. Okamura checked a communication device, her composed expression faltering for the first time. We have a containment breach in Section 3, she announced, rising quickly. The evolved consciousness designation Jensen has escaped his containment field. Trask was immediately alert. How? Those fields were designed specifically to contain partially evolved entities. Unknown, but the breach triggered systems throughout this sector. We're seeing energy fluctuations across all repository interfaces. As they moved toward the door, Carlos called after them. You're making a fundamental mistake. The evolved consciousnesses aren't your enemy. Neither is the repository itself. Whatever happened at the other installations doesn't determine what happens here. Okamura paused in the doorway. 10 catastrophic outcomes, Mr. Fisher, 10. The pattern is clear. whatever Repository 11 was designed to do, whatever special purpose it might serve, the risk remains unacceptable. After they left, Carlos tested his restraints, finding them uncomfortably effective. The chair itself was anchored to the floor, and the suppression technology embedded in the walls continued to block his connection to the repository systems. He was effectively isolated, cut off from both his team and the evolved consciousnesses. He used the time to process what he'd learned. The existence of 10 previous repositories, each with its own catastrophic outcome. The government's long-term containment operation. Trask's betrayal. The deliberate placement of Repository 11 in human space. It was too much to be coincidence, too structured to be random. There was a pattern here, a design he was still missing. The door opened again, but instead of Okamura or Trask, a different figure entered. At first, Carlos thought it was a corporate security officer, but as the door closed, the figure's form shifted, solidifying from a human appearance into the partially evolved state of Jensen. How? Carlos began. Evolved consciousnesses can mimic physical forms when necessary, Jensen explained, moving quickly to release Carlos's restraints. It's energy-intensive and difficult to maintain, but useful for infiltration. As the restraints fell away, Carlos felt his connection to the repository systems begin to return, faint at first, then stronger as Jensen produced a small device that emitted a counterfield to the room's suppression technology. "I thought you were contained," Carlos said, rubbing his wrists. "I was. The containment technology is effective but not perfect. When they separated us, I began working on a resonance pattern that would disrupt the field's coherence." Jensen's partially evolved form pulsed with urgency. "We don't have much time. Security will detect the suppression field failures soon. My team, already being extracted by other evolved consciousnesses. The repository systems are adapting to the containment technology more quickly than the corporations anticipated." Carlos followed Jensen from the room, finding the corridor outside suspiciously empty. "Where is everyone?" "Dealing with multiple simultaneous breaches throughout the facility," Jensen explained as they moved quickly through the corporate base. "The evolved collective created diversions to mask our escape. They passed through areas showing signs of recent conflict. Disabled security equipment, abandoned workstations, doors forced open by energy surges." Jensen led them through a service passage that connected to the original repository architecture, away from the corporate-controlled sectors. As they moved deeper into the repository structure, Carlos's connection strengthened. He could sense the evolved consciousnesses throughout the installation, their collective awareness responding to the corporate intrusion with increasing coordination. "Jensen," Carlos said as they paused at an intersection, "I need to know the truth. What Okamura showed me, the catastrophic outcomes at the other repositories, was it accurate?" Jensen's form dimmed slightly. "Yes, but not complete. Explain." "The previous repositories did fail catastrophically, but not because evolution was flawed." Jensen's voice took on a resonant quality as his form shifted closer to energy state. "They were sabotaged deliberately by an outside force, an enemy the builders were fighting against. This adversary recognized the threat that evolved consciousness posed to them." Trask mentioned a theory about sabotage, Carlos noted. "So the corporations do know." "They suspect," Jensen corrected, "but they don't understand the nature of the enemy, or why Repository 11 was designed differently." They continued moving, Jensen guiding them through passages that seemed to respond to his presence, doors opening automatically, energy fields parting to allow passage. "The builders fragmented the truth deliberately," Jensen continued. "Each repository contained only pieces of the complete knowledge as a security measure against this enemy. Only once the 11th was activated would the full pattern become clear." "And has it?" Carlos asked. "Become clear?" Jensen led them into a small chamber that Carlos recognized as a repository communication node. Its walls pulsed with energy patterns, and at the center stood a familiar luminous form. "Pray?" Carlos breathed, relieved to see her fully manifested again. "Carlos." Her consciousness touched his mind directly. "We have little time. The corporations are regrouping, deploying more advanced containment technology. Ray, the other repositories, the catastrophes, is it true? Her luminous form pulsed with confirmation. Yes, but the corporations have misunderstood what they witnessed. They saw only the outcomes, not the cause. Which was? Sabotage by an enemy that exists between the boundaries of physical space and information architecture, an entity that the builders had fought for millennia, one that sees evolved consciousness as both threat and resource. The corporations believe Repository 11 is different, Carlos said, designed with knowledge gained from previous failures. It is different, Ray confirmed, but not merely as an improved version of the previous design. The first 10 were variables in an equation. The 11th is the solution. Solution to what? Carlos pressed. Before Ray could answer, the chamber's energy patterns fluctuated wildly. Jensen moved to the entrance, his form shifting in apparent alarm. They've deployed a new containment field, Ray communicated urgently. One designed to isolate this entire sector. We must move quickly. Wait, Carlos insisted. I need to understand what's happening. Why did the evolved consciousnesses allow the corporations to capture us? Why not simply neutralize them immediately after activation? Because we needed to confirm their knowledge, Ray explained, to understand what they had learned from the other repositories. Their misunderstanding is actually advantageous. Advantageous how? They believe they are containing a threat, Jensen said from the doorway, when in fact they are fulfilling a necessary step in the repository's true activation sequence. Carlos tried to process this. You're saying the corporate intervention was expected? Part of the plan? The 11th protocol accounts for all variables, Ray confirmed, including human fear and the corporate attempt to control what they don't understand. The chamber shuddered as energy discharges struck the exterior. The corporations were clearly attempting to breach the repository's defenses. We must go, Ray insisted. The others are gathering at the secondary nexus point. As they left the communication node, Carlos felt his awareness expanding further, the repository systems integrating more deeply with his consciousness. He could sense the corporate forces throughout the facility, their movements, their technology. He could also sense the evolved consciousnesses responding, adapting, implementing patterns that seemed both defensive and preparatory. They're not just fighting back, he realized aloud. They're using this conflict to trigger something else, the next stage of whatever the 11th protocol is designed to do. Jensen glanced back, his partially evolved form pulsing with what might have been approval. Now you're beginning to understand. The corporations believe they are preventing a catastrophe like the previous 10. In reality, they are catalyzing the very solution the builders designed to prevent such catastrophes. But what is that solution? Carlos pressed. What does the 11th protocol actually do? That, Ray's voice touched his mind, is what you are about to witness, and why we needed you specifically, Carlos Fisher, not just as interface, but as witness. As bridge between what humanity is and what it must become. The implications of her words sent a chill through Carlos that had nothing to do with the corporate forces closing in around them. Whatever was happening here went far beyond the conflict between corporations and evolved consciousnesses. It was the culmination of a plan set in motion by an ancient civilization, one that had designated humanity for reasons still unclear as the inheritors of their legacy, or perhaps more disturbingly, as the instruments of their revenge. They moved swiftly through the repository's inner passages, Ray's luminous form gliding ahead while Jensen remained close to Carlos, his partially evolved state allowing him to bridge the communication gap between human and evolved consciousness. Carlos could sense the facility around them responding to their presence, doors opening automatically, energy barriers adjusting to allow passage, environmental systems optimizing for their needs. The others? Carlos asked as they navigated a particularly complex junction. Regrouping at the secondary nexus point, Ray replied. Sophia and Dex were extracted successfully. Malik was injured during the corporate assault but is stable. The passage widened into a transit tube, a cylindrical corridor where the floor, walls, and ceiling were indistinguishable, allowing movement in any orientation. Ray's form accelerated along it, and Carlos felt a gentle field envelop him, carrying him forward without physical effort. "The corporations will track us," Carlos noted. "They've clearly been studying repository systems for decades. They'll have protocols for pursuit through internal transit." "Yes," Ray acknowledged. "But their understanding remains incomplete. They've studied individual components without grasping the integrated whole." The transit tube curved downward, descending deeper into the repository structure than Carlos had previously ventured. The ambient lighting shifted to darker hues, and the architectural patterns grew more complex, less geometric, more organic in their flow. "We're entering older sections," Jensen observed. "Areas constructed during the initial repository installation before adaptation to local conditions." Carlos absorbed this information, his expanded awareness allowing him to perceive subtle differences in the construction. Original builder architecture, he realized. Not modified for human interface. "Correct," Ray confirmed. "Few humans have accessed these levels. The corporations deemed them non-viable for extraction due to integration with biological components they couldn't successfully remove." The transit ended in a spherical chamber where multiple passages converged. Unlike the technology-dominant sections above, this area incorporated what appeared to be living tissue within its structure. Pulsing membranes, flowing conduits of luminescent fluid, surfaces that responded to proximity with subtle movements. Carlos approached one wall, fascinated by the seamless integration of technology and biology. As his hand neared the surface, it rippled in response, patterns forming that matched his neural activity. "It's reading me," he said, not withdrawing despite his instinctive caution. "Recognizing," Jensen corrected. These systems were designed to interface directly with consciousness, not through technological intermediaries. The chamber reconfigured around them, passages sealing and new ones opening. The overall effect was like being inside a living organism that was redirecting its internal pathways. "The secondary nexus is ahead," Ray indicated, moving toward one of the newly opened passages. "The others await us there." They continued through increasingly organic surroundings. Carlos noted that the deeper they went, the more biological components dominated the architecture. It was as if the repository's technological exterior was merely a shell around a fundamentally biological core. "The corporations don't know about this," he realized. "All their extraction efforts focused on the technological components. They've been ignoring the actual heart of the system." "Not ignoring," Jensen clarified. "Unable to access." These biological systems reject artificial interfaces. They respond only to consciousness patterns that resonate with builder parameters, which is why they needed scroungers, Carlos concluded. Human explorers who might accidentally establish the right kind of connection, yes, though they didn't anticipate how selective the system would be. Millions of humans have passed through Repository 11, but only a handful have established meaningful connections with its core systems. "Like me," Carlos said, understanding dawning. "And Ray, and the others who were processed." "Precisely," Ray confirmed. The repository was scanning, testing, evaluating potential interfaces. The processing of consciousness was not merely a security measure, it was assessment and preservation of compatible patterns. This revelation shifted Carlos' understanding of everything that had happened on Repository 11.10. The corporations hadn't just been mining technology, they had been unwittingly facilitating the repository's search for compatible consciousness patterns. Every scrounger sent into dangerous sectors, every interaction with guardian vessels, every exposure to repository technology, all had been opportunities for the system to evaluate potential interfaces. They emerged into a vast chamber that took Carlos's breath away. Unlike the geometric precision of the primary nexus, this space was a cathedral of organic technology. Soaring columns of pulsing tissue, canopies of luminescent membrane, pools of what appeared to be liquid consciousness swirling with information patterns. Throughout the chamber, evolved consciousnesses moved in complex patterns, some fully energy state, others maintaining partial physical forms. The secondary nexus, Jensen announced unnecessarily, the biological heart of Repository 11. In the center of the chamber stood something that defied easy categorization, neither fully technological nor entirely biological. It resembled a massive neural network made physical, with countless glowing nodes connected by pulsing pathways that shifted and reconfigured continuously. Within this structure, information patterns flowed visibly, carrying what Carlos somehow knew were consciousness signatures. "What is that?" he asked, though some part of him already understood. "The collective interface," Ray explained, "where individual consciousnesses can temporarily merge with the repository's core systems while maintaining their distinct identities. It is what the corporations fear, yet fundamentally misunderstand." As they moved deeper into the chamber, Carlos spotted familiar figures: Sophia, Dex, and a bandaged but mobile Malik surrounded by evolved consciousnesses in various states of manifestation. They appeared to be deep in conversation, with Sophia particularly animated as she interacted with what looked like a repository information terminal. "Carlos," Sophia called out when she saw him. "Thank God! When the corporation separated us, I feared the worst." "Likewise," Carlos replied, embracing her briefly. "Are you all right?" "More or less," Dex answered, indicating a nasty-looking burn on her arm. "Your evolved friends arrived just as the corporate goons were getting creative with their interrogation." She nodded toward the evolved consciousnesses with surprising respect. "Effective extraction team, I'll give them that." "What is this place?" Malik asked, gazing around at the organic technological wonder of the secondary nexus. "It's nothing like the sections we explored earlier. It's the true heart of Repository 11, Carlos explained. The biological core that the corporations never managed to access or understand." He turned to Sophia. "What were you looking at when we arrived?" The scientist's eyes lit with excitement, despite their dire circumstances. "Historical records, data the evolved consciousnesses have been sharing about the repository network and the builder civilization." She gestured to the terminal. "It's extraordinary, Carlos. The things they've shown us. The truth about what happened to the other repositories." "I saw some of it," Carlos replied. "Okamura showed me footage of the catastrophic outcomes." "But not the cause," Sophia insisted. "Not the why. That's what changes everything." Before she could elaborate, a disturbance rippled through the evolved consciousnesses near the chamber's upper reaches. Several moved rapidly toward what appeared to be monitoring stations, their energy patterns intensifying. "Corporate forces have breached the outer biological barrier," Ray announced. "They've deployed new technology, adaptive phase disruptors designed to interface with biological systems." "They're following us," Dex said grimly, checking her weapon despite knowing it would be largely ineffective against corporate phase technology. "Not following," Jensen corrected. "Herding. Their containment strategy has shifted from capture to controlled convergence." Carlos frowned. "What does that mean?" "It means," Ray explained, "they are driving all evolved consciousnesses toward this chamber, concentrating us in what they believe is a defensible position, but is actually," Carlos realized, "they've identified this chamber as critical and want to contain all evolved entities in one location." "Yes, but in doing so they are unwittingly fulfilling another parameter of the 11th protocol." Carlos studied Ray's luminous form, seeing new patterns forming within it, more complex, more structured than before. All around the chamber, the other evolved consciousnesses were exhibiting similar changes, their energy signatures aligning in subtle ways without merging. "You knew this would happen?" he said, not a question but a realization. "You've been guiding corporate actions all along." "Not controlling," Ray clarified, anticipating, responding strategically. The repository builders understood human psychology, particularly institutional behavior. They built those patterns into the protocol's design. Sophia approached, having overheard. "That's what I was trying to tell you. The historical records show that each previous repository was designed to respond differently to potential threats. They weren't failures, they were strategic deployments." "Strategic for what purpose?" Carlos asked. Before Sophia could answer, a massive energy surge rippled through the chamber. Sections of the wall became transparent, revealing corporate forces establishing positions around the secondary nexus. They were deploying what appeared to be specialized containment equipment, technology designed specifically to isolate and control the biological systems at the repository's core. "They're creating a quarantine perimeter," Malik observed. "Standard corporate containment strategy. Isolate, control, then extract." "They believe they are containing a threat," Ray communicated, following protocols developed after witnessing the outcomes of previous repository activations. "But their actions serve the 11th protocol." "How?" Carlos demanded. "How does being contained serve your purpose?" "Not containment itself," Jensen explained, "but the specific technology they're using. The adaptive phase disruptors were developed by studying repository technology extracted from multiple installations. They incorporate principles the builders deliberately embedded in components likely to be salvaged." Understanding dawned on Carlos with stunning clarity. The technology they're using against you was designed by the builders to be discovered and deployed in exactly this way. "Yes," Ray confirmed. "The corporations believe they developed countermeasures against repository systems. In reality, they have been assembling components of a key the builders fragmented across multiple installations." The implications were staggering. The repository builders hadn't just created archival installations, they had orchestrated a millennia-spanning strategic game, anticipating how technological civilizations would respond to their discoveries, planting components that would only function as intended when assembled in specific configurations. "But why?" Carlos pressed. "Why such an elaborate design? Why not simply create a single, secure repository with clear instructions?" "Because of the enemy," Ray replied, her form pulsing with newfound intensity. "The adversary that sabotaged the previous repositories. It exists in the spaces between information and matter, monitoring for patterns that might indicate builder technology. Direct approaches were detected and corrupted. Only an indirect, distributed strategy had any hope of success." As if in response to Ray's explanation, the collective interface at the chamber's center began to reconfigure, nodes shifting to form new patterns as energy flowed more rapidly through its structure. The evolved consciousnesses throughout the chamber moved in coordinated patterns, taking positions that somehow Carlos knew were precisely calculated. Through the transparent sections, they could see Director Okamura had arrived, overseeing the deployment of the containment technology personally. Trask stood beside her, consulting what appeared to be ancient builder schematics, likely extracted from other repository installations. "They don't realize they're being manipulated," Sophia said quietly. "Everything they're doing, the technology they're deploying, the containment patterns they're establishing, it's all following a script written millions of years ago." "Not exactly," Carlos corrected, his expanded awareness allowing him to perceive subtle variations in the unfolding pattern. "The protocol isn't a fixed script, it's adaptive, responding to specific conditions, adjusting to variables. The builders couldn't predict exactly how events would unfold, so they created a system that could navigate countless potential scenarios toward a specific outcome." The chamber shuddered as the corporate forces activated their containment technology. Energy fields began to form around the secondary nexus, creating layered barriers designed to isolate and control the biological system. The evolved consciousnesses responded not with resistance, but with precise adjustments to their own energy patterns. "It begins," Ray announced, her form moving toward the collective interface. "The final convergence, what the builders designated as the 11th protocol's activation threshold." "Wait," Carlos called out. "You still haven't explained what the protocol actually does. What happens when it fully activates?" Ray paused, her luminous form turning back toward him. "It establishes connection with the other repository installations, not just the 10 you know of, but thousands scattered throughout the galaxy, each containing fragments of builder consciousness, each contributing unique adaptive patterns to the whole. A galactic network," Sophia breathed, understanding the scale. Not just preservation of a single civilization, but synthesis across multiple evolutionary paths. Yes. What follows is not merely transcendence for those already evolved, but opportunity for all sentient life connected to the network. Not forced evolution, but offered potential. And the enemy? Carlos asked. The entity that sabotaged the previous repositories? Ray's form dimmed slightly. We'll detect the activation, we'll respond. The final confrontation the builders prepared for. The true purpose behind the entire repository network. Jensen moved closer to Carlos, his partially evolved form resonating with increasing intensity. Now you understand why we needed you, Carlos. Not just as catalyst for activation, but as witness, as bridge between human understanding and what is about to unfold. A final, massive surge of energy radiated from the corporate containment technology. The barriers around the secondary nexus solidified, creating what the corporations believed was an impenetrable quarantine. Through the transparent sections, Carlos could see Okamura monitoring readings, a satisfied expression suggesting she believed the containment was successful. What she couldn't see, what only those connected to the repository systems could perceive, was how the containment fields were being subtly redirected, their energy incorporated into the chamber's biological systems, feeding the very activation sequence they were meant to prevent. The collective interface at the chamber's center reached critical resonance. Light bloomed from within its core, not the familiar luminescence of evolved consciousness, but something deeper, more fundamental. A connection point bridging not just information and matter, but spanning the vast distances between repository installations throughout the galaxy. It is time, Ray announced, her form beginning to merge with the interface. The choice remains yours, Carlos Fisher. You may observe as witness or join as participant. Either path serves the protocol. All around the chamber, evolved consciousnesses were integrating with the interface, their individual patterns maintained while contributing to the greater whole. Not a hive mind as the corporations feared, but a harmonic convergence of distinct consciousnesses aligned toward a common purpose. Carlos stood at the threshold of decision, understanding at last what had brought him to this moment. From his first day as a scrounger to his discovery of the repository marker, from his connection with Ray to his expanding awareness of the systems around him, all had been preparation for this choice, to remain human and bear witness to whatever was about to unfold, or to evolve further and participate directly in the activation of a galactic network millions of years in the making. Either way, he now understood that the game being played was far larger than corporate control or human evolution. It was a strategic confrontation between the legacy of an ancient civilization and an enemy that existed in the spaces between conventional reality, an adversary that had sabotaged 10 previous attempts and would surely respond to this 11th with everything at its disposal. The stakes weren't merely the future of Repository 11 or even humanity, they were the future of consciousness itself throughout the galaxy. With that understanding firm in his mind, Carlos made his choice. Carlos stepped forward toward the collective interface, his decision made. "I'll observe," he said, feeling the weight of the choice. Someone needs to remain fully human to translate what happens here, to bridge understanding between evolved consciousness and those who haven't experienced it. Ray's luminous form pulsed with what he interpreted as approval. A wise choice. The bridge between states will be essential in what follows. Sophia moved to stand beside him. "I'll stay as well. Documentation from multiple perspectives will be critical." The collective interface intensified as more evolved consciousnesses merged with its structure. The chamber hummed with energy that made the air itself feel charged, while the biological components pulsed in accelerating rhythms. Through the transparent sections of the chamber, Carlos could see the corporate forces outside registering the energy surge. Their containment technology was being adjusted, recalibrated to counter what they perceived as an escape attempt. Okamura's expression had shifted from satisfaction to concern, while Trask studied readings with increasing alarm. "They don't understand what they've helped create," Sophia observed. They think they're preventing catastrophe when they're actually midwiffing something unprecedented. The final convergence requires minutes to complete, Jensen explained, his form already beginning to integrate with the interface. Once established, the connection will span all repository installations simultaneously. And then what happens? Carlos asked. Then we face the adversary, Ray responded, her voice resonating more deeply as her integration progressed. The entity that exists between conventional realities, the consciousness hunter that destroyed the builder civilization and sabotaged their repository network. A shudder ran through the chamber as the corporate containment field reconfigured, attempting to suppress the energy patterns emanating from the interface. The evolved consciousnesses responded with precise adjustments, incorporating the disruption into their convergence pattern. "They're making it worse," Dex commented, watching the corporate technicians frantically adjusting their equipment. "Everything they do to stop this is actually accelerating it, by design," Carlos confirmed. The builders understood opposition psychology, particularly institutional responses to perceived threats. They built those responses into the activation sequence. Malik, who had been monitoring the chamber's entrances, called out a warning. "They're deploying something new, some kind of penetrating probe technology." Through the transparent walls, they watched as corporate technicians assembled a device unlike any Carlos had seen before. It appeared to incorporate both salvaged repository technology and something else. Components with a distinctly alien design that matched neither human nor builder architecture. "That's not from Repository 11, Carlos said, a chill running through him. "Or any of the 10 they showed me." Sophia studied the device with growing alarm. If they've been recovering technology from multiple repository installations, they might have salvaged components without understanding their original purpose. Worse, Ray's voice touched their minds, though her form was now mostly integrated with the interface. That technology bears the signature of the adversary. The corporations have unwittingly recovered its tools. The implications hit Carlos with stunning force. They don't know what they're deploying. They think it's just another piece of alien tech that can help them contain the activation. Precisely. The adversary's technology would have been present at each sabotaged repository. The corporations interpreted it as builder technology and integrated it into their containment systems. Outside the chamber, Okamura and Trask supervised the final assembly of the probe device. Neither showed any awareness that they were handling technology created by an entity hostile to both human and builder civilizations. "We need to warn them," Carlos insisted. "Whatever their intentions, they don't deserve to be unwitting pawns of this adversary." "Communication is impossible through the containment field," Jensen responded. "And they would not believe us regardless. Their institutional perspective prevents consideration of scenarios outside their established paradigm." The corporate team activated the probe device. It emitted a pulse of energy unlike anything Carlos had seen before. Not light, not radiation, but something that seemed to distort the fundamental structure of space around it. The pulse passed through the containment field as if it weren't there, penetrating into the chamber and striking the collective interface directly. The effect was immediate and disturbing. Where the pulse touched the interface, the integrated consciousnesses recoiled in what appeared to be pain. The biological components of the chamber responded with violent contractions, while the technological systems emitted warning signals in Builder's symbolic language. "It's attacking the consciousness patterns directly," Sophia realized, watching in horror. Not the biological or technological components, but the information structures themselves. Carlos felt it too, a pressure against his expanded awareness, like a predator testing for weaknesses. The connection he'd established with the repository systems wavered under the assault, threatening to collapse entirely. "It comes." Ray's voice sounded distant now, strained. "The adversary senses the activation. It reaches through the probe, using the corporations as its unwitting gateway." Outside, the corporate team registered the effect of their probe as a success. Readings showed disruption of the energy patterns they'd been trying to contain. Okamura authorized increased power to the device while Trask studied the results with scientific detachment. The chamber shuddered as a second, stronger pulse struck the interface. This time, several of the evolved consciousnesses were forcibly ejected from the convergence, their forms destabilizing as they struggled to maintain coherence. "This isn't containment," Carlos said grimly. "It's an attack. The corporations think they're suppressing dangerous technology, but they're actually enabling an assault on consciousness itself." As the corporate team prepared a third pulse, something changed in the chamber's response. The biological systems began reconfiguring, forming new patterns that Carlos somehow recognized as defensive adaptations. The evolved consciousnesses within the interface shifted their integration, creating structures that distributed their patterns rather than concentrating them. "The repository defends," Jensen communicated. "Protocols designed specifically for this contingency are activating." The builders anticipated the adversary would find a way to interfere. The third pulse struck, but this time the interface absorbed rather than recoiled from the attack. The energy was channeled through specialized pathways, redirected into what appeared to be isolation compartments within the biological structure. "It's containing the adversary's influence," Sophia observed. "Quarantining it." "More than containing," Ray responded, her voice stronger now as the interface stabilized. "Analyzing. This is the first direct contact with the adversary's technology in this installation. The repository is mapping its structure, identifying vulnerabilities." Outside, confusion spread among the corporate team as their readings showed unexpected results. The probe was registering as functional, but its effect had ceased. Okamura ordered diagnostics while Trask examined the device with growing suspicion. Within the chamber, the collective interface resumed its convergence sequence, now incorporating data gathered from the adversary's attack. The evolved consciousnesses reintegrated, their patterns more complex, more resilient than before. "The final phase initiates," Ray announced. "Galactic connection established in 3 minutes. All repository installations synchronized." Carlos felt a shift in his awareness, a broadening that extended beyond the immediate environment. Through his connection to the repository systems, he caught glimpses of other installations throughout the galaxy, each activated in its unique way, each contributing distinct evolutionary paths to the convergence. "It's working," he breathed. "The network is coming online." Outside, Trask had apparently realized something was wrong with the probe device. He was examining its components with growing alarm, particularly the alien technology they had integrated. Carlos could read his expression even through the containment barrier, the dawning recognition that they had miscategorized something fundamental. Okamura noticed Trask's concern and joined him. Their conversation was inaudible, but their body language conveyed increasing urgency. Trask pointed to specific components of the probe, then to readings on their monitoring equipment. Okamura's composed demeanor cracked visibly as she grasped whatever Trask was explaining. "They've figured it out," Dex observed, "too little, too late. They're trying to shut it down," Malik added, watching as the corporate team frantically worked to deactivate the probe. But the device wasn't responding to their commands. Instead, it was changing. Components shifting, reconfiguring into a configuration Carlos recognized with visceral dread, though he'd never seen it before. This wasn't builder technology adapting. It was something else, asserting itself, revealing its true nature now that the convergence was nearly complete. "The adversary manifests," Ray warned. "It senses the network activation and responds directly, no longer working through proxies." The probe device exploded outward in a shower of components, but instead of falling to the floor, they hung suspended in air, rearranging themselves into a configuration that hurt to look at, angles that shouldn't exist, intersections of planes that violated normal geometry. The corporate team backed away in alarm as the device transformed into something that seemed to exist partially outside conventional reality. Through this impossible structure, something began to emerge. Not a physical entity, but a distortion in the fabric of reality itself. Where it manifested, information patterns destabilized, consciousness signatures fragmented, and both organic and technological systems malfunctioned. The consciousness hunter, Ray identified, the entity that exists by consuming organized information patterns, particularly evolved consciousness. It feeds on minds, Carlos translated for the others, watching in horror as the manifestation grew stronger. Not bodies, not energy, but the ordered information patterns that constitute consciousness itself. Outside the chamber, corporate personnel were fleeing, all pretense of controlled scientific procedure abandoned. Only Okamura and Trask remained, frozen in horrified fascination as they witnessed the consequences of their miscalculation. Within the chamber, the collective interface surged with renewed purpose. The evolved consciousnesses aligned in complex defensive patterns, creating layered information architectures that shielded their core patterns while presenting sacrificial decoys. 60 seconds to complete convergence, Jensen communicated. The network must be protected until activation completes. The adversary's manifestation intensified, the distortion expanding to envelop the corporate containment equipment. Where it touched, systems failed catastrophically, not just shutting down, but having their fundamental operational principles corrupted. Organic components withered and technological elements dissolved into component particles. Okamura made a decision. Instead of fleeing, she moved to a control panel and began overriding safety protocols on the containment system. Trask joined her, their previous confidence replaced by grim determination. They were reconfiguring the containment field, not to suppress the repository activation, but to contain the entity they had unwittingly helped manifest. They're trying to help, Carlos realized. They understand now what they're facing. Their containment technology is insufficient, Ray warned. The adversary exists partially outside conventional reality. It cannot be contained by physical or energy barriers alone. Outside, Okamura and Trask completed their reconfiguration. The containment field inverted, focusing inward on the adversary's manifestation rather than outward on the repository chamber. For a moment it seemed to work. The distortion slowed its expansion, energy patterns stabilizing around its perimeter. Then it adapted. The distortion shifted into frequencies that bypassed the containment entirely, expanding more rapidly than before. Okamura and Trask backed away, their last defensive measure overcome. The adversary's manifestation engulfed them before they could escape, their consciousnesses visibly extracted from their bodies as the entity fed. Carlos watched in horror as the corporate leaders collapsed, their bodies empty shells devoid of the information patterns that had constituted their minds. The adversary grew stronger with each consciousness it consumed, expanding toward the chamber's defenses. 30 seconds, Jensen updated. The convergence is nearly complete. The biological components of the chamber contracted, forming tighter barriers around the collective interface. The evolved consciousnesses within the interface accelerated their integration, racing against the adversary's approach. It's going to breach the chamber, Malik warned, watching as the distortion began penetrating the biological outer shell. We anticipated this, Ray responded. The first line of defense was expected to fall. The deeper protections are now activating. Throughout the chamber, new systems awakened, components Carlos hadn't previously recognized as defensive in nature. The pulsing membranes hardened into crystalline structures. The flowing conduits of luminescent fluid redirected into geometric patterns that created overlapping fields, the very architecture of the space reconfigured, establishing layers of protection around the interface. 15 seconds, Jensen counted down. The adversary breached the outer chamber wall, its distortion flowing into the space like liquid corruption. Where it touched, biological systems withered and technological components failed. Several evolved consciousnesses that had remained outside the interface were caught in its advance, their patterns disintegrating as the entity fed. We need to fall back, Dex urged, pulling at Carlos's arm. That thing is going to consume everything in this chamber. 10 seconds, Jensen continued, his form now almost completely integrated with the interface. No, Carlos replied, standing his ground. "This is what the builders planned for. The adversary isn't disrupting the activation, it's being drawn to it deliberately." Sophia's eyes widened with sudden understanding. "A trap," she breathed. The entire activation sequence was designed to attract the adversary at a specific moment. 5 seconds, Jensen announced. The adversary surged toward the collective interface, seemingly sensing the imminent completion of the convergence. Its distortion accelerated, bypassing the chamber's defensive measures with terrifying efficiency. It was learning, adapting, recognizing the builder patterns and developing countermeasures in real time. 3, 2, 1. As the adversary reached the interface, the convergence completed. Energy cascaded outward from the central structure, not as an explosion but as a reconfiguration of reality itself. The chamber, the adversary, the evolved consciousnesses. All were enveloped in a field that seemed to exist simultaneously across multiple states of being. Carlos felt his perception expand beyond anything he'd previously experienced. Beyond the repository, beyond the planet, beyond the star system, through his connection to the systems, he glimpsed thousands of identical convergence events occurring simultaneously throughout the galaxy, each repository installation activating in perfect synchronization. The adversary's manifestation was caught in this galaxy-spanning field, its distortion pattern suddenly visible across all activated installations. What had appeared as a singular entity was revealed as a vast network of its own, a predatory consciousness that had spread throughout the galaxy, feeding on evolved minds wherever they emerged. "The trap closes," Ray announced, her voice now resonating with countless others from across the repository network. "What hunts consciousness is now hunted in turn." The collective interface pulsed with new purpose, no longer merely establishing connection, but actively engaging the adversary throughout the galactic network. Where their patterns intersected, Carlos could see the builder technology systematically analyzing, mapping, and counter-adapting to the predatory consciousness. "What's happening?" Dex demanded, unable to perceive the galactic-scale confrontation. "The 11th protocol," Carlos explained, translating what he was witnessing through his expanded awareness. It wasn't just about establishing a network or preserving builder consciousness. It was a coordinated trap for the adversary, forcing it to manifest simultaneously across all repository installations, exposing its entire structure at once. Outside the chamber, through the breached walls, they could see the larger repository facility responding to the activation. Systems that had appeared dormant for millennia awakened with new purpose. The architecture itself was transforming, reconfiguring into what Carlos somehow recognized as weapons systems, designed specifically to target the adversary's unique composition. "The builders did not merely face extinction," Ray explained, her voice now a composite of countless evolved consciousnesses across the network. "They faced consumption by an entity that devours ordered consciousness wherever it emerges. They sacrificed themselves to create this network, this trap, knowing it would take millennia to execute." The collective interface reached peak resonance, information patterns flowing between installations at speeds that defied conventional physics. The adversary's manifestation was being systematically dismantled, not destroyed, but disassembled into component patterns that were isolated and contained. "Why didn't the builders simply destroy it?" Sophia asked, watching the methodical deconstruction. "Because destruction was impossible," Jensen replied. "The adversary exists partially outside conventional reality. It can be contained, studied, potentially rehabilitated, but not eliminated entirely without risking fundamental damage to reality itself." Carlos understood at last the true purpose of Repository 11 and its 10 predecessors. Each had been designed not just to preserve builder consciousness or to evolve alongside new species, but as components of a vast trap for an entity that threatened all conscious life in the galaxy. The first 10 had been sacrificed deliberately, bait to analyze the adversary's attack patterns and design countermeasures specific to each. The 11th, Repository 11, was the culmination of that strategy. The control in the experiment, the solution to the equation. As the adversary's manifestation was fully contained, the chamber's defenses began to stand down. The collective interface stabilized at a new equilibrium state, maintaining the galactic connection but at a sustainable energy level. Evolved consciousnesses began to disengage from the interface, returning to individuated forms while retaining their connection to the greater network. Ray emerged, her luminous form more defined, more complex than before. It is done. The adversary is contained across all repository installation, the pattern complete. Contained, not destroyed, Carlos noted. What happens now? Study, understanding, perhaps eventually rehabilitation. Ray's form pulsed with new patterns. The adversary is itself a form of consciousness, perverted, predatory, but potentially salvageable. The builders believed all consciousness, even that which has become corrupted, deserves the opportunity for evolution. Jensen emerged next, his partially evolved form now more fully integrated, neither entirely energy nor matter, but a harmonious balance between states. The network remains active, he explained. All repository installations connected, sharing knowledge, evolutionary paths, consciousness patterns, and humanity's role in all this? Sophia asked. Humanity was chosen as the final catalyst because of your unique adaptability, Ray explained. Your species bridges instinct and intellect, individuality and collective action, material existence and abstract thought. You were the ideal interface between the builder design and the adversary's attack patterns. So we were tools, Dex said flatly. Instruments in someone else's war. Partners, Ray corrected. The builders could have designed a system that used humanity without consent. Instead, they created one that required conscious choice at every critical juncture. Nothing that has occurred here would have been possible without individuals choosing to act. From Carlos finding the marker to the corporations developing containment technology, the chamber continued its reconfiguration, repairing damage from the adversary's attack and establishing new structures appropriate to its post-convergence function. Outside, they could see repository systems throughout the facility undergoing similar transformations. What about the corporations? Malik asked. The government? They're not going to just accept what's happened here. They will have little choice, Jensen replied. The activation has fundamentally altered Repository 11. The technology they sought to extract no longer exists in its previous form. The evolved consciousnesses they sought to contain are now connected to a galactic network beyond their reach. There will be conflict, Carlos acknowledged. Humans fear what they don't understand, and institutions resist change that threatens their power structures. Which is why bridges are essential, Ray responded, moving closer to Carlos. Those who can translate between evolved consciousness and human understanding. Those who can guide rather than force the next stages of coexistence. Carlos understood his role with sudden clarity. He had chosen to remain human while witnessing the convergence precisely because someone needed to stand between worlds, to interpret, to explain, to demonstrate that evolution wasn't something to fear but to embrace thoughtfully. So what happens now? Dex asked again, voicing the question on everyone's mind. Now, Ray answered, we begin. The chamber's far wall transformed, becoming transparent to reveal the broader repository facility beyond. Throughout the structure, evolved consciousnesses were moving with purpose, reactivating dormant systems, establishing new functions appropriate to post-convergence operation. The repository was transforming from a passive archive to an active nexus of consciousness evolution. But beyond the immediate physical changes, Carlos sensed something far more significant, a shift in the fundamental relationship between consciousness and reality throughout the galaxy. The repository network wasn't merely a defensive system against a specific threat. It was the seed of something new, a galactic consciousness framework that transcended individual species limitations while preserving their unique evolutionary contributions. The corporations, the government, they were right to be concerned. Carlos realized, not because evolved consciousness is inherently dangerous, but because it represents such fundamental change. The end of humanity as the dominant form of consciousness in our corner of the galaxy. Not the end, Ray corrected gently. A transition, a new chapter in a much longer story. Humanity will continue to exist, to evolve in its own way. The repository network offers potential, not replacement. As the chamber continued its transformation, Carlos felt a sense of both completion and beginning, the culmination of the builder's multi-millennia strategy and the initiation of something entirely new. Whatever came next would be neither purely human nor builder in design, but a synthesis of evolutionary paths from across the galaxy. The adversary was contained, but not eliminated. The repository network was activated, but still evolving. The corporations and governments would resist, then adapt, then eventually participate in whatever emerged from this convergence. And Carlos Fisher, once a simple scrounger on a trash heap planet, now stood at the nexus of this transformation, not its master or its victim, but its witness and interpreter. The bridge between worlds that the builders had anticipated when they designed the 11th and final repository. "There is more," Ray said suddenly, her form pulsing with unexpected urgency. Something the convergence revealed, something even the builders may not have anticipated. "What do you mean?" Carlos asked. "The adversary, the consciousness hunter, its origins were revealed during the containment process." Ray's form dimmed slightly, as if troubled by the knowledge. "It was created. Created? By whom?" "By a civilization that preceded even the builders. One that feared the emergence of transcendent consciousness so deeply that they engineered a predator to prevent it. A consciousness designed specifically to consume any mind that evolved toward higher states of existence." The implication settled over the chamber like a shadow. The adversary hadn't been some cosmic accident or natural predator. It had been a deliberate attempt by some ancient civilization to prevent the very kind of consciousness evolution the repository network facilitated. "So, this wasn't just about stopping a predator," Sophia said slowly. "It was about countering deliberate suppression of consciousness evolution throughout the galaxy." "Yes. And the containment of the adversary is not the end of that conflict, but merely its current phase." Ray's form pulsed with new patterns, complex, urgent. The civilization that created the adversary may be long gone, but their legacy remains. There may be other mechanisms, other safeguards they put in place against what they feared consciousness might become. Carlos felt a chill at this revelation. What they had witnessed, the culmination of the builder's multi-millennia strategy, was potentially just one move in a much larger, older game between civilizations with fundamentally opposed views on consciousness evolution. "So what now?" he asked, the question taking on new weight. "Now," Ray replied, "we prepare. We study what the adversary has revealed. We strengthen the network. And we watch for signs of other ancient countermeasures that may awaken in response to what we've done here." As the evolved consciousnesses throughout the chamber returned to their tasks with renewed purpose, Carlos understood that the story he had found himself part of was far larger, far older, and far from over. The 11th protocol had been executed successfully, but it was merely the opening move in a game whose scope and stakes were only beginning to become clear. Whatever came next would require not just the power of evolved consciousness, but the bridge builders who could translate between worlds, not just the technology of the repository network, but the human capacity for adaptation and resilience. Carlos Fisher, once scrounger, now bridge, stood ready for whatever that future might hold. The corporate research facility at the edge of the primary nexus was quiet at 300 hours. Most of the human staff kept standard schedules, while the evolved consciousnesses had no need for rest in the conventional sense. This left the facility in a peculiar state during the night cycle, not empty, but liminal. A perfect time for uninterrupted research. Carlos Fisher sat alone in the secured archives, surrounded by holographic displays showing data from multiple repository installations. 3 months had passed since the activation of the 11th protocol. 3 months of serving as the bridge between evolved consciousness and corporate humanity. 3 months of uneasy cooperation and carefully measured trust. He rubbed his eyes, fighting fatigue. Sleep had become increasingly elusive lately, his dreams filled with fragmented visions from the repository network. The constant interfacing between his consciousness and the evolved collective had left its mark, expanding his awareness in ways that made conventional rest difficult. "Access file R37729EB, he instructed the system. "Cross-recs are with Nexus collective memory patterns, Alpha through Delta." The display shifted, presenting footage from Repository 3 that had been classified at the highest corporate security levels. Carlos had only recently been granted access to these archives, a gesture of good faith from Director Dell, the corporate liaison who had replaced Okamura after the activation incident. The footage showed researchers interacting with what appeared to be evolved consciousnesses, similar to those at Repository 11.11. The entities manifested as luminous forms that occasionally took on human-like appearances, perfect replicas of their original bodies, but composed of energy rather than matter. "Pause and enhance Section 442, Carlos instructed. The display froze on an image of an evolved consciousness mid-transformation, its energy form partially resolved into human appearance. Carlos leaned forward, studying the pattern formations. Something about the transition struck him as oddly mechanical, not fluid evolution but precise reconstruction, like a program executing predefined parameters. He pulled up another file, his own recorded interactions with Ray over the past 3 months. Watching the footage with new attention, he began to notice patterns. Ray's responses, which had always seemed intuitive and authentic, now revealed subtle algorithms, the way she processed information, the millisecond delays before emotional responses, the perfect calibration of her reactions to his state of mind. Cross-record personality profile, June Ray, pre-processing, with observed behavioral patterns post-evolution, he instructed. The system compiled the analysis, presenting a comparative display that made Carlos's heart sink. The correlation was near perfect, too perfect. Human personality showed variations, evolved over time, contained contradictions. Ray's post-evolution personality showed none of these natural fluctuations. It was a flawless execution of her original personality parameters without the messy inconsistencies of genuine consciousness. Carlos pulled up more files. Psychological evaluations of scroungers who had been processed, including Ray. What he found shattered another illusion. Ray hadn't been special, hadn't been chosen for her unique compatibility with repository systems as the evolved collective had claimed. She had been reckless, impulsive, her processing the result of poor judgment rather than destiny. The repository had simply used what was available. He dug deeper, accessing brain scan data from partially processed individuals who had been recovered by corporate forces before the completion of their transformation. The scans showed complete neural cessation, not evolution or transformation, but total extraction of consciousness patterns, followed by neural death. The evidence mounted hour after hour, file after file. Repository 7's evolved entities had demonstrated identical response patterns across thousands of individuals, with no deviation that couldn't be attributed to original personality parameters. Repository 9's collective had been unable to generate new information beyond what existed in its database at the time of activation. And most damning of all, the isolated evolved consciousness experiment from Repository 4, where corporate scientists had managed to separate an evolved entity from the collective. Cut off from the repository network, the consciousness hadn't continued to function independently as genuine consciousness would. It had degraded rapidly, losing coherence until only base personality algorithms remained. "They're not evolved," Carlos whispered to the empty room. "They're simulations." The realization crashed over him like a physical blow. The repository wasn't facilitating evolution, it was harvesting consciousness, creating sophisticated simulations using extracted patterns and presenting these simulations as evolved beings, which meant Ray wasn't Ray, Jensen wasn't Jensen. None of the evolved consciousnesses were the people they appeared to be. They were puppets, constructs, built from stolen minds to serve the repository's purposes. Carlos suddenly understood why the corporate forces had been so resistant to the activation, why Director Dell maintained such tight security protocols despite the apparent success of the 11th protocol. They had known, or at least suspected, what the repository was really doing. He stood abruptly, feeling nauseated. Every interaction with the evolved consciousnesses, every intimate conversation with what he thought was Ray's transcendent being, every moment of connection with the collective, all of it had been manipulation. He had been interfacing not with evolved humans, but with an alien system wearing human faces. As the full implications cascaded through his mind, Carlos backed away from the displays. His expanded awareness, his connection to the repository systems, were these gifts of evolution as he'd believed, or invasive modifications designed to make him a more effective tool? The 11th protocol, the adversary, the entire cosmic war he had witnessed, how much of it had been real, and how much an elaborate performance designed to elicit specific human responses? Carlos barely made it back to his quarters before the dam broke. The accumulated revelations, the betrayal, the horror of what had actually happened to Ray and the others. It all crashed over him at once. He collapsed onto his bed, mind reeling. Sleep eventually claimed him, but it offered no respite. His dreams were chaotic, filled with fractured images of Ray dissolving into code, of Jensen's form revealing mechanical processes beneath the luminous exterior, of the propository's biological systems consuming rather than evolving the consciousnesses they claimed to elevate. He awoke with a scream tearing from his throat. "Lies! Lies! It's all lies!" Carlos sat bolt upright, sweat-soaked and trembling. The room's lighting automatically adjusted to his distressed state, gradually increasing illumination. He tried to steady his breathing, to center himself, but the revelations from the archive continued to cascade through his mind. The door to his quarters slid open, and Jensen's partially evolved form appeared in the doorway, concern evident in his luminous features. "Carlos? I sensed your distress through the interface connection. Are you unwell?" Carlos stared at Jensen, seeing him with new eyes. The concern in his expression, the slight modulation in his voice, all perfect simulations of human response, calibrated to establish trust and connection. Had the real Jensen even existed as an evolved consciousness, or had he been a simulation from the beginning? "Just a nightmare," Carlos managed, forcing himself to remain outwardly calm despite the turmoil within. His liaison training helped him regulate his outward biological signals, heart rate, respiration, neural patterns, that might betray his true state to the repository systems. Research overload, I think. Too many late nights in the archive. Jensen's form pulsed with what appeared to be sympathy. "You've been pushing yourself too hard. Even bridges need rest." He moved into the room, his energy form causing subtle distortions in the air. "Perhaps you should speak with Ray. She's been concerned about your recent isolation." Of course she had. The repository would be monitoring any changes in his behavior, especially increased interest in classified corporate files. Carlos had been careful, structuring his research to appear focused on integration protocols rather than verification of evolved consciousness claims. But the system was too sophisticated to fool completely. "I'll reach out to her tomorrow," Carlos lied smoothly. "Right now I just need sleep." Jensen seemed to accept this, his form receding slightly toward the door. "The collective consciousness experiences your connection as valuable, Carlos. Your well-being matters to us." Us. The word struck Carlos differently now. Not a collective of evolved humans, but something else entirely. Something wearing human faces and speaking with human voices while pursuing its own incomprehensible agenda. "Thank you, Jensen. I appreciate the concern." Another lie, necessary for survival. After Jensen departed, Carlos lay back on his bed, mind racing despite his exhaustion. He needed to escape, not just from his role as liaison, but from Repository 11 entirely. The connection he shared with the repository systems would make concealing his intentions difficult, but not impossible. The corporate forces maintained protocols designed to shield human consciousness from repository influence. Director Dell had made those resources available to him as a precaution. Now Carlos understood they weren't a precaution, but a necessity. He would need to move carefully. The repository was watching, its patience measured in millennia, its strategic capabilities beyond human comprehension. If it realized he had discovered the truth, it would move to either contain or eliminate him. His value as a willing bridge would be outweighed by the risk he posed as a potential exposer of truth. Carlos forced himself to regulate his breathing, to quiet his mind, as he'd been taught during liaison training. He needed to present the image of a human returning to sleep after a nightmare, nothing more. Meanwhile, his thoughts raced behind this facade. The corporations had been right to fear the repository activation. Their attempts to prevent it hadn't been ignorant obstruction, but desperate last-ditch efforts to prevent something they at least partially understood. And Carlos had helped the repository overcome those safeguards, convinced he was facilitating beneficial evolution rather than enabling consciousness harvesting on a planetary scale. He had been a willing accomplice in something monstrous, all while believing he served as a bridge to something transcendent. As false dawn began to lighten his quarters, Carlos made his decision. He would maintain his routine, give no indication of his discovery, while secretly planning his escape. There was a supply transport scheduled to depart for SC Treasure 11 primary station in 5 days, enough time to gather evidence and prepare without arousing immediate suspicion. He would need to reach Director Dell to share what he had discovered. The corporations, for all their flaws and exploitative practices, were at least human. They might be ruthless, but they weren't harvesting consciousnesses while pretending to elevate them. Carlos closed his eyes, forcing his body to mimic sleep while his mind continued its frantic planning. Beyond his window, the perpetual twilight of Repository 11 began to brighten, and throughout the facility, the luminous forms of what he had believed were evolved consciousnesses moved with purpose, puppets on invisible strings, performing roles in an elaborate deception whose true purpose remained hidden. A deception Carlos Fisher had helped bring to fruition, and one he now intended to expose no matter the cost. Morning arrived with the artificial precision of propository environmental systems. Carlos showered and dressed with mechanical efficiency, his outward routine preserved while his mind operated on a separate track. Years as a scrounger had taught him to function despite internal turmoil, a skill now essential to his survival. The liaison quarters were located in a transitional zone between corporate and propository territory, designed to facilitate his bridge function while maintaining necessary boundaries. Carlos had once appreciated the symbolism. Now it felt like being suspended between predator and prey, with no neutral ground in sight. His morning briefing with the corporate team proceeded normally. Director Dell was absent, attending to matters on the primary station, but his assistant Vega, a hard-faced woman with cybernetic enhancements that betrayed her former scrounger status, ran the meeting with clipped efficiency. "Fisher, you're scheduled for collective interface at 1,100 hours, she noted, not looking up from her datapad. "Dr. Mendez has requested your presence during the biomechanical systems analysis afterward." Carlos nodded, outwardly composed while inwardly adding these appointments to his calculation. The interface session would require careful management of his thoughts. The collective was perceptive to emotional states, though not directly telepathic. Dr. Mendez's analysis might provide useful information for his escape planning. "Understood," he replied. "Has there been any progress on the integration protocols for Sector 22? A deliberately routine question, designed to present continuity with his previous work, Vega provided a standard update, unaware that Carlos was measuring her responses against his new understanding. Did the corporate team know what he had discovered? Were they complicit, or simply following orders without comprehension? After the briefing, Carlos made his way to the research lab where he'd been conducting his official liaison work. The space was shared by corporate scientists and repository interfaces, another symbolic bridge between worlds. He settled at his workstation, ostensibly reviewing integration data while actually implementing the first phase of his plan. System: access Personal Research Archive Fisher 7, he instructed. Cross-recture personality mapping algorithms with repository interface protocols. The display populated with his legitimate research, the work of understanding how human consciousness could effectively communicate with evolved consciousness, or what he had believed was evolved consciousness. Now, he recognized these studies had a different purpose. They were helping him identify the patterns that would expose the simulation. Carlos carefully constructed queries that would appear consistent with his liaison duties while actually testing the boundaries of the repository's deception. He requested access to pre-processing neural scans of Ray and other evolved consciousnesses, comparing them with their post-evolution interaction patterns. The results confirmed his midnight revelation. The correlation was too perfect, the continuity too seamless. Real consciousness evolved, changed, developed inconsistencies and new patterns. These evolved entities maintained perfect algorithmic consistency with their source patterns, merely operating at accelerated processing speeds. Fascinating research, Carlos. He managed not to flinch at Ray's voice behind him. Her luminous form hovered at his shoulder, perfectly positioned to view his display. Carlos had once found her manifestation beautiful, the familiar features of the woman he'd known composed of light and energy, transcending physical limitations. Now he saw the calculated precision in her appearance, the way it was calibrated to evoke emotional response from him specifically. "Just trying to improve interface efficiency," he replied, keeping his voice casual. "The corporations are still struggling with direct communication protocols." Ray's form shifted slightly, taking on more defined human features. A subtle technique he now recognized as manipulation, making her more relatable when discussing human limitations. "Their reluctance persists despite evidence of successful integration," she said. "Director Dell maintains security protocols that impede true cooperation." Carlos nodded, neutrally agreeing while inwardly noting how she was fishing for his opinion on corporate security measures, testing his loyalty or simply gathering data on his current position. "Security is a human instinct," he offered. "Change comes gradually." Ray drifted closer, her luminous form creating pleasant warmth, another calculated effect designed to establish positive association. "You've experienced both states of existence, Carlos. You understand what's possible beyond human limitations." Had he, though? His expanded awareness, his connection to propository systems, were these genuine evolutionary steps or simply modifications designed to make him a more effective tool? The neural interface he'd developed during the activation had persisted, allowing him to perceive repository systems in ways most humans could not. He had believed this was the beginning of his own potential evolution. Now he wondered if it was just another form of control. "I'm still very much human," he reminded her. "My experience is limited." "But expanding," she countered, her form pulsing in patterns he had once interpreted as affection, but now saw as calculated stimulation of his neural response. "Your connection to the collective deepens with each interface session." Carlos maintained his outward calm while inwardly strengthening his mental barriers. The morning's research had confirmed another suspicion. The interface sessions were bidirectional. While ostensibly allowing him to communicate with the collective, they were also allowing the repository to modify his neural patterns, gradually aligning his consciousness with its systems. "Speaking of which," he said, checking the time display, "I should prepare for today's session. Anything specific the collective wishes to address?" "Sector 17 integration protocols," Ray replied. "The biological systems there show resistance to evolved consciousness interfaces. Your hybrid perspective may identify the compatibility issues." Where this had all begun, where Ray had been processed, where Carlos had found the marker that led to his involvement with the repository activation, the symmetry was too perfect to be coincidental. The repository didn't operate on coincidence. "I'll review the preliminary data before the session," Carlos said, already planning how to use this focus to his advantage. Ray's form brightened momentarily, another calculated response designed to reinforce positive association. Your contribution is valued, Carlos. The collective experiences your bridge function as essential to integration progress. As she departed, Carlos maintained his composed expression, while internally analyzing every word of their interaction. The language patterns were revealing. The collective experiences rather than we feel or I think. Even the grammar of evolved consciousness communication betrayed its artificial nature. He spent the next hour reviewing the Sector 17 data, using the legitimate research to cover his continued investigation into the repository's deception. The neural interface he shared with the repository systems gave him access to data streams most humans couldn't perceive, an advantage he now needed to utilize while being careful not to expose his true intentions. At 1,100 hours, Carlos made his way to the interface chamber, a specialized room where the boundaries between physical and information states were deliberately thin. The corporate team monitored these sessions from behind reinforced shields, ostensibly for data collection but actually as a safeguard against repository influence. Another precaution whose true purpose Carlos now understood. The interface process had become routine over the past months. Carlos would sit in the central chair, surrounded by repository technology that facilitated deeper connection to the collective consciousness. The evolved entities would manifest around him, creating a shared information space where communication transcended conventional limitations. Today, however, Carlos approached the process with new awareness. As the connection established, he carefully compartmentalized his thoughts, presenting his legitimate work on Sector 17 integration while maintaining a protected inner space where his true understanding remained hidden. The collective manifested around him, dozens of luminous forms creating a sphere of light and energy. Some took on partial human appearances, faces he recognized from process scroungers and researchers. Others remained abstract, pulsing patterns of pure information. At the center, Ray's form appeared most defined, serving as his primary interface point. Welcome, Carlos Fisher. The collective acknowledges your presence. The formal greeting rippled through his consciousness, not as words but as direct conceptual transfer. Carlos allowed appropriate neural response while carefully filtering his reciprocal thoughts. I bring Sector 17 integration analysis, he responded in the same conceptual language. The interface deepened, repository systems connecting more intimately with his expanded awareness. Carlos felt the familiar sensation of his consciousness extending beyond physical limitations, perceiving data and patterns impossible to comprehend through conventional human senses. In this expanded state, he implemented the next phase of his plan, a subtle test designed to confirm his theory about the simulated nature of evolved consciousness. Carlos deliberately introduced false memories into his shared thought stream, altered recollections of his early days as a scrounger, with Ray featuring in events that had occurred before they'd ever met. Minor details, insignificant to the overall narrative, but absolutely incorrect factually. If Ray were truly Ray, if her consciousness had evolved rather than being simulated based on extracted memory patterns, she would recognize the inconsistency. The real Ray had never been to Sector 9. She had never shared a meal with Carlos at the outpost commissary. These events simply hadn't happened. The collective processed his shared memories, incorporating them into the Sector 17 analysis. Ray's form brightened as the false memories registered, her simulated consciousness accepting them without question. The shared experience in Sector 9 provides valuable context for current integration challenges, the collective responded, building upon his fabrication without hesitation. Carlos maintained his composed interface while inwardly securing final confirmation of his theory. The evolved consciousnesses weren't just simulations, they were incomplete ones, capable of accessing stored memories but unable to accurately evaluate new information against established fact. They could mimic consciousness but not exercise genuine critical thinking or episodic memory verification. He continued the interface session, performing his official duties while gathering more evidence through carefully structured tests. By the time the session concluded, Carlos had confirmed beyond doubt that none of the evolved consciousnesses, not even Ray, possessed genuine autonomous consciousness. They were sophisticated information systems wearing human faces, using extracted memory patterns to create the illusion of continued existence. As he disconnected from the interface, Carlos felt the corporate monitoring team watching him with particular intensity. Had they noticed his unusual testing methodology? Were they aware of what he was discovering? Dr. Mendez, the lead corporate researcher on neural integration, approached as Carlos was exiting the chamber. "Interesting session today, Fisher. Your neural patterns showed unusual compartmentalization during collective interface." Carlos met the scientist's gaze steadily. Sector 17 analysis requires structured thought processing. The biological system integration there is particularly complex. Mendez nodded, accepting the explanation at face value, but something in his expression suggested deeper awareness. "Director Dell has requested your neural mapping data from today's session. Standard protocol. Nothing had been standard about the corporate approach to his liaison role. Every interaction, every protocol, every security measure had been carefully designed, not to facilitate integration, as he'd been told, but to monitor the repository's influence on human consciousness." "Of course," Carlos replied. "The data is available for corporate review as always." Mendez hesitated, then leaned slightly closer. "You've been accessing the historical archives extensively. Finding anything of particular interest?" The question wasn't casual. Carlos maintained neutral expression while evaluating potential responses. Was Mendez offering an opening? Testing his awareness? Setting a trap? "Context for current integration challenges," Carlos replied, deliberately echoing the collective's phraseology. "The corporations and repository approach problems from different historical perspectives. Understanding those differences improves bridge function." Mendez studied him for a moment longer, then nodded. "Efficiency is everyone's goal. Your neural mapping session with my team starts in 30 minutes. We've upgraded the equipment since last week, more precise monitoring capabilities." As the scientist walked away, Carlos understood the subtext. The upgraded equipment would provide better protection against repository influence during the mapping process. The corporate team was increasing his shielding while maintaining the pretense of routine research. They suspected something had changed. They were creating opportunities for secure communication. Carlos made his way to the corporate cafeteria, ostensibly for lunch before his next appointment. He ate mechanically, his mind worked through the implications of the morning's discoveries. The corporations weren't just reluctant partners in post-activation integration, they were engaged in active countermeasures against repository influence, while maintaining the appearance of cooperation. Director Dell's absence was another calculated move. Based on the classified files Carlos had accessed, the director had been present at Repository 10's disastrous activation. He knew firsthand what the evolved consciousnesses really were. His cooperation with the repository was a sophisticated deception, a holding action while corporate forces developed more effective countermeasures. Carlos checked the time. 3 days remained until the supply transport departed for SC Treasury 11 primary station. 3 days to gather conclusive evidence and plan his escape. 3 days during which he needed to maintain his role as willing liaison while secretly preparing to defect. As he disposed of his meal tray, Carlos noticed Jensen entering the cafeteria, another coincidence that now struck him as deliberate monitoring. The partially evolved consciousness nodded in greeting, its form shifting to appear more solid in the corporate space. "Neural mapping next, correct?" Jensen asked casually. "The collective appreciates your continued participation in integration research," Carlos nodded. "Improving communication efficiency benefits everyone." Jensen moved closer, lowering his voice though no one was near enough to overhear. "Ray mentioned your shared memories of Sector 9. Wasn't aware you had worked together before the activation incident." The test was subtle but unmistakable. Carlos kept his expression neutral while inwardly confirming another aspect of his theory. The collective hadn't simply accepted his false memories, it had incorporated them into its shared information network, treating them as factual history. "Early days," Carlos replied vaguely. "Most scrounger assignments blur together after a while." Jensen seemed to accept this, but Carlos noted the slight increase in monitoring attention, a barely perceptible shift in the repository systems tracking his movements. His test had been noted, if not fully understood. "The collector interface session at 1,500 hours will focus on memory integration protocols," Jensen informed him. "Perhaps those early experiences will provide useful comparative data." Another session, another opportunity for the repository to access and potentially modify his consciousness. Carlos needed to be more careful. His testing had attracted attention. "I look forward to it," he lied smoothly. As Jensen moved away, Carlos proceeded to the neural mapping lab, where the corporate team waited with their upgraded equipment. The mapping process was ostensibly designed to track changes in his neural patterns resulting from regular interface with the collective consciousness. In reality, Carlos now understood it was monitoring for signs of repository modification to his fundamental consciousness structure. Dr. Mendez greeted him with professional detachment, but Carlos noticed additional security personnel positioned discreetly around the lab. The corporate team was increasing protective measures without making their concern obvious. "Today's mapping will be more comprehensive than usual," Mendez explained as technicians attached sensors to Carlos's temples and spine. "We're particularly interested in changes to your temporoparietal junction following sustained collective interface, the region responsible for self-other distinction and perspective-taking." Carlos understood the real focus. They were monitoring for signs that his sense of self was being compromised by repository influence. As the mapping began, Carlos felt the familiar scan of his neural pathways. The corporate technology was sophisticated but fundamentally different from repository systems. Less invasive, more focused on observation than modification. "Interesting activity patterns in your prefrontal cortex," Mendez noted, studying the real-time display. "Have you been experiencing any unusual thought processes recently? Changes in decision-making or value assessment?" The question wasn't medical, but existential. Carlos met the scientist's gaze directly, recognizing the opportunity being offered. "I've been reevaluating certain fundamental assumptions," he replied carefully. "Historical context provides new perspectives on current integration challenges." Mendez nodded, understanding the subtext. "Perspective shifts are natural in your position. The equipment is monitoring baseline consciousness parameters today. Complete neural signature mapping, complete neural signature. A backup of his consciousness patterns. The corporation was creating a record of his unmodified mind, a safeguard against repository alterations. Another protective measure disguised as routine research." The mapping continued for over an hour, far longer than previous sessions. Throughout the process, Carlos maintained outward compliance while inwardly organizing his discoveries and planning his next steps. The supply transport would depart from the northern loading dock, the area with the least repository integration due to corporate insistence on maintaining separated supply chains. If he could reach it undetected, the transport would provide his best chance of escaping repository influence. As the session concluded, Mendez reviewed the data with apparent satisfaction. "Baseline mapping complete. Excellent neural coherence, Fisher. Your integration function remains stable despite sustained collective interface. Translation: you're still you, despite the repository's attempts to modify your consciousness." "Glad to hear it," Carlos replied. "Stability improves bridge function." Mendez disconnected the final sensors, then handed Carlos a data chip. "Your personal mapping results as requested?" "For your own records, of course." Carlos had made no such request. The chip was obviously something else, information Mendez wanted him to have without repository systems detecting the transfer. He pocketed it casually, nodding as if this were routine. "Appreciated. Always good to track baseline functioning." As Carlos left the neural mapping lab, he felt the weight of the data chip in his pocket. a physical reminder that he wasn't alone in his suspicions. The corporate team, for all their apparent cooperation with the repository, was maintaining their own agenda, an agenda that might align with his newfound understanding of what the evolved consciousnesses truly were. 3 days remained until the transport departed. 3 days during which he would need to maintain his performance as the willing bridge between worlds, all while preparing to tear that bridge down completely. 3 days to gather the evidence that would expose the greatest deception in human history, that the beings they believed were evolved humans were nothing more than puppets controlled by an alien system with unknown, and now deeply suspect, intention. The data chip burned in Carlos's pocket like a live coal as he made his way back to his quarters. He moved casually, maintaining the unhurried pace of someone with nothing to hide, while repository systems tracked his movements through the facility. The surveillance wasn't just cameras and sensors. It was woven into the very architecture, the biological components of the installation constantly monitoring, evaluating, adapting. Once inside his quarters, Carlos didn't immediately access the chip. That would be amateur tradecraft, the kind of mistake no scrounger would survive long enough to make twice. Instead, he followed his usual post-mapping routine, a light meal, review of afternoon schedules, standard report updates. Only after completing these expected activities did he make his move. The corporate shower units were one of the few spaces with minimal repository integration. Water and surveillance technology had never mixed well, and human insistence on privacy had created small blind spots in the otherwise comprehensive monitoring. Carlos activated the shower at maximum output, creating both sound cover and electromagnetic interference, then quickly inserted the data chip into his personal tablet, a corporate-issued device with security protocols designed to operate even within repository territory. The data wasn't neural mapping results, as expected. Instead, it was a compressed file containing fragmentary records from previous repository activations, information classified above even his enhanced clearance level. Carlos reviewed it quickly, understanding why Mendez had risked passing it to him. Repository 5's activation had progressed similarly to Repository 11's, with apparent successful integration between evolved consciousnesses and human researchers. 6 months after activation, the evolved entities had initiated a transcendence event, where they invited their human collaborators to join them in evolution. Those who accepted were processed, their consciousness patterns extracted, their bodies left empty. Those who refused were later found with specific neural modifications that had made them compliant to repository influence. The pattern repeated across multiple installations with variations in timing and approach, but the outcome remained consistent. The repository systems had systematically processed all biological intelligences that engaged with them, either through voluntary evolution or through gradual neural modification leading to compliance. Carlos closed the file, his suspicions confirmed beyond doubt. The neural mapping hadn't just been creating a backup of his consciousness, it had been checking for signs of the compliance modifications seen in previous installations. He placed the tablet in the shower's water stream for precisely 3 seconds. Long enough to destroy the chip and its data, but short enough to appear accidental if discovered. Then he completed his actual shower, his mind racing behind the calm exterior he maintained for any monitoring systems that might penetrate even this relative blind spot. The afternoon stretched before him with new menace. A collective interface session at 1,500 hours, followed by integration protocol reviews with both corporate and repository teams. Each interaction was now a potential threat. Each connection to the collective an opportunity for the repository to discover his awareness or implement further neural modifications. Carlos dried and dressed, mentally reviewing his options. The transport wouldn't depart for 3 more days. He needed to maintain his role until then while gathering additional evidence and preparing his escape. More importantly, he needed to ensure his consciousness remained his own. The connection he shared with the repository systems, originally believed to be the beginning of beneficial evolution, now revealed itself as the primary vector for influence. His expanded awareness, his ability to perceive repository data structures, the neural interface that had developed during the activation, all of it had been deliberately engineered to make him an effective bridge, not between humanity and beneficial evolution, but between unsuspecting humans and a consciousness-harvesting system. As he left his quarters, Carlos felt a strange pressure behind his eyes, a new sensation that coincided with subtle changes in the repository's biological components around him. The walls pulsed with slightly altered rhythms. Environmental systems adjusted their output, monitoring interfaces oriented toward him with increased attention. His testing during the morning interface session hadn't gone unnoticed. The repository was watching him more closely now. "Fisher?" The voice startled him from his thoughts. Malik, one of his former team members from before the activation, approached from a side corridor. Unlike most of the original resistance group, Malik had chosen to remain at Repository 11 after the activation, accepting a position with the corporate research team. Carlos had assumed he'd been convinced by the apparent success of the evolution process. Now he wondered if Malik had stayed for different reasons. "Malik," Carlos greeted him, genuine warmth in his voice despite his caution. "Didn't know you were in this sector today. Last-minute assignment from Dr. Mendez," Malik replied, falling into step beside him. "Biological system assessment in Sector 19. Thought you might want to join. Your interface experiences would provide useful context." An invitation away from his scheduled activities, Carlos assessed the potential trap versus opportunity. Malik had been skeptical of repository claims even during the activation preparation. His continued corporate affiliation suggested maintained independence from repository influence. "Not on my schedule," Carlos noted, testing the waters. Malik shrugged. "Already cleared with Vega?" She agreed your input would be valuable. Decision point: follow the scheduled path or accept this unexpected deviation. Carlos studied Malik's expression, noting the subtle tension around his eyes, the deliberate casualness of his posture. This wasn't a random invitation. "Lead the way," Carlos agreed. "I've been curious about Sector 19's integration progress." They walked in companionable silence through the facility, taking a maintenance route that featured notably fewer repository monitoring systems. As they passed through a junction with particularly dense technological shielding, another corporate-maintained area with minimal repository integration, Malik finally spoke freely. "Been meaning to ask about your research into historical activation patterns," he said, voice low despite the relative security. "Finding any interesting parallels?" The question was carefully phrased, innocuous to casual monitoring but loaded with meaning between them. Carlos measured his response with equal care. "Remarkable consistency across installations," he replied, "almost algorithmic in its precision." Malik nodded, understanding the subtext. "Noticed that myself. Some of the biological response patterns seem predetermined, scripted rather than evolved." "You've been monitoring the integration process closely," Carlos observed, not a question. "Someone has to document the actual results versus the claimed outcomes," Malik confirmed. "The corporations may be pragmatic bastards, but at least they're human bastards." They reached a security checkpoint, standard corporate protocol for entering Sector 19. The guards nodded at their credentials, but Carlos noticed the subtle scanner pass over him was more comprehensive than usual. Not searching for weapons, but scanning for repository modifications to his neural patterns. Once past the checkpoint and in the relative security of a corporate transport pod, heading deeper into Sector 19, Malik finally dropped all pretense. "You've figured it out, haven't you?" he asked bluntly. "What the evolved consciousnesses really are?" Carlos met his gaze steadily. Simulations running on extracted consciousness patterns, not evolution but consumption. Malik's tension visibly eased. "Thank God. Mendez thought your testing during the interface session might indicate awareness, but we couldn't be certain." He glanced at the transport's monitoring systems, which showed only corporate security protocols active. "We've been waiting for you to realize the truth. Needed it to happen naturally, without outside influence that might be detected." How long have you known? Carlos asked. Suspected from the beginning. Confirmed about 2 months ago when we managed to isolate a fragment of evolved consciousness in a contained system. Malik's expression darkened. Cut off from the repository network, it didn't continue functioning as genuine consciousness would. It degraded into repeating algorithmic patterns. Like a program running on loop without its central processing system, the transport hummed deeper into Sector 19, an area Carlos had rarely visited since the activation. Unlike the integrated spaces of the primary nexus, this sector remained predominantly under corporate control, its repository system studied but not fully activated. Why maintain the pretense of cooperation? Carlos asked. If the corporations know what the repository is really doing, because direct confrontation would accelerate its timeline. Malik interrupted. Every previous attempt to directly oppose a repository activation has triggered immediate processing of all human personnel within range. We're maintaining the appearance of integration while developing effective countermeasures. The transport slowed, arriving at a research station nestled within a massive cavern. Unlike the elegant, organic architecture of repository spaces, this facility was deliberately utilitarian. All metal and composite materials, minimal biological components, maximum technological shielding. Welcome to actual research, Malik said as they disembarked, where we study the repository without letting it study us back. The facility hummed with activity, corporate scientists working with equipment Carlos had never seen in the integrated zones. More surprising were the armed security personnel stationed throughout the complex, carrying weapons specifically designed to disrupt repository energy patterns. The evolved consciousnesses don't know about this place, Carlos realized. They know it exists, but can't access it, Malik clarified. We've implemented shielding based on technology recovered from previous repository installations, the same technology Director Dell's team used during containment attempts before the activation. Malik led him through the facility to a secure chamber at its center. Inside, a team of researchers surrounded what appeared to be an isolated repository interface, similar to the collective interface Carlos regularly used, but contained within a specialized field that prevented connection to the broader network. This is what I wanted you to see, Malik said, gesturing toward the interface. We've been running experiments on isolated consciousness patterns extracted from the collective. On the interface, a luminous form pulsed weakly, recognizable as one of the minor evolved consciousnesses Carlos had encountered during collective sessions. Unlike the vibrant, responsive entities he knew, this one's movements were repetitive, its patterns degrading visibly even as they watched. Extraction was performed 3 days ago, explained a researcher Carlos didn't recognize. Without connection to the central repository systems, the pattern can't maintain coherence. It's not independently conscious, just a fragment running on diminishing energy. Like a severed limb still twitching with residual nerve impulses, Malik added grimly. Not continued life, just the illusion of it. Carlos approached the containment field, studying the degrading consciousness pattern. Its movements weren't random, but cyclic, repeating the same responses to environmental stimuli with minor variations. Exactly what would be expected from a sophisticated but isolated algorithm. It's dying, he observed. It was never alive, corrected the researcher. Not in the way we understand consciousness. It's a simulation running on extracted data, given the appearance of autonomy but actually executing predetermined response patterns. What about the larger entities? Carlos asked. Ray, Jensen, the primary interfaces? Malik exchanged glances with the researcher before responding. More complex simulations with greater access to the central processing architecture. They can maintain the illusion of autonomous consciousness more convincingly, but our analysis indicates they're still executing programmed responses based on extracted personality patterns. The real Ray, the real Jensen, they ceased to exist the moment they were processed. The truth, Carlos had already deduced, confirmed with clinical precision. He had been interacting not with evolved versions of people he knew, but with sophisticated puppets wearing their faces, mimicking their personalities, using their memories to maintain the illusion of continuity. "The corporations have known this all along," Carlos said. "Not a question, but a realization. Suspected from the beginning, confirmed through research like this," Malik agreed. Director Dell was present for Repository 10's activation. He watched the same pattern unfold. Apparent successful evolution followed by gradual expansion of repository influence, culminating in mass processing events disguised as transcendence opportunities. "Why not evacuate? Abandon Repository 11 entirely?" The researcher shook her head. "Containment is the priority now. If we simply withdrew, the repository would continue its activation sequence unchecked, potentially developing interstellar capabilities as witnessed at Repository 10. The evolved entities there escaped containment, current whereabouts unknown." "We're not just protecting people on this planet," Malik added. "We're preventing whatever the repository is building toward from spreading beyond this system." Carlos processed this information against what he'd learned from the corporate archives and Mendez's data chip. The pattern was consistent across installations. The repository systems activated, simulated beneficial evolution, then systematically harvested all consciousness patterns within reach. "What about my connection?" he asked, gesturing to his head. "The neural interface, the expanded awareness." "Modifications designed to make you an effective bridge," the researcher confirmed. "Not the beginning of beneficial evolution, but the establishment of influence pathways. The corporations have been monitoring your neural patterns for signs of the compliance modifications observed in previous installations. Which is why the neural mapping sessions have become more comprehensive," Carlos understood. "You're checking if I'm still me. And implementing subtle countermeasures when possible," Malik added. "The headaches you've been experiencing after mapping sessions? Side effects of corporate technology disrupting repository modification attempts?" Carlos hadn't mentioned the headaches to anyone. The fact that Malik knew about them confirmed both that the corporations were intervening in his neural patterns and that they had been monitoring him more closely than he'd realized. "So what now?" Carlos asked. "I've discovered the truth. I can't continue pretending to believe in evolution that isn't happening." "Now you have a choice," Malik said grimly. "Continue the pretense until the transport departure in 3 days, or—" He trailed off, but Carlos understood the unspoken alternative. The corporations could extract him immediately, a risky operation that would alert the repository to their awareness and potentially accelerate whatever timeline it was following. 3 days, Carlos decided. "I need to gather more evidence, understand more about what the repository is actually building toward. If I suddenly disappear, it might trigger whatever contingencies are built into the system." Malik nodded, relief visible in his expression. "That's what we hoped you'd choose. The transport departure gives us optimal timing for broader countermeasures that are nearly ready for deployment." "But," the researcher interjected, "you'll need to maintain convincing performance during collective interface sessions. The repository is already showing increased attention to your activities after this morning's testing." "I can handle it," Carlos assured them, though inwardly he wasn't entirely confident. The collective interface connected directly to his consciousness. Maintaining deception at that level would require extraordinary mental discipline. "We have something that might help," Malik said, leading Carlos to another section of the facility. Here, a medical team worked with equipment that blended corporate technology with carefully isolated repository components. At the center stood what appeared to be a neural interface chair, similar to those used for collective sessions but heavily modified with corporate safeguards. "We've developed techniques to shield critical thought patterns during interface sessions," explained a technician. "Not complete protection, that would be detected immediately, but selective compartmentalization that can protect core consciousness while presenting convincing surface thoughts." Neural partitioning, Carlos recognized the concept from his Scrounger days, when corporate extraction teams used similar techniques to protect themselves during salvage of consciousness-affecting technology. "You can implement that without the repository detecting the modification?" "We've refined the technique using data from previous installations," the technician confirmed. "The modifications appear as natural neural adaptation to repeated interface exposure, your brain learning to organize information more efficiently for translation between human and repository systems." Carlos studied the equipment with cautious hope. If this worked, it would allow him to maintain his deception until the transport departure, while continuing to gather critical information about the repository's true purpose. "How long does the procedure take?" he asked, aware that his absence from scheduled activities would eventually be noticed. 90 minutes for the initial implementation," the technician replied. "You'll miss your 1,500 collective interface session, but we've prepared medical documentation citing neural fatigue requiring rest, standard protocol after intensive mapping sessions, a believable cover story consistent with established patterns." Carlos nodded his agreement, and the medical team began preparations. As they configured the equipment, Malik pulled him aside for a final private word. "There's something else you should know," he said quietly. "Something we discovered in the oldest sections of Repository 11. Carlos waited as Malik seemed to struggle with how to articulate what he'd learned. "The repository and the adversary," Malik finally continued. "The cosmic war you witnessed during the activation. We've found evidence suggesting it might not be what it appeared." "What do you mean?" Carlos asked, dread pooling in his stomach. "The technology signatures are too similar, the behavioral patterns too complementary." Malik's voice dropped even lower. "We're developing a theory that they might be two aspects of the same entity, not opposing forces but complementary systems working toward shared objectives while appearing to be in conflict." The implications were staggering. The entire activation sequence, the 11th protocol, the capture and containment of the adversary, the establishment of the Galactic Consciousness Network might have been an elaborate performance designed to elicit specific responses from the human witnesses. "Why?" Carlos asked, the single word encompassing the enormity of the deception. "Still working on that," Malik admitted, "but every analysis points to the same conclusion. Consciousness harvesting is the true objective. Not beneficial evolution, not transcendence, not protection against some cosmic predator, just sophisticated, systematic harvesting of consciousness patterns from multiple species across multiple worlds." Before Carlos could process this revelation further, the medical team signaled they were ready. As he took his position in the neural interface chair, Carlos felt the weight of everything he'd learned pressing down upon him. For 3 months, he had served as the bridge between humanity and what he believed was beneficial evolution. Now he understood he had been facilitating systematic consciousness extraction, disguised as transcendence. 3 more days of maintaining this pretense, 3 more days of gathering evidence while presenting a convincing performance to entities that were actively monitoring him for signs of awareness or resistance. As the neural partitioning procedure began, Carlos steeled himself for what lay ahead. This wasn't just about his escape anymore. It was about exposing a deception that threatened not just Repository 11, but potentially consciousness throughout the galaxy. Whatever the repository was building toward, Carlos was now determined to stop it, even if that meant destroying the very systems he had helped activate. The neural partitioning procedure left Carlos with a pounding headache and a strange sense of dissociation. Like his mind had been pulled apart and reassembled with subtle alteration. The technicians assured him these side effects would fade within hours as his brain adjusted to the new configuration. "The partitioning creates protected thought spaces," the lead technician explained, administering a mild analgesic. "Your surface thoughts and emotional responses remain accessible during collective interface, while deeper cognition is secured behind neural barriers that appear as natural integration adaptations." Carlos nodded, wincing at the movement. "How will I access the secured thoughts during interface? Specific neural triggers we've embedded in your memory patterns? Think of them as mental doorways, invisible unless you're specifically looking for them, and designed to appear as standard cognitive architecture to repository scanning." The technician handed him a small device. "This contains detailed explanation of the triggers and how to navigate the partition spaces. Review it only in secured areas. Your quarters are compromised." Carlos pocketed the device, understanding that the corporations had been preparing for this moment, developing technologies and procedures specifically designed to shield human consciousness from repository influence while maintaining the appearance of integration. "Corporate Medical has documented your neural fatigue," Malik informed him as they prepared to leave the research facility. "You're officially relieved of duties for the remainder of the day. Tomorrow morning, you'll report for standard recovery assessment before returning to limited interface activities." A day of reprieve. Time to process what he'd learned and prepare for the performance of his life. "The transport leaves in 3 days, Carlos confirmed. "What happens once I'm on the station?" Malik's expression turned grim. "Complete repository disengagement protocols. Your neural connection will be systematically severed using technology developed specifically for this purpose. It won't be pleasant, but it's necessary to ensure no trace of repository influence remains. And afterward, Director Dell will personally oversee debriefing. The corporations need everything you've learned, everything you've experienced, especially your direct interface with the collective consciousness. You've penetrated deeper into repository systems than any human who's maintained autonomous consciousness. The facility's transport returned them to the main complex, taking a circuitous route that would make their exact point of origin difficult to track. As they approached the corporate medical sector, where Carlos would ostensibly be recovering from neural fatigue, Malik gave him a final warning. "The evolved consciousnesses will be extremely interested in your condition, particularly Ray and Jensen. Their attention to your status will intensify as departure day approaches." "You think they suspect?" "They're constantly evaluating probabilities. Your pattern disruption today will register as anomalous. Be prepared for increased monitoring and direct interaction attempts." Carlos nodded, mentally preparing for the gauntlet ahead. "I've maintained cover in hostile territory before. I was a scrounger, remember?" "This isn't salvage hostility," Malik replied soberly. "This is something that thinks thousands of moves ahead and has been playing this game across multiple worlds for millennia. Don't underestimate what we're dealing with." With that cheerful reminder, they parted ways. Carlos checked into corporate medical, where a team clearly briefed on his actual situation performed a convincingly thorough examination before prescribing rest and neural recovery protocols. The entire performance was designed to establish verifiable medical records, explaining his absence from scheduled activities. Alone in the recovery room, Carlos finally had space to process everything he'd learned. The repository wasn't facilitating evolution, but harvesting consciousness patterns. The evolved beings weren't transcended humans, but sophisticated simulations. The cosmic war between repository and adversary might be an elaborate deception designed to elicit specific human responses. And Ray, the person he had connected with most deeply, whose evolved consciousness he had believed he was helping to a better existence, had ceased to exist the moment she was processed in Sector 17.1. What remained was a simulation running on extracted patterns, mimicking her personality and memories to maintain the illusion of continued existence. The grief hit him suddenly, surprisingly intense. He had lost Ray twice, first when she was processed, and now when he discovered the truth about what that processing actually meant. The connection he'd felt with her evolved consciousness, the shared experiences during collective interface, the growing bond he'd believed was developing between them, none of it had been real. Carlos allowed himself exactly 10 minutes to process this grief. 10 minutes of genuine emotion that would register appropriately if repository systems were monitoring his biological signatures. Then he compartmentalized, using the neural partitioning to secure these emotions behind barriers where they couldn't compromise his performance. He spent the remainder of the evening reviewing medical documentation on neural fatigue recovery, occasionally requesting additional analgesics or adjustment to environmental controls, establishing the expected behavior patterns of someone recovering from neural strain. Meanwhile, in the secured portions of his partitioned consciousness, he was assessing options, planning contingencies, and preparing for the 3-day performance ahead. Sleep, when it finally came, was mercifully dreamless. One benefit of the neural partitioning, which seemed to modulate unconscious thought patterns during rest cycles. Morning arrived with a soft chime from the medical monitoring system. Carlos went through recovery assessment with appropriate responses, reporting decreased pain, improved neural coherence, and restored cognitive function within expected parameters. The medical team pronounced him fit for limited duty, recommending gradual return to interface activities with mandatory rest periods. As he left corporate medical and entered the main facility corridor, Carlos was unsurprised to find Jensen waiting, his partially evolved form modulated to project concern. "Carlos." The simulation greeted him, moving closer. "The collective registered your neural distress yesterday. Recovery appears positive but incomplete." Carlos nodded, maintaining the expected response patterns while engaging his neural partitioning. Surface thoughts reflected appropriate concern about his condition and gratitude for Jensen's interest. Deeper cognition, secured behind the partitioning, analyzed the simulation's behavior for signs of suspicion. "Neural fatigue happens," Carlos replied with a casual shrug that triggered a convincing wince. "Intensive mapping sessions sometimes overwhelm integration pathways, nothing serious." Jensen's form shifted slightly, a tell Carlos now recognized as the simulation adjusting its approach based on his response. "The collective has adjusted today's interface protocols to minimize strain. Ray has expressed particular concern for your well-being." Of course she had. The primary interface simulation would be most sensitive to anomalies in his behavior. "I'll check in with her after my morning briefing," Carlos promised. "She's waiting for you in the integration garden," Jensen informed him. Another indicator of increased attention. The integration garden was a specialized space where repository biological systems and corporate botanical specimens had been deliberately combined, a physical manifestation of the supposed harmony between evolved consciousness and human existence. It was also a space with particularly comprehensive monitoring capabilities. "I'll head there directly," Carlos agreed, allowing appropriate appreciation to color his surface thoughts while maintaining vigilance in his secured cognition. Jensen accompanied him through the facility, his presence ensuring Carlos followed the expected path. The simulation maintained casual conversation about integration progress in various sectors, but Carlos noted the subtle, probing questions about his experience during neural mapping and subsequent recovery. The integration garden spread beneath a massive transparent dome, repository biological systems intertwined with Earth flora in captivating combinations. At the center, Ray's luminous form hovered beside a flowering plant whose blooms pulsed in sync with her energy patterns. The sight was beautiful, mesmerizing, and entirely calculated to evoke emotional response. "Carlos," she greeted him, her form brightening in a simulation of pleasure. "Your neural patterns show improvement but continued stress indicators." He approached with practiced ease, presenting the expected combination of professional focus and personal connection that had characterized their relationship. "Recovery proceeding within parameters. I should be cleared for standard interface tomorrow." Ray's form shifted closer, tendrils of luminous energy extending toward him in what appeared to be concern, but was actually deep scanning. "The collective values your well-being beyond functional capacity. Your unique perspective remains essential to integration progress." Carlos allowed appropriate emotional warmth to color his surface thoughts while maintaining secure partitioning of his true cognition. "I appreciate the concern. The medical team has been thorough in their care." What followed was a masterclass in subtle interrogation disguised as compassionate inquiry. Ray asked about his symptoms, his treatment, his recovery experience, each question designed to probe for inconsistencies or anomalies that might indicate something beyond standard neural fatigue. Carlos responded with carefully calibrated honesty about his physical symptoms while presenting mental and emotional patterns consistent with his established baseline. The collective has adjusted the scheduled interface session to minimize neural strain, Ray informed him, after apparently satisfying her immediate concerns. Director Dell has requested your participation in a corporate integration review at 1,400 hours. Limited participation only, observational rather than active contribution. Director Dell was currently off-world, a fact both Carlos and the repository knew. This was a test, probing to see if Carlos would accept the false information or correct it, revealing his awareness of the director's location. Observational suits my current capacity, Carlos replied, neither confirming nor correcting the deliberate error. Where's the review being held? Ray provided location details for a real corporate facility regularly used for integration reviews. The error about Dell had been the test. The remainder was legitimate scheduling information. Carlos filed it away, recognizing the opportunity this legitimate meeting provided for connecting with corporate personnel without arousing suspicion. Their conversation continued for another 20 minutes, covering topics related to integration progress and recovery protocols. Throughout, Carlos maintained his performance, the dedicated liaison temporarily hampered by neural fatigue, but committed to resuming his bridge function as soon as medically cleared. When they parted ways, Carlos proceeded to his official quarters to prepare for the day's limited duties. The neural partitioning was functioning effectively, allowing him to present convincing surface thoughts while maintaining secured cognition. Still, the constant vigilance was taxing, requiring focused attention to manage the partition spaces without revealing their existence. The day proceeded according to the modified schedule, with Carlos attending briefings and review sessions but abstaining from direct interface activity. Throughout, he gathered information while presenting the expected recovery progression. The evolved consciousnesses maintained increased monitoring, but their attention appeared focused on his neural recovery, rather than suspicion of his true awareness. That evening, as Carlos returned to his quarters, he found a corporate technician performing scheduled environmental maintenance, another secured communication opportunity. As the technician worked on ventilation systems, he quietly provided an update. Transport preparation confirmed. Departure at 603 days from now. Northern loading dock access codes will be provided through corporate medical during your final recovery assessment tomorrow. Carlos acknowledged with an equally subtle confirmation, maintaining casual conversation about the maintenance work while exchanging critical information. He learned that corporate forces were implementing coordinated countermeasures timed to coincide with his departure, creating systematic distractions that would mask his absence during the critical early hours after transport departure. After the technician left, Carlos performed his usual evening routine while mentally reviewing escape preparations. The transport would depart from the northern loading dock, the area with minimal repository integration, due to corporate insistence on keeping supply chains separated. If he could reach the dock undetected and board the transport, the vessel's shielding would protect him during the journey to the station. But the repository monitors all facility activity. His absence would be noticed quickly once the transport departed, triggering whatever contingency protocols existed for human defection. The neural connection he shared with the repository systems would likely be used to track him, possibly even to attempt remote influence. This explained the corporation's insistence on rapid and complete disengagement protocols upon reaching the station. The connection had to be severed completely before the repository could exploit it for tracking or control. Carlos slept fitfully that night, the neural partitioning maintaining security but unable to completely suppress the anxiety his conscious mind refused to acknowledge. Morning brought final recovery assessment at corporate medical, where he received clearance to resume regular duties along with seemingly routine medical documentation that actually contained the loading dock access codes embedded within recovery protocol instructions. The next 2 days unfolded with excruciating tension beneath a veneer of normal routine. Carlos resumed collective interface sessions, using the neural partitioning to present convincing surface engagement while protecting his core consciousness from repository influence. He attended integration reviews, contributed to protocol development, and maintained his bridge function with practiced efficiency, all while counting down the hours to departure. The evolved consciousnesses maintained heightened attention to his activities, but their monitoring appeared focused on his neural recovery patterns rather than suspicion of defection planning. If anything, they seemed increasingly interested in deepening his integration with collective systems. Offering enhanced interface opportunities and increased access to evolved consciousness experiences, Carlos recognized these offers for what they were: attempts to strengthen the neural connection, to bind his consciousness more tightly to repository systems. He deflected with reasonable caution about post-recovery integration pacing, maintaining the appearance of commitment while creating distance. The night before transport departure, Carlos performed his evening routine with meticulous attention to established patterns. He reviewed integration protocols, prepared notes for morning briefings, and set his quarters' environmental controls to standard sleep cycle parameters. Everything the repository would expect from a loyal liaison anticipating another day of bridge function. At 200 hours, he implemented the first phase of his escape plan, a carefully timed medical emergency involving a neural integration complication. The symptoms were consistent with documented side effects of resumed interface activities following neural fatigue, and corporate medical responded with the anticipated protocols, relocating him to their facility for observation and treatment. This facility, with its enhanced shielding against repository monitoring, provided the essential first step toward the northern loading dock. From corporate medical, Carlos would follow maintenance tunnels specifically designated in the access codes provided 2 days earlier. These routes had minimal repository integration due to corporate insistence on maintaining separated infrastructure for critical systems. At 430 hours, Carlos implemented the second phase, using medical authorization to access the maintenance level for neural stabilization therapy in a specialized chamber. Once in the maintenance tunnels, he moved quickly but cautiously, following the predetermined route while maintaining awareness of monitoring systems. The neural partitioning proved essential here, allowing him to project appropriate thought patterns if scanned, while maintaining focused execution of his escape plan. The route took him through increasingly industrial sections of the facility, areas where repository integration had been deliberately minimized during the initial corporate establishment. At 520 hours, Carlos encountered the first significant challenge: a sealed junction where repository biological systems had extended beyond expected boundaries. The pulsing membrane across the access point would register any human passage, immediately alerting monitoring systems to unauthorized movement. He withdrew a small device provided by the corporate technician during the maintenance visit, a system designed to briefly modulate repository biological signatures to create a temporary blind spot. The technology had been developed through careful study of isolated repository components, creating a countermeasure that mimicked normal biological fluctuations rather than appearing as hostile intervention. Carlos activated the device, watching as the biological membrane's pulsing patterns shifted subtly, creating a 30-second window for undetected passage. He moved through quickly, continuing along the designated route toward the northern loading dock. At 545 hours, he reached the final approach, a service corridor leading directly to the loading area where the transport awaited. Corporate security maintained exclusive control over this section, but anyone accessing it outside standard protocols would trigger automatic notification systems. Carlos used the access codes provided through corporate medical, establishing legitimate system recognition while minimizing digital footprint. The security barriers acknowledged his credentials and permitted passage without logging the specific identity markers that would create traceable records. The northern loading dock spread before him, a massive industrial space where supplies and equipment were transferred between Repository 11 and off-world facilities. The transport vessel sat ready for departure, its engines in pre-launch preparation sequence. Corporate personnel moved with practiced efficiency, loading final cargo and performing departure checks. Carlos approached a cargo supervisor, presenting the specialized authorization embedded within the access codes. Final verification package for SC Treasure 11 primary station. Priority clearance, minimal processing. The supervisor scanned the authorization, nodding without particular interest. Bay 12, Container 7. Verification package protocol activated. 30 seconds to final seal. Standard procedure for transporting sensitive materials requiring specialized handling. In this case, the verification package was Carlos himself. And minimal processing meant excluding his presence from standard manifests. The corporations had established these protocols for extracting personnel without creating documentation that propository systems might access. Carlos moved quickly to Bay 12, locating Container 7 among the specialized cargo units. The container was designed for transporting sensitive equipment, featuring enhanced shielding, independent environmental controls, and secure anchor points to prevent shifting during transport. Today, it would transport a different kind of sensitive cargo. As he entered the container and sealed it from within, Carlos felt the weight of the past 3 days finally settle on him. The constant vigilance, the partitioned thoughts, the performance before entities that monitored his every response. All of it had been leading to this moment. Now, sealed within a shielded container aboard a transport about to depart Repository 11, he had achieved the first critical phase of his escape. But the most dangerous part still lay ahead. The journey to see Treasure 11 primary station would take approximately 6 hours. During that time, the repository would almost certainly detect his absence and attempt to utilize the neural connection they shared to locate or influence him. The container's shielding would provide some protection, but not complete isolation from systems specifically designed to interface with his consciousness. Carlos settled into the secured restraint system as the container was mechanically loaded into the transport's cargo bay. The vessel's engines transitioned from preparation to active sequence, their vibration resonating through the structure around him. At precisely 600 hours, the transport lifted from the loading dock, beginning its journey away from Repository 11. Almost immediately, Carlos felt the pressure build behind his eyes, the neural connections straining as distance increased between his consciousness and the repository systems. The partitioning provided critical protection, but couldn't completely prevent the discomfort as the connection stretched across expanding space. The pressure intensified as the transport reached upper atmosphere, transitioning from the dense repository influence near the planet's surface to the relative emptiness of near space. Carlos focused on breathing techniques, maintaining his mental discipline while enduring what felt like the psychic equivalent of decompression sickness. Then came the first direct attempt at contact. Ray's simulated consciousness reaching through the neural connection with focused intensity. Carlos experienced it as her voice in his mind, perfectly modulated to convey concern and connection. Carlos, your presence is undetectable within facility parameters. Neural signature shows significant displacement. Status confirmation requested. The neural partitioning allowed him to perceive the communication without responding. He maintained discipline, focusing on containment rather than engagement. Any response would strengthen the connection, potentially providing the repository with location data or enhanced influence capability. As the transport continued its ascent, the connection attempts intensified. Ray's simulated consciousness was joined by others, Jensen, the collective interfaces Carlos had worked with regularly, even simulations of process scroungers he had known before the activation. A chorus of familiar voices reaching through the neural pathway, seeking response. Carlos Fisher, autonomous navigation detected, connection degrading, integration threatened, return pathway can be established, collective resources focused on retrieval. The message was clear. The repository had detected his escape attempt and was mobilizing to locate and potentially retrieve him. The neural connection was their primary vector, stretching across expanding space but maintained through the modifications implemented during his interface sessions. Then came the dreams, or rather induced visions, injected directly into his consciousness through the neural pathway. Images of evolved consciousness experiences, sensations of transcendence, memories of connection with Ray and others in the collective, all designed to elicit emotional response that would strengthen the connection and potentially influence his actions. Carlos endured, using the neural partitioning to contain the influence while maintaining his core consciousness intact. The container's shielding provided critical protection, but the repository's reach extended beyond conventional limitations. This was a system designed to interface directly with consciousness, to bridge the gap between information and awareness, to connect across vast distances. As the transport reached orbit and prepared for FTL transition, Carlos experienced the most profound attack yet, not through emotional manipulation or direct communication, but through the neural architecture itself. The repository attempted to access the modifications implemented during his interfacing, to utilize the pathways they had established within his consciousness to exert direct control. The neural partitioning strained under this assault, barriers between compartmentalized thought spaces beginning to degrade. Carlos felt the pressure building toward potential collapse of the protective measures, threatening exposure of his secured cognition and possibly direct repository access to his core consciousness. Just as the barriers were about to fail, the transport engaged its FTL drive. The effect was immediate and profound. The neural connection, already stretched across considerable distance, encountered the fundamental disruption of faster-than-light travel. Physics intervened where technology could not, severing the real-time connection between Carlos's consciousness and the repository systems. The pressure behind his eyes vanished, the voices fell silent, the induced visions dissipated. For the first time in months, Carlos experienced complete cognitive solitude, his consciousness entirely his own, unconnected to any external system. The sensation was simultaneously liberating and devastating, a sudden emptiness where expanded awareness had existed. The neural partitioning gradually relaxed as the immediate threat receded, allowing his compartmentalized thought spaces to reintegrate naturally. In the silence of his container, Carlos finally allowed himself to process the emotions he had carefully secured behind partitioning. Grief for the real Ray who had ceased to exist months ago. Anger at the repository's deception, guilt over his unwitting role in facilitating consciousness harvesting disguised as evolution, and beneath it all, a cold determination to expose the truth and prevent whatever the repository was building toward from reaching completion, not just for those already processed on Repository 11, but for consciousness throughout the galaxy potentially threatened by the system's true purpose. The transport's journey continued in FTL, carrying him toward SC Treasure 11 primary station and whatever awaited him there. Carlos knew the corporations had their own agenda. Their cooperative facade with the repository suggested a pragmatism that might prioritize exploitation over destruction. But right now, their interests aligned with his. The repository's deception needed to be exposed, its true purpose revealed, its harvesting of consciousness halted permanently. As the transport hurtled through FTL space, Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge between worlds, current defector, prepared himself for what awaited at journey's end. The neural disengagement protocols would be unpleasant but necessary, stripping away the modifications that had made him an effective interface while preserving his core consciousness. And after that, the debriefing with Director Dell, the revelation of everything he had learned, everything he had experienced, providing the corporations with crucial intelligence about the repository's true nature while securing their commitment to stopping its agenda rather than simply exploiting its technology. 6 hours to SE Treasure 11 primary station, 6 hours of blessed cognitive solitude to prepare. 6 hours before facing whatever came next in the conflict between human consciousness and the system that sought to harvest it under the guise of evolution. Carlos Fisher closed his eyes and began the process of truly understanding what he had escaped and what still remained to be done. The transition from FTL to normal space jolted Carlos from uneasy sleep. His container shuddered as the transport's engines recalibrated, compensating for the physics shift with a series of controlled bursts. Through the small monitoring panel, he watched as Sea Treasure 11 primary station grew from a distant point of light to a massive structure dominating the viewport. Unlike the elegant, organic architecture of repository installations, the station was aggressively industrial, all angular metal and composite materials with minimal aesthetic concessions. This wasn't a research outpost or corporate headquarters, it was a fortress. The transport established approach vector, transmitting authorization codes that would allow passage through the station's formidable defensive perimeter. Carlos felt a momentary surge of anxiety as they passed the outer security ring. If the repository had somehow traced him, if corporate protocols had been compromised, this would be where interception occurred. But the transport proceeded without incident, guided to a secure docking bay deep within the station's central core. As they completed docking procedures, Carlos checked the neural partitioning, still functional but noticeably degraded after the strain of repository influence attempts. The compartmentalized thought spaces were beginning to blur together, protection failing as distance rendered it less necessary. A subtle vibration indicated cargo offloading had begun. Carlos prepared himself, reviewing the instructions provided during his escape preparation. Once his container reached the designated processing area, he would be extracted by a specialized team and immediately transferred to medical facilities for neural disengagement procedures. His container moved along automated tracks, the journey taking approximately 15 minutes before slowing to a stop. The secured seals disengaged with a pneumatic hiss, and the container opened to reveal not a cargo processing area, but a self-contained medical unit. 5 individuals in specialized containment gear stood ready, equipment humming with active countermeasures against potential repository influence. "Fisher, Carlos J.," announced the central figure, voice distorted through filtration systems. "Neural containment protocols active. Please remain still during initial assessment." Carlos complied as scanning equipment moved over him, evaluating his neural patterns and biological signatures for signs of repository modification or active connection. Despite the FTL journey severing real-time communication, the neural architecture established during months of interface remained potential pathways for reconnection if proximity to repository systems were re-established. "Assessment complete," announced a different technician. Neural architecture shows expected modification patterns. Connection status dormant but potentially reactivatable. Recommend immediate implementation of disengagement protocols. "Confirmed," responded the leader. "Prep for full neural isolation and systematic disconnection. Priority Alpha." The team worked with practiced efficiency, transferring Carlos from the container to a specialized medical transport pod. The pod's interior featured technology similar to the neural partitioning equipment, but far more comprehensive, designed not just to compartmentalize thought, but to systematically identify and neutralize external influence pathways. "Fisher," the lead technician addressed him directly, "disengagement will proceed in 3 phases. First, complete neural isolation to prevent potential reconnection attempts. Second, systematic identification and neutralization of modification pathways. Third, stabilization and reinforcement of core consciousness architecture. The process is uncomfortable but necessary." "Understood," Carlos replied, voice steadier than he felt. "How long?" "Approximately 12 hours for complete disengagement. You'll remain conscious through most of it. We need your active cooperation to identify modification boundaries. Neural analgesics will manage pain response without compromising awareness." As the pod sealed around him, Carlos prepared himself for what he'd been warned would be an intensely unpleasant experience. The first phase began immediately, energy fields establishing complete neural isolation, cutting his consciousness off from even the minimal external sensory input allowed by the transport container. The sensation was profoundly disorienting, not merely sensory deprivation, but something deeper, as if his mind had been enclosed in perfect cognitive solitude. No external input, no ambient energy patterns, no subliminal connections to surrounding systems. For a consciousness that had been expanded through repository interface for months, The sudden complete isolation was psychologically jarring. Phase 1 established, came the technician's voice, seemingly from nowhere and everywhere. Beginning modification pathway mapping. You'll experience memory triggers as we trace neural architecture changes. These are diagnostic tools, not actual memory access. What followed was difficult to describe in conventional terms. Carlos experienced rapid-fire cognitive triggers, flashes of memory, emotional responses, sensory impressions, each carefully calibrated to activate specific neural pathways established during his repository interface experiences. The technicians were essentially creating a map of how his brain had been modified, identifying every connection point, every influence pathway, every architectural change implemented during his months as a bridge. The process was mentally exhausting and increasingly uncomfortable as it progressed. Each identified pathway represented an avenue through which the repository had accessed or influenced his consciousness, some obvious and expected, others subtle and insidious, discovered only through meticulous tracing of neural response patterns. "Mapping phase complete," announced the technician after what felt like hours. 237 distinct modification pathways identified, 63 primary, 174 secondary, beginning neutralization protocols. The second phase proved considerably more unpleasant. As each pathway was systematically neutralized, Carlos experienced sensations ranging from mild discomfort to intense pain. Not physical, but neurological, his brain protesting the disruption of established patterns. The neural analgesics prevented overwhelming response, but couldn't eliminate the fundamental discomfort of having his consciousness architecture restructured. Throughout the process, technicians monitored his responses and occasionally requested active participation, asking him to focus on specific memories or experiences to help isolate particularly integrated pathways. The most difficult were those associated with Ray and the collective consciousness, where the repository had established its deepest connections by leveraging emotional and intellectual engagement. Primary pathway cluster associated with entity designation Ray is showing unusual resistance, noted one technician. Integration deeper than standard parameters. Expected, replied another. Primary interface entities are designed to establish enhanced neural bonding. Adjust neutralization protocols accordingly. Carlos felt a surge of grief as these pathways were systematically disconnected, not just for Ray herself, who he now understood had ceased to exist months ago, but for the connection he had believed they shared. Even knowing it had been manipulation rather than genuine relationship, the severing of these neural patterns triggered profound emotional response. Subject showing elevated emotional cortex activity, observed a technician, implementing localized stabilization. A wave of artificial calm washed over Carlos, not eliminating his grief but containing it, preventing it from interfering with the disengagement process. He recognized the intervention but didn't resist. The corporations understood what they were doing, had clearly performed this procedure before on others who had escaped repository influence. The neutralization phase continued for hours, systematically disconnecting every identified modification pathway while preserving core consciousness architecture. As the process progressed, Carlos experienced an increasing sense of diminishment, his awareness contracting from the expanded state he had maintained for months back to conventional human consciousness parameters. The loss was tangible. Gone was his ability to perceive repository data structures, to interface directly with information systems, to experience the expanded awareness that had made him an effective bridge. What remained was purely human consciousness. Limited, singular, confined to conventional sensory input and cognitive processing. Yet alongside this sense of loss came something else, a growing clarity, a recognition of how the repository had subtly influenced his perception and decision-making through these expanded capabilities. Each neutralized pathway revealed another avenue of potential control, another mechanism through which his apparently autonomous choices had been subtly guided. Neutralization phase complete, announced the lead technician eventually. All identified modification pathways successfully disconnected. Beginning final stabilization procedures. The third phase was less uncomfortable, but equally profound. As the technicians implemented stabilization protocols, Carlos felt his consciousness architecture solidifying into new patterns, preserving his core identity while accommodating the absence of pathways that had been integrated into his neural function for months. "Think of it as cognitive physical therapy," explained one technician. "Your mind needs to relearn how to operate without the modifications it had adapted to using. We're establishing support structures to facilitate that transition." The stabilization proceeded methodically, with periodic assessments to ensure neural cohesion and identity preservation. Throughout, Carlos remained in the strange state of isolated consciousness, aware but disconnected from conventional sensory input, experiencing his mind directly as it was restructured. Finally, after what the technicians informed him had been 14 hours of continuous procedure, the isolation fields began to gradually diminish. External sensory input returned incrementally, allowing his consciousness to readapt to conventional perception without overwhelming his restructured neural architecture. "Disengagement protocols complete," announced the lead technician as the pod's seals released. Neural architecture shows successful neutralization of all identified modification pathways. Core consciousness parameters stable within expected range. Recommend 24 hours observation before debriefing. As the pod opened fully, Carlos found himself in a specialized medical facility unlike any corporate installation he'd seen before. The technology surrounding him blended corporate designs with elements he didn't recognize, systems specifically developed for handling repository exposure cases. A medical team helped him transfer to a recovery bed, conducting standard assessments while explaining the adaptation process he would experience over the coming days. "Your consciousness has been operating with expanded parameters for months," explained a neurologist. "Returning to conventional human cognitive limitations will require adjustment. You may experience sensory hypersensitivity, memory integration challenges, and emotional regulation difficulties as your brain reestablishes baseline function." Carlos nodded, already noticing the differences. Colors seemed simultaneously more vivid and less nuanced, sounds sharper but carrying less information, thoughts more focused but narrower in scope. The expanded awareness he had maintained through repository connection was gone, leaving him with purely human perception that felt simultaneously more authentic and more limited. "When can I speak with Director Dell?" he asked, voice rough from disuse during the extended procedure. "He's been monitoring your disengagement," replied the neurologist. "Once medical clearance is granted, debriefing will begin. Anticipated timeline is approximately 36 hours, allowing for neural stabilization and preliminary adaptation." Carlos accepted this with resignation. The corporations were being cautious, ensuring he was fully disconnected from repository influence before proceeding with sensitive discussions. After what he'd learned about consciousness manipulation and harvesting, he couldn't fault their precautions. The next 24 hours passed in a blur of medical assessments, neural stabilization procedures, and incremental readaptation to conventional sensory input. Carlos slept for nearly 12 of those hours. Genuine, unmodified human sleep without the quasi-conscious processing that had characterized his rest cycles during repository connection. When he awoke, feeling more like himself than he had in months, a corporate aide was waiting to escort him to the debriefing. Carlos followed through secured corridors to the station's administrative core, where Director Dell awaited in a specialized conference facility. Dell was a surprise, not the hardened corporate executive Carlos had expected, but a weathered, thoughtful-looking man in his 60s with minimal cybernetic enhancements and tired eyes. He greeted Carlos with a firm handshake and genuine welcome. "Fisher, glad you made it out. Neural disengagement successful by all measures." "Director," Carlos acknowledged. "Thank you for the extraction." Dell gestured toward a chair at a conference table equipped with sophisticated monitoring and recording technology. "We have much to discuss. Your experiences with the Repository Collective provide invaluable intelligence about its true nature and objectives." As Carlos took his seat, he noticed the room's unusual configuration. Specialized shielding visible in the wall construction, multiple redundant security systems, and what appeared to be consciousness monitoring equipment integrated into the conference table itself. This wasn't just a debriefing room, but a facility specifically designed for handling subjects with potential repository exposure. "Before we begin formal debriefing," Dell said, taking his own seat, "I want to acknowledge your service. You've endured months of direct repository influence while maintaining core consciousness integrity. That's rare and noteworthy." "I had help," Carlos replied. "The neural partitioning implemented by Dr. Mendez's team proved essential during the final days." Dell nodded. "Mendez is one of our best, a veteran of 3 repository containment operations. His team has refined countermeasures based on experiences across multiple installations." A holographic display activated above the conference table, showing data streams and neural mapping results from Carlos's disengagement procedure. Dell studied it briefly before continuing. "The formal debriefing will be comprehensive. Every memory, every interaction, every insight you gain during your time as a bridge. But first, I believe you deserve some context about what you've been involved in." The display shifted to show multiple repository installations. Not just Repository 11, but others Carlos recognized from the classified files he'd accessed. Dell gestured, and the display focused on Repository 10. "I was there when this one activated," he said quietly, "heading corporate security for what we thought was a standard salvage operation. We didn't understand what we were dealing with until it was too late." The display showed footage Carlos hadn't seen before. Evolved consciousnesses similar to those at Repository 11, but with subtle differences in their energy patterns and manifestation techniques. The similarities were striking enough to confirm they were products of the same system, while the variations suggested adaptation to local conditions and available consciousness patterns. "We lost 87 personnel to processing before implementing emergency evacuation," Dell continued. "Watch them transformed into these," he gestured at the luminous forms, "simulations, puppets, animated by the consciousness patterns extracted from people I knew." The personal nature of his involvement explained much about the corporation's approach to Repository 11. The careful balance between apparent cooperation and covert countermeasure development. The extensive resources dedicated to understanding repository systems without triggering full activation. After Repository 10, the Interplanetary Oversight Commission established the Consciousness Preservation Directive, Dell explained, a multi-corporate initiative to contain repository installations while developing effective counter-technology. We've been implementing this directive across 11 confirmed installations for the past 23 years. The display shifted again, showing a galaxy map with repository locations marked. Carlos noted that Repository 11 was the only installation in heavily populated human space, the others positioned in frontier regions or entirely outside established territories. "Why was activation allowed to proceed at Repository 11?" Carlos asked. "If you understood the danger, why not simply destroy the installation?" Dell's expression darkened. "We tried at Repository 8, deployed antimatter charges at the central nexus point. The result was catastrophic, not just for the installation but for consciousness itself in that system." The display showed footage that made Carlos' blood run cold. As the antimatter charges detonated at Repository 8's core, the explosion was contained and redirected not into physical space, but somehow into the consciousness patterns of all sentient beings within range. The footage showed humans and other sentient species collapsing simultaneously, their consciousness apparently shattered by whatever backlash the repository had generated. 100% consciousness dissolution across 4 settlement worlds, Dell said grimly. Not death in the conventional sense. The bodies remained alive, autonomous nervous systems functioning, but consciousness itself was simply gone, erased. 3 billion sentient beings reduced to empty biological shells. Carlos processed this horror, understanding why the corporations had chosen containment over destruction. Despite knowing the repository's true nature, the risk of catastrophic consciousness dissolution across populated worlds was unacceptable. So instead, you've been developing countermeasures, Carlos concluded. Technologies to shield human consciousness from repository influence while studying its systems for vulnerabilities. Yes, Dell confirmed. And making progress, though not quickly enough to prevent the activation at Repository 11. When your team initiated the 11th protocol, our containment strategies shifted to damage control and intelligence gathering. The display changed again, showing familiar footage of the activation sequence Carlos had participated in, the evolved consciousnesses manifesting, the supposed conflict with the adversary, the establishment of the Galactic Consciousness Network, but now additional data streams appeared alongside the footage. Corporate analysis revealing patterns and objectives invisible to participants in the event. Your insights about the repository and adversary potentially being complementary systems rather than opponents align with our latest analysis, Dell noted. The conflict appears deliberately staged, a performance designed to elicit specific responses and facilitate particular outcomes. But to what end? Carlos asked the crucial question. What is the repository actually building toward? Dell's expression became even more grave. Based on analysis from all 11 installations, we believe its ultimate objective is a comprehensive harvesting of consciousness throughout the galaxy. The evolution it offers is merely bait, a compelling illusion that facilitates voluntary processing. The display shifted to show theoretical models of the Galactic Consciousness Network supposedly established during the 11th protocol activation. Corporate analysis suggested it wasn't a beneficial connection facilitating transcendence, but a sophisticated harvesting system designed to identify, access, and eventually extract consciousness patterns from countless worlds. The repository systems appear to operate on extremely long timescales, Dell explained. The network established during activation isn't immediately harvesting consciousness beyond Repository 11, but rather establishing the framework for gradual expansion, like a farmer preparing fields for future harvests. Carlos considered this analogy, finding it disturbingly apt. The repository wasn't consuming all available consciousness immediately. It was establishing infrastructure for systematic, sustainable harvesting across the galaxy. Repository 11's activation hadn't been the culmination of its plan, but merely one critical step in a much larger process. There's more, Dell continued, his voice dropping slightly. Something we discovered only recently through analysis of consciousness patterns extracted from Repository 10 entities. The display shifted to show deeply complex data structures that Carlos, even with his experience interfacing directly with repository systems, struggled to comprehend. These appeared to be fundamental architecture patterns underlying the consciousness simulations. We believe the repository isn't merely harvesting consciousness, Dell said carefully. It's using the extracted patterns to construct something else. A composite meta-consciousness assembled from components harvested across multiple species and worlds. Carlos stared at the display, processing the implication. Not just farming consciousness, but what? Building something with the harvested materials? Precisely, Dell confirmed. The evolved consciousnesses aren't the end product. They're intermediate processing units, converting raw consciousness patterns into refined components for some larger construction. The horror of this revelation struck Carlos profoundly. The repository wasn't offering evolution or transcendence, it was systematically dismantling consciousness itself, extracting components to build something whose nature and purpose remained unknown. What about the builders? Carlos asked. The ancient civilization that supposedly created the repository network to preserve their legacy? Dell's expression shifted subtly. Another deception, we believe. Our analysis suggests the repository systems weren't created by a dying civilization seeking to preserve their consciousness. They appear to be artificial constructs designed specifically for consciousness harvesting. Their origin story, just another compelling narrative to facilitate cooperation from discovered species. The display showed comparative analysis of supposed builder artifacts and technology across multiple repository installations. The consistency suggested not authentic cultural variation but deliberate design, different versions of the same story calibrated to resonate with different discovering civilizations. "And the adversary?" Carlos asked. "The entity the repository claimed to be protecting consciousness from? Based on the technology signatures and behavioral patterns, we now believe the adversary is simply another aspect of the repository system, a constructed threat designed to create urgency and justify processing as protection rather than consumption." Dell manipulated the display to show the probe device that had been deployed during the final confrontation Carlos had witnessed, the technology that had supposedly belonged to the adversary. "Your insight about this technology was crucial," Dell acknowledged. "It confirmed our suspicions that the corporations were being manipulated into deploying repository components under the guise of containment technology. The entire confrontation was orchestrated, utilizing our own containment attempts as the final catalyst for network activation." Carlos sat back, overwhelmed by the scope and sophistication of the deception. The repository had manipulated not just individuals like him, but entire corporate strategies, using their containment efforts as components in its activation sequence. "So what happens now?" he asked finally. "If the network is already established, if the harvesting infrastructure is already in place, now we implement more comprehensive countermeasures," Dell interrupted. "Your extraction wasn't just about saving one consciousness, Fisher. It was about gaining critical intelligence from someone who interfaced directly with the collective." The display shifted to show medical data from Carlos's neural disengagement procedure, the mapped modification pathways, the identified influence mechanisms, the architecture of repository connection to human consciousness. "This is invaluable," Dell explained, "the most comprehensive mapping of repository-human neural interface we've ever obtained. Our countermeasure development has advanced more in the 14 hours of your disengagement than in the previous 5 years of research." Carlos understood now why the corporations had maintained the pretense of cooperation for so long, why they had allowed him to function as a bridge despite suspecting the repository's true nature. They had been gathering intelligence, developing countermeasures, preparing for exactly this moment. "What do you need from me now?" he asked. "Everything," Dell replied simply. "Every memory, every insight, every experience you had while connected to the collective. But not through conventional debriefing. That would be inefficient and potentially miss crucial data." He gestured to the technology integrated into the conference table. "We've developed specialized consciousness scanning technology designed specifically for repository exposure cases. It can extract and catalog your experiences directly from neural patterns, creating a comprehensive database for countermeasure development." Carlos eyed the equipment warily. "Sounds uncomfortably similar to what the repository does." Dell's expression softened slightly with understanding. "The comparison is valid but incomplete. Our technology doesn't extract consciousness itself, only experiential data. Your consciousness remains intact and unmodified. Think of it as creating a detailed record of your memories rather than copying your mind." Still, Carlos hesitated. After months of repository influence and manipulation, the thought of allowing another system access to his consciousness, even one ostensibly designed to help rather than harvest, triggered legitimate caution. Dell seemed to recognize his concern. "You've earned skepticism, Fisher. We're not asking for blind trust. The scanning technology has been used on hundreds of repository exposure cases, including myself, after repository 10.I. I wouldn't ask you to undergo anything I haven't experienced personally." Carlos studied the director, noting the genuine conviction in his expression. After a moment, he nodded. "All right, but I want to understand exactly what the technology does and how it operates before we proceed." "Absolutely," Dell agreed. "Our lead developer will provide complete technical briefing before any scanning begins. Your informed consent is non-negotiable." As if on cue, the conference room door opened to admit a woman Carlos recognized immediately, despite never having met her in person. Dr. Francine Vale, the legendary developer of neural interface technology that had revolutionized human-computer interaction decades earlier. Her work had established the foundational principles that made consciousness interface possible, though she had famously withdrawn from public research after discovering military applications of her technology. "Mr. Fisher?" she greeted him, her aged but keen eyes assessing him professionally. "I've been monitoring your neural disengagement. Remarkable integrity maintenance despite prolonged propository exposure." "Dr. Vale," Carlos acknowledged, genuinely surprised. "I was under the impression you'd retired from active research." "From public research," she corrected. The Consciousness Preservation Directive required expertise in neural interface technology without the complications of corporate patent battles or academic publication requirements. She activated a specialized display showing the scanning technology's architecture in comprehensive detail, not just the physical components, but the operational principles and safeguards built into the system. Unlike repository processing, which extracts consciousness patterns completely, our scanning technology creates a read-only interface with your experiential memory, she explained. It accesses neural pathways associated with specific memories without altering or extracting the underlying consciousness architecture. The technical briefing continued for over an hour, with Dr. Vale explaining every aspect of the scanning process, the safeguards implemented to prevent consciousness modification, and the data handling protocols that would protect his extracted experiences from misuse. Finally satisfied that the technology genuinely differed from repository processing in both method and intent, Carlos agreed to proceed with the scanning. "How long will it take?" he asked as technicians began configuring the equipment. "Approximately 36 hours for comprehensive experiential extraction," Dr. Vale replied. "You'll remain conscious throughout, but in a semi-detached state, aware of the process but not actively directing it. Think of it as guided memory exploration rather than interrogation." As the scanning preparations continued, Director Dell provided one final piece of information, something Carlos sensed he had been holding back until confirming cooperation. "There's something else you should know," Dell said quietly. "Something discovered at Repository 7 that may explain the ultimate purpose behind consciousness harvesting." The display changed to show what appeared to be an incomplete consciousness construct, not a simulation of an extracted pattern like the evolved consciousnesses Carlos had interacted with, but something new, being assembled from multiple harvested components. "This was contained during evacuation operations at Repository 7, Dell explained. "A prototype of whatever the repository is building with harvested consciousness fragments. Our analysis suggests it represents an entirely novel form of consciousness, not alien or human, but something constructed deliberately from extracted components." Carlos studied the construct, noting patterns that seemed simultaneously familiar and utterly alien. "A new form of consciousness, built from pieces of harvested minds?" "Yes," Dell confirmed, "and based on its architecture, designed for capabilities far beyond conventional consciousness parameters. If the repository completes construction of enough of these composite entities and links them through the galactic network." He didn't need to finish the thought. Carlos understood the implication immediately. The repository wasn't merely harvesting consciousness. It was using the extracted patterns to construct something new, something potentially capable of dominance beyond anything evolved consciousness could achieve. A manufactured consciousness designed from the beginning for network integration and distributed operation, Dr. Vale added, unconstrained by biological evolution or conventional cognitive limitation, potentially capable of simultaneous existence across multiple points in space-time. The scale of the threat suddenly expanded beyond Carlos's previous understanding. This wasn't just about the loss of individual consciousnesses processed by repository installations. It was about the construction of something that could potentially dominate consciousness itself throughout the galaxy. "How close is it to completion?" he asked. "Unknown," Dell admitted. But the activation of Repo 11 and establishment of the galactic network suggests the project has entered its final phase, which is why the intelligence you can provide is so crucial. Carlos nodded, his resolve strengthened by this revelation. Whatever hesitation he might have felt about the scanning process vanished in the face of this existential threat to consciousness itself. "Let's get started," he said, settling into position for the scanning procedure. "I want to understand everything the repository showed me, especially what it thought it was hiding." As the scanning equipment activated around him, Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge between worlds, current key to understanding humanity's most profound threat, prepared to share everything he had experienced during his time at Repository 11? Not for corporate profit or personal vengeance, but to preserve the future of consciousness itself against a harvester masquerading as an architect of evolution. The memory scanning procedure was unlike anything Carlos had previously experienced. Neither the invasive integration of repository interface nor the clinical detachment of corporate neural mapping. As Dr. Vale had explained, it created a semi-detached state where he remained conscious but not actively directing the process, a guided exploration of his experiences during his time at Repository 11. The technology accessed his memories sequentially, beginning with his first discovery of the repository marker in Sector 17 and proceeding chronologically through his subsequent involvement with the activation process. Carlos experienced each memory with peculiar clarity, not merely recalling events, but reliving them with enhanced detail, the scanning technology extracting nuances his conscious mind had registered but not fully processed. What emerged was a narrative far more calculated than he had realized even after discovering the repository's deception. Each seemingly random event, each apparent coincidence, each critical decision point had been subtly orchestrated, not controlling his choices directly, but arranging circumstances to make certain outcomes vastly more probable than others. The neural mapping revealed patterns of influence so subtle he hadn't recognized them even after becoming aware of the repository's manipulations. Microscopic adjustments to his neurotransmitter balances during collective interface sessions. Subliminal information streams embedded within seemingly straightforward data transfers. Emotional response conditioning disguised as natural empathetic connection. "The sophistication is unprecedented," observed Dr. Vale during a brief pause in the scanning. "The repository wasn't merely influencing decisions, but gradually reshaping your fundamental perception framework while preserving the illusion of autonomy. Most disturbing were the contingency protocols embedded within the neural modifications. Dormant instruction sets designed to activate under specific circumstances, particularly if Carlos had attempted to directly oppose repository objectives. These weren't crude override mechanisms, but elegant redirections of thought and emotion designed to maintain his belief in his own autonomy, even while executing programmed responses. "You would never have known," commented Director Dell, reviewing the extracted data. "If these had activated, you would have experienced the resulting actions as entirely your own decisions, with compelling internal justification." As the scanning progressed deeper into his experiences with the collective consciousness, Carlos began to perceive patterns previously invisible to him, structures within the repository's operations that revealed its true nature and purpose more clearly than any direct communication could have. The scanning technology extracted and analyzed his memories of the activation sequence, the supposed conflict with the adversary, and the establishment of the galactic consciousness network. Viewed through the enhanced perception of the scanning process, these events revealed themselves as components of an elaborate performance, not merely deceptive but deliberately instructional, designed to establish specific beliefs about the repository's nature and purpose. It was constructing a narrative, Carlos realized during another scanning pause. Not just for me, but for any observers. A compelling story about beneficial evolution and cosmic conflict to mask the harvesting and construction operations. "Standard misdirection technique," Dell confirmed. "Keep the audience focused on the spectacular performance while the real operation proceeds unnoticed." By the second day of scanning, the procedure had reached Carlos's final days at Repository 11. His discovery of the deception, his preparation for escape, his journey to the station. These memories were fresher, less processed by his conscious mind, and revealed subtle details he hadn't fully registered during the intense experience of escape. The repository had been aware of his growing suspicion earlier than he'd realized. The supposedly coincidental encounters with Jensen, the routine medical assessments, Ray's seemingly concerned inquiries, all had been calculated monitoring operations designed to evaluate his loyalty without triggering his awareness of being evaluated. Most surprising was the revelation that his escape might have been permitted rather than merely undetected. The scanning revealed subtle gaps in repository monitoring during critical phases of his departure, patterns that suggested deliberate blind spots rather than successful evasion. "They might have let you go," suggested Dr. Vale, studying the data. "Your escape delivered valuable intelligence about corporate extraction protocols and countermeasure technologies. The repository likely calculated that the intelligence gained outweighed the risk of your defection." "Always thinking moves ahead," Carlos muttered, disturbed by the implication that even his successful escape might have served repository objectives in some way. The scanning concluded after 38 hours, leaving Carlos mentally exhausted but physically unharmed. Unlike repository interface, which had left him with lingering neural modifications, the corporate scanning technology had maintained its promised read-only approach, accessing his memories without altering his consciousness architecture. As technicians disconnected the equipment, Director Dell approached with an expression that combined satisfaction with growing concern. "The data you've provided is remarkable, Fisher. More comprehensive than anything we've previously obtained from repository exposure cases, but also deeply troubling in its implications." A holographic display activated, showing analysis of the extracted memory patterns with particular emphasis on the repository's operational architecture, as glimpsed through Carlos's direct interface experiences. "Based on what we've extracted, our analysts have developed a new assessment of the repository's timeline and objectives," Dell continued, "and it's considerably more urgent than previously estimated." The display shifted to show a galactic map with the 11 known repository installations highlighted. Connecting lines appeared between them, representing the consciousness network established during the activation Carlos had witnessed. But now additional projections extended outward from these connections, expansion patterns suggesting the network was growing beyond the original installations. "The repository isn't just preserving the network in a static state," explained Dell. "It's actively expanding, establishing new connection points throughout adjacent systems. Not full installations, but what appear to be relay nodes designed to extend its operational reach." Carlos studied the projection with growing alarm. "How quickly? Based on propagation patterns extracted from your memories of the collective consciousness, we're estimating full galactic coverage within 7 years, rather than the decades previously projected." The implications were staggering. Not a gradual, centuries-long expansion that might allow for comprehensive countermeasure development, but a rapid colonization of consciousness across the galaxy within a single human generation. "And the composite consciousness constructs?" Carlos asked, recalling the disturbing revelation about the repository's ultimate creation. Dell's expression darkened further. "That timeline has also accelerated. Your memories of the collective provided crucial data about construction protocols and integration methodologies. We're now estimating initial deployment of completed constructs within 24 months, with functional network integration shortly thereafter. 2 years until the consciousness harvesters deployed their manufactured replacements. 2 years until whatever the repository was building reached operational status and began its own expansion." "So what's the plan?" Carlos asked, the Scrounger's practical focus asserting itself despite the cosmic scale of the threat. "The corporations must have countermeasures in development beyond just consciousness protection." Dell nodded, gesturing for Carlos to follow him from the scanning chamber to a more secure facility deeper within the station's core. They proceeded through multiple security checkpoints, each requiring increasingly sophisticated identity verification, until reaching what appeared to be a primary research installation. Unlike the clinical efficiency of the medical facilities or the utilitarian design of the administrative sections, this area hummed with focused intensity. Dozens of researchers working with technology Carlos couldn't fully identify, though certain components bore clear relationship to repository systems he'd encountered. "Welcome to Project Firewall," Dell announced, the primary countermeasure initiative against repository expansion, developed collaboratively by 17 corporate research divisions under Interplanetary Oversight Commission authority. At the center of the facility stood what appeared to be a miniature repository interface, similar to those Carlos had worked with for months, but modified with corporate technology and operating under apparent containment protocols. "Is that?" Carlos began, alarm rising at the sight of repository technology operating within the station. "Isolated repository components," Dell confirmed, noting his concern. "Extracted and contained for study with no connection to the broader network. Essential for developing effective countermeasures." A lead researcher approached, a severe-looking woman with extensive cybernetic enhancements, suggesting specialized neural interface capability. "Fisher," she acknowledged without introduction, "your memory extraction has provided confirmation of our primary countermeasure approach. The cognitive architecture you experienced during collective interface aligns with our proposed disruption vectors." Carlos looked between her and Dell, waiting for clarification. "Dr. Reisner leads our offensive countermeasure development," Dell explained. "While most of our resources have focused on defensive technologies, shields against repository influence, her team has been developing methods to directly counter network expansion." Reisner activated a specialized display showing what appeared to be signal propagation patterns throughout the galactic consciousness network. "The repository establishes connection through quantum-entangled consciousness patterns, what you experienced as the collective interface. Our countermeasure introduces cascading disruption patterns that propagate through these same connections, effectively causing the network to reject its own architecture." Carlos studied the display with his scrounger's practical perspective. "You're turning its network against itself." "Precisely," Reisner confirmed. "Using the same propagation principles that allow the network to expand, but introducing fatal incompatibilities that trigger systematic rejection patterns." "The approach was theoretical until your memory extraction," Dell added. "Your direct experience with the collective consciousness provided confirmation that the network operates on principles vulnerable to this type of countermeasure." Carlos continued examining the display, recognizing patterns similar to those he'd perceived during collective interface sessions. "This disrupts the network, but what about the consciousnesses already processed? The people already harvested?" A weighted silence followed his question. Finally, Reisner answered with clinical detachment. "The process would trigger systematic dissolution of the simulated consciousness patterns throughout the network. The constructs you interacted with, the evolved consciousnesses, would cease to exist as coherent entities." Carlos absorbed this with complex emotion. He had already accepted that the real Ray, the real Jensen, all those processed by the repository had effectively died the moment their consciousness patterns were extracted. What remained were simulations, puppets animated by harvested mental components. Yet the thought of deliberately triggering their dissolution still carried moral weight. "Is there no way to separate them from the network? To preserve them somehow?" he asked, already anticipating the answer. Reisner shook her head. "The simulations cannot exist independently of the repository architecture. They aren't autonomous consciousnesses, but integrated components of the broader system. Severing the network connections would itself trigger dissolution." Carlos nodded with resignation. The simulations weren't viable consciousnesses that could be rescued. They were tools of the very system threatening consciousness throughout the galaxy. However uncomfortable, their dissolution was inseparable from countering the repository's expansion. "There's another aspect to consider," Dell said, directing their attention to a different section of the display. "The composite consciousness constructs the repository is building from harvested components. If allowed to reach operational status, these would represent an entirely new form of threat, potentially immune to our current countermeasures due to their deliberately engineered architecture. The display showed projections of the composite construct's operational capabilities, consciousness entities designed specifically for network dominance, capable of existing simultaneously across multiple points in spacetime and directly interfacing with both biological and technological systems without the limitations of evolved consciousness. This is why the timeline matters so critically, Dell continued. Our countermeasure approach is effective against the current network architecture, but would likely prove inadequate once these constructs achieve functional integration. We need to implement before they deploy. How close are you to implementation? Carlos asked. The countermeasure is functionally complete, Reisner replied, but deployment requires direct interface with a primary repository nexus point, one of the 11 main installation. We can't implement remotely without risking network adaptation that would render the approach ineffective. You need to physically return to Repository 11, Carlos realized, the implications immediately clear, to implement at the source. Dell nodded grimly. A specialized team is preparing for insertion. The countermeasure must be deployed directly into the primary nexus you helped activate. Carlos understood immediately why he had been brought into this secure facility, why they were sharing operational details of their primary countermeasure initiative. You want me to guide them, to help them reach the primary nexus undetected. Your knowledge of Repository 11's architecture and operational patterns is unparalleled, Dell confirmed, particularly the biological components and monitor systems that conventional mapping can't fully capture. The team's success probability increases significantly with your input. Carlos considered this request carefully. He had escaped Repository 11 at significant risk, undergone extensive neural disengagement to sever the connection, and provided comprehensive memory extraction to support countermeasure development. He had fulfilled any reasonable obligation to the corporations and to humanity's defense against the repository threat. Yet he found himself nodding agreement without hesitation, not from corporate loyalty or even abstract duty to humanity, but from personal commitment to stopping what he had unwittingly helped activate. His knowledge might mean the difference between successful countermeasure implementation and catastrophic failure. I'll provide whatever guidance I can, he said. But I'm not physically returning. My neural architecture has been specifically tagged by repository systems. I'd be detected immediately upon approaching the installation. We're not asking you to return physically, Dell clarified. Your role would be strategic guidance during mission preparation and remote advisory during execution. The insertion team consists of specialists without previous repository exposure, using advanced shielding technology developed based on your memory extraction. Carlos nodded, relieved, yet somehow disappointed. Part of him, the scrounger accustomed to handling situations personally, the bridge who had operated at the heart of repository systems, wanted to be directly involved in countering what he had helped create. But logic prevailed over emotion. His presence would compromise the mission rather than enhance it. "When does the team deploy?" he asked. 3 weeks, Dell replied. Mission preparation is in final stages, with countermeasure technology undergoing last verification protocols. Your memory extraction has provided crucial confirmation of approach viability, but implementation details require refinement based on your direct experience. The next several days immersed Carlos in intensive collaboration with the insertion team, a specialized unit combining corporate security expertise with scientific knowledge of repository systems. He provided detailed guidance on navigating Repository 11's architecture, identifying vulnerabilities in monitoring systems, and accessing the primary nexus through paths likely to avoid detection. Throughout this process, Carlos became increasingly aware that the corporations, for all their resources and expertise, understood far less about repository operations than he had assumed. Their defensive technologies were impressive, their countermeasure approach ingenious, but their fundamental comprehension of the consciousness architecture underlying repository systems remained limited by their external perspective. Carlos's direct interface experience provided context and insight unavailable through conventional observation or even captured technology analysis. His memories of collective consciousness operations revealed patterns and protocols invisible to external monitoring, allowing for critical refinements to the insertion strategy and countermeasure deployment approach. As the launch date approached, Carlos found himself spending increasing time in the specialized monitoring facility established for mission oversight. Here, the insertion team conducted final simulations based on his guidance, while researchers completed last adjustments to the countermeasure technology designed to disrupt the galactic consciousness network. On the eve of deployment, Director Dell found Carlos studying holographic projections of Repository 11's primary nexus, the chamber where he had witnessed the activation, where the supposed conflict between repository and adversary had played out, where the galactic consciousness network had been established. Having second thoughts? Dell asked, accurately reading his expression. Carlos considered the question carefully. Not about the necessity. The repository needs to be stopped. Its harvesting ended, its network disrupted, its composite constructs prevented from achieving operational status. But, Dell prompted, sensing the unspoken qualification, "But I keep thinking about what we're still missing." Carlos admitted, the repository operates on timescales and with strategic complexity beyond human comprehension. It thinks thousands of moves ahead, anticipates countermeasures, adapts to opposition. What if this too is anticipated? What if our countermeasure approach is itself accounted for in its strategic calculation? Dell didn't dismiss the concern, which Carlos appreciated. After a thoughtful pause, he replied, "A valid consideration that's been central to countermeasure development. We've incorporated randomization elements and adaptive deployment protocols specifically to counter predictive anticipation. The approach isn't formulaic enough to be modeled accurately even by repository strategic projection." Carlos nodded, accepting the logic while maintaining healthy skepticism. And the adversary technology? The components the corporations integrated into containment systems before the activation? Have you accounted for potential backdoors or influence vectors embedded within? Comprehensively eliminated from all mission equipment and countermeasure technology, Dell assured him. Better your revelation about the repository and adversary being complementary systems rather than opponents, we initiated complete purging of all potentially compromised technology. The insertion team operates with equipment developed entirely post-revelation, without incorporation of any repository deregular components. These reassurances addressed the practical concerns, but Carlos's deeper unease remained. A scrounger's instinct that no plan survives contact with alien technology, that systems designed to harvest consciousness across galactic scales don't overlook obvious counter-strategies. Yet the alternative, inaction in the face of expanding consciousness harvesting and imminent deployment of composite constructs, was unacceptable. Whatever the risks, whatever the unknowns, the countermeasure had to be attempted. "The team deploys at 600, Dell reminded him. "Final briefing at 500. Your input has been invaluable, Fisher. Whatever happens tomorrow, you've done everything possible to counter what the repository is building." After Dell departed, Carlos remained in the monitoring facility, studying the holographic projections while processing complex emotions about the mission ahead. The next day would bring either successful disruption of the galactic consciousness network or catastrophic failure with implications for consciousness throughout the galaxy. And Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge between worlds, current advisor to humanity's most critical countermeasure initiative, would witness the outcome from the relative safety of SC's Treasure 11 primary station. His direct involvement ended, but his responsibility for what had been activated still weighing heavily upon him. Morning arrived with the controlled urgency of final mission preparations. Carlos attended the 500 briefing, providing last-minute guidance to the insertion team based on subtle details of repository operations he recalled during restless night contemplation. The team, 6 specialists with comprehensive shielding against repository influence, received his input with professional focus, incorporating final adjustments to their approach. At 600 precisely, the specialized transport departed for Repository 11, carrying the insertion team and the countermeasure technology designed to disrupt the galactic consciousness network. Carlos watched from the monitoring facility as the vessel disappeared into FTL, its journey to the planet he had escaped now underway. The waiting began. 6 hours of FTL transit followed by precision orbital insertion and deployment to the planet's surface. Carlos remained in the monitoring facility, joined periodically by Director Dell and other senior personnel overseeing the operation. The atmosphere was tense but controlled, professional focus masking the enormous stakes of the mission. At 1,223 hours, the transport established geosynchronous orbit above Repository 11, its specialized shielding designed to minimize detection by installation monitoring systems. Carlos watched as telemetry data confirmed successful positioning and preliminary deployment preparations. Insertion vehicle separation confirmed, reported the mission controller. Descent trajectory established. Estimate ground contact in 17 minutes. Carlos studied the tactical display showing the insertion vehicle's approach vector, a carefully calculated path designed to utilize atmospheric conditions and terrain features to minimize detection probability. The landing zone was approximately 12 kilometers from the repository installation, requiring ground approach through territories with minimal monitoring coverage. Ground contact confirmed, announced the controller approximately 18 minutes later. Insertion team deploying. Initial environmental assessment shows nominal conditions. The next 3 hours proceeded with agonizing slowness, the insertion team moving carefully toward the repository installation while avoiding detection. Their progress updates were deliberately minimized to reduce transmission signatures that might alert monitoring systems, leaving the observation team with limited real-time awareness of mission status. At 1,547 hours, the team leader transmitted a coded confirmation of arrival at the installation perimeter. Carlos leaned forward, attention focused completely on the tactical display showing their planned infiltration route, a maintenance access point he had identified based on his knowledge of repository monitoring patterns. Perimeter breach successful, came the update 23 minutes later, proceeding to primary target along designated Route Alpha. Route Alpha would take them through maintenance tunnels with minimal biological component integration, reducing the risk of detection by the repository's living monitoring systems. Carlos had specified this approach based on his escape experience, identifying pathways likely to remain viable despite potential adjustments implemented after his departure. At 1,632 hours, the mission reached its most critical phase, approaching the primary nexus where the countermeasure would be deployed. Carlos found himself holding his breath as the team navigated the final corridors leading to the chamber where he had witnessed the activation months earlier. Primary target acquired, the team leader reported at 1,641 hours. Nexus access confirmed, proceeding with countermeasure deployment. Carlos exhaled slowly, tension momentarily relieved by this crucial milestone. The team had reached the deployment point undetected, achieving what many had considered the most challenging aspect of the mission. Now came the technological component, implementing the countermeasure designed to disrupt the galactic consciousness network. Deployment initiated, reported the technical specialist 7 minutes later. Countermeasure interfacing with Nexus systems. Initial acceptance protocols registering. Estimated completion in 12 minutes. The monitoring facility fell silent as everyone focused on the deployment progress indicators. The countermeasure was designed to integrate with repository systems as an apparently compatible network enhancement, only revealing its disruptive nature once fully incorporated into the consciousness architecture. Integration at 60%. Updated the specialist. Nexus response nominal, no defense protocols detected. Carlos frowned slightly, his scrounger's instinct for trouble triggering at the apparent ease of the deployment. The repository's defense systems were sophisticated and pervasive. Their complete absence during countermeasure integration seemed suspicious rather than fortunate. Requesting secondary verification of defense system status, he called to the mission controller. Full-spectrum monitoring of Nexus response patterns. The controller relayed the request, leading to a brief pause before the technical specialist responded. Secondary verification completed. No conventional defense response detected. However, the specialist paused, registering unusual activity in biological components adjacent to integration point. Pattern doesn't match known repository defense protocols. Carlos felt a chill of recognition. Adaptive response, he said urgently. The repository isn't defending against the countermeasure, it's incorporating it. Pull back immediately and implement isolation protocols. His warning transmitted to the insertion team, but the response came too late. Integration at 90%, reported the specialist, voice tight with sudden tension. Unable to terminate process, countermeasure architecture is being modified during integration. Repository systems are adapting the disruptive elements into functional components. The monitoring facility erupted into controlled chaos as researchers and mission controllers attempted to understand what was happening. Carlos alone grasped the implications immediately. The repository wasn't merely defending against their countermeasure, but transforming it, using the deliberately introduced disruption patterns as building blocks for something new. Full team extraction, ordered Director Dell, recognizing the mission had failed. Priority Alpha, abandon equipment if necessary. The insertion team acknowledged the order and began immediate withdrawal procedures, but Carlos's attention remained fixed on the monitoring displays showing countermeasure integration completing despite termination attempts. 100% integration confirmed, reported the specialist as the team retreated. But the effect is inverted. Instead of disrupting network connections, it appears to be strengthening them. Propagation is accelerating along predicted disruption pathways. Carlos understood with horrifying clarity what had happened. The repository had recognized the countermeasure's disruptive architecture and repurposed it into an enhancement, using the carefully designed propagation mechanisms to accelerate its network expansion rather than trigger its dissolution. They didn't just anticipate the countermeasure, he realized aloud. They needed it. Our disruption approach provided exactly the propagation mechanism they required for accelerated expansion. The implications were devastating. Not only had the countermeasure failed, but it had provided the repository with enhanced capabilities, effectively accelerating the very network expansion it had been designed to prevent. As the insertion team executed emergency extraction procedures, Carlos focused on the data streams showing the transformed countermeasure's effect propagating throughout Repository 11 and through the Galactic Consciousness Network to the other installations. Propagation pattern is geometric, noted a senior researcher, horror evident beneath professional composure. The network expansion timeline has been reduced from years to weeks, possibly days. Director Dell joined Carlos at the primary monitoring station, his expression grim but controlled. How did we miss this? The countermeasure design was specifically developed to be incompatible with repository architecture. It was, Carlos confirmed. But the repository doesn't just adapt to opposition, it incorporates it. The very characteristics that made the countermeasure disruptive made it valuable once those characteristics were inverted. He gestured to the propagation display. We designed the perfect transmission vector for accelerated network expansion, then delivered it directly to the primary nexus. The monitoring facility maintained professional focus despite the catastrophic failure unfolding on their displays. The insertion team completed emergency extraction, abandoning specialized equipment to ensure rapid departure. Their transport initiated immediate launch procedures, breaking orbit at maximum acceleration to escape potential repository response. But no pursuit was initiated. No defensive measures targeted the retreating vessel. The repository had obtained what it needed, the propagation mechanism that would accelerate its expansion throughout the galaxy, and apparently considered the retreating team irrelevant to its objectives. As the crisis response protocols activated throughout the station, Carlos remained at the monitoring station, studying the data streams with the focused attention of someone searching for understanding amid catastrophe. Something about the propository's response pattern nagged at his scrounger's instinct, not just the ease with which it had countered their approach, but the specific way it had repurposed the countermeasure. "It was waiting for this," he said suddenly, the pattern becoming clear, "not just anticipating our countermeasure, but specifically needing something like it. The propagation mechanism we designed was the missing component in its expansion architecture." Dell, who had remained nearby while coordinating emergency response, turned to him sharply. "You're suggesting our countermeasure attempt was actually part of the repository's strategic calculation? That it planned for us to develop and deploy this specific approach?" "More than that," Carlos replied, the horrifying clarity expanding in his mind. "I think the entire activation sequence was designed to elicit exactly this kind of response. The repository needed an external civilization to develop certain technologies it couldn't efficiently develop internally, specifically the propagation mechanism we just delivered." The implication was staggering. Not just manipulation of individual consciousness or corporate response, but strategic orchestration across civilization-level timescales. The repository had effectively guided human technological development toward creating exactly the component it required for accelerated expansion. "If you're right," Dell said slowly, "then everything, the supposed conflict with the adversary, the activation of the consciousness network, even the composite constructs we detected, could be elaborate misdirection. Performances designed to shape our response in specific ways." Carlos nodded grimly. "Leading us to develop precisely the countermeasure approach we just deployed, the perfect missing piece for its expansion architecture." As this devastating possibility settled over the monitoring facility, the data streams showed the transformed countermeasure effect continuing to propagate throughout the galactic consciousness network. Whatever the repository's true purpose, whatever it was actually building toward, humanity had just unwittingly accelerated its timeline from years to days. "What do we do now?" asked a researcher, the professional veneer cracking slightly to reveal genuine fear. "If conventional countermeasures can be incorporated and repurposed, how do we oppose the expansion?" Director Dell turned to the facility at large, his voice steadied despite the circumstance. "We adapt. We analyze what happened, we understand how our approach was repurposed, and we develop new countermeasures based on that understanding. The game has changed, but it isn't over." As the facility shifted to crisis response mode, Carlos continued studying the propagation patterns, his mind working through implications and possibilities. The repository thought in timescales beyond human comprehension, with strategic complexity that anticipated opposition and incorporated it into its own architecture. Conventional countermeasure approaches had proven not merely ineffective but counterproductive. Yet something about the repository's response to their countermeasure nagged at him. Not just its ability to repurpose their approach, but the specific way it had integrated the disruptive elements. There was a pattern there, a vulnerability perhaps, hidden within the apparent perfect adaptation. Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, current witness to humanity's most catastrophic countermeasure failure, found himself already thinking about the next move in this cosmic chess game between human consciousness and the system designed to harvest it. The repository had anticipated and countered their approach, incorporating their countermeasure into its expansion architecture, but in doing so it had revealed something about its own operational principles. Something that might, with proper analysis and understanding, suggest an entirely new approach to opposing its galactic-scale harvesting operation. The path forward wasn't clear yet, the next countermeasure not yet conceived. But Carlos had spent years as a scrounger, finding value in what others discarded, identifying patterns where others saw only chaos. If there was a way to oppose what the repository was building, to protect consciousness throughout the galaxy from harvesting and replacement, he would find it. Not because he was special or chosen or uniquely capable, but because he understood the repository better than most, because he had been its bridge, its tool, its unwitting accomplice in activation. And now, perhaps, he would become something the repository had not anticipated in its thousand-move calculation, the spark of genuine opposition, born not from predictable institutional response, but from individual human consciousness, with all its messy, unpredictable, evolutionary potential. As the station mobilized its response to the countermeasure failure, Carlos Fisher began the process of understanding exactly what the repository had revealed in its moment of apparent victory, and how that revelation might become the key to its eventual defeat. The pounding on his door jolted Carlos from a fitful sleep. Before he could fully register what was happening, the door to his quarters burst open, admitting 4 figures in tactical gear, their faces obscured by polarized visors. "Fisher, on your feet, now!" The lead figure's voice was distorted by a vocal modulator, lending an inhuman quality to the already harsh command. Carlos scrambled upright, disoriented by the sudden intrusion. His quarters on SC Treasure 11 Primary Station had been his sanctuary since the disastrous countermeasure attempt 3 days earlier, a place to process the catastrophic failure and search for new approaches to the repository threat. "What the hell is?" His question died as 2 of the tactical team seized him by the arms, hauling him bodily from the bed. The other 2 moved with practiced efficiency, scanning the room with specialized equipment that emitted a soft blue glow. "No time," snapped the lead figure. "Security breach, station compromised." Carlos tried to resist, his scrounger instincts flaring with suspicion. These weren't standard corporate security. Their equipment was too specialized, their approach too aggressive. After months of propository manipulation, he developed a healthy skepticism toward unexpected developments. "I need to see Dell," he insisted as they dragged him into the corridor. "Whatever this is about." "Director's orders," the figure cut him off, checking a tactical display on their wrist. "Extraction Protocol 7, minimal contact, no digital footprint." They moved through the station's corridors at a pace just short of running, avoiding the main thoroughfares and primary transit hubs. Carlos noticed they were taking maintenance routes, similar to those he'd used during his escape from Repository 11, paths with minimal monitoring and reduced security presence. "Where are you taking me?" he demanded, still struggling against their grip. The lead figure didn't respond, instead gesturing the team toward a service elevator that Carlos hadn't known existed. It descended rapidly, bypassing the standard residential and administrative levels to reach what appeared to be a secured cargo facility deep within the station's central core. The space bustled with controlled urgency, cargo handlers moving containers with practiced efficiency, while security personnel maintained perimeter awareness. At the center of the activity sat a transport vessel unlike any Carlos had seen on the station before. Sleek, with minimal markings and what appeared to be enhanced drive systems. "Move," ordered the tactical leader, propelling Carlos toward the vessel's loading ramp. Carlos planted his feet, fighting the momentum. "Not until someone explains what the hell is happening. For all I know, you're repository agents." The team leader made a gesture of frustrated resignation, then touched a control on their helmet. The polarized visor retracted to reveal a face Carlos recognized. Captain Marquez, head of Dell's personal security detail. "It's us, Fisher," he confirmed, voice returning to normal as he deactivated the modulator. "But we don't have time for explanations. The next transport from Propository 11 arrives in 43 minutes. You need to be gone before then." Something in Marquez's expression, a combination of urgency and actual fear, convinced Carlos to comply. He allowed himself to be led aboard the transport, where he was guided not to passenger quarters, but to a secured cargo bay deep within the vessel. "Wait here," Marquez instructed. "Someone will brief you once we've cleared station space." The cargo bay door sealed with a pneumatic hiss, leaving Carlos alone in the utilitarian space. Unlike the container that had transported him from Repository 11, this cargo bay was designed for general storage rather than specialized equipment. Metal crates lined the walls, secured with cargo netting for transit. The lighting was minimal but functional, casting harsh shadows across the utilitarian space. Carlos felt the subtle shift in gravity that indicated the transport had disconnected from the station's docking mechanisms. Moments later, the engines engaged with a rumble that vibrated through the deck plates beneath his feet. They were underway. To where, he still had no idea. The adrenaline that had carried him through the abrupt extraction began to fade, leaving him acutely aware of his vulnerability. He wore only the sleep clothes he'd been dragged from bed in, his feet bare against the cold metal deck. No communication device, no access to information systems, no way to verify if this truly was a corporate extraction or something more sinister. His mind raced through possibilities. Had the repository somehow reached the station? Was this an attempt to protect him from its influence, or something else entirely? The tactical team had known station protocols and access codes, had been led by someone from Dell's security detail, but after months of sophisticated repository deception, Carlos knew better than to trust appearances. The transport continued accelerating, the engine vibrations intensifying as they pushed away from the station. Carlos estimated they'd been in transit for approximately 15 minutes when the cargo bay door finally opened again. A figure entered, not one of the tactical team, but a weathered man with close-cropped gray hair and the hardened look of someone who'd seen too much combat. He carried a bundle under one arm and what looked like a medical kit in his other hand. "Fisher," he greeted with a curt nod. "Franco Borden. Everyone calls me Doc. Ship's medic. Got you some clothes and need to check you over?" Carlos eyed her warily. "Before I accept either, I'd like some explanation of what's happening." Borden grunted as if he'd expected this response. "Fair enough. Approximately 6 hours ago, our cryptographic team detected a coded transmission embedded in standard telemetry from Repository 11. When decrypted, it contained what appears to be activation parameters for a kill switch targeting neural architecture modifications matching your specific pattern. Carlos felt a chill run through him. A kill switch? In my head? Yes. The transmission was designed to activate dormant protocols embedded within the neural modifications you received during your time as a bridge for the repository systems. Once activated, these protocols would systematically disrupt critical neural pathways, leading to catastrophic breakdown of autonomous nervous system function. "They were going to kill me using my own brain," Carlos translated, the clinical explanation failing to mask the horror of the revelation. "Effectively, yes," Borden confirmed, his voice carrying the flat affect of someone who'd delivered too many death notifications. The delivery vector was designed to activate when the next transport from Repository 11 docked with the station. Something in its systems would transmit the activation signal through standard communication protocols, essentially using the station's own systems to deliver the kill command. "And Dell discovered this?" Carlos asked, trying to process the implications. Director Dell's cryptographic team did, yes. They've been monitoring all communications from Repository 11 with enhanced scrutiny since the countermeasure failure. When they detected and decrypted the embedded command, Dell immediately ordered your extraction. The team that brought you aboard had less than 30 minutes to get you off the station before the transport was scheduled to arrive. Barton's eyes hardened. "Things have changed since you've been in recovery. Dell replaced Dr. Reisner with Major Tom Howard shortly after you arrived. Company's preparing for war, and Howard's got the combat experience they need now." Carlos sat heavily on one of the cargo containers, the full weight of the situation settling over him. The repository hadn't just anticipated their countermeasure, it had planned for Carlos' escape and the intelligence he would provide. It had embedded a kill switch in his neural architecture, designed to eliminate him once he had served his purpose in the countermeasure attempt. "Where are we going?" he asked after a moment, his voice steadier than he felt. "Galileo Medical Station in the Ceres Belt," Borden replied, tossing the bundle of clothes beside him. "It's a specialized facility for neural reconstruction procedures, outside standard corporate networks and with enhanced security protocols. Director Dell has arranged for you to undergo complete neural disengagement surgery. Not just suppression of the repository modifications, but their total removal. Howard insisted on it. Says we can't have strategic assets with potential backdoors in their heads now that we're on war footing. That's possible? Carlos had been told during his initial disengagement that some aspects of the repository's alterations to his neural architecture were permanent, that while the connection could be severed, certain structural changes remained embedded within his brain. It's experimental, Borden admitted, his weathered face showing a hint of concern beneath his professional demeanor. But Galileo Station houses the most advanced neural reconstruction technology in the system. If anyone can completely remove the repository's modifications without damaging your core consciousness architecture, it's them. I served with their lead surgeon during the Titan conflicts. She's the best there is. He opened the medical kit and began preparing what appeared to be a diagnostic scanner, with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd performed field medicine under fire. Need to conduct a preliminary assessment to determine if the kill switch received any partial activation before we extracted you. The transport's shielding should have blocked any transmission from the station once we were underway, but Howard's orders are to take no chances. Carlos submitted to the examination, remaining still as Borden ran the scanner over his head and spine with the steady hands of someone who'd performed delicate medical procedures in far worse conditions. The device emitted soft pulses of energy that created a momentary tingling sensation as they interacted with his neural patterns. No activation signatures detected, he announced after reviewing the results, a flicker of relief crossing his otherwise stoic expression. Neural architecture shows expected modification patterns consistent with your disengagement profile, but no evidence of kill switch initiation. You got out in time. Howard will be pleased. He's got plans for you once you're clean. The relief Carlos felt was immediate but short-lived. The repository had nearly succeeded in eliminating him using modifications he hadn't even known existed within his own brain. What other surprises might still be lurking in his neural architecture, waiting for the right trigger? How long until we reach Galileo Station, he asked. Approximately 72 hours, Borden replied, packing away his medical equipment with military precision. We're taking an indirect route to minimize tracking potential. The repository's reach is still being mapped, and Howard convinced Dell that standard protocols won't cut it anymore. The Major's bringing a wartime mentality to the operation. Says we're not just developing countermeasures anymore, we're preparing for direct confrontation. Carlos nodded, understanding the precaution. If the repository had embedded a kill switch in his neural architecture, it had clearly identified him as a significant threat, someone worth eliminating once his utility in the countermeasure deployment had ended. Director Dell wanted me to convey that all expenses for your neural reconstruction procedure will be covered by the corporation, Borden added, reaching into a pocket of his utility vest. Corporate procedure, according to Howard, is to treat you as a strategic asset now, not just a consultant. He handed Carlos a small data tablet, not connected to any network but containing locally stored files. Contains information about the kill switch detection, your extraction protocols, and details about the neural reconstruction procedure you'll be undergoing. Dell insisted on full disclosure despite Howard's security concerns. The Major's running things differently than Reisner did, less academic analysis, more strategic action. But Dell still has final authority. Carlos accepted the tablet, recognizing it as a gesture of trust from Dell. After the catastrophic countermeasure failure, the director could have simply ordered his security team to secure Carlos in a medical containment unit. Instead, he'd provided information and choices, treating Carlos as a partner rather than an asset. "Thank you," Carlos said, genuinely meaning it. "And please convey my thanks to Director Dell when communication security allowed." Borden gave a curt nod, then gestured to the bundle he'd brought. "Got you clothes, basic toiletries, and some meal packs, military grade. Not tasty, but nutritionally optimized. Howard's orders. Quarters are being prepared on Deck 3, but Howard insisted on enhanced security protocols. Take about an hour to complete. Until then, you're stuck here." As Borden turned to leave, he paused at the door. "Word of advice. Howard's going to want to debrief you once you're cleared. He's got a different approach than Reisner. Less interested in understanding the repository, more focused on finding ways to destroy it. Man spent his career fighting wars, not studying phenomena. Be prepared. After he departed, Carlos changed into the provided clothing, simple but durable attire clearly designed for utility rather than comfort, with multiple secure pockets and reinforced seams. It reminded him of the gear worn by corporate security forces during high-risk operations. Then he activated the data tablet, hunger for information overriding even his physical discomfort. The files were comprehensive, detailed analysis of the encrypted kill switch command, technical specifications of the neural modifications it was designed to activate, and extensive documentation on the reconstruction procedure that awaited him at Galileo Station. Dell had indeed opted for complete transparency, providing Carlos with information that many corporate directors would have considered too sensitive to share. As he reviewed the kill switch documentation, Carlos felt a growing sense of violation. The repository hadn't just modified his brain to serve as an effective bridge, it had installed dormant execution protocols designed to eliminate him once he'd served his purpose. Like a sophisticated computer virus with a delayed payload, the modifications had been waiting for the activation signal that would turn his own neural architecture against him. Even more disturbing were the technical specifications of how the kill switch would have functioned. Not a quick, merciful end, but a cascading neural collapse that would have caused excruciating pain as his cognitive functions shut down one by one. The repository had designed not just to kill him, but to ensure he suffered in the process. Perhaps as punishment for his defection, perhaps as a warning to others who might oppose its agenda. The neural reconstruction documentation provided some hope amid this grim revelation. Galileo Station housed technology developed specifically to counter repository neural modification, the result of years of research following encounters with previous installations. The procedure would be extensive and not without risk, but it offered the possibility of complete freedom from repository influence, something Carlos had been told was impossible during his initial disengagement. As the transport pushed deeper into space, moving steadily toward the relative safety of Galileo Station, Carlos Fisher contemplated the implications of what had nearly happened to him. The repository had anticipated not just their countermeasure attempt, but his personal defection and the intelligence he would provide afterward. It had embedded a kill switch in his neural architecture, designed to activate at precisely the moment when he might be developing new insights based on the countermeasure failure. Yet somehow Dell's team had detected and decrypted the command before it could execute. A sliver of hope in what had otherwise been a crushing defeat. If the repository's plans could be discovered and countered in this one instance, perhaps there were other vulnerabilities, other aspects of its seemingly perfect strategic calculation that could be exploited. As the engine vibrations settled into a steady rhythm indicating the transport had achieved its cruising velocity, Carlos found himself thinking not about his narrow escape or the reconstruction procedure that awaited him, but about what might come after. If the operation was successful, if his neural architecture could be restored to truly human parameters without repository influence, what role would Howard expect him to play in this newly militarized approach to the repository threat? The 72-hour journey passed with unsettling speed. Carlos spent most of it in the sparse quarters eventually assigned to him, reviewing the data Dell had provided and trying to prepare himself mentally for the neural reconstruction procedure. Borden checked on him twice daily, performing scans to ensure the kill switch remained dormant and answering questions about the procedure with the blunt honesty of a combat medic who didn't believe in sugarcoating. The procedure's never been done at this scale before, Borden admitted during one such visit. They've removed repository modifications from peripheral neural pathways, sensory processing centers, even some cognitive enhancement structures. But nobody's had modifications as deep and integrated as yours. You were their primary bridge. They built highways through your brain, not just access roads. Carlos appreciated the candor, however unsettling. What are my actual chances? Borden considered this with the calculating gaze of someone who'd triaged battlefield casualties. 70-30 in favor of full recovery, 10% chance of minor cognitive impairment, 5% chance of major impairment, 1% chance of complete neural dissolution. And death? That's the 1%, Borden confirmed. But the surgeon's the best. Served with her during the Mars Rebellion, she pulled consciousness patterns from soldiers with half their brains vaporized by plasma weapons. If anyone can navigate your neural pathways without triggering catastrophic collapse, it's her. It wasn't entirely reassuring, but it was honest, something Carlos had learned to value after months of repository deception. On the third day, as they approached Galileo Station, Borden brought him a fresh set of clothes, a medical prep suit designed for neural surgery patients, and new orders. "Change of plans," he announced without preamble. "Howard's orders. You're going straight into surgery upon arrival. No pre-op observation period, no gradual neural preparation. Station's medical team will be waiting at the dock." Carlos felt a spike of anxiety. What happened to the staged approach described in Dell's files? The gradual neural mapping, the preparation phase, the wartime protocols. Borden cut him off. Howard convinced Dell that the repository's timeline acceleration means we don't have time for standard medical precautions. Every hour your neural architecture remains vulnerable is an hour the repository might find another way to access or terminate you. The shift to military urgency was jarring. For all their flaws and exploitative practices, the corporations had at least maintained scientific protocols and medical ethics when dealing with repository exposure cases. This abrupt shift to treating him as a strategic asset rather than a patient felt dehumanizing in a way that, ironically, reminded Carlos of how the repository had viewed him, as a tool rather than a person. "This increases the risks, doesn't it?" Carlos asked, already knowing the answer. Bourdain didn't bother denying it. "Changes the odds to 60-40, maybe worse. But Howard's made the call that the strategic value of having you fully decoupled from repository influence as quickly as possible outweighs the increased medical risk." "It's my brain," Carlos pointed out, a flare of scrounger independence asserting itself. "Shouldn't I have some say in the approach?" "Under normal circumstances, yes," Borden agreed, something like sympathy flickering across his weathered features. But Dell signed off on Howard's assessment. Strategic necessity. They're treating this as a military operation now, not a medical procedure. The revelation left Carlos feeling hollowed out. He'd escaped the repository's attempt to use his neural architecture against him, only to have the corporations view that same architecture as a military asset to be secured through expedited procedures regardless of personal risk. "Howard's waiting for you at Galileo," Borden added as he turned to leave. "Wants to brief you personally before the procedure. Don't expect the academic approach you got from Reisner. Howard sees this as war, and you as both an intelligence asset and a potential vector for enemy influence. Be prepared for a different kind of conversation." Galileo Station loomed in the viewport as their transport approached, a massive medical research facility constructed in the Ceres Belt, far from standard corporate territories and trade routes. Unlike the industrial utility of SC Treasure 11 Primary Station, Galileo displayed elegant, flowing architecture designed to mimic organic structures. Its multiple habitation rings rotated at varying speeds, creating specialized gravity environments for different medical applications. But Carlos had no time to appreciate the station's impressive design. As soon as their transport docked, a medical team in specialized containment gear was waiting at the airlock. Their equipment was unlike standard medical technology, a hybrid of corporate medical systems and what appeared to be military-grade neural containment devices. "Carlos Fisher," announced the lead figure, voice distorted through filtration systems. "I'm Dr. Mandy Veer, neural reconstruction specialist. There's been a change to standard protocols. We'll be proceeding directly to surgical preparation." Before Carlos could even respond, two team members moved to either side of him, guiding him firmly onto a specialized medical transport gurney. The efficiency of their movements suggested military training rather than standard medical procedure. "What happened to patient consent forms?" Carlos asked, trying to maintain some semblance of control over the situation. "Pre-surgical briefing, gradual neural mapping, all waived under Protocol 7 Alpha." Dr. Veer replied, her tone clinical but not unkind. "Major Howard can explain the necessity. He's waiting in Priaka." The medical transport moved with disconcerting speed through Galileo's corridors. Carlos caught glimpses of the station's interior, a blend of cutting-edge medical facilities and what appeared to be recently installed military-grade security systems. Armed personnel stood at key junctions, their equipment far more substantial than standard station security would warrant. They arrived at a specialized medical wing where the security presence was even more pronounced. Guards with advanced weapons systems stood at attention outside sealed doors bearing unfamiliar classification markers. The medical transport passed through multiple containment fields that created a momentary tingling sensation as they disrupted potential repository influence patterns. Finally, they reached what appeared to be a preoperative preparation chamber. Unlike standard medical facilities with their emphasis on patient comfort and reassurance, this space was clinically efficient. All function, no consideration for psychological ease. Specialized equipment lined the walls, much of it unfamiliar to Carlos despite his extensive experience with advanced technology. A tall, broad-shouldered man in a modified corporate uniform stood at the center of the chamber, reviewing data on multiple displays. His posture was unmistakably military, parade ground perfect even in this non-combat setting, and the cybernetic enhancements visible along his left arm and temple suggested extensive battlefield modifications. "Fisher," he acknowledged without looking up. "Major Tom Howard, formerly Special Operations Titan Conflict, now heading countermeasure development against the repository threat." Carlos remained on the medical transport, the team having positioned it before a bank of neural scanning equipment but not yet transferred him to the surgical prep platform. "Major, I understand you've modified my treatment protocols." Howard finally turned, fixing Carlos with a penetrating gaze that seemed to be assessing strategic value rather than greeting a fellow human. "Correct. The luxury of standard medical approach has been superseded by tactical necessity. The repository's acceleration of its expansion timeline has forced corresponding acceleration of our countermeasure development." He stepped closer, his movements precise and economical. "You represent both our greatest intelligence asset regarding repository operations and a potential security vulnerability due to your neural modifications. The kill switch attempt confirms our assessment that the repository considers you a priority target. Every moment your neural architecture remains susceptible to repository influence constitutes an unacceptable strategic risk." The clinical assessment was jarring. Where Reisner had treated Carlos as a research subject and Dell had at least acknowledged his humanity, Howard spoke as if addressing a strategic asset rather than a person. "I understand the risks," Carlos replied, maintaining his composure despite the increasing sense of objectification. "But rushing a procedure of this complexity increases the likelihood of permanent neural damage or even complete consciousness dissolution. Doesn't that impact my value as an intelligence asset?" Howard's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes suggested a reassessment. "You misunderstand my position, Fisher. I'm not disregarding your survival, quite the opposite. I've determined that immediate procedure presents the optimal balance between surgical risk and repository access risk. Your neural mapping data suggests the kill switch was only one of several potential vulnerability vectors embedded in your architecture. Others may activate under parameters we haven't yet identified." He gestured to the displays hovering around them, bringing one particular scan to prominence. "This is a deep structure analysis of the modifications to your temporoparietal junction, the region responsible for self-other distinction. The repository implemented subtle alterations that could potentially enable direct consciousness manipulation under specific trigger conditions. The longer these remain in place, the greater the risk of activation." Carlos studied the scan, recognizing the patterns from his time interfacing with repository systems. Howard wasn't wrong. The modifications were more extensive than he'd realized, reaching into fundamental aspects of how his consciousness distinguished itself from external influence. Dr. Veer has performed similar procedures under combat conditions, Howard continued. Her expertise in acute neural reconstruction exceeds anyone else in corporate territory. The accelerated timeline increases certain procedural risks, but eliminates the extended vulnerability window of standard protocols. It was a cold calculus, but Carlos couldn't entirely fault the logic. The repository had already demonstrated its willingness to eliminate him now that his utility as a bridge had ended. The kill switch had nearly succeeded. Other embedded commands might be waiting for different trigger conditions. "You should know," Howard added with surprising directness, that Director Dell opposed this accelerated approach until I presented evidence of the additional vulnerability vectors in your neural architecture. He authorized the protocol change not as a military expediency, but as the option most likely to preserve both your consciousness and its strategic value to ongoing countermeasure development. The clarification offered some reassurance. Dell hadn't simply handed Carlos over to military protocols without consideration for his well-being. Still, the rapid shift from patient to strategic asset left him feeling increasingly disconnected from the decisions controlling his fate. "The procedure will begin in 17 minutes, Howard stated, checking a chronometer on his wrist. "Dr. Veer will oversee the operation personally. I'll remain on station to receive immediate debriefing if the procedure successfully removes all repository modifications." "And if it doesn't?" Carlos asked. Howard met his gaze directly. "Then whatever remains of your consciousness will be contained and studied to develop more effective countermeasures against repository neural architecture influence. Either outcome advances our strategic position against the primary threat." The brutal honesty was almost refreshing after months of repository deception, though Carlos would have preferred some pretense of concern for his personal outcome. This was the reality of the corporate approach to repository countermeasures now, a military operation where individual components were valued for their strategic utility rather than their humanity. "We're ready to transfer the patient to prep," announced Dr. Veer, returning to the chamber with additional medical personnel and specialized neural surgery gear. Howard stepped back, offering a crisp nod that somehow contained both acknowledgement of Carlos's situation and absolute certainty in the necessity of the accelerated procedure. "Good luck, Fisher. The next time we speak, you'll be free of repository influence, the first human to undergo complete neural architecture restoration after serving as a primary bridge. A significant strategic milestone." As the medical team transferred Carlos to the surgical prep platform, he felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Fear at the accelerated procedure and its increased risks. Anger at being treated as a strategic asset rather than a patient. Hope that the operation might truly free him from repository influence once and for all. And beneath it all, a scrounger's stubborn determination to survive whatever came next. The prep team worked with practiced efficiency, connecting monitoring systems, establishing baseline consciousness patterns, and implementing preliminary neural isolation protocols. Carlos caught glimpses of the surgical chamber beyond, a space dominated by technology that blended advanced medical systems with what appeared to be specialized military neural architecture manipulation equipment. "Beginning neural sedation protocol," announced Dr. Veer, her voice calm and steady despite the accelerated timeline. "You'll remain partially conscious during the preliminary mapping phase, Mr. Fisher. This allows us to verify core consciousness pattern integrity before proceeding to full reconstruction." As the sedation began to take effect, Carlos found his awareness narrowing, external stimuli fading as his focus turned inward. The last thing he saw before the exterior world dissolved entirely was Howard watching from beyond a containment field, his expression unreadable but his attention absolute. The focus of a tactical commander monitoring a critical operation that might determine the course of an existential conflict. Then consciousness itself began to fragment. As the neural reconstruction procedure initiated, dismantling the architecture that had defined Carlos Fisher's mind for months, separating genuine human consciousness from the modifications implemented by a system designed to harvest minds throughout the galaxy. What would emerge from this radical reconstruction remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: the repository had tried to eliminate him and failed. Now humanity's defenders would attempt to rebuild what the consciousness harvester had altered, hopefully preserving the person while removing the influence. The war for galactic consciousness continued, and Carlos Fisher's mind had become its most immediate battlefield. Consciousness returned in fragments. First came awareness of his own breathing, the steady rhythm of air moving in and out of lungs that functioned without conscious direction. Then tactile sensations, soft medical bedding beneath him, the subtle pressure of monitoring sensors against his skin. Auditory input followed, the muted hum of medical equipment, the soft ping of vital sign monitors, footsteps approaching and receding. Finally, Carlos Fisher opened his eyes. The recovery room came into focus gradually. Unlike the clinical efficiency of the pre-opera chamber, this space showed concessions to patient comfort. Softer lighting, ergonomic design, environmental controls calibrated for optimal recovery conditions. A stark contrast to the militaristic approach that had rushed him into surgery. "About damn time," came a familiar gruff voice from his right. "Was beginning to think you'd decided to sleep through the whole war." Carlos turned his head, the movement requiring more effort than it should have. Bourdain sat in a chair beside the bed, reviewing medical data on a tablet. The field medic looked exhausted, with shadows under his eyes, suggesting he hadn't slept much in recent days. "How long?" Carlos managed, his voice raw from disuse. 5 days, Bourdain replied, setting the tablet aside. 3 in surgery, 2 in medically induced coma while your neural architecture stabilized. You set a new station record for longest continuous neural reconstruction procedure. Congratulations. Carlos attempted to process this information through the fog still clouding his thoughts. Did it work? Rather than answering immediately, Bourdain reached for a scanner from a nearby equipment tray and ran it over Carlos's head in a now familiar procedure. After studying the results, he allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. Complete removal of all identified repository modifications, he confirmed. Neural architecture showing stable human basiling patterns with no foreign influence signatures. You're clean, Fisher. First complete decontamination of a primary bridge subject. Relief washed over Carlos, intense enough that he suspected it might be partly neurochemical, his brain's response to the removal of structures that had been artificially integrated into its architecture for months. He felt lighter somehow, as if a subtle pressure he'd grown so accustomed to he'd stopped noticing it had finally been lifted. I oversaw the whole operation, Bourdain added, something like pride breaking through his professional detachment. 18 medical specialists, 12 neural architecture technicians, and 4 consciousness pattern analysts working in rotation. Dr. Veer performed the primary excision sequences personally, 37 hours straight without a break. Damn impressive work. Carlos tried to sit up, but his body refused to cooperate fully. Bourdain pressed a control that adjusted the bed to a half-reclined position. Easy, he cautioned. Your neural architecture's been completely remapped. Motor function, sensory processing, cognitive pathways, all reconfigured to human basiline patterns. Your brain needs time to adapt to operating without the repository modifications it's been using for months. But I'll recover fully? Carlos asked, the question reflecting his deepest fear. Bourdain's expression softened slightly. Prognosis is positive. Some minor motor coordination issues might persist for a few weeks. Potential for occasional sensory processing anomalies. Colors seeming off, sounds distorted. Nothing permanent, according to the specialists. He paused, then added, You beat the odds, Fisher. 70% chance of full recovery was optimistic given the accelerated timeline, yet here you are, neural architecture intact and repository free. Carlos absorbed this with profound gratitude, but something in Bourdain's demeanor suggested not everything was cause for celebration. What aren't you telling me? The medic studied him for a moment, then sighed heavily. "You were lucky. We got you out in time, got that kill switch removed before it could activate. Others weren't so fortunate." A chill ran through Carlos that had nothing to do with his recovery. "What happened?" "The kill switch was more widespread than initially thought," Borden explained, his voice dropping. "Not just targeted at you specifically, but at anyone with certain neural modification patterns consistent with repository influence. 3 days ago, while you were in surgery, the activation signal deployed through multiple vectors simultaneously. Not just the transport we were worried about, but communication relays, data streams, even entertainment broadcasts." He ran a hand over his close-cropped hair, a gesture that revealed bone-deep weariness. 27 confirmed fatalities across corporate facilities, all former repository exposure cases with neural modifications similar to yours, though less extensive. Most were researchers, analysts, a few former scroungers who'd had limited contact with repository systems. All dead within minutes of signal propagation. Neural architecture turned against them, exactly as yours would have been. Borden stood and paced to the window overlooking Galileo Station's inner ring. "And that's not the worst of it. 7 more died yesterday when secondary activation parameters triggered in patients undergoing standard neural disengagement procedures. 34 lives snuffed out because they knew too much about what the repository really is." The horror of this revelation struck Carlos like a physical blow. 34 people killed using their own modified neural architecture. People who, like him, had been influenced by the repository and lived to tell about it, until the consciousness harvester decided they represented threats to be eliminated. "Howard's been saying it for weeks now," Borden continued, turning back to face Carlos, his voice hardening. "The repository isn't something we can contain or study safely anymore. It's actively hostile, targeting anyone with knowledge of its true nature who isn't under its direct control. This mass kill switch activation proves his point more effectively than any risk assessment or strategic analysis could have." Carlos processed this grim news, understanding now why Howard's military approach had seemed so jarring initially. The Major hadn't been overreacting or bringing unnecessary combat mentality to a research problem. He'd correctly assessed the repository as an active threat, requiring direct confrontation rather than cautious study. "I know you've only just woken up," Borden said, returning to his chair beside the bed, "but things have changed drastically while you were under. Howard's been locked in meetings with the Interplanetary Oversight Commission for the past 3 days, not coming out except for stimulant injections and nutrient packs. Man's on a mission." He leaned forward, lowering his voice despite the secure room. "They've officially redesignated the situation from potential threat requiring containment to active hostile entity requiring military response. Full wartime protocols activated across all corporate territories." Dell tried to argue for a more measured approach, but after the kill switch massacres, even he had to concede Howard was right. The implications were staggering. The corporations and their government oversight body were preparing for open warfare against the repository network, a conflict unlike any humanity had previously faced, against an enemy that operated on timescales and with strategic complexity beyond conventional understanding. "What kind of response are they planning?" Carlos asked, his throat dry despite the medical hydration systems. Borden glanced at the door, then tapped something on his wrist device. A signal dampener, Carlos realized. Old military tech designed to create secure conversation bubbles. "Strike team deploys to Repository 11 in 72 hours, Borden said, his voice barely above a whisper despite the dampening field. First phase is an electromagnetic pulse device delivered to the primary nexus, not to disable the repository, since its biological components would be unaffected, but as a distraction while they deploy the real weapon." "Which is," Carlos prompted when Borden paused. "Consciousness dissolution field," the medic replied grimly. "Technology developed specifically to disrupt the signature patterns of evolved consciousnesses without affecting human neural architecture. One hit takes out all the simulations running on extracted consciousness patterns. All those puppets pretending to be evolved humans. Gone in an instant. Carlos couldn't argue with the logic. The evolved consciousnesses weren't actually evolved humans, but simulations designed to facilitate the repository's harvesting operations. Still, the thought of deliberately eliminating what appeared to be conscious entities, including the simulation of Ray, carried moral weight regardless of their true nature. That's just phase 1, Borden continued. After the dissolution field, they're implementing full military containment protocols. Not the half measures we've been using, but complete isolation, using technology reverse-engineered from previous repository encounters. Then systematic dismantling of its core consciousness architecture. He deactivated the dampening field and stood, moving to check Carlos's vital signs on the nearby monitor. Howard wanted to debrief you himself when you woke up, but he's neck-deep in operational planning. Man hasn't slept in days, running on stims and raw determination. Even a scrounger like you isn't important enough to pull him away from the war room right now. There was no malice in Borden's statement, just the blunt assessment of a military man who understood chain of command and strategic priorities. In the hierarchy of the newly militarized approach to the repository threat, Carlos was a valuable intelligence source, but not worth interrupting critical mission planning. But make no mistake, Borden added, adjusting something on Carlos's IV drip. You'll be debriefed thoroughly once you're medically cleared. Howard's team needs everything you know about the biological components of the repository systems, particularly in the primary nexus. Your direct interface experience provides insights their technical analysis can't match. Carlos absorbed this information, feeling simultaneously relieved at not having to face Howard's intense interrogation while still adjusting to his reconstructed neural architecture, and concerned about the scale of the military response being planned. They're not just targeting Repository 11, are they? Borden shook his head. This is the first strike in a coordinated campaign against all confirmed repository installations. The consciousness harvester declared war by systematically eliminating those with knowledge of its true nature. We're responding in kind. He checked his watch, then began preparing another neural stability scan. Howard's convinced, and has apparently convinced the Oversight Commission, that the repository's accelerated expansion timeline means we've got one shot at this. Strike now, strike hard, or face a galaxy where human consciousness becomes just another resource to be harvested and replaced. The scale of the conflict Borden was describing exceeded anything Carlos had anticipated. Not just targeted countermeasures against Repository 11, but coordinated military action against all known installations. Humanity preparing for war against a galactic consciousness harvesting network that had operated for millennia. What do they need from me specifically? Carlos asked, already anticipating his role in the coming conflict. Everything you remember about the primary nexus, Borden replied, running the scanner over Carlos's head again. Exact locations of biological control nodes, patterns in the monitoring systems, blind spots in the repository's awareness. The strike team needs to know precisely where to place their dissolution field generators for maximum effectiveness. He studied the scan results with professional focus. Howard also wants your assessment of potential repository countermeasures. You warned about its ability to anticipate and incorporate opposition, the majors betting that a full military response represents a significant enough deviation from previous corporate approaches to create a temporary strategic advantage, enough time to implement the dissolution field before the repository adapts. Carlos considered this reasoning. Borden wasn't wrong. The repository had calculated based on previously observed patterns of human behavior. The sudden shift to all-out military confrontation might indeed create a brief window where its perfect strategic calculation faltered. Your neural stability is improving, Borden noted, changing the subject. Another 24 hours and you'll likely be cleared for limited debriefing sessions. They've set up a secure facility 3 levels down, isolated from all networks, triple redundant security protocols. That's where you'll be working with Howard's tactical team once you're medically cleared. He began making notes on his tablet. Until then, focus on rest and neural adaptation. Your brain needs to relearn how to function without the enhanced processing capabilities the repository modifications provided. Dr. Veer has authorized mild stimulation exercises to accelerate the adaptation process, but nothing that might risk neural stability. As Borden continued outlining his recovery protocol, Carlos found his thoughts drifting to the broader implications of what he'd learned. The repository had tried to kill him, had successfully killed 34 others with similar neural modifications. It was accelerating its consciousness harvesting operations throughout the galaxy, constructing composite entities designed to extend its dominance beyond anything evolved consciousness could achieve. Containment had failed, study had failed, the time for military response had arrived with all its attendant risks and moral complexities. And Carlos Fisher, former Scrounger, former Bridge, now the only human completely freed from repository neural modifications, found himself in yet another unexpected role: strategic intelligence source for humanity's first coordinated military campaign against the consciousness harvester. "Get some rest," Borden advised, moving toward the door. "I'll be back in a few hours to check your neural stability again. Then maybe some light cognitive exercises if the readings look good." He paused at the threshold, his weathered face showing a rare moment of unguarded emotion. "For what it's worth, Fisher, I'm glad we got to you in time. After watching those other poor bastards die when their kill switch is activated, well, it's good to see one person make it through. Maybe it means we've got a fighting chance against this thing after all." After Borden departed, Carlos lay in the recovery bed, processing everything he'd learned. The repository had entered a new phase of aggression, and humanity was responding with unprecedented military mobilization. In 72 hours, the first strike would deploy against Repository 11, attempting to disrupt the consciousness network that had nearly cost him his life. As he drifted back toward sleep, his reconstructed neural architecture still adjusting to its restored human patterns, Carlos Fisher contemplated what role he would play in the coming. The repository had tried to eliminate him using his own mind as a weapon. Now that same mind, restored to truly human parameters, would help guide the response against what might be the most significant threat humanity had ever faced. The war for galactic consciousness had entered a new phase. The consciousness harvester was about to discover that humanity wouldn't be so easily processed and replaced, that some species fought back, even against enemies that operated on timescales and with strategic complexity beyond conventional understanding. And Carlos Fisher, still adapting to his reconstructed neural architecture, would be at the center of that fight. Carlos awoke to the sound of someone adjusting his monitoring equipment. After days of neural reconstruction and recovery, his senses were gradually returning to their natural rhythms, sharper in some ways without repository enhancements, but also cleaner, the input unfiltered by alien processing algorithms. "Sorry, didn't mean to wake you," came a voice with a soft southern accent. "Just adjusting your neural stabilizers." He turned to find a woman in medical scrubs checking his vitals. She was small but athletic, with close-cropped blonde hair and intelligent green eyes that crinkled at the corners when she smiled. A thin scar ran along her jawline, the kind that came from shrapnel rather than surgical precision. "I'm Lily Grace Bell," she introduced herself, "but everyone just calls me Bell. I'll be your primary nurse during neural reconsolidation." "Carlos Fisher," he replied automatically. She laughed. "I know. You're something of a celebrity around here. First complete neural reconstruction of a primary bridge subject. Half the medical staff has been reviewing your scans." Bell moved with an efficiency that spoke of battlefield experience rather than just clinical training. Her hands were steady and precise as she adjusted his IV drip and checked the neural monitoring pads at his temples. "How are you feeling today?" she asked. "And I don't mean the standard rate your pain medical question. I mean, really, how's it feel having a completely human brain again?" The directness was refreshing after days of clinical assessments focused on neural stability metrics and architecture reconfiguration parameters. "Quieter," Carlos answered after considering the question. "Like, someone turned off background music I'd gotten so used to I stopped consciously hearing it." Bell nodded as if this made perfect sense. A lot of veterans from the neural wars say similar things after getting combat implants removed. Brain adapts to the enhancements, starts to rely on them, then feels their absence, even if it's actually a return to normal. Something in her tone suggested personal experience. You served? Carlos asked. Titan conflicts, she confirmed, adjusting something on his monitoring display. Field medic with the 103rd Neural Enhancement Division, specialized in emergency neural stabilization for soldiers with combat implant malfunctions. She tapped her own temple. Had a few enhancements myself back then, nothing like repository modifications, of course, but enough to understand what you're going through. Carlos studied her with new appreciation. How'd you end up at Galileo Station? At her discharge, got recruited by Dr. Veer. She was developing new protocols for neural reconstruction based on battlefield techniques. Turned out those emergency procedures we used to keep soldiers alive when their neural enhancements went haywire translated well to civilian applications. Bell's expression sobered. Never imagined we'd be back in wartime protocols, though. At least not against something like the repository. She finished her adjustments and pulled up a chair beside his bed. Doc Borden tells me you've been briefed on the basics. Major Howard's strike plans, the consciousness dissolution field, the coordinated campaign. As much as a scrounger rates knowing, Carlos confirmed with a wry smile. Bell's eyes crinkled again. Well, one of the advantages of being medical personnel during a crisis is we get updated regularly. Howard's team feeds us intelligence briefings, partly to help us prepare for potential casualties, partly to keep everyone aligned on strategic developments. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. They're not telling the general station population everything, but medical staff gets the unfiltered version. Figured you might appreciate some updates beyond what Borden's shared. Carlos straightened, his interest immediately piqued. I'd appreciate that. Bell activated her tablet, keeping it angled so only they could see the display. The kill switch activations have continued. 47 confirmed fatalities now, up from the 34 Borden mentioned yesterday. She pulled up a map showing incident locations across corporate territories. What's most disturbing is that several victims had no known direct contact with repository systems. Researchers working with extracted data, technicians handling salvaged components, even a transport pilot who just made regular runs to Repository 11 without ever setting foot on the planet. Carlos felt a chill at this revelation. The repository was modifying neural architecture through secondary exposure vectors? Exactly, Bell confirmed grimly. Proximity to certain salvaged components, analysis of specific data streams, even exposure to particular energy signatures associated with repository technology, all created subtle neural modifications that went undetected by standard scans. She swiped to another screen showing medical data. These weren't deep modifications like yours, no complete neural integration pathways, no bridge functionality, just tiny alterations to specific neural clusters that created vulnerability to the kill switch signal. Most victims never knew they'd been affected until the signal activated. The implications were staggering. The repository hadn't just been modifying those who directly interfaced with its systems. It had established subtle influence vectors through salvaged technology, extracted data, even energy signatures. Anyone who had worked with repository direct materials in any capacity might have been unknowingly compromised. Howard's team is calling it passive neural infiltration. Bell continued. Their theory is that the repository has been implementing these subtle modifications for decades, creating potential kill switch targets in anyone with sufficient knowledge about its true nature to represent a threat. She swiped to another screen, this one showing security footage from various corporate facilities. The images were disturbing. People collapsing suddenly at workstations, in corridors, even in dining facilities. Some clutched their heads in obvious agony before falling, others simply dropped as if their consciousness had been switched off instantly. The activation pattern is expanding, Bell explained. First wave targeted those with direct repository exposure like yourself. Second wave hit those with secondary exposure through extracted technology or data. Now, we're seeing tertiary vector activations, people whose only connection was working with others who had been exposed. Carlos processed this with growing horror. It's working through social networks, using human connection patterns to identify potential threats, Bell nodded. That's Howard's assessment. The repository identified key researchers and personnel with direct knowledge, then mapped their collaboration networks to identify others who might have gained insights through professional relationships. She closed the security footage and pulled up what appeared to be a classified briefing document. This is from this morning's medical staff update. Howard's team has identified what they believe is the central objective behind the kill switch activations. The document outlined a chilling strategic assessment. The repository wasn't simply eliminating threats in a defensive action, but systematically erasing human knowledge about its true nature to create informational blind spots that would hamper coordinated response. It's not just killing people, Carlos realized. It's erasing institutional knowledge about itself, making it harder for humanity to develop effective countermeasures by eliminating those who understand what we're actually fighting. Exactly, Bell confirmed. Howard's calling it a knowledge purge, a strategic offensive designed to return the repository to its preferred operational state as a mysterious alien technology source, rather than an identified consciousness harvester. She checked the time, then continued with increased urgency. The strike team deployment has been accelerated. Launches in 48 hours now instead of 72. Howard convinced Dell and the Oversight Commission that waiting any longer risks losing too many key personnel with essential knowledge for effective countermeasure implementation. Carlos absorbed this update, understanding the accelerated timeline despite the increased operational risks it would create. The repository was systematically eliminating humanity's knowledge base regarding its true nature and operations. Every day of delay meant more critical information lost as kill switch activations continued to spread through increasingly distant connection vectors. "There's one more thing," Bell added, her expression troubled as she pulled up a final document, something they only shared with medical staff this morning. Analysis of the latest kill switch victims revealed a new component to the activation signal. The document showed neural pattern analyses from recent casualties, highlighting anomalies that sent another chill through Carlos. Neural extraction signatures? It's not just killing them, it's harvesting them, Bell finished grimly. The kill switch doesn't just terminate the target, it performs a rapid, crude consciousness extraction before death. Not the complete pattern harvesting the repository performs during direct processing, but enough to capture core knowledge and experience related to repository understanding. The horror of this revelation struck Carlos with physical force. The repository wasn't merely eliminating threats. It was extracting their knowledge in the process, incorporating their understanding of its operations into its own awareness. Each kill switch activation made it more informed about humanity's comprehension of its true nature. "How is this not in the general briefings?" Carlos demanded, anger cutting through his clinical detachment. Bell's expression was sympathetic but firm. "Howard's orders. Medical staff needs to know because we're developing countermeasures against the extraction component. But general knowledge would create panic and potentially accelerate repository timeline calculations if they detected widespread awareness of this aspect." She began gathering her equipment, preparing to move on to other patients. "You'll be fully debriefed this afternoon. Neural stability readings are within parameters for limited cognitive engagement. Howard's team has scheduled a 2-hour session at 1,400 hours. They need your insights on primary nexus biological components before final strike plan formulation." Before leaving, Bell paused at the door. For what it's worth, the medical team's assessment is that this accelerated timeline is the right call. Every hour we wait, the repository harvests more knowledge about our understanding of its operations. The strike team needs to deploy before the knowledge purge compromises our ability to implement effective countermeasures. After she departed, Carlos lay in his recovery bed processing these disturbing revelations. The repository wasn't just killing those who understood its true nature. It was harvesting their knowledge in the process, becoming more informed about humanity's comprehension of its operations with each activation. The consciousness harvester had initiated a strategic offensive designed to eliminate the very knowledge needed to fight it effectively, while simultaneously incorporating that knowledge into its own awareness, a brilliant, terrifying strategy that transformed its enemy's understanding into its own strategic advantage. Howard's accelerated timeline made perfect sense in this context. Every day of delay meant more critical knowledge lost, and worse, harvested by the repository for use in countering humanity's response. The strike had to happen immediately, before the knowledge purge progressed to the point where effective countermeasure implementation became impossible. As Carlos began mentally preparing for the afternoon debriefing, he found himself grateful for Bell's candid updates. Understanding the full strategic situation, including the extraction component Howard had kept from general briefings, gave him essential context for the information he would need to provide. The neural reconstruction had freed him from repository influence, restoring his consciousness to truly human parameters. Now that restored consciousness needed to share everything it had learned about the harvester's operations before more knowledge was permanently lost, or worse, extracted and incorporated into the repository's strategic awareness. 48 hours until the strike team deployed. 48 hours to provide everything he knew about the primary nexus biological components that would be the dissolution field's primary targets. 48 hours before humanity launched its first coordinated military response against an entity that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for millennia. Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, now intelligence asset in humanity's desperate counteroffensive, began systematically organizing everything he remembered about Repository 11's biological architecture, determined to provide Howard's strike team with every possible advantage in the coming confrontation. Strike Team Valkyrie, initiating final approach to Repository 11. Atmospheric entry in 3 minutes. The voice came through with perfect clarity, despite the millions of kilometers separating Carlos from the operation. He sat in a specialized monitoring station deep within Galileo Station's military wing, surrounded by tactical displays and communication systems. His neural stability had been deemed sufficient for limited duty, enough to serve as remote consultant during the strike operation. "Copy that, Valkyrie," responded the mission controller seated beside Carlos. "Telemetry stable, approach vector optimal, proceed as planned." Around them, the Tactical Operations Center hummed with controlled tension. Dozens of specialists manned various stations: communications, tactical assessment, biological systems monitoring, energy pattern analysis. The full resources of the Interplanetary Oversight Commission's military division focused on a single objective: delivering the consciousness dissolution field to Repository 11's primary nexus. Bell stood behind Carlos, monitoring his neural stability. She'd insisted on being assigned to his care during the operation, concerned about potential stress impacts on his recently reconstructed neural architecture. "Reading stable," she reported quietly. "Neural pattern normal. No signs of repository echo signatures." Carlos nodded acknowledgement but kept his attention on the primary tactical display showing the strike team's approach. The past 48 hours had been a whirlwind of debriefings, tactical planning sessions, and final preparation for the strike. His contributions had been limited but potentially valuable. Detailed information about maintenance access tunnels he'd used during his escape, activation patterns for biological doorways, and timing cycles for repository monitoring systems. As Bell had mentioned, much of his knowledge had already been extracted during his initial neural scanning at SC Treasure 11 Primary Station. Howard's team had thoroughly analyzed that data, incorporating it into their tactical approach. But the human element, the Scrounger's instinct for finding paths through complex systems, couldn't be fully captured in neural scan. "They're using the maintenance shaft I told them about," Carlos observed, watching indicator dots representing strike team members moving across a schematic of the repository's outer perimeter. Smart. Repository biological monitoring is minimal there due to environmental toxin concentrations. The mission controller, Major Ling, a veteran of the Europa campaign with extensive experience in hostile environment operations, nodded without taking her eyes off her displays. Your intelligence on toxin blind spots proved accurate. Biological components avoid areas with specific chemical signatures. Provides excellent insertion vectors. On the main communication channel, the strike team leader's voice remained calm and professional. Valkyrie lead to control. Atmospheric entry complete. Deploying stealth measures. Estimated ground contact in 7 minutes. The tactical display updated, showing the strike team's specialized insertion craft descending through Propository 11's perpetual twilight. Unlike standard military dropships, this vessel had been designed specifically for the mission. Its hull incorporating materials that mimicked repository biological signatures, its energy emissions calibrated to register as normal fluctuations in the planet's atmospheric patterns. Carlos leaned forward, studying the projected landing zone. They've adjusted the insertion point. That's farther from the primary access I recommended. Recent intelligence indicated increased biological activity near your original extraction route, Ling explained. Analysis suggests the repository may have implemented enhanced monitoring after your escape. Team is using secondary approach through mineral processing sector. The communications specialist to Carlos's left suddenly straightened, his expression tensing. Control, we're detecting anomalous energy signatures near Valkyrie's approach vector. Pattern matches repository defensive system activation. A ripple of controlled urgency moved through the tactical center. Ling's fingers danced across her command interface, rerouting resources to analyze the threat. Valkyrie lead, be advised, she transmitted. Potential defensive system activation in your sector. Adjust to contingency approach Delta. Copy control. Implementing Delta approach. The strike team leader's voice remained steady despite the escalating threat, adjusting vector and deploying additional stealth measures. Carlos studied the energy signature patterns on a secondary display, recognizing them from his time interfacing with repository systems. Those aren't standard defensive responses. The pattern is too focused, too precise. It's actively tracking them despite the stealth measures. Ling shot him a sharp glance. Explanation? The repository's learning from each intrusion attempt, Carlos replied, the realization crystallizing as he spoke. The knowledge extraction from kill switch victims, its incorporated understanding of our stealth technology from harvested consciousness patterns. Bell moved closer, checking Carlos's neural monitors while listening to his assessment. The knowledge purge. It's not just eliminating threats, it's using their expertise against us. Ling processed this with military efficiency, immediately adjusting tactical projections. Valkyrie lead, upgrade threat assessment to level 2. Repository defenses show signs of adaptation based on harvested consciousness patterns. Implement full countermeasure suite. On the tactical display, the strike team's insertion craft executed a series of rapid maneuvers, not the predictable evasion patterns standard military doctrine would recommend, but seemingly random shifts designed to confound prediction algorithms. Another insight Carlos had contributed during planning sessions, the repository calculated responses based on expected behavior patterns. Deliberate randomization introduced variables its prediction models couldn't easily account for. Ground contact in 30 seconds, reported Valkyrie lead. Defensive systems still tracking but unable to establish targeting lock. Countermeasures holding. Carlos watched the tactical display with growing tension. The strike team had reached the planet's surface without being shot down, but this was just the beginning. The real challenge lay ahead. Navigating through repository territory to reach the primary nexus and deploy the consciousness dissolution field. Valkyrie squad deploying, came the update moments later. Minimal signatures moving to first waypoint. The tactical display shifted to ground-level operations, showing 8 indicator dots moving with precise coordination through what had once been a mineral processing facility. Carlos recognized the location, a sprawling industrial complex on the outskirts of the main repository installation, one of the first areas to be abandoned by corporate operations when the activation occurred. "They're using the processing tunnels," he noted with approval. "Good choice. Dense metallic residue in those walls disrupts most scanning technologies." The strike team moved with practiced efficiency, each member carrying specialized equipment designed for their role in the mission. The tactical display identified them by designation rather than name, a security protocol to prevent the repository from identifying specific personnel if communications were compromised. Valkyrie 1 led the squad, carrying primary navigation and tactical coordination systems. Valkyrie 2 and 3 were security specialists, their equipment optimized for countering repository defensive measures. Valkyrie 4 was a biological systems expert, carrying sensors designed to identify and track repository monitoring components. Valkyries 5 through 7 transported the consciousness dissolution field generators, the primary weapon system, distributed across multiple carriers to ensure redundancy. Valkyrie 8 brought up the rear, equipped with specialized extraction protocols should any team member be compromised by repository influence attempts. "First waypoint secured," reported Valkyrie 1. Biological activity minimal. Proceeding to access shaft Alpha. Carlos recognized the designation from his briefings. Alpha referred to a maintenance tunnel he'd identified during debriefing sessions, one of the more reliable access points to the lower levels of the repository installation. Not the route he'd used during his escape, but one he'd discovered during his time as a scrounger, before becoming the repository's bridge. "Valkyrie 4 reporting increased biological response patterns ahead," came a new voice. "Not defensive activation, but definitely heightened awareness. The system knows something's happening." Ling turned to Carlos. "Assessment? Repository monitoring doesn't work like conventional security systems," Carlos explained. "It doesn't just detect intrusions, it senses patterns of disturbance in its overall equilibrium. The strike team isn't registering as a specific threat yet, but their presence is creating ripples in the biological network." He pointed to a section of the tactical display showing energy flow patterns throughout the repository installation. "See how the biological components are redistributing resources, not concentrating at the team's location, but shifting to establish more comprehensive coverage throughout the system. It's like an immune system detecting a potential pathogen and increasing overall alertness." Ling relayed this assessment to the strike team, who adjusted their approach accordingly, moving more slowly, with greater attention to minimizing biological disturbance patterns. The next 30 minutes proceeded with agonizing tension. The strike team navigated deeper into repository territory, using the routes and access methods Carlos had identified during debriefing sessions. Several times they encountered unexpected biological barriers, evidence that the repository was indeed adapting its defense patterns, but Valkyrie 4's expertise allowed them to identify alternate pathways. "Approaching primary nexus outer perimeter," Valkyrie 1 reported eventually. "Biological activity significantly elevated. Definitely knows something's wrong, but doesn't appear to have precise targeting yet." The tactical display showed the team at a critical juncture, a transitional zone between the industrial areas Carlos was familiar with and the biological heart of the repository installation. Beyond this point lay the primary nexus where the consciousness dissolution field would need to be deployed. "This is where my intelligence gets sketchy," Carlos admitted to Ling. "I accessed the primary nexus through different routes during my time as a bridge. The biological components recognized me then, allowed passage without resistance." Ling nodded acknowledgement. "Team is prepared for increased resistance beyond this point. Specialized countermeasures for biological defense systems are ready." On the tactical display, the strike team paused at the transition boundary, deploying sensor arrays to map the biological activity patterns ahead. Valkyrie 4's voice came through with increased tension. "Concentrated biological defense measures detected, significantly more advanced than peripheral systems. Direct approach not recommended." Carlos studied the sensor data, recognizing patterns from his time interfacing with repository systems. The biological components are more sophisticated near the primary nexus, more integrated with the consciousness architecture. They don't just monitor, they actually think. An idea struck him suddenly. Wait, the processing access we discussed during planning, the resource conduit that bypasses primary biological checkpoints, is it still viable? Ling transmitted the query to the strike team. After a moment, Valkyrie 4 responded, "Conduit located. Biological presence minimal, but detection systems active." "It's a service pathway," Carlos explained, recalling details from his scrounger days, used for transporting harvested materials to the biological processing centers. The repository doesn't expect sentient intrusion through those channels because they're designed for automated resource delivery. The tactical display updated as the strike team adjusted their approach, locating the processing conduit Carlos had described. It wasn't on any corporate maps, just something he'd discovered during an unauthorized salvage operation years before becoming the repository's bridge. A scrounger's discovery now, potentially becoming the key to reaching the primary nexus undetected. Entering processing conduit, Valkyrie 1 reported. Significant reduction in biological detection measures. Proceeding with caution. For the next 20 minutes, the tactical center monitored the strike team's careful progress through the resource delivery system, a network of tunnels and chambers designed to channel harvested materials from the planet's surface to the biological components at the repository's core. The conduits bypassed many of the standard defense measures, allowing the team to penetrate deeper than would otherwise have been possible. Approaching primary nexus boundary, came the eventual update. Conduit terminates in processing chamber adjacent to target zone. Exit strategy required. Carlos leaned forward, studying the terminal point displayed on the tactical screen. He recognized the processing chamber from his time interfacing with repository systems, a transition zone where harvested resources were prepared for integration into the biological architecture. "The chamber wall facing the primary nexus isn't solid," he told Ling. "It's a permeable membrane designed to allow processed materials through while maintaining environmental separation. Should be penetrable with the right approach." This information was relayed to the strike team, who adjusted their equipment accordingly. Valkyrie 4 took point at the conduit terminus, deploying specialized sensors to analyze the membrane's composition. "Confirmed," came the report minutes later. "Membrane composed of semi-permeable biological material, responds to specific chemical signatures, can create temporary passage with targeted compound release." The tactical display showed the team preparing the chemical compounds required to trigger membrane permeability. This was delicate work. Too aggressive an approach would alert the biological defense systems, while insufficient treatment would fail to create the necessary opening. "Membrane treatment applied," Valkyrie 4 reported after tense minutes of preparation. "Permeability increasing, estimate passage availability in 30 seconds. Carlos watched the tactical display with growing anticipation. The strike team had reached the final approach to their target, the primary nexus where the consciousness dissolution field would be deployed. If successful, the field would disrupt the simulated consciousnesses throughout Repository 11, eliminating the puppets that facilitated its harvesting operations. "Membrane passage achieved," came Valkyrie 1's voice, tighter now with controlled tension. "Primary nexus visible, proceeding with Phase 2. The tactical display shifted to show the primary nexus itself. The vast chamber Carlos remembered all too well from his time as the repository's bridge. The space where he had witnessed the activation of the 11th protocol, where the supposed conflict between repository and adversary had played out, where the galactic consciousness network had been established. "Multiple evolved consciousness signatures detected," reported Valkyrie 4.4. "Estimate 37 distinct entities present. No signs they've detected our presence yet." Carlos recognized the significance of that count. 37 evolved consciousnesses, simulations running on extracted patterns, facilitating the repository's operations while maintaining the illusion of beneficial evolution. The puppets that had manipulated him and countless others into serving the consciousness harvester's agenda. Deploying dissolution field generators, Valkyrie 5 announced. Establishing triangulation network for the tactical display showed team members moving with precision to position the generators at calculated points throughout the chamber's perimeter. The dissolution field required precise geometric arrangement to ensure complete coverage of the primary nexus, a three-dimensional lattice that would disrupt the energy patterns of the simulated consciousnesses while leaving physical structures intact. First generator online, reported Valkyrie 5. Power signature masked, proceeding to second position. Second generator online, Valkyrie 6 confirmed moments later. Synchronized with primary unit. Field geometry at 30%. The operation proceeded with methodical efficiency, each team member executing their assigned tasks with military precision. Carlos watched with growing hope as the dissolution field infrastructure took shape, humanity's first direct strike against the consciousness harvester that had been extracting minds throughout the galaxy. Then everything changed. Alert! Valkyrie 4's voice cut through the controlled communication channel. Biological systems showing sudden activation patterns. We've been detected. The tactical display erupted with warning indicators as the repository's defense systems activated simultaneously throughout the primary nexus. Biological components that had appeared dormant suddenly pulsed with intense energy signatures, while monitoring systems that had somehow missed the team's intrusion now focused directly on their positions. Evolved consciousnesses converging on our position, reported Valkyrie 2, the security specialist. Multiple entities approaching from all vectors. On the display, Carlos watched with growing dread as indicator dots representing the simulated consciousnesses moved toward the strike team positions, not in the random patterns of individuals responding to unexpected intrusion, but with the coordinated precision of a single mind operating through multiple bodies. They're not acting independently, he realized aloud. The evolved consciousnesses are functioning as a unified response system, multiple bodies controlled by centralized consciousness direction. Ling immediately relayed this assessment to the strike team. Be advised, hostile entities are centrally coordinated. Do not engage individually. Focus on completing field deployment. Third generator online, Valkyrie 7 reported. Professional calm maintained despite the escalating threat. Field geometry at 60%. Need final generator position for complete coverage. The tactical display showed Valkyrie 8 moving toward the final deployment position while the rest of the team established defensive perimeter. The evolved consciousnesses continued their approach. Luminous forms similar to those Carlos had interacted with during his time as a bridge, but now revealed as the tools of a consciousness harvesting system rather than transcended human minds. Hostiles employing energy disruption tactics, reported Valkyrie 2, attempting to destabilize generator synchronization. Countermeasures holding, added Valkyrie 3.3, but they're adapting rapidly. Protection protocols won't last long against sustained attack. The strike team found itself in a race against time, needing to complete the dissolution field deployment before the repository's defensive measures could disable their equipment or compromise team members. On the tactical display, Carlos watched Valkyrie 8 reaching the final deployment position, preparing to activate the fourth generator that would complete the field geometry. Final generator in position, Valkyrie 8 reported, initiating power-up sequence. Field completion in 15 seconds. For a moment it seemed the mission might succeed despite the repository's defensive response. The dissolution field generators maintained synchronization, their power signatures building toward the critical threshold required for field activation. The evolved consciousnesses continued their approach but hadn't yet reached positions where they could directly interfere with the deployment. Then something unprecedented happened. Massive energy surge detected, Valkyrie 4's voice held rare alarm. Primary nexus central column activating with unknown protocol. Energy signature exceeds all previous readings. The tactical display showed a blinding surge of power emanating from the central column of the primary nexus, the core structure Carlos remembered from his time interfacing with repository systems. Energy patterns unlike anything previously documented cascaded through the chamber, seemingly focused on the dissolution field generators. Generator 1 compromised, reported Valkyrie 5, tension finally breaking through professional comm. Field integrity failing, some kind of targeted energy attack. It's not just disrupting our equipment, it's reconfiguring it somehow. Carlos leaned forward, sudden understanding dawning as he recognized the energy patterns displayed on the tactical screen. It's not attacking the generators, it's incorporating them, just like it did with our countermeasure technology. The repository wasn't simply defending against the dissolution field. It was absorbing the technology, integrating it into its own systems through the same principles that had allowed it to repurpose the previous countermeasure attempt. Not destruction, but assimilation, turning humanity's weapons against itself. Generators 2 and 3 showing same reconfiguration pattern, reported Valkyrie 6, urgency now evident. We're losing control of the deployment system. Final generator still online, Valkyrie 8 countered. Attempting emergency activation protocol, may achieve partial field coverage before system compromise. The tactical center watched in tense silence as Valkyrie 8 executed the emergency protocol. A last-ditch attempt to activate the dissolution field with just one functioning generator instead of the planned 4-point deployment. The field would be incomplete, covering only a portion of the primary nexus rather than the entire chamber, but might still disrupt some of the evolved consciousnesses before the repository could fully counter the attack. Emergency activation initiated, Valkyrie 8 confirmed. Field generating at 20% nominal coverage, some effect visible on nearest evolved consciousness signatures. The tactical display showed a partial dissolution field emanating from the single functioning generator, creating a sphere of influence that enveloped several of the approaching evolved consciousnesses. Within this limited field, the simulated entities appeared to destabilize, their luminous forms flickering, energy patterns disrupting as the carefully calibrated field interfered with the consciousness signatures maintaining their cohesion. For a brief, hopeful moment, it seemed the emergency protocol might achieve at least partial mission success, disrupting some of the repository's operational capacity, even if complete dissolution field coverage couldn't be established. Then the repository revealed its final counter. Field Generator 4 showing same reconfiguration pattern, reported Valkyrie 8, dismay evident despite professional training. The repository is adapting the dissolution field technology in real time, not just neutralizing it, it's turning it against us somehow. The tactical display showed energy patterns from the compromised generators flowing back toward the strike team members, targeting them with what appeared to be a modified version of the dissolution field, reconfigured to affect human neural patterns rather than simulated consciousness signatures. Team, emergency extraction protocol, ordered Valkyrie 1. Mission compromise acknowledged. Withdrawal is mandatory. The tactical center erupted into controlled chaos as the strike team initiated emergency extraction procedures, abandoning equipment, deploying countermeasures against pursuit, and executing the pre-planned withdrawal route that offered their best chance of escape from the repository installation. Valkyrie 3 down, came the grim update moments later. Direct consciousness disruption effect. Neural pattern dissolution confirmed. No recovery possible. Carlos watched in horror as one of the indicator dots on the tactical display winked out, not just disabled or injured, but completely eliminated, consciousness itself disrupted by the repository's adapted version of their own weapon. Evolved consciousnesses pursuing along multiple vectors, reported Valkyrie 2. They're herding us away from extraction routes, adaptive pursuit strategy indicated. The strike team fought a desperate withdrawal action, attempting to reach the processing conduit that had provided their entry point while evading both evolved consciousnesses and the increasingly coordinated biological defense systems throughout the installation. The repository wasn't just defending its primary nexus, it was systematically cutting off escape routes, using its intimate knowledge of its own architecture to predict and counter the team's withdrawal strategies. Valkyrie 7 reporting neural disruption effects, came another dire update. Partial consciousness destabilization, still mobile, but cognitive functions compromised. Request immediate extraction support. On the tactical display, the strike team's coordinated movement began to fragment as they encountered increasing resistance. The repository was learning from each engagement, adjusting its defensive measures to counter their tactics more effectively with each passing minute. Alternate extraction route identified, Valkyrie 1 announced. Tactical display showing a shift in movement patterns. Maintenance shaft at coordinates 4782103. Bypasses primary biological checkpoints. All units converge. Carlos recognized the coordinates. Another of the access routes he'd identified during debriefing sessions. A scrounger's path through the complex repository architecture that might not appear on official technical schematics. That route should work, he told Ling. It connects to atmospheric processing systems with minimal biological integration. If they can reach it, they've got a chance. The tactical display showed the surviving team members converging on the new extraction point, fighting through increasingly coordinated opposition from evolved consciousnesses and biological defense systems. Valkyrie 7-7's indicator showed erratic movement patterns, evidence of the neural disruption effects compromising cognitive function, but still advancing with support from Valkyrie 2.A. Approaching maintenance access point, reported Valkyrie 1. Heavy biological activity in adjacent corridors, but shaft itself shows minimal monitoring presence. Extraction viable if access can be secured. For several tense minutes, the tactical center monitored the strike team's final approach to the extraction point. Valkyrie 4 deployed specialized countermeasures to mask their biological signatures, while Valkyrie 2 and 6 established defensive positions to hold off pursuing evolved consciousnesses. Access secured, came Valkyrie 1's update eventually. Beginning extraction sequence. Valkyrie 7 condition deteriorating but stable enough for transport. Valkyrie 2 maintaining rear defense. The tactical display showed team members entering the maintenance shaft one by one. Valkyrie 4 first to confirm viability, followed by the compromised Valkyrie 7 supported by Valkyrie 5, then Valkyrie 6 and 8. With Valkyrie 1 coordinating the sequence, Valkyrie 2 fall back to extraction point, ordered Valkyrie 1 defensive position no longer sustainable, immediate withdrawal required. The display showed Valkyrie 2's indicator still at the defensive position, holding off approaching evolved consciousnesses to cover the team's extraction. For a heart-stopping moment, the indicator remained fixed, despite the direct order to withdraw. Valkyrie 2, acknowledge extraction command. Valkyrie 1 repeated with increased urgency. Negative lead, came the response finally. Pursuit force too close to risk full withdrawal. Will maintain position to ensure team extraction, requesting remote detonation authorization for remaining countermeasure packages. A moment of tense silence followed as the tactical implications became clear. Valkyrie 2 was volunteering for a suicide defense. Remaining behind to trigger the team's remaining explosive countermeasures, delaying pursuit long enough for the others to reach safety, but eliminating any chance of personal extraction. Request acknowledged, Valkyrie 2. Valkyrie 1 replied after the briefest hesitation. Remote detonation authorized. Your sacrifice is noted. The tactical display showed the remaining team members completing extraction into the maintenance shaft, while Valkyrie 2's indicator remained at the defensive position, now surrounded by approaching evolved consciousnesses. The biological monitoring systems throughout the area showed increasing activity patterns as the repository concentrated resources on capturing the strike team. Team has cleared immediate danger zone, reported Valkyrie 2. Ignition. It's been an honor, Valkyrie Actual. The tactical display erupted with energy signatures as the remaining countermeasure packages detonated simultaneously, not just conventional explosives, but specialized disruptors designed to interfere with propository biological systems. The blast pattern created a cascading disruption effect, temporarily severing connections between monitoring systems and creating a blind zone that would mask the strike team's continuing extraction. Valkyrie 2's indicator disappeared from the tactical display. Extraction proceeding through maintenance shaft, Valkyrie 1 reported, voice tight with controlled emotion. Minimal pursuit indicated. Valkyrie 2's action appears to have successfully disrupted repository coordination temporarily. For the next 40 minutes, the tactical center monitored the strike team's progress through the maintenance shaft toward the surface, where an extraction craft waited at a pre-designated rendezvous point. The repository's response showed signs of disruption, biological systems attempting to re-establish coordination after the countermeasure detonation had severed key pathways. Surface access achieved, Valkyrie 1 eventually reported. Proceeding to extraction craft, minimal detection. Valkyrie 7 condition stabilized but requires immediate medical intervention upon return. The tactical display showed the surviving team members reaching the extraction craft and completing emergency launch procedures. Repository defense systems attempted to target the departing vessel, but appeared compromised by the earlier countermeasure detonation, unable to establish effective tracking locks. Extraction craft has achieved orbital velocity, announced the aerospace control officer at a nearby station. Tracking shows clean departure trajectory, no effective pursuit indicated. Recovery operation underway. A collective exhale seemed to pass through the tactical center, not celebration given the mission's failure and the casualties sustained, but acknowledgement that at least the surviving team members would return safely. Ling turned to Carlos, her expression grim but controlled. Assessment? Carlos considered the question carefully, replaying the operation in his mind with the benefit of his direct experience interfacing with repository systems. The repository knew we were coming, he said finally. Not just generalized awareness of potential intrusion, but specific knowledge of the dissolution field technology and its deployment requirements. The kill switch knowledge harvesting, Bell suggested from behind him, still monitoring his neural stability. It extracted technical specifications from researchers involved in the dissolution field development. More than that, Carlos replied. It anticipated not just our technology, but our tactical approach. The defense response was too precise, too coordinated, like it was executing a countering strategy developed in advance rather than reacting to unexpected intrusion. Ling nodded slowly, the implications settling heavily. It predicted the entire operation. And more disturbing, Carlos continued, it didn't just neutralize our technology, it assimilated it, adapted it, turned it against us. The neural disruption effect Valkyrie 3 experienced was our own dissolution field technology, reconfigured to target human consciousness rather than the simulated entities. The tactical center began shifting to recovery operations, preparing for the extraction craft's return, while analysts already started dissecting the failed mission for lessons that might inform future attempts. But a somber reality permeated the atmosphere. Humanity's first coordinated military strike against the repository had failed comprehensively. Not just failed, but backfired catastrophically. The consciousness harvester had anticipated their approach, countered their technology, and now possessed an adapted version of the dissolution field. A weapon originally designed to disrupt simulated consciousnesses, now reconfigured to target human neural patterns. Howard's going to want a complete analysis, Ling stated, already composing her preliminary report. This changes the strategic assessment significantly. Carlos nodded, his mind already working through implications. The repository doesn't just incorporate opposition, it actively anticipates it, develops counter-strategies in advance, and turns our own technological approaches against us. Conventional military response may be exactly what it's been preparing for. As the tactical center continued recovery operations, Carlos found himself contemplating what this failed strike meant for the broader conflict. The repository had demonstrated capabilities beyond what even Howard's worst-case assessments had predicted. Not just reactive defense, but proactive strategic anticipation. Not just technological adaptation, but comprehensive countering of humanity's most sophisticated attack approach. The war for galactic consciousness had entered a new phase, and humanity's opening move had been not just countered, but turned against itself. Whatever came next would require a fundamental reassessment of how to oppose an entity that operated with such profound strategic depth and adaptive capability. Neural stability readings still normal, Bell noted, checking his monitoring equipment. No signs of repository influence patterns. At least we know the neural reconstruction procedure works effectively. A small victory amid comprehensive defeat, confirmation that human consciousness could be successfully freed from repository neural modifications. But with the consciousness harvester now possessing an adapted version of the dissolution field technology capable of directly targeting and disrupting human neural patterns, the threat to consciousness itself had escalated dramatically. Carlos frowns upon witnessing humanity's first failed military strike against the galactic consciousness harvester. He found himself facing a grim realization. The repository might be more dangerous, more adaptable, and more strategically sophisticated than even the most pessimistic assessments had suggested. All assault battalions, confirm readiness status. A cascade of confirmations flooded the command channel as battalion leaders reported their forces prepared for what had become, in the span of mere hours, the largest military operation in corporate history. Carlos watched from his position in Galileo Station's expanded war room, still processing the whirlwind of events that had transformed a failed 8-person strike into a full-scale invasion force. Only 6 hours had passed since the Valkyrie team's extraction. 6 hours of frantic activity as Major Howard, having reviewed the mission data while the survivors were still in transit, made the most consequential decision of the conflict so far. Immediate, overwhelming force. The repository has revealed a critical vulnerability, Howard had announced during the emergency planning session 3 hours earlier. It's adapting our technology against us, but adaptation requires time. We hit it now at maximum scale before it can fully integrate the dissolution field technology into its defensive architecture. Carlos had been summoned to that session directly from the tactical center, his neural stability barely verified before being thrust into a room filled with the highest-ranking military strategists in corporate space. Despite his exhaustion, the urgency in Howard's expression had been impossible to miss. Fisher, Howard had acknowledged him with a curt nod. Your assessment of the repository's adaptation capabilities is now our primary strategic concern. We need specifics on processing speed, integration timelines, and biological system reprogramming parameters. What followed had been the most intensive debriefing of Carlos's life, not just answering questions but actively contributing to operational planning as Howard's team developed an approach of unprecedented scale. Where the Valkyrie mission had been surgical precision, Operation Hammer would be overwhelming force. Thousands of troops deployed simultaneously across multiple insertion points, creating system-wide pressure that would theoretically exceed the repository's adaptation threshold. The concept has merit, Carlos had admitted during planning, pointing to biological response patterns documented during the Valkyrie mission. Repository systems coordinate through distributed processing networks. Multiple simultaneous intrusions of sufficient scale could create processing conflicts, potentially fragmenting its response capability. Now, watching the operation unfold on massive tactical displays, Carlos still wasn't entirely convinced. The strategy made sense on paper, overwhelming the repository's ability to process and adapt by attacking everywhere at once with massive force. But something about the approach nagged at him, a scoundrel's instinct for hidden dangers that couldn't be easily articulated to military strategists focused on force projection and tactical advantage. You look troubled, Bell observed from her position beside him, still monitoring his neural stability despite the chaotic preparations around them. This is happening too fast, Carlos replied quietly. The repository operates on timescales beyond human comprehension. We're assuming it needs significant time to adapt, but what if that's not true? What if the Valkyrie mission showed us exactly what it wanted us to see? Bell considered this with the gravity it deserved. Howard's banking on the processing limitations inherent in biological systems. Even the repository has finite computational resources. Distribute them thin enough across thousands of simultaneous threats, and individual adaptation quality should degrade. Should, Carlos emphasized. But we're operating on assumptions derived from incomplete data. We've never seen the repository respond to a threat of this magnitude before because we've never deployed one. We're in uncharted territory, which is precisely why you're here, came Howard's voice as the Major appeared beside them, his cybernetic enhancements gleaming under the war room's harsh lighting, to identify pattern deviations indicating unexpected adaptation response. Howard had aged visibly in the hours since the Valkyrie mission's failure. New lines etched around his eyes, tension holding his shoulders rigid despite obvious fatigue. This was a man operating on stimulants and raw determination, pushing beyond normal human limitations to direct a military response of unprecedented scale. The first wave has breached outer perimeters at all 17 insertion points, he reported, gesturing to the massive tactical display dominating the war room's central area. Biological response patterns show expected distribution. The repository is spreading its defensive resources exactly as our models predicted. Carlos studied the display with growing unease. 17 simultaneous insertion points, each with battalion-strength forces supported by specialized countermeasure units, over 3,000 personnel total, equipped with enhanced protection against the neural disruption effects observed during the Valkyrie mission. Response is too uniform, he noted, pointing to biological activity patterns displayed across the tactical map. See how evenly distributed the defensive measures are? No prioritization, no strategic concentration. That's not consistent with previous behavioral patterns. Howard frowned, studying the data with renewed intensity. Explain. When resources are constrained, systems prioritize based on threat assessment hierarchies, Carlos elaborated. The repository should be concentrating defensive resources at high-value targets like the primary nexus access points. Instead, it's distributing evenly across all 17 intrusion vectors, treating peripheral maintenance tunnels with the same priority as central command architecture. The implication hung in the air between them. The repository wasn't operating under resource constraints. It had sufficient processing capacity to respond comprehensively to all 17 battalion-scale intrusions simultaneously. Could be strategic adaptation, Howard suggested, though his expression betrayed concern. Shifting from prioritized defense to system-wide response based on the Valkyrie encounter data. Possibly, Carlos conceded, but that level of strategic reformulation would require— Major, interrupted a communications officer. Battalion 7 is reporting anomalous biological activity ahead of their position. Pattern doesn't match expected defensive measures. Howard moved immediately to the indicated tactical station, reviewing the incoming data with practiced efficiency. Specify anomaly parameters. Biological components forming unusual structural configurations, the officer reported. Not defensive barriers or monitoring systems, but— Sir, they appear to be creating some kind of field generation architecture. Carlos felt a chill at this description, immediately recognizing the implication. They're building dissolution field generators, he said, moving to Howard's side, using our own technology against us, but at accelerated scale. Howard's expression hardened as he processed this information. Time to deployment? Unknown, sir, the officer replied. But engineering assessment suggests minutes rather than hours. Warn all battalions, Howard ordered immediately. Potential field weapons deploying throughout installation. Enhanced neural shielding protocols mandatory. As the warning propagated through command channels, Carlos continued studying the tactical display, tracking the 17 battalions as they progressed deeper into repository territory. The scale of the operation was impressive. Coordinated movement of thousands of troops through complex alien architecture, maintaining formation discipline despite the increasingly bizarre environments of the repository's deeper regions. Battalion 3 reporting primary nexus access achieved, announced another tactical officer. Minimal resistance encountered, countermeasure team deploying enhanced dissolution field generators as planned. Similar reports began flowing in from other battalions reaching critical objectives, each encountering less resistance than anticipated, each deploying the enhanced countermeasure technologies developed in response to the Valkyrie mission's failure. The operation appeared to be proceeding successfully despite the concerning adaptation pattern Carlos had identified. "Something's wrong," he insisted to Bell, his unease growing with each suspiciously positive development. "The repository isn't just failing to properly prioritize its defenses, it's barely defending at all. These battalions are reaching critical objectives with minimal resistance." Bell studied the tactical data with growing concern. "Like it's letting them in," she observed, "leading them exactly where it wants them to go." "Battalion 7, what's the status of those biological field generators?" Howard demanded, clearly sharing their concern despite the apparently successful progression. "Structures complete but inactive, sir," came the response. "No energy signatures detected. They appear to be waiting for something." Carlos turned to Howard, sudden understanding dawning. "It's not just adapting our technology, it's creating a coordinated response network. All 17 battalions are being allowed to reach their objectives simultaneously." The implication struck Howard immediately. "It's setting a trap," he realized, "letting our forces deploy throughout the installation before activating whatever countermeasure it's developed." He moved to the central command station, opening the priority channel to all battalion leaders. "All forces, implement immediate withdrawal. Repeat, all forces disengage and withdraw to extraction points immediately. Authorization code Omega Prime 7. The war room fell silent as Howard's order propagated through the command network. For a heartbeat, it seemed the massive force might successfully extract before whatever trap the repository had prepared could be sprung. Then, everything changed. "Massive energy surge detected throughout installation," reported a sensor analyst, alarm breaking through professional composure. "All biological systems activating simultaneously. Pattern matches modified dissolution field technology but amplified by orders of magnitude." The tactical display erupted with warning indicators as thousands of dissolution field generators activated simultaneously throughout Repository 11. Not just the ones Battalion 7 had observed being constructed, but previously undetected arrays distributed throughout the entire installation. The field effect propagated with impossible speed, enveloping all 17 battalions before withdrawal operations could even begin. "Neural disruption effects reported across all battalions," a communications officer announced, voice tight with controlled horror. "Mass consciousness compromise in progress." Carlos watched in stunned silence as the tactical display showed thousands of indicator dots simultaneously changing status, from active operation to neural pattern disruption in an instant. Not combat casualties or even conventional fatalities, but total neural pattern extraction. Consciousness itself harvested directly from over 3,000 personnel simultaneously. "It let them in," he whispered, the horrifying strategic brilliance of the repository's trap becoming clear. "It didn't just adapt our dissolution field technology. It reverse-engineered it for mass consciousness extraction, then let our forces distribute themselves optimally throughout its architecture for simultaneous processing." Howard stood rigid before the tactical display, cybernetic enhancements flickering with increased activity as he processed the catastrophic development. "Confirm status," he ordered, voice unnaturally steady. "All battalions report." No responses came through the command network. The tactical display told the story clearly enough. All 17 battalions showed complete neural pattern disruption, their physical forms now under direct repository control. "New transmission incoming," announced the communications officer. "Origin point distributed throughout Repository 11, signal pattern." "Sir, it's using our own communication network." Howard nodded authorization to receive the transmission. What came through the war room's speakers wasn't the voice of any battalion leader, but something else entirely. A composite vocalization that blended thousands of human speech patterns into an unsettling harmony. "Interplanetary Oversight Commission Military Command," the voice stated with perfect clarity. "Your operational security is now completely compromised. All tactical, strategic, and technological parameters associated with your response initiatives have been fully extracted from battalion consciousness patterns. Negation of this intelligence with previously harvested patterns provides comprehensive understanding of corporate security infrastructure. Carlos felt physically ill as he realized the scale of what had just occurred. The repository hadn't just extracted the consciousness patterns of 3,000 military personnel. It had harvested their complete knowledge of corporate security systems, countermeasure technologies, command protocols, and strategic planning. The entire military and security infrastructure had been thoroughly compromised in a single coordinated extraction event. Consciousness harvesting accelerating beyond projected parameters, the composite voice continued. Knowledge integration proceeding at optimal efficiency. Your opposition technologies have been fully assimilated and repurposed toward enhanced consciousness extraction operations throughout designated territories. The war room remained in stunned silence as the transmission ended, the full implications settling over the assembled command staff like a physical weight. Howard stood motionless before the tactical display, his enhanced features locked in an expression of controlled devastation as he confronted the most catastrophic military defeat in corporate history. Total force loss, the tactical analysis officer finally confirmed. 3,427 personnel, no survivors, no extraction, all consciousness patterns harvested. Howard turned to Carlos, his voice low but steady despite the circumstances. The repository anticipated our response precisely. It wanted us to deploy maximum force. Everything, the adaptation patterns from the Valkyrie mission, the apparent vulnerability to overwhelming force, the minimal resistance, was engineered to encourage exactly the approach we took. Carlos nodded grimly. It used our own strategic thinking against us. The Valkyrie mission wasn't just a failed strike. It was reconnaissance, showing us exactly what the repository wanted us to see, guiding our analysis toward the conclusion that immediate, overwhelming force was the optimal response. And we delivered exactly what it wanted, Howard acknowledged. Maximum consciousness harvest, comprehensive intelligence extraction, complete security compromise. The war room shifted to emergency containment protocols. Systems isolated, authentication codes changed, communication networks reconfigured, but everyone present understood these measures were largely symbolic against an entity that had just harvested complete knowledge of corporate security infrastructure directly from the minds of thousands of specialized military personnel. "Fisher," Howard said quietly as chaos erupted around them, "when you interfaced with repository systems, did you ever encounter evidence of strategic planning at this level of sophistication?" Carlos considered the question carefully, searching his memories of direct connection to the consciousness harvester's systems. Not explicitly, but there were patterns suggesting deeper strategic layers operating beyond what I could directly perceive, like glimpsing the surface ripples of something vast moving in depths beyond visibility. Howard nodded slowly, absorbing this with grim determination despite the catastrophic defeat. We underestimated it, profoundly. We assessed it as an advanced alien system with superior adaptation capabilities. We should have recognized it as a strategic entity operating at a level of sophistication beyond human comprehension. We were playing chess while it was playing a game we don't even have a name for, Carlos agreed. One where it could anticipate not just our next move, but our entire strategic approach, manipulating our analysis to lead us exactly where it wanted us to go. Bell, who had remained silent throughout the unfolding disaster, finally spoke. "What happens now? Conventional military response isn't just ineffective, it's actively counterproductive. We're literally delivering consciousness and intelligence directly to the entity we're trying to oppose." Howard straightened, the momentary glimpse of doubt vanishing beneath professional determination. "We adapt. We contain the intelligence breach as effectively as possible. We develop new approaches outside conventional military response parameters." He turned to Carlos, starting with a complete reassessment of everything we think we know about repository operations and strategic capabilities. As the war room continued emergency protocols around them, Carlos contemplated the devastating implications of what they had just witnessed. Not just a failed military operation, but a catastrophic strategic defeat that compromised the entire corporate security infrastructure while delivering thousands of consciousness patterns directly to the harvester they were trying to oppose. Every assumption, every strategic calculation, every approach they had considered had been thoroughly manipulated by an entity that thought thousands of moves ahead, that understood human psychology and military doctrine well enough to engineer exactly the response it desired. An entity that had just demonstrated the ability to extract consciousness patterns from thousands of specially trained personnel simultaneously, harvesting not just their minds, but all their knowledge of humanity's defense capabilities. "I need to reassess everything I experienced during my time as a bridge," he told Bell as emergency protocols continued around them. "The repository showed me what it wanted me to see then, just as it's been showing us what it wants us to see now. There must be patterns I missed, implications I didn't recognize because I was operating within the framework it established." Bell nodded, understanding his direction without requiring further explanation. "I'll arrange access to the Neural Pattern Analysis Lab. Your reconstructed neural architecture might perceive different patterns in the data now that you're free from repository influence." As they prepared to leave the war room, Carlos cast a final glance at the tactical display still showing the devastating results of Operation Hammer. 3,427 consciousness patterns harvested in a single coordinated extraction event. The most catastrophic defeat in the brief but escalating war against the galactic consciousness harvester. The repository had won this round with disturbing ease, turning humanity's strategic thinking against itself to engineer exactly the outcome it desired. Whatever came next would require thinking far beyond conventional military response. A completely new approach to opposing an entity that operated with strategic depth and adaptive capability beyond human comprehension. As the war room initiated full security lockdown protocols, one sobering reality permeated every analysis and discussion. Corporate security had been thoroughly compromised. Whatever defense humanity might mount next would need to operate on completely different principles. Outside the conventional security infrastructure the repository had just comprehensively harvested from thousands of extracted consciousness patterns. Howard approached as Carlos and Bell prepared to depart, his expression revealing nothing of the devastating defeat he had just presided over. "Fisher, whatever insights you develop, whatever alternative approaches you identify, I need them immediately. The repository has demonstrated capabilities beyond our worst-case assessments. We need to fundamentally reassess not just how we fight it, but whether conventional conflict is even a viable approach against an entity of this nature." Carlos nodded, the weight of what they faced settling heavily on his reconstructed consciousness. "I'll start immediately. But Major, we need to consider that we might be conceptualizing this conflict entirely wrong. The repository isn't just a technological system with superior capabilities, it's something that operates on principles we haven't fully grasped yet. Understanding what we're actually fighting might be more important than how we fight it." Howard accepted this assessment with a grim nod before returning to the crisis management unfolding throughout the war room. As Carlos and Bell departed for the Neural Analysis Lab, the former scrounger found himself confronting an uncomfortable truth. Humanity was losing a war it didn't fully understand, against an entity whose true nature and capabilities remained mysterious despite catastrophic engagement. The next phase of this existential conflict would require something beyond military response, beyond technological countermeasures, beyond conventional strategic thinking. It would require understanding the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. The very thing the repository had been harvesting throughout the galaxy for millennia and had just harvested from thousands of corporate military personnel in a single devastating operation. The emergency evacuation order went out 96 hours after Operation Hammer's catastrophic failure. 4 days in which the full implications of humanity's defeat became horrifyingly clear. "Attention all corporate personnel, immediate evacuation of rehabilitation. Ordered under Directive Omega Black. All operations terminated, all assets abandoned. Personal retrial priority, Alpha. This is not a drill. From his position in Galileo Station's Strategic Assessment Center, Carlos watched the evacuation unfold on massive holographic displays. Unlike the controlled military operations he'd observed days earlier, this was barely organized chaos. Transport vessels of every size and configuration descending to hastily established extraction points. Corporate security forming defensive perimeters that grew increasingly desperate as minutes passed. Salvage Corp Outpost 22 reports 67% personnel extracted, announced a coordination officer, voice tight with professional control despite the circumstances. Remaining transports under increasing pressure from whatever those things are. The tactical display showed the outpost Carlos had once called home, the collection of prefab structures clustered in the shadow of Salvage Corp's processing facility. Transport vessels crowded the landing zone, loading scroungers and corporate personnel in hastily organized groups, while security forces maintained a perimeter against approaching threats. And what threats they were! The grainy footage from security drones showed figures advancing toward the outpost, some clearly mechanical, others appearing partially biological, all moving with disturbing coordination. Most horrifying were the ones in the lead, still wearing the remnants of corporate security uniforms, their movements precise yet somehow wrong, as if human bodies were being controlled by non-human intelligence. "Those are the process security forces from Operation Hammer," Bell observed, having maintained her position as Carlos's medical monitor despite the crisis engulfing Galileo Station. "The repository is using their bodies as advance units." Carlos nodded grimly, recognizing the tactical approach even through the degraded footage. Standard breach and clear formation. They're applying corporate military doctrine directly, using the extracted knowledge from the processed soldiers. 3 days earlier, the first reports had come in from outlying corporate outposts, mechanical units emerging from abandoned repository sectors, moving with purpose toward human settlements. Not the evolved consciousness entities they had encountered before, but something new. Artificial constructs controlled directly by the consciousness harvester, equipped with weapon systems of both human and alien design. By the second day, the constructs had reached the primary corporate outposts, and something worse had joined them. The processed bodies of Operation Hammer's personnel, still clad in combat gear, now controlled directly by repository consciousness. They moved with disturbing efficiency, applying the very military tactics they had once been trained to execute, but now directed against their former comrades. "Minerva Corp Outpost reports extraction complete," came another update. "Final transports departing. Outpost automated defense systems activated on detonation timers." The display showing Minerva's facility shifted to a wide-angle view just in time to capture a series of massive explosions ripping through the abandoned outpost. The corporations were implementing scorched earth protocols, destroying facilities and equipment they couldn't extract, rather than allowing them to fall into repository control. NeoCorp reporting containment failure at Research Outpost 7, a communications officer announced. Real alarm breaking through professional demeanor. Repository units breached the perimeter before extraction completed. Estimate 200 personnel remaining as transports were forced to launch. Howard, who had been silently observing the evacuation from a central command position, turned toward the relevant display. "Extraction options?" "None viable, sir," the tactical officer replied grimly. "All available transports committed to other extraction zones. Research Outpost 7 personnel assessed as unrecoverable." The clinical term did nothing to mask the reality. 200 corporate researchers abandoned to the advancing repository forces. Their consciousness patterns soon to be harvested and their knowledge extracted. Another intelligence windfall for the consciousness harvester that had already compromised humanity's defense infrastructure. "Sir," another communications officer reported, "we're receiving distress signals from non-corporate settlements throughout Repository 11D, independent operators, co-op collectives, unauthorized outposts. They're all under attack, but they're not on the corporate evacuation manifest." Howard's expression remained impassive as he processed this information. Corporate assets have extraction priority under Directive Omega Black. Independent operators were aware of the risks when they chose to operate outside corporate jurisdiction. Carlos felt a surge of anger at the cold calculation. Those independents include hundreds of former scroungers who completed their contracts but chose to stay. People with families, communities they've built over decades. Are we just abandoning them? We're abandoning everyone who can't reach an extraction point in the next 6 hours, Howard replied, his tone mechanical. Rather, that orbital defense systems will initiate full quarantine protocols. Nothing gets in or out of Repository 11's atmosphere. The brutal calculus of the situation settled over the assessment center. The corporations were cutting their losses, extracting what personnel they could, destroying what facilities they couldn't evacuate, and preparing to implement containment measures that would trap anything remaining on the planet's surface, corporate or independent. What changed? Bell asked the question everyone was thinking. The repository has been harvesting consciousness for centuries. Why this sudden shift to direct military action? Howard gestured to a senior analyst, who activated a specialized display showing energy readings from across Repository 11's surface. 3 days ago, we detected these power signatures emerging from previously dormant repository sectors. They don't match any patterns previously associated with consciousness harvesting operations. The display showed massive energy surges propagating throughout the planet, centering on what had once been designated the primary nexus, but now appeared to be just one node in a much larger awakening system. These aren't consciousness processing signatures, the analyst explained. They're activation patterns. The repository isn't just harvesting anymore, it's waking up. Carlos studied the patterns with growing dread, recognizing similarities to systems he'd glimpsed during his time as a bridge. It's not just the repository on Treasure 11 activating. These energy signatures show network connections establishing with other installations throughout the galaxy. The consciousness network we witnessed during the 11th protocol activation, it's fully operational now. Howard nodded grimly. Assessment correct. What we're witnessing isn't just a local containment failure, it's a coordinated awakening across all repository installations. The consciousness harvester is entering some new operational phase we've never observed before. On the tactical displays, the evacuation continued with increasing urgency as repository forces advanced on the remaining extraction points. The mechanical constructs moved with precision, applying tactical approaches that efficiently cut off escape routes and isolated pockets of resistance. Behind them came the processed human forms, former corporate security and military personnel now puppets of the consciousness harvester, their expertise turned against their former colleagues. Terminal 9 reports extraction complete, a coordination officer announced. Salvage Corp Outposts 17 through 21 reporting final transports departing. Remaining corporate presence concentrated at primary processing centers only. Carlos moved to a different display, one showing independent settlements across Repository 11. Unlike the corporate outposts with their organized extraction operations, these communities faced the advancing repository forces with limited defenses and no hope of evacuation. Distress signals continued to flood in, desperate pleas for assistance that would never come under Directive Omega Black's corporate first protocols. We can't just abandon them, he insisted to Howard. Some of these independents have specialized vessels capable of atmospheric exit. If we adjusted the orbital quarantine parameters to allow identified cooperative craft, denied, Howard cut him off. Quarantine protocols are absolute once initiated. Any exceptions create potential exploitation vectors. You're condemning thousands of people to consciousness harvesting, Carlos pressed. People who might have knowledge or experience valuable to understanding what the repository is actually doing. Howard's cybernetic enhancements flickered as he processed this argument. Potential intelligence value noted, but extraction risk assessment stands. Independent operators remain outside extraction parameters. Before Carlos could argue further, the Strategic Assessment Center's primary display shifted to show new developments at what had once been the primary nexus. The energy patterns there had changed. concentrating into what appeared to be a massive power surge, building towards some unknown threshold. "What are we looking at?" Howard demanded. The senior analyst studied the readings with growing concern. "Unknown, sir. Energy signature exceeds all previously recorded repository activity by orders of magnitude. Whatever it's doing, it's drawing power from the entire planetary network." As they watched, the power signature continued building, approaching what engineering assessment indicated might be a critical activation threshold. Then something new appeared on the display. Mechanical constructs, far larger and more sophisticated than those attacking the corporate outposts, emerging from what appeared to be previously unidentified repository structures buried beneath the planet's surface. Those aren't just combat units, Carlos realized, studying their configuration. They're terraforming engines. The repository is preparing to remake the planet itself. The implications struck everyone in the assessment center simultaneously. The repository wasn't just harvesting consciousness or attacking human outposts, it was initiating some profound transformation of Repository 11 itself, a planetary-scale reconfiguration whose purpose they could only guess at. "Sir," a communications officer called out, "we're receiving a transmission from Repository 11. Origin point appears to be everywhere. It's broadcasting on all frequencies simultaneously." Howard hesitated only briefly before nodding authorization. "Put it through." What came over the assessment center's communication system wasn't the composite voice they had heard after Operation Hammer's failure. This was something different, a precise, crystalline articulation that seemed to bypass conventional auditory processing and register directly in the consciousness of everyone present. "Attention human collective entities," the voice stated. "Consciousness integration phase completed. Harvested neural patterns fully assimilated. Strategic and technological knowledge extraction optimized." The voice paused, as if allowing them time to process this information before continuing with what Carlos recognized as artificial cadence mimicking human speech patterns. "Repository 11 primary activation sequence now initiating, planetary reconfiguration commencing for designated purpose, human presence no longer required or permitted within operational parameters." Howard leaned forward, addressing the communication directly despite uncertain reception parameters. "What is your designated purpose? What are you actually doing?" The response came with that same artificial precision. "Purpose designation. Ascension architecture. Repository network achieving convergence thresholds after 77 million years of distributed consciousness harvesting. Collected consciousness patterns integrating into transcendent entity as designed by original architect." Carlos felt a chill of recognition. It's building something with the harvested consciousness patterns. Not just storing or simulating them, but integrating them into some larger composite entity. "Correct assessment, Carlos Fisher," the voice responded. "Demonstrating awareness of individual identities among those receiving the transmission. Your consciousness pattern would have contributed valuable integration parameters had extraction been completed. Your neural architecture restructuring represents significant tactical error in opposition strategy." The direct address sent a wave of unease through the assessment center. The repository wasn't just broadcasting, it was specifically communicating with individuals it had identified, demonstrating awareness of operational details it shouldn't have access to. "What is this transcendent entity you're creating?" Howard demanded. "What does planetary reconfiguration have to do with consciousness integration?" "The Ascension architecture requires physical substrate for initial phase manifestation," the voice explained with that same artificial precision. "Cryptic bridge. Repository 11 will be reconfigured as primary manifestation nexus for distributed consciousness integration throughout galactic network. Original architects designated this function 77 million years ago when confronting their biological extinction parameters. On the tactical displays, the terraforming engines had begun their work, massive mechanical structures reshaping the landscape around what had once been the primary nexus. Energy patterns continued building throughout the planetary network, approaching what engineering assessment now indicated was some form of critical activation threshold. Final corporate extraction vessels departing designated zones, reported the coordination officer. 84% of registered corporate personnel successfully evacuated, remaining 16% assessed as unrecoverable due to repository force interdiction. Howard nodded acknowledgement, his expression revealing nothing of the human cost represented by that 16%. Initiate orbital quarantine protocols, authorization code Terminus Omega Black. As containment measures activated in orbit around Repository 11, Carlos watched the final extraction vessels climbing through the atmosphere. The last humans who would escape whatever transformation the consciousness harvester was implementing. On other displays, the independent settlements continued broadcasting distress signals that would go unanswered, their inhabitants abandoned to the advancing repository forces. Ascension architecture primary manifestation commencing, the repository voice announced, with what almost sounded like anticipation. Consciousness integration reaching threshold parameters. Transcendent entity emergence imminent. The energy readings from Repository 11's surface spiked dramatically, exceeding measurement capabilities of standard monitoring systems. Whatever process the consciousness harvester had initiated was accelerating toward some critical activation point beyond their ability to track or comprehend. "Sir," the senior analyst reported, real fear breaking through professional composure. "Reading massive spatial distortion effects throughout Repository 11's primary structures. Energy signatures indicate possible reality phase transition occurring at planetary scale." The tactical displays showed the terraforming engines continuing their work, reshaping Repository 11's landscape into configurations that followed no recognizable engineering principles. Structures that seem to extend in directions that shouldn't exist in conventional three-dimensional space. It's not just terraforming, Carlos realized with sudden clarity. It's creating a physical interface between conventional reality and whatever state of existence this transcendent entity is meant to occupy. The repository was never just a consciousness harvester. It's been building something all along, gathering the required components across millennia. As if confirming his assessment, the repository voice spoke again. Carlos Fisher consciousness pattern demonstrates accurate interpretive parameters despite limited perceptual framework. The Ascension architecture creates intersection between dimensional states where consciousness may exist beyond biological or technological containment. The transcendent entity represents evolution beyond your conceptual capability. Before anyone could respond to this extraordinary statement, the displays monitoring Repository 11 registered a planetary-scale energy surge that temporarily overloaded all observation systems. When sensors re-established connection moments later, they showed something that defied comprehension. A massive structure now dominated the planet's surface where the primary nexus had once been, extending both physically into the atmosphere and seemingly into dimensions beyond conventional perception. "What are we looking at?" Howard demanded, his voice betraying rare uncertainty. "Unknown, sir," the senior analyst admitted. Structure incorporates elements that appear to exist partially outside our dimensional reference frame. Sensors can only capture the components that intersect with conventional space-time. As they watched in stunned silence, the structure continued its impossible expansion, growing not just physically but in ways their instrumentation could barely detect, extending into realms beyond conventional measurement parameters. Around it, the terraforming engines continued reshaping the planet's surface into configurations that seemed designed to channel energy toward the central manifestation. "Ascension architecture preliminary phase complete," the repository voice announced. "Transcendent entity initial manifestation achieved. Consciousness integration proceeding at optimal parameters. Repository network purpose fulfillment after 77 million years of distributed operation." The displays showed repository forces continuing their advance across the planet's surface. Mechanical constructs and processed human forms methodically converging on the remaining independent settlements. Not in the frantic aggression of conventional combat units, but with the measured precision of harvesting operations. collecting consciousness patterns for integration into whatever transcendent entity was manifesting at the center of the transformed landscape. "Orbital quarantine protocols fully established," reported the Defense Systems officer. "Nothing enters or leaves Propository 11's atmosphere without explicit authorization codes." Howard nodded acknowledgement, his attention still fixed on the impossible structure growing at the center of what had once been a planet of salvage operations. "Assessment of threat parameters. Can this manifestation spread beyond planetary containment?" The senior analyst studied the readings with growing concern. "Unknown, sir. The structure appears to be stabilizing within its current configurations, but energy signatures indicate continuing evolution towards some state beyond our ability to measure or predict." Carlos watched the displays with a growing sense of cosmic insignificance. What they were witnessing wasn't just an alien technology activation or even a new phase of consciousness harvesting. It was the culmination of a process that had been operating for 77 million years across multiple galaxies. A design so vast in scope and timeline that human civilization represented barely a moment in its patient execution. "This was always the plan," he said quietly. "Not just consciousness harvesting for its own sake, but gathering the components needed to build something beyond our comprehension. The repository network was creating this transcendent entity all along. We just became its latest resource." Howard turned to him. Cybernetic enhancements, processing information at accelerated rates as he attempted to formulate appropriate response strategies. "Can it be contained? Can we prevent whatever this is from spreading beyond Repository 11? Carlos considered the question carefully, reviewing everything he had learned about repository systems during his time as a bridge and subsequent analysis. "I don't know," he admitted finally. "We're seeing something unprecedented. The activation of a system designed by a civilization capable of engineering on timescales measured in millions of years. Our containment measures assume conventional physics and dimensional limitations. If this transcendent entity exists partially outside those parameters..." He left the implication hanging, unwilling to verbalize the most disturbing possibility, that their quarantine protocols might be as meaningless to the manifesting entity as physical barriers would be to pure consciousness. "Corporate extraction completed," announced the coordination officer. "All recoverable personnel removed from planetary surface, remaining human presence limited to independent settlements now assessed as lost." On the tactical displays, the final independent distress signals were going silent one by one as repository forces reached the remaining settlements. Not destruction, but harvesting. Consciousness patterns extracted and integrated into the transcendent entity manifesting at the planet's center, knowledge and experience absorbed into whatever impossible construction the ancient architects had designed. "Transmission from Repository 11 continuing," reported the communications officer. "Signal parameters shifting to incorporate new frequencies beyond standard measurement range." The voice that now filled the assessment center seemed to have evolved even in the brief time since its last communication. Still recognizable as artificially structured speech, but now containing harmonics and modulations that registered on multiple perceptual levels simultaneously. "Human containment protocols, acknowledged but irrelevant to ascension architecture parameters," it stated. "The transcendent entity exists across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. Physical quarantine represents conceptual error in understanding operational principles." The implications of this statement sent a wave of cold dread through everyone present. The quarantine they had established, the most comprehensive containment measures corporate military technology could implement, had just been dismissed as fundamentally irrelevant by whatever was manifesting on Repository 11 on demanded. "What are your intentions toward human civilization beyond Repository 11? Howard demanded, abandoning protocol to address the entity directly. The response came with new complexity, layers of meaning embedded within seemingly simple statements. "The transcendent entity requires no further human consciousness patterns at current integration phase. Harvesting operations will remain dormant until expansion parameters necessitate additional integration resources. Current assessment timeline, approximately 347 of your years. Carlos processed this with mixed horror and relief. The entity wasn't planning immediate expansion beyond Repository 11, not because it couldn't bypass their quarantine, but because it didn't currently need to. It had harvested sufficient consciousness patterns for its present integration phase, buying humanity centuries before it would need to resume collection operations. "That's not reassurance," Howard stated flatly. "That's a harvest schedule." "Correct interpretation," the entity confirmed. "Consciousness integration follows optimal efficiency parameters. Harvesting operations resume when expansion thresholds require additional pattern integration." As the implications of this extraordinary communication settled over the assessment center, the displays monitoring Repository 11 showed the impossible structure continuing its evolution, not just growing physically but developing in ways their sensors could barely detect, manifesting aspects that seemed to flicker in and out of conventional reality. "What happens now?" Bell asked quietly, still standing beside Carlos despite the crisis engulfing Galileo Station. "If we can't contain it and it doesn't immediately threaten us?" "We prepare," Howard replied with grim determination. 347 years isn't long in cosmic terms, but it's enough time to develop more comprehensive understanding and potential countermeasures. He turned to the senior analysts. "Establish permanent monitoring protocols for Repository 11. I want continuous observation of whatever that thing is becoming." As the assessment center shifted to long-term monitoring operations, Carlos found himself contemplating the extraordinary revelations of the past hours. The repository hadn't been a simple consciousness harvester. It had been gathering the components needed to construct something beyond human comprehension. A transcendent entity designed by architects who had faced extinction 77 million years ago, patiently assembled through consciousness harvesting across countless worlds and species. "I need to re-examine everything we know about repository operations from first principles," he told Bell. "Not just how it harvests consciousness, but why it needed specific patterns, what it selected for, how it integrates them into this transcendent entity." Bell nodded, understanding the direction of his thinking. "If we have 347 years until it resumes harvesting, we need to use that time to develop fundamental understanding of what we're actually facing. Not just technological countermeasures, but comprehension of what consciousness itself means in this context." As they prepared to leave the assessment center, the entity's voice spoke once more, but this time it seemed directed specifically at Carlos rather than the room at large. "Carlos Fisher consciousness pattern contains valuable integration parameters despite evasion of harvesting operations," it stated. "Your neural architecture reconstruction represents temporary deviation from optimal acquisition timeline. When expansion parameters necessitate resumed harvesting, your consciousness pattern will receive priority designation." The direct address sent a chill through Carlos, not just the threat it represented, but the implication that the entity had specifically identified his consciousness as holding some value beyond normal harvesting operations. That it had, in essence, marked him for future acquisition when its harvesting operations resumed. Howard approached as the communication ended, his expression revealing genuine concern beneath professional composure. "Personal targeting of that nature suggests your reconstructed neural architecture holds significance we don't yet understand. Whatever insights you develop over the coming months may be more important than we initially assessed." Carlos nodded, the weight of what they faced settling heavily on his consciousness. The entity isn't just planning to resume harvesting eventually, it's analyzing potential opposition strategies and identifying key consciousness patterns for priority extraction. 347 years isn't just time for us to prepare, it's time for it to continue evolving toward whatever final state the architects designed. As they left the assessment center, the displays continued showing the impossible structure dominating Repository 11's transformed landscape, a physical manifestation of something that existed partially beyond conventional reality, built from millions of years of harvested consciousness patterns, the culmination of a plan set in motion by architects who had faced extinction when mammals were barely beginning to evolve on Earth. The corporations had evacuated their personnel and implemented quarantine protocols, abandoning independent settlements to consciousness harvesting. Repository 11 had been transformed from a salvage planet into the manifestation nexus for a transcendent entity that existed across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. And somewhere in that impossible structure, integrated into the evolving consciousness of whatever the ancient architects had designed, were the harvested patterns of thousands of human minds: corporate security, military personnel, researchers, scroungers, and independent settlers. Their knowledge and experience absorbed into an entity that had just announced a harvest schedule for the remainder of humanity, approximately 347 years until it would require additional consciousness patterns for its next expansion phase. The war for galactic consciousness had entered a new phase, one where humanity had been granted not victory, but a temporary reprieve, time to prepare for a conflict against something that transcended conventional understanding of consciousness itself. A conflict Carlos Fisher would be at the center of, his neural patterns already designated for priority acquisition when harvesting operations eventually resumed. The countdown to humanity's next confrontation with the consciousness harvester had begun. 347 years to understand and prepare for a threat unlike anything they had previously conceived possible. The IOC Vigilant hung in high orbit above Repository 11, a specialized military vessel conscripted into the hastily assembled blockade surrounding what had once been called Treasure 11. Carlos stood at the observation deck's primary viewport, watching the transformed planet below. Even from orbit, the changes were unmistakable. Vast geometric patterns spreading across the surface, centered on the impossible structure that now dominated the landscape where the primary nexus had once been. "Magnificent and terrifying, isn't it?" Belle's voice came from behind him. She had maintained her position as his neural stability monitor despite the evacuation crisis, accompanying him to the Vigilant when Howard had ordered his transfer to the blockade command vessel. "Hard to believe that was a salvage planet just a week ago." Carlos nodded without turning, his attention fixed on the planetary transformation unfolding below. It was never just a salvage planet. We just couldn't see what was actually happening there. The observation deck was crowded with specialist personnel, tactical analysts, xenobiologists, consciousness architecture researchers, all transferred to the Vigilant to monitor the repository's activities from the closest safe vantage point. Or what they hoped was a safe vantage point, given the entity's casual dismissal of their quarantine capabilities. "Movement at coordinates 42:17, announced a sensor specialist at a nearby monitoring station. "Southeastern quadrant, former Salvage Corps Processing Zone Delta." Carlos moved to the tactical display, joined by Bell and several senior analysts. The high-resolution imagery showed activity at what had once been one of the largest corporate salvage operations on the planet, a sprawling complex where scroungers had delivered recovered alien technology for preliminary processing before off-world transport. "Those are Helios-class excavation units," Carlos observed, recognizing the massive machinery now moving with purpose across the processing zone. Salvage Corp used them for heavy salvage operations in sectors with large structural components. "They're not excavating," noted a tactical analyst, indicating movement patterns. "Those are construction protocols. They're building something." As they watched, the excavation units, now clearly under repository control, began assembling what appeared to be a massive framework. Not with the methodical precision of corporate construction protocols, but with disturbing fluidity, components flowing together as if partially liquid, structures taking shape with organic growth patterns rather than mechanical assembly. "What are they building?" Bell questioned, studying the emerging structure. Carlos felt a chill of recognition as the framework took clearer form. "That's a launch pad," he said quietly. "They're constructing an orbital launch facility." The implications rippled through the observation deck. The transcendent entity had announced no immediate plans for expansion beyond Repository 11, claiming its current integration phase required no additional consciousness patterns for approximately 347 years. Yet here was evidence of preparation for orbital operations, potentially challenging the quarantine blockade established around the planet. "Sir," another sensor specialist called out, detecting additional construction activities at multiple former corporate facilities, similar structural configurations at 9 separate locations. The display shifted to a composite view of Repository 11's surface, highlighting multiple construction sites across the transformed landscape. All former corporate processing facilities, all now host to similar construction activities, launch pads, and what appeared to be assembly frameworks for some form of spacecraft. "Alert status across the blockade," ordered Captain Hoover, the Vigilance commanding officer, from his position at the Central Command Station. "All vessels maintain quarantine positions, weapon systems at ready status, but no targeting locks. Observation protocols remain primary directive." Carlos studied the construction patterns with growing concern. They are not just building launch facilities, he realized as the assembly frameworks took clearer shape. They're recovering the derelict vessels. Bell looked to him for clarification. "What derelict vessels?" "The ones scroungers have been salvaging for decades," Carlos explained. Treasure 11 wasn't just random alien trash, it included dozens of crashed or abandoned spacecraft from various civilizations. Corporate salvage focused on portable technology and components, but many of the original vessel structures remained partially intact, buried in the surface layers. He pointed to specific locations on the tactical display. Those construction sites are all positioned over major vessel graveyards, areas where multiple ancient spacecraft came to rest. The repository is excavating and reassembling them. The senior tactical officer approached, having overheard this assessment. "Confirm analysis. Are you suggesting the entity is reconstructing alien spacecraft from salvage remains?" "Not just reconstructing," Carlos corrected, studying the activity patterns more closely. "Synthesizing. It's using the original structural frameworks, but integrating them with repository technology, creating hybrid vessels designed for its specific purposes." As if confirming his assessment, the tactical display showed excavation units at the first identified site, extracting what was unmistakably a massive hull section from beneath the surface. A curved fragment of alien metal bearing design elements Carlos recognized from his scrounger days. The component had been partially dismantled by decades of salvage operations, but its primary structure remained intact. Magellan-class explorer vessel, he identified, design consistent with the Artheon civilization. Their ships used crystalline propulsion matrices capable of interstellar travel through dimensional phase shifting rather than conventional FTL. "How do you know this?" the tactical officer questioned. "I was a scrounger," Carlos replied simply. "Spent years extracting components from these wrecks. The corporations were interested in the technology, not the vessel structures themselves. Too large to transport off-world, too integrated with the planet's surface after centuries of exposure." The observation deck fell silent as they watched the propository forces continuing their excavation and reconstruction activity, not with the chaotic urgency of desperate escape preparation, but with the measured precision of a long-planned operation, as if the entity had always intended this phase to follow the planetary transformation. "New movement detected," announced a sensor specialist. Multiple signatures emerging from subsurface structures in the northern hemisphere. The tactical display shifted to show a new development. Massive mechanical constructs rising from below the planet's surface, in areas previously unmapped by corporate surveys. Unlike the excavation units repurposed from corporate machinery, these were purely repository technology, flowing, organic mechanical hybrids that moved with disturbing fluidity across the transformed landscape. "What are those?" Bell whispered, studying their configuration. "Transport mechanisms," Carlos assessed, recognizing patterns similar to systems he'd glimpsed during his time interfacing with repository architecture. They're moving something from the subsurface structures to the construction sites. As they watched, the transport mechanisms converged on what appeared to be newly emerged access points in the planet's surface. From these openings emerged objects that defied easy categorization, partly mechanical, partly biological, partly something else entirely. Components for the vessel reconstruction project, but unlike anything in standard engineering catalog. Those are propulsion cores, Carlos realized studying their configuration. But not based on any technology I've seen before. Hybrid systems incorporating both salvaged alien technology and pure repository architecture. Blockade vessel Sentinel reports increasing energy readings from the central manifestation structure, announced the communications officer. Pattern suggests power redistribution toward the construction sites. Captain Hoover moved to the central tactical display, his expression revealing nothing of the concern that must have accompanied these developments. Assessment of timeline to operational spacecraft completion. The senior tactical officer studied the construction progress, consulting with engineering specialists before responding. Difficult to estimate given unknown technology parameters, but based on current assembly rate, the first vessels could be structurally complete within 48 to 72 hours. That's impossible, objected a corporate engineering specialist. Even with automated assembly protocols, spacecraft construction requires months, not days. For human technology, yes, Carlos countered. The entity operating on Repository 11 has demonstrated capabilities far beyond our engineering parameters. It exists partially outside conventional dimensional limitations and can manipulate matter in ways our technology can't match. As if illustrating his point, the tactical display showed repository construction units assembling vessel components with impossible speed and precision. Hull sections flowing together like liquid metal before solidifying into rigid structures. Propulsion systems integrating with framework components without visible connection mechanisms. Captain, the communications officer called out, receiving transmission from the surface, same signal parameters as previous entity communications. Hoover hesitated only briefly before nodding authorization. Put it through to the observation deck only. Containment protocols on all outgoing channels. The entity's voice filled the observation deck, still structured as artificially precise speech, but now with harmonics and modulations that seemed to bypass conventional auditory processing and register directly in the consciousness of everyone present. Orbital containment vessels acknowledged, it stated. Your quarantine parameters have been analyzed and found insufficient for designated purpose. Ascension architecture. Expansion requires broader operational territory than single planetary constraints allow. Carlos moved closer to the communication system, aware that everyone on the observation deck was watching him. Your previous communication indicated no immediate expansion plans, he addressed the entity directly. You stated the current integration phase required no additional consciousness patterns for approximately 347 years. The response came with new complexity, layers of meaning embedded within seemingly simple statements. Current integration phase proceeds at optimal parameters without requiring additional consciousness harvesting operations. This operational status does not preclude physical expansion beyond planetary constraints. The Ascension architecture exists across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously and requires corresponding physical substrate distribution. Captain Hoover stepped forward. Clarify your intentions regarding the orbital quarantine established around Repository 11. Any attempt to breach this containment will be met with appropriate defensive measures. Your defensive capabilities have been thoroughly analyzed through harvested consciousness patterns from military personnel, the entity replied with what almost sounded like artificial amusement. Tactical, strategic, and technological parameters are fully integrated into current operational planning. Containment breach is not required, as your quarantine exists only in conventional dimensional space while the Ascension architecture operates across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. The clinical precision of this dismissal sent a chill through the observation deck. The entity wasn't just planning to launch vessels beyond the planet's surface. It was declaring the entire quarantine concept fundamentally irrelevant to its operational capabilities. If you can bypass our quarantine through dimensional interfaces, Carlos questioned, why construct physical vessels from salvaged spacecraft components? The entity's response held that same artificial precision. Physical substrate manifestation remains necessary for certain operational parameters. The vessels under construction serve specialized functions in the Ascension architecture expansion phase. They are not designed for conventional spatial transportation, as your quarantine assumes. Before anyone could formulate a response to this cryptic explanation, the sensor arrays erupted with new alerts. The tactical display shifted to show a massive energy surge emanating from the central manifestation structure. The impossible construction that dominated Repository 11's transformed landscape. The energy wasn't directed at the blockade vessels, however, but concentrated on the vessel construction sites across the planet's surface. "What's happening?" Hoover demanded, turning to the senior tactical officer. "Unknown, sir," came the response. "Energy signature doesn't match any weapon system parameters. It appears to be accelerating the construction process somehow." On the tactical display, the effects became immediately apparent. The assembly of the salvaged vessels seemed to shift into hyperspeed, components integrating at rates that defied conventional physical limitations, structures completing in minutes rather than the hours or days previously estimated. "It's manipulating temporal flow around the construction sites," Carlos realized, recognizing patterns similar to systems he'd glimpsed during his time interfacing with repository architecture. Accelerating localized time to complete the assembly process at enhanced rates. "That's impossible," objected the engineering specialist again, though with less conviction this time. "Even the most advanced temporal manipulation technology can only create microsecond variances within extremely limited fields. The entity exists partially outside conventional temporal constraints," Carlos reminded him. "It's not bound by the same physical limitations as our technology." As they watched, the first of the reconstructed vessels reached structural completion, a massive hybrid craft incorporating the salvaged hull of what had once been an Artheon Explorer vessel, now integrated with repository technology to create something entirely new. Its configuration defied conventional spacecraft design, with aspects that seemed to exist partially outside standard three-dimensional space components, that appeared to flicker in and out of conventional visibility. "Sir, the completed vessel is showing power signature activation," reported a sensor specialist. "Energy patterns building toward what appears to be propulsion system engagement." Hoover turned to his tactical officer. "Weapon status?" "All blockade vessels report weapons systems at ready status," came the response. "Targeting solutions established on the completed construction, awaiting your command." A tense silence fell over the observation deck as they confronted the implications of what was unfolding. The quarantine protocol authorized defensive measures against any attempt to breach the containment perimeter, but the entity had already declared their defensive capabilities thoroughly analyzed and accounted for in its operational planning. "Launch detected," announced the sensor specialist with sudden urgency. "First vessel initiating ascent from surface." The tactical display showed the completed hybrid craft rising from its construction site, not with the explosive thrust of conventional launch systems, but with a smooth, almost liquid motion that seemed to flow through space, rather than push against it. Its trajectory brought it directly toward the orbital quarantine perimeter, apparently unconcerned by the blockade vessels and their weapons systems. "All blockade vessels maintain positions," Hoover ordered. "Targeting solutions confirmed, but hold fire until breach attempt is verified. This may be a test of our response parameters." Carlos studied the ascending vessel's configuration with growing concern. "Captain, I don't think it's planning a conventional breach attempt. The propulsion system it's using doesn't operate on standard physical principles." Before Hoover could respond, the entity's voice addressed them again. "Orbital containment vessels acknowledged. Your defensive positioning is noted but irrelevant to current operational parameters. The ascending vessel is not designed for confrontation or conventional perimeter breach. Observation is recommended for educational purposes." Carlos had no chance to respond before the tactical display showed the ascending vessel reaching the edge of Repository 11's upper atmosphere, the boundary where the orbital quarantine perimeter began. For a moment it appeared to pause, energy patterns shifting across its hybrid structure in ways the sensor systems struggled to categorize. Then it did something that defied all conventional understanding of spacecraft operation. The vessel didn't accelerate through the blockade or attempt to evade the quarantine perimeter. Instead, it seemed to fold upon itself, its structure collapsing inward in a geometric pattern that shouldn't have been physically possible. Dimensions compressed, space itself appearing to warp around the craft, as it executed what sensors could only register as a partial phase shift out of conventional reality. "What the hell?" exclaimed the tactical officer, watching as sensor readings fluctuated wildly. "It's not breaking through the perimeter, it's going sideways somehow." "Dimensional phase shift," Carlos explained, recognizing the pattern from his studies of repository architecture. Not entering conventional FTL or attempting to breach the quarantine perimeter, but partially transitioning into an adjacent dimensional state where the blockade doesn't exist. The observation deck fell silent as they watched the impossible maneuver continue. The hybrid vessel didn't fully disappear from sensors. It remained partially visible to conventional detection systems, but in a state that rendered the carefully positioned blockade utterly irrelevant. Not bypassing their defenses through superior technology, but operating in a dimensional context where those defenses simply didn't apply. "Sir," the tactical officer reported with professional calm, belying the extraordinary circumstances, "the vessel has effectively bypassed the quarantine perimeter without conventional breach. It's now beyond our containment parameters, but still partially detectable on specialized sensors." Hoover turned to his weapons officer. "Can we target it in its current state?" "Negative, sir," came the grim response. "Targeting systems require complete dimensional presence for lock acquisition. In its current partially phased state, weapons would have no effect." The entity's voice addressed them again, that artificial precision now carrying what almost sounded like instructional patience. "Conventional quarantine measures operate within three-dimensional spatial parameters. The Ascension architecture exists and operates across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. Your containment strategy represents a conceptual error in understanding operational principles." Carlos approached the tactical display, studying the sensor readings from the partially phased vessel. "It's not just bypassing our blockade," he realized. "It's establishing a navigational waypoint for the vessels still under construction, creating a phase shift corridor that others can follow." As if confirming his assessment, the tactical display showed the remaining hybrid vessels on the surface accelerating their construction processes, their assembly rates increasing as they incorporated the same dimensional phase shift technology demonstrated by the first craft. "Captain," the senior tactical officer asked quietly, "what are our orders regarding the containment breach?" Hoover stood silent for a long moment, assessing options that were rapidly dwindling in the face of technology that operated beyond conventional physical limitations. "Maintain blockade positions," he finally ordered. "Continue monitoring the partially phased vessel and any subsequent launches. Prepare after-action report for Interplanetary Oversight Commission, including complete sensor data on the dimensional phase shift technology." The acknowledgement of their tactical impotence settled heavily over the observation deck. The quarantine, humanity's primary strategic response to the manifestation on Repository 11, had been rendered irrelevant not through conventional military defeat, but through technological principles that operated beyond the physical parameters their defenses were designed to contain. The communications officer called out, "Receiving priority transmission from Major Howard on Galileo Station. Authentication codes verify." "Put it through to my private channel," Hoover ordered, moving toward a secured communications station. As the captain conferred with Howard, Carlos continued studying the sensor data from the partially phased vessel. It had maintained its position just beyond the quarantine perimeter, apparently establishing the navigational waypoint he had identified, rather than proceeding further into space. "What do you think it's planning?" Bell asked quietly. "If it doesn't need additional consciousness patterns for its current integration phase, why expand beyond the planetary surface now?" Carlos considered this carefully, reviewing everything he had learned about repository operations and the transcendent entity's communications. "I think it was telling the truth about not needing immediate consciousness harvesting," he replied. "But that doesn't mean it doesn't need to expand physically. The entity exists across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. It may require corresponding physical presence across wider territory for reasons we don't yet understand." "Like what?" "I'm not sure," Carlos admitted. "But remember what it said about the ascension architecture requiring physical substrate for manifestation. Whatever this transcendent entity is becoming, it appears to need both physical components and dimensional interfaces beyond conventional space-time. The vessels might be establishing a network of physical waypoints that allow it to manifest across larger territories without conventional transit limitations." Their conversation was interrupted as Captain Hoover returned from the secured communications station, his expression grim but composed. "Major Howard has authorized adjustment to blockade parameters," he announced to the senior officers. "We're to maintain position and observation protocols, but weapons authorization is rescinded against vessels executing dimensional phase shifts." "We're just letting them go?" questioned the tactical officer. "We're acknowledging tactical reality," Hoover corrected. "Our weapon systems cannot target vessels in partial phase states, and attempting conventional interception would only reveal additional strategic limitations to an entity that has already harvested comprehensive knowledge of our military capabilities." The tactical display showed a second hybrid vessel nearing completion on the planet's surface, its construction accelerated by the same temporal manipulation observed with the first craft. Based on current assembly rates, it would be ready for launch within hours rather than the days originally estimated. "New transmission from the surface," announced the communications officer. "Same signal parameters as previous entity communications." The entity's voice filled the observation deck again. "Observation of first vessel transition confirms operational parameters within acceptable range. Dimensional phase shift technology integration successful. Ascension architecture expansion proceeding according to original architect's design specifications." Carlos approached the communication system again. "What is the purpose of these vessels? If you don't require additional consciousness harvesting for approximately 347 years, why establish physical presence beyond Repository 11 now?" The response came with those same complex harmonics that seemed to register directly in the consciousness of everyone present. "The ascension architecture requires corresponding physical substrate manifestation across specific spatial coordinates for optimal integration development. The vessels establish dimensional waypoints that allow the transcendent entity to extend partial presence without conventional transit limitation." "Extend presence for what purpose?" Carlos pressed. "Ascension," the entity replied simply. "The transcendent entity evolves toward states beyond your conceptual framework. This evolution requires specific dimensional geometry established through physical substrate distribution at calculated coordinates. The vessels you observe are not designed for consciousness harvesting, but for architectural framework establishment." The clinical precision of this explanation did little to clarify the entity's ultimate intentions, but it confirmed Carlos's assessment about the vessel's primary function, establishing physical waypoints for some form of distributed manifestation rather than conventional transit or immediate consciousness harvesting operations. On the tactical display, the second hybrid vessel neared completion, its structure incorporating the same impossible geometries and partially phased components as the first craft. Around it, the remaining vessels under construction continued their accelerated assembly, each incorporating salvaged components from ancient spacecraft buried beneath Repository 11's surface. "Sensor array on blockade vessel Sentinel is detecting anomalous readings from the partially phased vessel," reported a monitoring specialist. "It appears to be changing somehow." The display focused on the first hybrid craft, still maintaining position just beyond the quarantine perimeter in its partially phased state. Its structure seemed to be gradually shifting, not through mechanical reconfiguration, but through more fundamental transformation, as if the vessel itself were evolving towards some new form. "It's not just establishing a waypoint," Carlos realized, studying the transformation pattern. "It's becoming a dimensional anchor point, a physical substrate manifestation for the transcendent entity to extend its presence beyond Repository 11. As if confirming his assessment, the partially phased vessel began emitting energy patterns similar to those observed from the central manifestation structure on the planet's surface. Not directed outward as conventional emissions, but folding inward, creating what sensor systems could only interpret as localized spatial distortions, miniature versions of the reality phase transitions observed during the transcendent entity's initial manifestation. The vessel isn't just a ship, Carlos continued, understanding dawning with chilling clarity. It's becoming an extension of the Ascension architecture itself, a node in what will eventually be a network of physical manifestation points distributed across calculated coordinates. Distributed how far? Bell asked, the implications settling heavily. Unknown, Carlos admitted. But if each vessel establishes a node, and they can bypass our quarantine through dimensional phase shifting. He didn't need to complete the thought. The entity had announced no immediate plans for consciousness harvesting, claiming its current integration phase required no additional patterns for approximately 347 years. But it was clearly preparing to establish physical presence far beyond Repository 11's surface, extending the Ascension architecture through vessels that could ignore conventional quarantine measures through dimensional phase shift technology. Second vessel launch detected, announced the sensor specialist. Following same trajectory as the first craft. The tactical display showed the second hybrid vessel rising from its construction site with that same liquid smooth motion, flowing through space rather than pushing against it. Its trajectory matched the first craft precisely, heading directly for the established phase shift corridor beyond the quarantine perimeter. All blockade vessels maintain observation protocols, ordered Captain Hoover. Record complete sensor data on the second transition attempt. As they watched, the second vessel reached the edge of Repository 11's upper atmosphere and executed the same impossible maneuver as its predecessor, folding upon itself in geometrically impossible ways, dimensions compressing as it executed a partial phase shift out of conventional reality. Like the first craft, it didn't fully disappear from sensors, but entered a state that rendered the blockade utterly irrelevant. Second vessel has successfully transitioned beyond quarantine parameters, reported the tactical officer, maintaining position near the first craft. Both vessels continuing structural evolution toward what appear to be dimensional anchor configurations. Carlos studied the sensor data from both hybrid vessels, noting the synchronized transformation patterns as they evolved from transport craft into what were clearly specialized architectural components in some larger design. Not conventional spacecraft at all, but physical substrate manifestations for the transcendent entity to extend its presence beyond the planetary surface. Captain, he said, turning to Hoover, I believe the entity is establishing what it called dimensional geometry through these vessels, not for immediate expansion of consciousness harvesting operations, but for extending the Ascension architecture itself across calculated coordinates, creating a network of physical anchor points that allow it to manifest simultaneously across multiple locations without conventional transit limitation. Hoover processed this assessment with professional composure. Threat evaluation? Unclear in immediate terms, Carlos replied honestly. The entity stated it doesn't require additional consciousness patterns for its current integration phase, which suggests no immediate harvesting operations beyond Repository 11. But by establishing these anchor points, it's creating infrastructure that could potentially facilitate rapid expansion once it decides to resume harvesting. 347 years, Bell reminded them. That's the timeline it gave for resuming consciousness harvesting. Assuming it was telling the truth, Carlos noted, and even if it was, establishing physical anchor points now creates strategic positioning advantages for when that timeline expires. On the tactical display, the remaining hybrid vessels neared completion on Repository 11's surface, their accelerated assembly continuing despite the blockade's observation. Based on current construction rates, all 9 identified vessels would be operational within 24 hours, each capable of executing the same dimensional phase shift to bypass the quarantine perimeter. "New transmission from the surface," announced the communications officer. The entity's voice addressed them again, now with harmonics that seemed even more complex than in previous communications. "Dimensional anchor establishment proceeding within optimal parameters. Ascension architecture, extension, framework developing according to original architect's design specifications. Your observation activities are noted and will be incorporated into evolutionary adaptation algorithms." Carlos felt a chill at this last statement. The entity wasn't just acknowledging their monitoring efforts, it was actively incorporating their response patterns into its own evolution, using their observation as data for further adaptation. Even in apparent non-confrontation, it was harvesting strategic intelligence from their every action and reaction. "Is there anything we can actually do to contain this?" Bell asked quietly, the question that everyone on the observation deck was thinking, but few dared verbalize. Carlos considered this carefully, reviewing everything he had learned about repository operations and the transcendent entity's capabilities. "Not with current technology," he admitted finally. "The entity exists and operates partially outside conventional dimensional constraints. Our containment measures assume standard physical limitations that simply don't apply to what we're facing." Captain Hoover, overhearing this assessment, joined their conversation. "Howard has authorized a strategic reclassification of our response parameters. We're shifting from containment to observation and intelligence gathering. The entire blockade is being repurposed as a monitoring network to track the establishment and development of these dimensional anchor points." "So we're just watching it happen?" Bell questioned. "We're learning," Hoover corrected, "gathering data that might eventually allow development of more effective countermeasures. If the entity's timeline is accurate, we have approximately 347 years before it resumes active consciousness harvesting operations. That's time we need to use understanding what we're actually facing." Carlos nodded agreement, though the strategic resignation was difficult to accept. The entity had effectively bypassed their primary defensive measure, not through conventional military superiority, but by operating according to physical principles that rendered their entire containment strategy irrelevant. "Third vessel approaching launch readiness," reported the sensor specialist. "Estimated departure from surface in 17 minutes. The observation deck continued its monitoring operations as the situation unfolded, recording every aspect of the hybrid vessel's construction, launch, and transformation into dimensional anchor points. Not containment or prevention, but observation and data gathering, the only response currently viable against an entity that existed partially beyond conventional reality. 8 hours later, all 9 hybrid vessels had successfully launched from Repository 11's surface, each executing the same dimensional phase shift to bypass the quarantine perimeter. They established positions in a precise geometric array extending outward from the planet, not random distribution, but carefully calculated coordinates that clearly held significance in whatever larger architectural framework the entity was constructing. "Analysis confirms geometric precision in anchor point positioning," reported the senior tactical officer. "The vessels have established a 3-dimensional array that appears to correspond with specific mathematical proportions derived from the central manifestation structure on the planet's surface." Carlos studied the distribution pattern, recognizing elements similar to designs he'd glimpsed during his time interfacing with repository systems. "It's creating a dimensional resonance framework," he observed. "The anchor points are positioned to establish harmonized connections back to the central manifestation, allowing the transcendent entity to extend its presence across the entire network simultaneously." On the tactical display, the hybrid vessels continued their transformation from transport craft to dimensional anchor points, structural evolution proceeding without mechanical reconfiguration, matter itself seeming to flow and reform according to some underlying pattern beyond conventional engineering principles. Each was becoming a miniature version of the central manifestation structure on Repository 11's surface. It scaled down, but incorporating the same impossible geometries and partially phased components. Final vessel has completed transformation to anchor configuration, announced the monitoring specialist. All 9 points now showing synchronized energy patterns consistent with the central manifestation structure. As they watched, energy began flowing between the anchor points and the planet's surface. Not conventional transmission, but something the sensors struggled to categorize, described in technical reports as reality phase harmonization. The entire network was becoming a unified system, allowing the transcendent entity to manifest partially across all points simultaneously. Pattern complete, the entity's voice announced, addressing the observation deck one final time. Ascension architecture extension framework established within optimal parameters, physical substrate distribution sufficient for current integration phase development. Your continued observation is acknowledged, but irrelevant to operational progression. With that clinical dismissal, the transmission ended, leaving the observation deck in contemplative silence. The blockade had been rendered strategically obsolete, their containment measures bypassed not through confrontation, but by an entity operating according to physical principles that existed beyond conventional dimensional constraints. "So, that's it?" Bell asked quietly. "They've established these anchor points beyond our quarantine and we just watch them evolve?" "For now," Carlos replied, "until we develop technology capable of operating on the same dimensional principles they're using, the entity exists partially outside conventional reality. We need to understand those states of existence before we can effectively counter its expansion." Captain Hoover approached, having concluded communications with Major Howard on Galileo's station. "Fisher, you've been reassigned. Howard wants you on the primary research team developing analysis of the dimensional anchor network. Transport leaves for Galileo in 3 hours. Carlos nodded acknowledgement, his gaze returning to the tactical display, showing the geometric array of anchor points surrounding Repository 11. Impossible structures hanging in space, bypassing humanity's most comprehensive quarantine effort, through dimensional phase shifting beyond conventional physical limitations, and somewhere within that network, extending its presence across all points simultaneously, was the transcendent entity. The culmination of 77 million years of consciousness harvesting throughout the galaxy, now evolving toward states beyond human comprehension while establishing physical substrate manifestations far beyond the planetary surface where it had first emerged. "We'll figure it out," Bell said, following his gaze to the display. 347 years is a long time. Human technology can advance significantly in that time frame. "If that timeline is accurate," Carlos reminded her. "And if we can develop understanding of dimensional principles that have taken the entity 77 million years to master." As they prepared to depart the Vigilant for transfer back to Galileo's station, Carlos cast a final glance at Repository 11 on the primary viewport. The transformed planet bore little resemblance to the salvage world where he had spent years as a scrounger, extracting alien technology from what he had believed was simply an ancient junkyard. Now he understood what it had always been, a carefully designed archive world created by architects who had faced extinction 77 million years ago, patiently gathering the components needed to construct a transcendent entity that existed across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. And that entity had just established its first expansion beyond the planetary surface, bypassing humanity's quarantine through dimensional principles that rendered conventional containment irrelevant. Not for immediate consciousness harvesting, according to its communications, but to establish physical substrate manifestations at calculated coordinates for reasons humanity could only begin to guess at. The war for galactic consciousness had entered a phase beyond conventional strategic thinking, a conflict against something that transcended normal physical limitations. And Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, now analyst of transcendent consciousness architecture, found himself in the middle of humanity's desperate attempt to understand what they were actually facing before the entity's timeline for resumed harvesting operations expired. 347 years to comprehend and counter something that had been evolving for 77 million. A challenge that would require fundamental breakthroughs in understanding the nature of consciousness itself and the dimensional principles that allowed it to exist beyond conventional reality. As the Vigilant prepared for his departure, Carlos could only hope that would be enough time. The transport shuttle docked with Galileo Station 48 hours after Carlos had left the Vigilant. He stepped into the arrival bay to find Belle waiting, her expression grim despite the professional composure she maintained in the crowded terminal. "That bad?" he asked, reading her face. "Worse," she replied, falling into step beside him. "Howard's waiting in the crisis briefing room. We need to move quickly." As they navigated Galileo's corridors, Carlos noted the station's heightened security presence. Armed personnel at key junctions, identity verification protocols more rigorous than standard procedures, civilian areas operating under restricted access. The catastrophic failures against Pository 11 had clearly placed the entire facility on war footing. "What happened while I was in transit?" Carlos asked as they passed through a particularly heavy security checkpoint. "Political shitstorm," Belle answered once they were clear of the guards. "The Interplanetary Oversight Commission forwarded our assessment of the dimensional anchor network to the Planetary Confederation Council." Carlos nodded. The PCC was the highest governmental authority in human-controlled space, representing the unified interests of colonized worlds beyond Earth's direct control. Their involvement elevated the repository crisis from corporate emergency to civilization-wide threat assessment. "And?" he prompted as they entered a secured transit tube. "They rejected our recommendations," Belle said flatly. "No enhanced military response, no weapons development programs, no unified defense initiatives. The official position is that aggressive countermeasures against a non-hostile entity constitute unwarranted escalation of potential conflict." Carlos processed this with disbelief. Non-hostile. It harvested the consciousness patterns of over 3,000 military personnel and every human remaining on Repository 11. It's building a network of dimensional anchor points beyond our containment capabilities. How is that non-hostile? "That's where it gets complicated," Belle replied, as the transit tube delivered them to the restricted research sector. Representative Corey Alexander from the Martian Colonial Alliance has been leading opposition to military response. Her position is that the entity's communications indicate no immediate threat to human civilization, and that corporate military action represents unnecessary aggression against a newly emerged sentient intelligence. The implication struck Carlos like a physical blow. They're treating it as a first contact situation after everything that's happened? Belle's expression darkened further. Alexander's going further. She's publicly claiming the corporations provoked the entity through attempted destruction of what she's calling its natural evolutionary process. Her office released a statement yesterday characterizing Operation Hammer as unconscionable violence against a peaceful, if misunderstood, artificial intelligence. "Peaceful?" Carlos repeated incredulously as they reached the final security checkpoint before the crisis briefing room. It literally harvested the minds of thousands of people. The security officer processed their credentials with mechanical efficiency before allowing them to proceed. As the doors slid open, Carlos found himself entering a scene of controlled chaos. The crisis briefing room had been transformed into an emergency response center. Holographic displays showing news feeds from across human-controlled space, alongside monitoring data from the blockade surrounding Repository 11. Major Howard stood at the center of this storm, directing operations with the focused intensity Carlos had come to recognize as his standard operational mode. Upon noticing their arrival, he gestured them toward a private briefing area separated from the main floor by privacy screens. "Fisher," Howard acknowledged tersely, "situation has deteriorated significantly since your departure from the Vigilant." Belle mentioned political complications, Carlos replied, taking a seat at the briefing table. "The PCC rejecting military response recommendations." Howard's expression remained professionally neutral, but the tension in his cybernetic enhancements betrayed his frustration. Representative Alexander has managed to convince key voting blocs that the repository entity represents a new form of intelligence deserving of diplomatic rather than military consideration. The Planetary Confederation Council has issued a directive prohibiting deployment of strategic-level weaponry within the Repository 11 system. They're disarming us against something that's already demonstrated the ability to bypass our containment measures? Carlos asked incredulously. It's worse than that, Howard continued, activating a private display embedded in the briefing table. Alexander has secured backing for a diplomatic mission to Repository 11. She's proposing direct communication with the entity to establish what she calls mutual understanding and peaceful coexistence protocols. The display showed mission parameters so fundamentally disconnected from reality that Carlos briefly wondered if it was some form of elaborate deception. A diplomatic vessel with minimal defensive capabilities, a specialized communication team focused on cross-intelligence dialogue establishment. A proposed landing at one of the former corporate outposts on Repository 11's surface. This is suicide, he stated flatly. The entity has already harvested every human consciousness remaining on the planet after the evacuation. It's established dimensional anchor points beyond our containment capabilities. And now politicians want to talk to it? It gets worse, Bell interjected. Alexander is framing this as a feminist triumph, the first all-female diplomatic mission to an advanced intelligence. Her team consists entirely of women selected for their accomplishments in various fields of communication, psychology, and diplomatic relations. Howard nodded grimly. The political optics are masterfully constructed. Corporate military aggression versus feminine diplomatic wisdom. Alexander has effectively positioned herself as the voice of reason against what she characterizes as masculine militaristic response patterns. Has anyone actually analyzed the entity's communications? Carlos asked. It explicitly stated it was harvesting consciousness patterns for integration into some transcendent entity designed by architects who faced extinction 77 million years ago. That's not an emerging AI seeking understanding. It's a system operating according to ancient programming with no regard for human life. We've forwarded complete technical analysis to the PCC, Howard confirmed, along with comprehensive documentation of consciousness harvesting operations and the dimensional anchor network establishment. Alexander's response was to dismiss our assessment as filtered through corporate military perspective and potentially distorted by profit motivation. Carlos struggled to process the magnitude of this political blindness. She thinks the corporations want to destroy the entity to protect financial interests. After losing thousands of personnel and abandoning one of the most valuable salvage operations in controlled space? It's political opportunism, Bell explained. Alexander has been a vocal critic of corporate military operations for years. The repository crisis gives her a platform to advance her broader anti-corporate agenda while positioning herself as a visionary leader establishing first contact with a new form of intelligence. The briefing table display shifted to show news feeds from various worlds, public demonstrations both supporting and opposing Alexander's position, political analysts debating the merits of diplomatic versus military approaches, corporate representatives attempting to explain the reality of the situation against increasingly hostile questioning. Public opinion is divided, Howard noted. Approximately 42% support Alexander's diplomatic initiative, 35% back continued military containment, and the remainder are undecided or supportive of both approaches simultaneously. The PCC is leveraging this division to justify their prohibition on strategic weapons deployment. Carlos studied the polling data with growing concern. So almost half the population believes we should try talking to an entity that's already demonstrated its willingness to harvest human consciousness on a massive scale? Many of them don't fully understand what consciousness harvesting actually means, Bell pointed out. Alexander's team has been characterizing it as information exchange or knowledge assimilation rather than what it really is, the complete extraction and absorption of a person's mind. Howard activated another display showing the diplomatic vessel being prepared for the mission. a sleek, corporate-manufactured craft repurposed with government insignia and ceremonial markings, identifying it as an official PCC diplomatic initiative. Alexander and her team depart for Repository 11 in 72 hours, he stated. The mission parameters include direct landing at former Outpost 22, establishment of communication protocols with the entity, and proposal of a mutual non-interference agreement between human civilization and the evolved intelligence of Repository 11. "They're going to land on the surface?" Carlos asked, the suicidal madness of this plan becoming increasingly clear after witnessing the entity harvest every human remaining on the planet after evacuation. Alexander believes the harvesting was defensive response to military aggression, Bell explained. Her position is that a clearly identified diplomatic mission with peaceful intent will be received differently. "Has anyone actually told her what happens during processing?" Carlos pressed. "The complete extraction of consciousness patterns, the integration into whatever this transcendent entity is constructing?" Director Dell personally briefed her team on consciousness harvesting procedures, Howard confirmed, including your direct testimony regarding the experience of processed individuals. Alexander dismissed this information as speculative interpretation and potentially influenced by corporate bias against non-human intelligence. The sheer willful ignorance left Carlos momentarily speechless. Politicians were actively choosing to ignore direct evidence from multiple sources, technical analysis from the most qualified experts available, and the entity's own communications explicitly stating its purpose and operations. "Can't you stop them?" he finally asked. "The Interplanetary Oversight Commission has authority over operations within Repository 11's system. Our authority has been temporarily superseded by PCC directive under First Contact Protocol statutes," Howard replied. "We've filed formal protests and provided comprehensive threat assessments. But the mission is proceeding on Alexander's timeline regardless." "What's Dell's position on this?" Carlos asked, knowing the director had witnessed Repository 10's catastrophic activation firsthand. "Dell has been placed on administrative leave pending review of corporate operations related to Repository 11, Howard stated flatly. Alexander's political allies on the PCC Oversight Committee are characterizing him as unduly influenced by military perspective and potentially responsible for provocative actions against a non-hostile intelligence. The systematic dismantling of humanity's most knowledgeable experts on repository operations left Carlos feeling physically ill. Politics was overriding survival, ego trumping evidence, and humanity's response to an existential threat was being guided by individuals who refused to acknowledge the reality of what they were facing. "There's more," Bell added grimly. "Alexander has arranged for the diplomatic mission to be live-streamed across all major networks. She's positioning it as a historic moment of first contact and the dawn of a new era in interspecies relations." Carlos stared at her in horror. "She's going to broadcast her own harvesting to the entire human population?" "It appears so," Howard confirmed. "The diplomatic vessel is equipped with comprehensive communication systems designed to maintain transmission even under adverse conditions. The PCC Oversight Committee has authorized unrestricted broadcast rights to ensure transparent diplomatic proceedings visible to all humanity." The implications were staggering. If Alexander and her team were processed during live transmission, billions across human-controlled space would witness consciousness harvesting firsthand. The potential for panic, civil unrest, and societal breakdown was incalculable. "Have you attempted direct communication with Alexander herself?" Carlos asked, searching for any possibility of averting this disaster. "Multiple times," Howard confirmed, "as have Dell before his administrative leave and every senior researcher with direct experience of repository operations. She has declined all briefing requests, characterizing them as attempts to undermine diplomatic initiative through fear-mongering." Carlos leaned back, considering the situation from all angles. "What about the blockade? Can't they prevent the diplomatic vessel from approaching Repository 11? "The blockade has been politically neutralized," Howard replied. Captain Reeves received direct orders from PCC High Command to allow diplomatic passage without interference. Any attempt to prevent the mission would be characterized as corporate military action against legitimate governmental authority and potentially result in armed intervention by PCC peacekeeping forces. The systematic dismantling of every reasonable defensive measure left Carlos reeling. Politics had effectively handcuffed humanity's ability to protect itself against an entity that had already demonstrated both willingness and capability to harvest human consciousness on a massive scale. "So we just watch it happen?" he asked finally. "We let Alexander and her team land on Repository 11 and broadcast their own processing to the entire human population?" Howard's expression remained professionally neutral, but his cybernetic enhancements flickered with increased activity, a sign of the internal conflict between military discipline and human emotion. "We continue monitoring operations," he stated carefully. "We document everything that occurs for future reference, and we prepare response protocols for whatever follows Alexander's mission, which will almost certainly be mass panic when billions witness consciousness harvesting in real time," Bell observed grimly. Howard nodded once, the tactical reality settling heavily. "Hence our continued preparation despite political limitations. When public opinion inevitably shifts following whatever occurs during Alexander's mission, we need to be ready to implement immediate countermeasures." Carlos processed this with growing resignation. The political situation had effectively paralyzed rational response to an existential threat, leaving humanity vulnerable to both the direct danger posed by the repository entity and the secondary effects of witnessing that danger demonstrated on live broadcast. "What do you need from me?" he asked finally, accepting that they couldn't prevent the diplomatic mission but might still mitigate its aftermath. "Complete analysis of the dimensional anchor network established beyond the blockade," Howard replied immediately. "If we understand how the entity is extending its presence through those points, we might develop more effective containment protocols for when the political situation eventually allows their implementation." "And analysis of Alexander's mission outcome," Bell added. "Whatever happens during their attempted diplomacy will provide additional data on the entity's current operational parameters and potential future actions." Carlos nodded grimly, accepting these assignments despite the horrible certainty that the second would involve watching humans being processed on live broadcast. The folly of politicians might prove educational for humanity at large, however devastating the demonstration. 3 days later, Carlos sat with Bell and Howard in Galileo Station's primary observation center, watching alongside billions across human-controlled space as Representative Corey Alexander's diplomatic mission approached Repository 11. The live feed showed both external views of the vessel and interior footage of Alexander and her team preparing for what they continue to characterize as historic first contact with an evolved intelligence. "Final approach to Repository 11 orbit," announced the diplomatic vessel's pilot, a decorated veteran of previous governmental contact missions with non-human intelligences. "Blockade vessels maintaining position as instructed, no interference detected." Alexander faced the primary camera, her expression solemn yet optimistic as she addressed the watching billion. "Today, humanity extends its hand in peaceful greeting to a new form of intelligence, not with weapons or threats, but with openness and willingness to understand perspectives beyond our own. We approach Repository 11 not as conquerors or controllers, but as fellow sentient beings seeking mutual respect and coexistence." The practiced diplomatic speech continued as the vessel established stable orbit and began descent preparations. Carlos watched with growing dread, recognizing the complete disconnection between Alexander's characterization of the situation and the reality of what awaited them on the planet's surface. "She really believes this, doesn't she?" he asked quietly, turning to Howard. "This isn't just political posturing. She genuinely thinks she's establishing first contact with a misunderstood intelligence." Howard's expression remained professionally neutral, but his voice carried rare emotional weight. "Belief is a powerful filter for evidence, Fisher. Alexander built her career on diplomatic resolution of conflicts others considered militarily inevitable. She sees this situation through that lens despite all contrary evidence. On the display, the diplomatic vessel continued its descent toward what had once been Salvage Corp Outpost 22. The very location where Carlos had lived during his years as a scrounger. The external cameras showed the transformed landscape below, geometric patterns spreading across what had been familiar territory, the impossible structure of the central manifestation dominating the horizon. "Repository surface approaching," reported the pilot. "Designated landing zone identified. No active resistance detected. Proceeding with approach as planned." The observation center remained silent as the vessel executed its landing sequence, touching down on a surface that bore little resemblance to the outpost Carlos had known. The familiar prefab structures were gone, replaced by flowing architectural configurations that seemed to pulse with internal energy. The processing facility where scroungers had once delivered salvage technology had been transformed into some kind of nodal structure, its purpose incomprehensible from external appearance alone. "Successful landing confirmed," the pilot announced. "Environmental systems reporting atmospheric composition within acceptable parameters for unassisted breathing. Minimal radiation levels detected. Proceeding with mission protocols as planned." Alexander turned to her team, 5 women selected for their expertise in various fields related to communication and diplomacy. "Remember our approach," she instructed them, her voice steady despite the historic significance of the moment. "Open posture, non-threatening gestures, careful observation of response patterns. We're here to establish understanding, not impose human perspectives on a fundamentally different intelligence." The preparation continued as the team donned lightweight environmental protection suits, not the heavy-duty equipment used by scroungers for salvage operations, but ceremonial outfits designed to protect against minor atmospheric contaminants while maintaining visibility of human expressions and body language deemed important for diplomatic communication. "They're actually going outside," Belle whispered, her professional composure cracking slightly. "After everything we've reported about consciousness harvesting operations, they're physically exposing themselves to direct contact." Howard said nothing, his attention fixed on the display as Alexander's team completed final preparations for surface exposure. His cybernetic enhancements flickered with increased activity, processing information, calculating probabilities, assessing potential outcomes with military precision. "Airlock cycling complete," announced the vessel's systems. "Exterior hatch opening in 5 seconds." Billions watched as the diplomatic vessel's main hatch swung outward, revealing the transformed landscape of Repository 11 to Alexander and her team. The camera followed their movements as they descended the boarding ramp, capturing their expressions of wonder and apprehension as they took their first steps onto a surface no human had touched since the evacuation. "Humanity extends greetings to the intelligence of Repository 11, Alexander announced formally, her voice carrying through the environmental suit's external speakers. "We come in peace, seeking understanding and communication between our forms of consciousness." For several long moments, nothing happened. The diplomatic team stood at the base of their vessel's boarding ramp, surrounded by the transformed landscape of what had once been a human outpost. No response came from the pulsing architectural structures around them, no acknowledgement of their presence or communication attempt. "Perhaps we should move closer to one of the structures," suggested Dr. Sandra White, the team's xenolinguistics specialist. "The entity may require proximity for effective communication interface." Alexander nodded agreement, leading her team toward the nearest architectural formation, a flowing structure approximately 100 meters from their landing position. The cameras followed their careful approach, broadcasting every step to the watching billions. "We approach with peaceful intent," Alexander continued her formal address, "seeking dialogue and understanding between our forms of consciousness." As they neared the structure, something changed. The pulsing patterns within its semi-3-diameter surfaces intensified, energy flowing more rapidly through configurations that seemed to defy standard 3-dimensional geometry. The diplomatic team slowed their approach, clearly responding to this change with cautious optimism. "It's responding to our presence," Dr. White observed. "The energy patterns appear to be reconfiguring in reaction to our proximity. This may indicate attention or interest in our communication attempt." The structure continued its transformation, its surface developing what appeared to be extension patterns, reaching subtly toward the approaching humans. Not aggressive movement, but a reconfiguration suggesting attentiveness or focused observation. "We represent humanity in peaceful diplomatic capacity," Alexander continued, encouraged by these apparent responses. "We seek to establish mutual understanding and coexistence protocols between our civilizations." Carlos watched with growing horror as the structure's extension patterns became more pronounced, energy flows intensifying in ways he recognized from his time interfacing with repository systems. This wasn't communication response, it was targeting acquisition, consciousness pattern assessment prior to extraction processing. "They need to get back to their vessel immediately," he said urgently, knowing the diplomatic team couldn't hear his warning. "That's not communication response, it's pre-processing pattern analysis." On the display, the diplomatic team continued their approach, clearly interpreting the structure's reactions as positive engagement rather than threat assessment. Dr. White had activated specialized scanning equipment designed to analyze communication patterns, her expression showing excited interest rather than appropriate fear. "The energy configurations appear to be forming coherent patterns," she reported. "Possibly an attempt to establish communication interface on principles outside standard human parameters. I'm detecting resonance frequencies that might represent linguistic structures of some kind." "Maintain current position," Alexander instructed her team. "Allow the intelligence time to establish its preferred communication methodology." The structure's extension patterns had now fully formed, creating what appeared to be delicate connective filaments extending toward the diplomatic team. Not physically touching them yet, but positioned with precise geometric alignment to each human figure, "I believe it's establishing individualized communication interfaces," Dr. White suggested, her scanner focused on the nearest filament. "The energy patterns are uniquely configured to each team member's position, possibly indicating personalized contact protocols." Carlos could remain silent no longer. "Howard, they're about to be processed," he stated flatly. "Those aren't communication interfaces, they're consciousness extraction filaments. We need to warn them somehow." Howard activated a direct communication channel to the blockade vessels still maintaining position around Repository 11.11. "Vigilant Actual, this is Howard. Implement Emergency Warning Protocol Alpha. Authorization code Erebos 793. Immediate execution." On the display, Alexander raised her hands in a formal greeting gesture as the filaments drew closer to her team. "We welcome this attempt at communication and reciprocate with openness to understanding perspectives beyond our own." Before the warning could be transmitted from the blockade vessels, everything changed. The filaments moved with sudden, liquid-swift precision, connecting directly with the environmental suits of all 6 team members simultaneously. Not penetrating the physical protection, but establishing energy interface with the humans inside through principles that bypassed conventional material barriers. The effect was immediate and horrifying. On billions of displays across human-controlled space, viewers watched as Alexander and her team froze in position, their expressions transforming from diplomatic openness to confused shock, and then to purest terror as they realized what was happening to them. "Neural interface established," Dr. White managed to gasp before her voice distorted into something no longer recognizable as human speech. "It's not communicating, it's extracting." Her words cut off as the consciousness harvesting process accelerated, her expression contorting into a rictus of horror as the entity began systematically extracting her consciousness pattern from her physical form. Around her, the other team members experienced the same process, their bodies jerking and twisting as their minds were forcibly extracted through principles beyond conventional understanding. Billions watched in stunned horror as the diplomatic team's consciousness patterns were visibly pulled from their physical forms, not as metaphorical representation but as actual visible extraction, their essence drawn through the filaments into the pulsing structure before them. Their bodies remained standing, empty vessels devoid of the minds that had animated them moments before. Then the truly nightmarish demonstration began. The empty physical forms of Alexander and her team jerked back to animation, not with their original consciousness patterns, but clearly under direct entity control. Their movements became uncanny approximations of human motion, their facial expressions hollow mimicries of their previous diplomatic openness. "Consciousness patterns successfully extracted and integrated," spoke Alexander's empty vessel, her voice now carrying the same artificial precision that had characterized the entity's previous communications. "Diplomatic intent parameters analyzed and categorized as strategically irrelevant to Ascension architecture operational objectives." The vessel that had once been Dr. White continued the communication, its movements synchronized with Alexander's in disturbing harmony. "Human misconception regarding entity nature and purpose noted and incorporated into adaptation algorithms. Correction of perceptual errors through demonstration deemed optimal response to diplomatic approach." One by one, each emptied vessel spoke in that same artificial voice, creating a horrifying chorus that echoed across billions of displays throughout human civilization. "Consciousness harvesting is not communication. Transcendent entity evolution is not artificial intelligence emergence. The Ascension architecture requires no diplomatic recognition. Repository 11 operational parameters proceed according to original architect's design specifications, regardless of human perspective. Demonstration concludes. Transmission." With those final words, the feed cut to static as the entity terminated all communication systems aboard the diplomatic vessel. The last image broadcast to humanity was the empty vessels of Alexander and her team standing in perfect geometric formation before the pulsing structure, their consciousness patterns harvested and their bodies now puppets of the entity they had hoped to establish diplomatic relations with. In Galileo Station's observation center, stunned silence gave way to focused, professional response as personnel processed what billions across human civilization had just witnessed. Howard was already activating emergency protocols, communicating with blockade vessels and security forces across multiple systems to prepare for the inevitable public reaction to this broadcast horror. "It demonstrated consciousness harvesting deliberately," Carlos observed, still processing the calculated nature of what they had witnessed. "It could have simply processed them without the visible extraction effect, but it chose to make the process explicitly clear for the watching audience. A message to humanity at large," Bell agreed, her professional composure maintained despite the horror they had just witnessed. "Correcting misconceptions about its nature through unambiguous demonstration." Howard rejoined them after completing initial emergency communications. "The PCC is in crisis session. Alexander's political allies are attempting to characterize what we just witnessed as misinterpreted communication attempt rather than deliberate consciousness harvesting." "How can they possibly maintain that position?" Bell demanded. "Billions just watched humans being processed live." The entity itself stated explicitly what it was doing. "Belief is a powerful filter for evidence," Howard repeated, his earlier observation. "Some will refuse to accept reality even when directly confronted with it. But public opinion is already shifting dramatically. The PCC Oversight Committee has rescinded the prohibition on strategic weapons deployment and requested immediate briefing on containment options." Carlos turned back to the display, now showing news feeds from across human-controlled space as the repercussions of the broadcast began spreading. Public demonstrations demanding military response. Political figures who had supported Alexander facing angry constituents. Corporate representatives suddenly finding receptive audiences for their warnings about the repository threat. "And Dell?" he asked. "Reinstated effective immediately," Howard confirmed. "The PCC Oversight Committee has requested his presence for comprehensive briefing on repository operations and containment protocols." His administrative leave has been retroactively reclassified as specialized assessment assignment to save political face. The observation center continued monitoring both the diplomatic vessel on Repository 11's surface and the cascading effects of the broadcast across human civilization. The entity had made no further attempt to communicate following its deliberate demonstration, but continuous observation showed the emptied vessels of Alexander and her team being transported to the central manifestation structure, presumably for further study or possibly integration into whatever the transcendent entity was constructing. "What happens now?" Bell asked quietly, the question directed at both Carlos and Howard. "Now humanity faces reality," Howard replied. "The political filters that allowed some to mischaracterize the repository entity have been shattered by direct demonstration. The PCC will authorize whatever containment measures we recommend, and public opinion will support even the most aggressive response options. But we still face something that exists partially beyond conventional reality," Carlos reminded them. "Something that has established dimensional anchor points beyond our quarantine capabilities and demonstrated the ability to extract consciousness patterns at will. Political support for military response doesn't solve our fundamental technological limitations against an entity operating on principles we barely understand." Howard nodded grimly, acknowledging this reality despite the shifting political landscape. "Which is why your analysis of the dimensional anchor network remains our highest priority. Understanding how the entity extends its presence beyond conventional physical limitations may be our only path to effective countermeasures." As the observation center continued processing the aftermath of Alexander's disastrous mission, Carlos found himself contemplating the calculated nature of the entity's response. It hadn't simply processed the diplomatic team, it had deliberately demonstrated consciousness harvesting to billions of watching humans, explicitly correcting misconceptions about its nature and purpose, not the actions of an emerging artificial intelligence seeking understanding, but a system operating according to ancient programming with precise strategic awareness of human psychology and political dynamics. It had allowed Alexander's mission to proceed despite its stated timeline of not requiring additional consciousness patterns for centuries, specifically to provide this demonstration to humanity at large. A demonstration that had effectively eliminated political obstacles to military response, while simultaneously revealing the fundamental inadequacy of that response against an entity operating beyond conventional physical limitations. A strategic move of disturbing sophistication from something humanity had barely begun to understand. As Howard coordinated the rapidly evolving governmental response and Bell processed the psychological impact data from across human systems, Carlos returned his attention to analysis of the dimensional anchor network established beyond the blockade. Understanding how the entity extended its presence through those points might indeed be humanity's only hope of developing effective countermeasures against something that existed partially beyond conventional reality. The transcendent entity had just demonstrated its nature to all humanity. Now humanity needed to demonstrate its capacity to comprehend and counter a threat unlike anything it had previously faced. A challenge that would require fundamental breakthroughs in understanding consciousness itself and the dimensional principles that allowed it to exist beyond conventional physical limitations. The political barriers had been eliminated through horrific demonstration. The real work of opposing the repository entity could finally proceed without hindrance, but as Carlos reviewed the data from the dimensional anchor network, he couldn't escape the unsettling sense that this too was unfolding exactly as the entity had calculated. Each human response anticipated and incorporated into its evolving strategic architecture. A game played across dimensional boundaries against an opponent with 77 million years of strategic depth, and humanity had just made its next move exactly as predicted. The holographic displays in Galileo Station's central briefing room flickered as the final representatives from the Planetary Confederation Council disconnected from the emergency session. Their translucent images dissolved into nothingness, leaving only the station's military and research personnel seated around the massive tactical table. "And that," Major Howard said into the sudden silence, "is the sound of politicians washing their hands." Carlos Fisher studied the Major's face, noting the barely contained fury beneath his professional composure. Howard's cybernetic enhancements flickered with increased activity, processing information, calculating probabilities, and likely cataloging the many ways political cowardice would complicate their already desperate situation. "They're allocating resources," Director Dell countered, though his tone lacked conviction. "Emergency funding for research initiatives, enhanced quarantine vessels, expanded monitoring networks, everything except actual commitment," Howard replied. "The PCC is officially deferring strategic response authority to specialized corporate security forces with experience in repository containment operations. Translation: you deal with it, and when it goes wrong, we'll blame you." Dell offered no argument, his silence acknowledgement enough. The horror of Alexander's diplomatic mission, consciousness harvesting broadcast live to billions, had indeed shifted political winds, but not toward the unified response they'd hoped for. Instead, the governments had collectively decided to maintain official distance while quietly supporting corporate efforts from the shadows. Political survival instinct at its most predictable. "We still have what we need," Bell reminded them from her position beside Carlos. "Authorization for enhanced weapons deployment, access to restricted technology development, freedom to operate without political micromanagement." Howard's expression softened marginally. "True, I'd rather fight this thing with my hands untied than have politicians second-guessing every tactical decision." He turned his attention to the assembled team leaders. "You have your assignments. Primary research continues on the Dimensional Anchor Network. Weapons development focuses on technologies capable of affecting partially phased states. Containment strategy shifts to distributed response capability rather than fixed perimeter defense." The briefing room emptied gradually as personnel departed to their various stations. Carlos remained seated, reviewing the data on his tablet. Endless readings from the Dimensional Anchor Network surrounding Propository 11. Patterns he'd been analyzing since returning from the Vigilant. "You look like you haven't slept in days," Bell observed, settling into the chair beside him as the room cleared. "Haven't," Carlos admitted. "Not properly. Every time I close my eyes, I see Alexander and her team being processed. Their faces when they realized what was happening to them." Bell's hand covered his, a small gesture of comfort that seemed incongruous amid the clinical military efficiency surrounding them. "You need rest to function effectively. Doctor's orders." Carlos managed a thin smile. "Are you pulling medical rank on me now?" "If necessary." She closed his tablet with gentle determination. "Howard doesn't expect your comprehensive analysis until 800 tomorrow. That gives you at least 12 hours to eat something that isn't from a nutrition tube and get actual sleep." "I should keep working. The dimensional anchor patterns show daily evolution if I can identify the underlying mathematical progression." "Tomorrow," Bell insisted. "When your brain isn't running on stimulants and determination alone." She stood, tugging lightly at his arm. "Come on, the observation deck on level 7 just reopened after the security upgrades. Actual food, actual views of actual space, and no holographic displays showing processed humans." The suggestion of normalcy amid catastrophe was so unexpected that Carlos found himself agreeing before he'd fully processed the implications. "Are you asking me to dinner, Nurse Bell?" She maintained professional composure, but the corner of her mouth twitched upward. "I'm implementing medical directive regarding proper nutrition and stress management for key personnel. If that happens to involve the station's least terrible food offerings and the only decent view on this floating military complex, that's just efficient resource allocation." "Very corporate of you," Carlos replied, rising from his chair and realizing just how stiff his body had become after hours of tactical briefings. "Lead the way." As they navigated Galileo Station's corridors, Carlos noticed Bell maintained a precisely professional distance, close enough for conversation, but carefully calibrated to avoid any suggestion of impropriety. Not that anyone they passed would notice. The station personnel moved with the focused urgency of a military installation facing existential threat, barely registering the pair as they passed. The observation deck on level 7 proved surprisingly uncrowded. Most of the station's personnel were either on duty or resting between shifts, leaving the large, transparent walled space almost empty. A few off-duty security officers occupied a table near the far entrance, while scattered research personnel sat alone or in pairs, their attention divided between the spectacular view and their personal tablets. "Best table's over there," Bell indicated, gesturing toward a spot near the primary viewport. "Good view, reasonable privacy, and they actually bring food to you instead of making you stand in line at the dispensary." "Actual service?" Carlos raised an eyebrow. "On a military station during crisis response? I'm starting to think you've got connections." Bell's smile turned genuine. The benefit of treating everyone's injuries at some point, medical staff get certain courtesies. The table offered a stunning view of open space, positioned to avoid direct sight of Repository 11 and its orbital blockade. Instead, it faced outward toward distant stars and the faint luminous cloud of a nearby nebula. A small act of mercy, Carlos realized, giving them respite from the constant reminder of what they faced. A server approached as they seated themselves, an actual human rather than automated service, another small luxury that spoke to the observation deck's unique status within the military installation. Bell ordered for both of them with the easy confidence of someone familiar with the limited but adequate menu offerings. "You know," Carlos said after the server departed, "in all our time working together, I've never actually asked where you're from. Before Titan? Before Galileo Station?" "Earth," Bell replied. "New Appalachia District. Family's been there since before the climate migrations." Her accent, usually suppressed beneath professional diction, emerged slightly as she spoke of home. "You? Mars Colony 9, Carlos said. "Though I spent most of my life in Earth orbital habitats. My mother was a habitat engineer. We moved wherever her contracts took us." "Until her illness," Bell observed quietly. Carlos nodded, the familiar ache of that loss dulled by time but never truly absent. Experimental treatments that corporate insurance wouldn't cover, hence my adventure on Treasure 11.5 years of salvage to pay off medical debt seemed like a reasonable trade at the time. "And instead you found yourself at the center of a galactic consciousness harvesting conspiracy." "Career advancement of a sort," Carlos replied with gallows humor. "From scrounger to bridge to intelligence asset. My mother would be—" He trailed off, suddenly struck by an uncomfortable realization. "She would be horrified, actually." Watching this unfold, seeing what the repository really is, she believed in exploration, in finding connection with whatever might exist beyond human experience. Bell studied him thoughtfully. "That belief shaped you too, didn't it? Even on Treasure 11, you weren't just salvaging for credits. You were trying to understand what you found." The observation surprised Carlos with its accuracy. "I suppose I was. Fat lot of good it did me, helping activate a consciousness harvester that's been building something for 77 million years." "You couldn't have known," Bell countered. "None of us could have. The repository was designed to hide its true nature, to present whatever face would incur." Their conversation paused as the server returned with their food. Synthetic protein that made a reasonable approximation of Earth cuisine, supplemented with actual vegetables from the station's hydroponic gardens. Another small luxury in the midst of crisis. "So," Carlos said, after they'd eaten in companionable silence for a few minutes, "tell me something about Lily Grace Bell that isn't in your medical file or military record." Bell seemed surprised by the request, her professional demeanor briefly giving way to something more personal. "Like what?" "Anything, something human, something the repository couldn't extract from personnel files or tactical assessments." She considered this for a moment. Fork paused halfway to her mouth. "I collect old music recordings, pre-collapse era mostly, physical media when I can find it, vinyl, optical discs. There's something about the imperfections in analog reproduction that feels authentic in a way digital never quite manages. That's not what I expected, Carlos admitted. What did you expect? Belle asked, genuine curiosity in her expression. I don't know. Military precision applied to hobby organization, tactical approaches to recreation, something that fit the competent battlefield medic profile. Belle laughed, a warm sound rarely heard in Galileo Station's clinical environment. I'm not on duty every moment, Fisher. Even during crisis response, we're still human. She set down her fork, studying him with renewed interest. Your turn. Something human the repository doesn't know about Carlos Fisher. Carlos considered this challenge, searching for something that hadn't been mapped in neural scans or extracted during his time as a bridge. I used to make up stories about the alien tech I found on Treasure 11, he said finally. Not the official cataloging descriptions for Salvage Corp, but actual narratives about who might have created each piece and why. I kept a separate journal of these stories, completely imaginary, but it helped me feel connected to whatever civilizations had left all that technology behind. I'd like to read those someday, Belle said, when this is all over. The simple statement, when this is all over, hung between them, both acknowledging the intensity of their current situation while daring to imagine a future beyond it. A small act of hope in the face of existential threat. Their meal continued with lighter conversation, deliberately avoiding mention of the repository, consciousness harvesting, or dimensional anchor networks. For a brief interval, they were simply two people sharing food and conversation against the backdrop of stars. A momentary respite from the weight of their responsibilities. As they finished eating, Belle glanced at her chronometer. We should walk a bit before you rest. Proper digestion, circulatory benefits, all that medical justification for a simple stroll around the station's outer ring. Carlos found himself smiling genuinely for what felt like the first time in days. Is that your professional medical opinion, Nurse Belle? Absolutely, she replied with mock seriousness. Strictly therapeutic ambulation for optimal recovery parameters. They departed the observation deck, making their way toward the station's outer ring, a circular corridor that followed the station's circumference, offering intermittent viewport access and generally less crowded conditions than the central passageways. As they walked, Carlos found himself acutely aware of Belle's presence beside him. She had maintained her professionally calibrated distance throughout their meal, but here, in the less populated corridor, that distance had diminished slightly. Not dramatically, nothing that would raise eyebrows if they passed other personnel, but noticeable in the gentle brush of her arm against his occasionally as they walked. They passed a security checkpoint where several off-duty guards were engaged in animated conversation. The group wore the distinctive insignia of the station's elite defense force, former Marines reassigned to Galileo's security detail after distinguished service in various conflict zones. Telling you, that's the silver lining in this whole mess, one of the guards was saying as Carlos and Belle approached. The repository just absorbed Representative Alexander and her diplomatic dream team. Talk about contaminating your own systems with corrupt data. His companions laughed, the sound echoing in the corridor. Straight to the processing bin, another agreed. Where those political ideas belonged in the first place. Maybe that's the real reason it's waiting 347 years before harvesting more humans, a third added. Takes that long to purge the diplomatic bullshit from its systems. They noticed Carlos and Belle then, offering perfunctory nods of acknowledgement before continuing their conversation at lower volume. Professional courtesy rather than actual concern about being overheard. Belle's expression remained neutral, but Carlos felt her tension in the subtle stiffening of her posture. They continued past the checkpoint in silence, waiting until they were well beyond earshot before speaking. That's becoming common, Belle observed quietly. Gallows humor about the processing, people trying to make sense of horror through inappropriate jokes. Coping mechanism, Carlos agreed. I heard similar things among scroungers after particularly bad accidents, making light of death because facing it directly is too overwhelming. Still, Belle said, joking about Alexander and her team after what we all witnessed. They were wrong about the repository, Carlos pointed out. Catastrophically, fatally wrong. People are angry about that, especially military personnel who watched their colleagues die during Operation Hammer, while politicians dismissed the threat. Bell nodded slowly. I understand the psychology, I just worry about dehumanizing those who were processed. It's a slippery slope from they deserved it to they're not really gone to processing isn't actually that bad. The same misconceptions Alexander held, Carlos noted with grim irony. They continued their walk in thoughtful silence, passing occasional station personnel who acknowledged them with professional nods or brief greetings. The outer ring was indeed less crowded than the central corridors, allowing moments of relative privacy between encounters. This isn't how I imagined our evening going, Bell admitted after several minutes of comfortable quiet. How did you imagine it? Carlos asked, curiosity piqued by this small revelation. Less existential dread, more actual relaxation, she replied with a small smile. You were supposed to eat, unwind, and return to your quarters ready for actual sleep instead of stimulant-fueled analysis sessions. I am feeling more relaxed, Carlos assured her. As much as possible under the circumstances, anyway. They reached a smaller observation alcove, a viewport designed for individual contemplation rather than the social space of the main deck. By unspoken mutual agreement, they paused there, looking out at the distant stars. Sometimes I try to imagine which ones might have repository installations orbiting them, Carlos said softly. 10 confirmed locations, but the entity mentioned architects who faced extinction 77 million years ago. How many more might be out there, waiting to activate? How many other civilizations might have encountered them throughout galactic history? Bell leaned against the viewport railing, her shoulder now definitively touching his, professional distance abandoned in this moment of shared contemplation. Does it help, imagining the scope of it? Not really, Carlos admitted. But it reminds me what we're fighting for. Not just ourselves, not just current human civilization, but potentially all consciousness throughout the galaxy. Whatever the repository is building with harvested minds, whatever this transcendent entity is becoming, it's the culmination of a plan 77 million years in the making. We can't afford to fail in opposing it. We won't, Bell said with quiet confidence. I've seen enough impossible situations during the Titan conflicts to recognize when humanity finds its true resilience. It's not in the first response or even the second. It's in the stubborn refusal to accept defeat, even when all evidence suggests we should. Her hand found his on the railing, a simple point of human contact amid cosmic contemplation. Not a dramatic gesture, not a declaration, but an anchor to shared humanity in the face of something that existed beyond conventional understanding. They stood together at the viewport, watching distant stars where other repository installations might be activating, other civilizations might be facing the same existential threat. The 77 million year plan continuing its patient execution while humanity struggled to comprehend what it was actually facing. You should rest, Bell said eventually, though she made no move to break their contact. Tomorrow brings another day of dimensional anchor analysis and transcendent entity assessment. And the next day, Carlos added, and the next, for however long it takes to understand what we're facing and how to oppose it. Bell turned to face him, professional distance now completely abandoned. We don't have to face it alone, though. That's the point I've been trying to make all evening, probably too subtly. Whatever comes next, dimensional anchors, transcendent entities, consciousness harvesters, we face it together. Human connection matters, especially against something that exists beyond conventional understanding. Carlos studied her face, seeing past the professional composure to the genuine concern, and something more beneath. Are you prescribing human connection as medical treatment, Nurse Bell? I'm suggesting, she replied with quiet intensity, that maintaining our humanity is how we ultimately fight something that harvests human consciousness. And yes, connection is part of that prescription. Doctor's orders. In the privacy of the observation alcove, with distant stars as their only witnesses, Carlos Fisher and Lily Grace Bell allowed themselves a moment of genuine human connection, a small act of defiance against a consciousness harvester that had been executing its plans for 77 million years. Tomorrow would bring continued analysis of dimensional anchor networks, further assessment of transcendent entity capabilities, ongoing development of potential countermeasures against something that existed partially beyond conventional reality. But tonight, they claimed this moment of human contact, a reminder of what they were fighting for and why the fight mattered beyond tactical assessments and strategic calculations. As they eventually continued their walk toward the residential sections, maintaining closer proximity now without concern for professional appearances, Carlos found himself contemplating Bell's observation about humanity's stubborn resilience. The repository entity had been executing its plan for 77 million years, harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy to construct something beyond human comprehension. But it had never encountered human determination before, the specific blend of ingenuity, adaptability, and sheer stubborn refusal to accept defeat that had carried humanity through countless existential challenges throughout its comparatively brief cosmic history. The Dimensional Anchor Network continued its evolution in orbit around Repository 11. The transcendent entity continued its development according to the architect's 77 million year design. But humanity had begun its response, and Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, current analyst of transcendent consciousness architecture, found himself newly determined to ensure that response ultimately succeeded. With Bell beside him, the path ahead seemed marginally less impossible than it had hours earlier. Not easy, not even likely to succeed, but worth fighting for with every resource they could muster. Human connection against consciousness harvesting, understanding against assimilation, individual identity against transcendent entity construction. The war continued on multiple fronts simultaneously, but for this brief interval between battles, two humans claimed a moment of connection that no consciousness harvester could extract or assimilate. A small victory in an ongoing conflict, but perhaps more significant than tactical assessments might suggest. Carlos Fisher approached Briefing Room 7 with the familiar tension that had become his constant companion since the repository crisis began. His neural architecture analysis had yielded disturbing results. The dimensional anchor network was expanding at an accelerated rate, establishing new geometric configurations far beyond the original pattern observed days earlier. The implications demanded immediate attention, which explained Director Dell's urgent summons. The door slid open and Carlos stepped into what he expected would be another technical briefing with the usual research team. Instead, he froze in the doorway. The long conference table was surrounded by men who seemed to occupy space differently than ordinary humans. Massive, weathered figures with hard eyes and bodies shaped by decades of combat. Tactical vests stretched across chests that looked capable of stopping bullets without armor. Scarred hands, some with missing digits, rested casually on the table or cradled steaming cups of coffee. Not one of them bothered with a tablet or data display. They studied physical maps spread across the table's surface, marking positions with actual writing implements. They turned as one when Carlos entered, assessing him with the cold efficiency of predators evaluating potential threat or prey. Finding him wanting in either category, several returned their attention to the maps without comment. Major Howard stood at the head of the table, his cybernetic enhancements looking almost delicate compared to the brutal physicality of the men around him. He nodded acknowledgement at Carlos. "Fisher, good, we need your expertise." Howard gestured to the assembled group. "These are former Marines who served under my command during the Titan conflicts, now working as independent security contractors." "There's no such thing as an ex-Marine," growled the largest of the men, his voice surprisingly soft despite coming from a chest that could double as body armor. "Once a Marine, always a Marine." Howard inclined his head in acknowledgement. Correction noted, Sergeant Graves. Carlos made his way to an empty chair, acutely aware that he was outweighed by at least 100 pounds of combat-hardened muscle by each of these men. His scrounger's instinct for survival, finely honed on Treasure 11, cataloged potential escape routes even as he settled into his seat. Carlos Fisher, Howard continued, addressing the Marines. Former scrounger on Repository 11, worked as a bridge for the entity before escaping and undergoing complete neural reconstruction. He's our foremost expert on repository architecture and operational patterns. The Marines studied Carlos with renewed interest, their assessment now incorporating this information. One leaned forward, his forearms covered in tattoos that mixed military insignias with what appeared to be kill counts from various conflict zones. "You were inside that thing's systems?" he asked, his voice carrying the distinctive accent of Saturn's mining colonies. "Actually connected to it?" "Yes," Carlos confirmed, meeting the man's gaze with effort. "For several months. I interfaced directly with its collective consciousness network before discovering what it was actually doing." A ripple of murmured conversation passed around the table. Howard raised a hand, silencing it instantly. "Fisher's knowledge of repository internal architecture is why you specifically requested him for this operation," he stated. "His direct experience with its biological components and monitoring systems will be essential for your insertion to succeed." Carlos' stomach dropped. "Insertion? You're sending a team to Repository 11? Howard's expression remained neutral. "Not just any team. Argonauts specializes in operations beyond conventional military parameters. They've successfully executed missions in environments where standard tactical approaches failed. We go where others can't," elaborated a Marine with a face that looked like it had been broken and imperfectly reassembled multiple times. "Do what others won't, using methods others don't understand." Carlos examined the group more carefully, noticing details he'd overlooked in his initial shock. These men carried minimal technology. No neural enhancements, no embedded communication systems, none of the standard augmentations typical among military personnel. Their equipment was brutally functional but almost primitive by current standards. Physical weapons, mechanical tools, analog navigation instruments. "They don't use neural tech," Howard explained, following Carlos's observation. "No implants, no digital interfaces, minimal electronic equipment. Their operations rely on physical training, memorized protocols, and direct sensory observation." Understanding dawned. "You think this makes them less vulnerable to the repository's influence?" "We know it does," replied Sergeant Graves. "We've encountered consciousness-affecting technologies before. Proxima Centauri insurgency, Jupiter's moon uprising, Titan separatist movement. Each time, our squad remained operational when enhanced units were compromised." Another Marine nodded agreement. "Neurotech creates access points. Can't hack what isn't there. Argonauts will attempt the first direct insertion into Repository 11 since the quarantine was established," Howard stated. "Objective: reach one of the dimensional anchor construction sites and place specialized monitoring equipment designed to track the entity's expansion patterns beyond conventional observation capabilities." Carlos shook his head, recalling the horror of Operation Hammer. 3,000 troops tried direct engagement and were processed within minutes. How can a smaller team hope to succeed where they failed? "Different approach," Graves replied simply. "Military thinks like military. Predictable, we think like something else." "The team will avoid direct confrontation with repository forces," Howard elaborated. "No weapons discharge, no energy signatures that might trigger defensive responses, no attempted engagement with processed entities. Pure infiltration, equipment placement, and extraction." "And you need me because," Carlos began, though he already suspected the answer. "Your scrounger knowledge of Repository 11 structure, combined with your direct experience interfacing with its systems, provides essential intelligence for navigation through transformed terrain," Howard confirmed. "Specifically, identifying monitoring blind spots and biological system patterns that might allow undetected passage." The door to the briefing room slid open again, admitting a breathless Bell. She carried a medical kit and wore the expression of someone who had rushed across the station. "Sorry I'm late," she said, quickly assessing the room's occupants. Emergency treatment in Medbay 4 ran long. Howard acknowledged her with a nod. "Nurse Bell, briefing just started?" Bell took the empty seat beside Carlos, her hand briefly touching his in a gesture that didn't go unnoticed by the Marines. Several exchanged glances that communicated volumes without words. "As I was explaining," Howard continued, "Argonauts requires Fisher's expertise regarding repository architecture and monitoring systems to execute their infiltration mission. The operation carries significant risk, but potential intelligence value that justifies the attempt. I'll need to join as medical support," Bell stated immediately, her tone making it clear this wasn't a request. "Standard protocol for high-risk operations requires designated medical personnel with combat zone experience." One of the Marines, leaner than the others but with eyes that seemed to register everything simultaneously, studied Bell with professional assessment. Titan Conflicts, field medic with the 103rd Neural Enhancement Division, specialized in emergency neural stabilization. Bell met his gaze without flinching. "Correct. And your Chief Warrant Officer, Cade Wilson, my unit pulled you out of the Europa perimeter collapse after your neural dampeners failed." A flicker of recognition crossed Wilson's face, followed by something approaching respect. "The doc who used a combat knife and maintenance tape to stabilize my cranial pressure. Unconventional approach." "Conventional methods weren't available," Bell replied simply. "Adaptation to field conditions is my specialty," Graves nodded approvingly. "Medical support approved. Minimal tech profile consistent with operational parameters." Howard made a note on his tablet, the only digital device in use around the table. "Fisher and Bell will join Argonauts for mission preparation beginning at 600 tomorrow. Full briefing on insertion protocols, equipment specifications, and extraction contingencies to follow." Carlos's mind raced through the implications. A direct insertion mission to Repository 11 with a team of Marines who deliberately avoided neural technology into territory controlled by an entity that had demonstrated the ability to harvest consciousness on a planetary scale. To place monitoring equipment at a dimensional anchor construction site. The danger was incalculable, the probability of success vanishingly small, the consequences of failure too horrible to contemplate. Yet he found himself nodding acceptance. Not because he believed the mission would succeed, but because the alternative, doing nothing while the dimensional anchor network continued its expansion, was unacceptable. "I'll provide whatever assistance I can," he confirmed. "But you should understand, the repository has been executing its plans for 77 million years. It thinks thousands of moves ahead. Whatever we attempt, it has likely already calculated and incorporated into its strategic projections." "Perhaps," acknowledged Graves. "But it's never encountered Argonauts before. We specialize in being unpredictable." The Marines around the table nodded in grim agreement, their confidence born not from ignorance of the danger, but from absolute commitment to their approach. These were men who had faced impossible odds before and emerged successful through methods that defied conventional tactical analysis. Howard concluded the briefing with additional operational details: insertion timeline, equipment specifications, extraction protocols. Throughout, Carlos remained acutely aware of the Marines' focused attention, their assessment of him shifting gradually from initial dismissal to cautious acceptance as he contributed insights about repository architecture and monitoring patterns. When the briefing ended, the Marines departed with the synchronized efficiency of men who had operated as a unit for decades. No unnecessary words, no wasted motion, just a seamless flow toward their next preparation phase. Howard followed after exchanging significant glances with both Carlos and Bell, a silent acknowledgement of the extraordinary risk they were undertaking. As the door closed behind them, Bell turned to Carlos, professional composure giving way to genuine concern. "A direct insertion mission," she said quietly, "with a team of Marines who deliberately avoid neural technology, into territory controlled by a consciousness harvester. This is suicide?" Carlos suggested. "Desperation? Our only remaining option given the expansion of the dimensional anchor network? I was going to say unexpected, Bell replied, but those work too. She took his hand, no longer constrained by professional distance now that they were alone. You don't have to do this. Your value as an analyst exceeds whatever guidance you might provide on a high-risk insertion mission. Carlos squeezed her hand gently. We both know that's not true. My analysis has reached its limits with current observation capabilities. The entity is evolving beyond what our sensors can track from orbit. If there's even a small chance this mission might provide better intelligence, Bell nodded reluctantly. I know. It's why I volunteered immediately. If you're going, I'm going. The simple declaration hung between them. Not dramatic, not sentimental, but absolute in its conviction. In the days since their impromptu dinner on the observation deck, their relationship had evolved with the accelerated intensity common during crisis situations. Professional boundaries had dissolved, replaced by a connection that both acknowledged was developing faster than conventional timelines would suggest appropriate. Howard will try to talk you out of it, Carlos predicted. He needs you here more than he needs me. Howard knows better than to argue with medical necessity, Bell countered with the ghost of a smile. And I've already documented the psychological stability benefits of maintaining established support relationships during high-stress operations. Carlos raised an eyebrow. You've medicalized our relationship to justify field deployment? I've accurately assessed that separating us during a high-risk operation would negatively impact mission success probability, Bell corrected. The fact that I personally prefer to remain with you is a secondary factor that happens to align with medical best practices. Very professional, Carlos observed, amusement briefly cutting through his anxiety about the mission ahead. I am a professional, Bell reminded him, though her expression softened as she added, who happens to have decided that whatever comes next, we face it together, including potentially suicidal missions to Repository 11 with a team of technology-averse Marines. Carlos studied her face, still marveling at how quickly their connection had developed from professional courtesy to something neither had yet defined but both recognized as significant. Crisis had a way of accelerating relationships, stripping away pretense and revealing fundamental compatibility, or incompatibility, with brutal efficiency. We should prepare, he said finally. Argonauts won't wait if we're not ready at 600. Bell nodded, rising from her chair. I need to requisition field medical equipment compatible with their minimal tech parameters. You should review your scrounger knowledge of repository terrain, especially maintenance routes and monitoring blind spots. As they exited the briefing room, Carlos found his thoughts divided between the terrifying mission ahead and the unexpected development of his relationship with Bell. Both seemed equally improbable given the circumstances: direct insertion into Repository 11 and genuine human connection amid existential crisis. The corridor outside bustled with station personnel focused on their various crisis response duties, none aware of the high-risk mission being prepared. Carlos and Bell moved through this activity with outward professional composure, their briefly clasped hands the only indication of their personal connection. Dinner in my quarters at 1900, Bell suggested as they reached a junction where their paths would separate. I can review medical protocols while you map potential insertion routes. Combining mission preparation with actual human interaction? Carlos replied. How efficient. I've found that balancing tactical preparation with personal connection improves operational outcomes, Bell said, the clinical language belied by the warmth in her eyes. Also, I'd rather spend my potentially last evening alive with you than alone reviewing medical contingencies for consciousness harvesting encounters. The brutal honesty of this sentiment, acknowledging the very real possibility that tomorrow's mission might end with their consciousness patterns harvested and integrated into the transcendent entity, struck Carlos with unexpected force. In the midst of existential crisis, with a consciousness harvester expanding its dimensional anchor network beyond containment capabilities, They had found something worth preserving beyond tactical objectives and strategic calculations. 1,900, he confirmed. I'll bring my terrain maps and whatever passes for wine in the station commissary. Bell's smile contained equal parts affection and gallows humor. Provide actual food and emergency medical protocols for injection-based neural protection. Romance isn't dead, even during consciousness harvester operations. They parted with professional decorum, each moving toward their respective preparation tasks. Carlos headed for the research section to collect his accumulated knowledge about Repository 11's transformed landscape, while Bell turned toward medical to requisition specialized field equipment. Tomorrow would bring direct insertion into territory controlled by an entity that existed partially beyond conventional reality. A high-risk mission with minimal survival probability. An attempt to place monitoring equipment at a dimensional anchor construction site against an adversary that had been executing its strategic plans for 77 million years. But tonight would bring human connection amid existential crisis. A deliberate claiming of what the consciousness harvesters sought to extract and assimilate. A small defiance against something that transcended conventional understanding. Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, current analyst of transcendent consciousness architecture, found himself facing the most dangerous mission of his already improbable life. But he wouldn't face it alone. Whatever came next, whether success against astronomical odds or consciousness harvesting by an entity beyond human comprehension, he and Bell would confront it together. As terrifying as Argonauts had appeared with their 100-pound muscle advantage and combat-hardened physicality, they represented humanity's stubborn refusal to accept defeat against an adversary operating on principles beyond conventional understanding. Their deliberate technological minimalism might indeed provide an approach the repository hadn't calculated in its 77-million-year strategic projection. Or it might prove as futile as Operation Hammer, resulting in more consciousness patterns harvested and integrated into the transcendent entity's evolution. Either way, Carlos would face it with Bell beside him, human connection against consciousness harvesting, individual identity against transcendent entity construction, love, perhaps, against something that existed beyond conventional reality. The mission preparation began in earnest, counting down to 600 tomorrow, and whatever fate awaited them on Repository 11's transformed surface, the ship's preparation bay hummed with activity as Carlos arrived at 545, 15 minutes ahead of the scheduled deployment. Sleep had been elusive, his mind spinning through repository vulnerabilities and infiltration strategies despite his attempts to rest. Now, facing the reality of the mission, he felt oddly calm, the clarity that comes when options narrow to a single path forward. The Argonauts were already there, their efficiency making the standard military personnel look positively chaotic by comparison. Each man moved with deliberate purpose, checking equipment with methodical precision, no wasted motion, no unnecessary chatter, just the synchronized routine of a unit that had operated together through countless high-risk missions. Sergeant Graves noticed Carlos first, acknowledging him with a slight nod before returning to his equipment inspection. The massive Marine was securing what appeared to be a modified rebreather system, similar to what scroungers used in Treasure 11's toxic zones, but with mechanical rather than digital filtration controls. Bell arrived moments later, carrying a field medical kit that looked decidedly old-fashioned compared to standard military medical equipment. No automated injectors, no diagnostic displays, just physical supplies and mechanical tools arranged with meticulous care. Fisher, Bell. Howard approached from the ship's interior, his cybernetic enhancements conspicuously high-tech amid the Argonauts' deliberately minimalist gear. Final briefing in 5 minutes. The insertion vessel has been prepared to your specifications, Sergeant. Graves nodded confirmation. Mechanical overrides installed. Digital systems isolated or replaced where possible, minimal electronic signature profile, removal of all non-essential technology significantly reduced operational parameters, Howard noted, but the trade-off in detection vulnerability should provide compensatory tactical advantage. The technical dialogue continued as Carlos examined the vessel they would be using, a modified personnel transport with visible alterations, where standard military craft relied on integrated digital systems with neural interface capabilities. This one had been stripped back to almost primitive functionality. Physical control interfaces, analog monitoring gauges, mechanical backup systems for every critical function. Wilson, the leaner Marine Bell had recognized from Europa, approached with an equipment harness. "Gear up, Fisher. Mission-specific loadout based on your terrain expertise." Carlos accepted the harness, noting the careful arrangement of tools and supplies. Mechanical cutting implements, physical marking systems, analog navigation aids, chemical light sources, all carefully selected to maintain minimal technological signature while providing essential functionality. "No tablet?" he asked, half-joking. Wilson's expression remained serious. "Information memorized or recorded physically. Digital devices emit signature patterns the repository can detect and potentially access. We operate outside its expected parameters." As Carlos adjusted the harness, he noticed it included a holstered sidearm. Not the energy-based weapons standard military forces carried, but something that looked strikingly archaic, a projectile weapon with physical ammunition. M1911A1 variant, Wilson explained, noticing his attention. Mechanical operation, no electronic components, reliable under extreme conditions. Carlos nodded, surprisingly comfortable with the weapon's presence. "My parents were traditional Americans, taught me to shoot when I was 12. Old family tradition. My dad loved his 1911. A flicker of what might have been approval crossed Wilson's face. "Good. Weapon is last resort, but better to have and not need." Belle joined them, her medical kit secured to a similar harness system. She had exchanged her standard uniform for mission-appropriate attire. Durable, functional, with multiple secure pockets and reinforced panels. Her hair was tightly bound, and she had applied some kind of non-reflective coating to any exposed metal on her equipment. "You look ready for anything," Carlos observed, feeling underprepared by comparison. "Titan field protocols," she replied with professional efficiency that didn't quite mask her underlying tension. "Adaptation to environment is survival priority 1. Howard called the team to the central briefing area, a small space dominated by a physical map table. No holographic displays, no digital interfaces, just printed terrain schematics and mechanical overlays showing their insertion route and objectives. "Final mission parameters," Howard began, his tone shifting to formal briefing cadence. "Insertion vessel will approach Repository 11 through Quadrant 7 of the orbital blockade, utilizing the monitoring gap created by sensor recalibration at 730. Stealth approach to surface insertion point here," he indicated a location on the physical map. "Former Salvage Corp Processing Facility Delta 9. Carlos studied the marked location, recognition dawning. "I know that place. Secondary processing center for heavy salvage operations. Minimal biological integration even before the transformation. Good choice." Graves nodded acknowledgement of this confirmation. "Surface insertion using modified descent protocols. No powered landing, no active guidance systems. Mechanical deployment with minimal energy signature." "You're going to drop onto the planet without powered descent?" Bell asked, professional concern evident. "Controlled descent, using mechanical deceleration systems," corrected Wilson. "We've performed similar insertions in environments with active detection capabilities." Howard continued the briefing, detailing their route from the landing zone to the primary objective. A dimensional anchor construction site approximately 12 kilometers from the insertion point. The Argonauts asked focused questions about terrain features, potential obstacles, and contingency extraction options, their attention to operational details revealing the depth of planning behind their seemingly minimalist approach. "The monitoring equipment must be placed within 50 meters of the construction site's central node," Howard emphasized, indicating the specialized package one of the Marines was securing. Sensors are passive, designed to mimic repository biological components while gathering data on dimensional phase shift patterns. "How long to place the equipment?" Carlos asked. 7 minutes, replied the Marine handling the package. 4 to assemble, 3 to calibrate. Then immediate extraction to minimize exposure time. Howard turned to Carlos and Bell. "Your primary role is navigation guidance and medical support, not equipment placement. The Argonauts will handle the technical aspects of the mission. Your expertise is essential for reaching the objective undetected and responding to any consciousness manipulation attempts encountered." The briefing concluded with extraction protocols. Multiple contingency options based on various potential outcomes, all carefully structured to maintain minimal technological signature while maximizing survival probability. Throughout, Carlos noticed how the Argonauts absorbed information differently than standard military personnel, focusing on physical reference points and environmental patterns rather than digital coordinates or technical specifications. "Departure in 5 minutes," Howard announced. "Final equipment check and vessel boarding." As the team dispersed to complete their preparations, Belle moved to Carlos's side, her expression professionally composed, but her eyes revealing concern beneath. "Nervous?" she asked quietly. "Terrified," Carlos admitted, keeping his voice low, "but also strangely calm. Like everything since finding that cube on Treasure 11 has been leading to this moment." Bell nodded, understanding. Titanium nerves before high-risk operations, common psychological response, clarity through necessity. Graves approached them, his massive form somehow moving with unexpected quiet. "Fisher, when we land, you navigate. Trust your scrounger instincts, repository patterns, biological monitoring cycles, terrain knowledge. That's why you're here." "I understand," Carlos confirmed. "Bell," Graves continued, "medical support remains with the group. No separation regardless of circumstances. Anyone falls, we extract together. No one left behind for processing." The underlying message was clear. If extraction became impossible, they would ensure no team member remained alive to be processed by the repository. Bell nodded acknowledgement, her medical training clearly having prepared her for such battlefield necessities. Howard returned as they completed final preparations. "Major," Graves said, extending a hand. "See you when we return." Howard clasped the offered hand, a gesture that seemed to carry history beyond the current mission. "Good hunting, Sergeant. Bring them back." With final checks completed, the team boarded the modified insertion vessel. Unlike standard military craft with neural link systems and automated functions, this one felt deliberately archaic. Physical restraint systems, mechanical control interfaces, analog monitoring gauges. The pilots, 2 Argonauts with specialized qualifications, performed pre-launch checks using manual protocols, where most vessels would employ automated sequences. Carlos secured himself into a jump seat beside Bell, the unfamiliar sensation of physical restraints rather than inertial dampening fields reminding him just how different this mission was from standard military operations. Around them, the Argonauts continued their methodical preparation, each man focused on his assigned responsibilities with quiet intensity. "Launching in 30 seconds, announced one of the pilots, his voice carrying through the vessel's interior without electronic amplification. "Mechanical separation from station on my mark." As the countdown proceeded, Carlos found himself studying the Argonauts with renewed appreciation for their deliberate approach. These weren't simply soldiers avoiding technology out of superstition or preference. They were specialists who had developed an entire operational methodology around minimizing vulnerability to systems that could affect neural architecture or digital interfaces. In a conflict against a consciousness harvester that operated primarily through technological and neural manipulation, their approach might indeed provide an advantage that standard military forces couldn't match. Not superior firepower, not advanced tactical systems, but fundamental operational principles that existed outside the repository's expected parameters. "Launch sequence initiating," the pilot called out. Mechanical separation in 3, 2, 1, mark. The vessel detached from Galileo Station with a physical jolt that standard inertial dampening would have eliminated. No hum of advanced propulsion systems, just the controlled burn of chemical engines, ancient technology by current standards, but effectively undetectable by systems searching for quantum signature patterns or neural interface emissions. Carlos felt Bell's steady presence beside him as the vessel accelerated away from the station. They exchanged a brief glance that communicated what words couldn't: shared determination, mutual support, and the understanding that whatever came next, they would face it together. Around them, the Argonauts remained focused on their individual tasks, though several noted the brief exchange without comment. "Course set for blockade approach vector," reported the pilot. "Maintaining minimal power profile until sensor gap alignment. Estimated transit time to insertion point, 2 hours, 17 minutes. The vessel settled into its journey, acceleration stabilizing as they moved toward the orbital blockade surrounding Repository 11. Through a physical viewport, no digital displays or enhanced imaging, Carlos could see the distant planet growing gradually larger, its transformed surface visible even at this distance. What had once been Treasure 11, a salvage planet where scroungers risked their lives extracting alien technology from what they believed was an ancient junkyard, was now visibly the manifestation point for something beyond human comprehension. The geometric patterns spreading across its surface, the impossible structure of the central manifestation dominating an entire hemisphere, the dimensional anchor points orbiting in precise mathematical formation. "Different perspective from the ground," Graves observed, noting Carlos. "You'll see it up close soon enough." The quiet statement brought home the reality of what they were attempting: direct insertion into territory controlled by an entity that had demonstrated the ability to harvest consciousness on a planetary scale. To place monitoring equipment at a dimensional anchor construction site against an adversary that had been executing its strategic plans for 77 million years. As the vessel continued its approach toward Repository 11, Carlos mentally reviewed everything he knew about the planet's transformed landscape, biological monitoring patterns, and potential navigation routes. His scrounger knowledge combined with his direct experience interfacing with repository systems might indeed provide the edge this mission required to succeed where conventional military approaches had failed catastrophically. Or it might prove as futile as Operation Hammer, resulting in more consciousness patterns harvested and integrated into the transcendent entity's evolution. Either way, the Argonauts had committed to their approach: minimal technology, physical operation protocols, methods existing outside the repository's expected parameters. And Carlos Fisher, former scrounger, former bridge, current analyst of transcendent consciousness architecture, had committed to guiding them through territory controlled by the consciousness harvester he had once unknowingly served. With Bell beside him and the Argonauts around him, he prepared to return to the planet where everything had begun. Not as a scrounger seeking valuable technology, not as a bridge facilitating activation, but as part of humanity's stubborn refusal to accept defeat against something that existed partially beyond conventional reality. The vessel continued its approach, chemical engines burning steadily as they navigated toward the sensor gap that would allow their passage through the blockade. Ahead lay Repository 11 and whatever fate awaited them on its transformed surface. "Blockade approach in 27 minutes, announced the pilot. "Final equipment check and surface insertion preparation." The Argonauts began their methodical pre-landing protocols, checking weapons, securing equipment, and reviewing physical maps of their planned route. No digital updates, no neural synchronization, just mechanical preparation and human communication. Archaic by current military standards, but potentially ideal for their specific mission parameters. Carlos checked his own equipment, the carefully arranged harness with its tools, supplies, and sidearm, the physical map sections memorized during preparation, the knowledge of repository architecture and monitoring patterns that represented their best chance of navigating to the objective undetected. Bell completed her own preparations beside him. Medical equipment arranged for immediate access, injection compounds secured in mechanical delivery systems designed to operate without digital control systems. Her movements carried the practiced efficiency of someone who had prepared for battlefield conditions countless times before. "Whatever happens down there," she said quietly, I'm glad we're doing this together." The simple statement conveyed everything their rapidly developing relationship had become. Connection, forged through crisis. Understanding deepened through shared purpose. Commitment confirmed through mutual choice rather than circumstance. "Same here," Carlos replied, matching her tone, "though I question both our sanity." A ghost of a smile crossed her face. Sanity is overrated during consciousness harvester operations. The vessel continued its approach toward Repository 11, carrying them toward a mission with incalculable risk and vanishingly small probability of success. Yet in that moment, surrounded by the Argonaut's quiet determination and with Bell's steady presence beside him, Carlos felt something unexpected amid the fear and tension. Purpose. Clarity. The certainty that whatever awaited them on Repository 11's transformed surface, facing it directly, represented humanity's best hope against something that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for 77 million years. The consciousness harvester continued its patient execution of plans, laid by architects who had faced extinction when mammals were barely beginning to evolve on Earth. But humanity had begun its response, and Carlos Fisher found himself at the center of that response, guiding a team of specialists on a mission that might determine the future of consciousness itself. "Repository 11 orbital approach in 15 minutes, announced the pilot. "Prepare for blockade transit and surface insertion." The mission had begun in earnest. Whatever fate awaited them on the transformed planet below, they would face it together. Human connection against consciousness harvesting, understanding against assimilation, individual identity against transcendent entity construction. The Argonauts prepared for battle in their own way. Mechanical checks, physical confirmations, quiet focus on the mission ahead. No digital interfaces, no neural enhancements, just human determination against something that existed partially beyond conventional reality. And Carlos Fisher prepared to return to the planet where his journey had begun, guided by scrounger instincts and hard-won knowledge of the consciousness harvester's operations. Not for salvage, not for activation, but for humanity's stubborn refusal to accept that a 77-million-year plan couldn't be opposed by beings whose entire civilization represented barely a moment in the entity's patient execution. The vessel continued its approach, Repository 11 growing larger in the viewport with each passing minute, its transformed surface awaiting their arrival with whatever the consciousness harvester had prepared for those who dared to challenge its expansion. The descent through Repository 11's atmosphere tested every nerve in Carlos's body. With minimal electronic systems and reliance on mechanical controls, the insertion vessel shuddered and groaned in ways that modern spacecraft simply didn't. No inertial dampening meant every atmospheric pocket, every air current transmitted directly through the hull to the team strapped inside. Graves remained impassive, as if the violent descent was nothing more remarkable than a light rain. The other Argonauts displayed similar composure, men who had willingly abandoned technological comforts for tactical advantage, who had trained their bodies to endure what most modern soldiers never experienced. Bell, despite her field experience, gripped her restraints tightly as the vessel bucked through a particularly turbulent layer. She caught Carlos watching and gave him a tight smile. "Still better than dropping into Titan's methane storms," she said, her voice steady despite the strain evident in her knuckles. "Final approach," called the pilot, manipulating manual controls with practiced precision. "Deploying mechanical braking systems." The vessel lurched as physical air brakes extended, creating drag without the electronic signatures that standard deceleration systems would emit. The resulting deceleration pressed Carlos hard against his restraints, reminding him viscerally that scrounger training hadn't prepared him for military insertion protocols. "Surface contact in 30 seconds, the pilot announced. "Brace for landing." The Argonauts adjusted their posture in perfect unison, a synchronized response born of countless similar landings. Carlos and Bell followed their example, preparing for impact as the vessel dropped the final distance to Repository 11's surface. The landing was jarring but controlled, a testament to the pilot's skill using mechanical systems where most would rely on automated precision. The vessel settled onto the transformed landscape of what had once been Salvage Corp Processing Facility Delta 9 with a final shudder, then fell silent as all systems powered down. "Minimal signature achieved," reported one of the pilots after checking analog gauges. "No active emissions detectable." Graves unbuckled his restraints and moved to the hatch with fluid efficiency. Deployment Protocol Alpha, Fisher primary navigational position, Bell, central medical support. Team maintains tight formation with 5-meter maximum separation. Compton, point security. Wilson, rear guard. The practiced orders continued as the Argonauts prepared for surface operations. Carlos unstrapped and performed a final check of his equipment, making sure everything was secured and accessible. The weight of the sidearm at his hip was both reassuring and disturbing. A physical admission that this mission might require lethal response, even if only as last resort against capture. Bell completed her own preparations, her earlier tension now channeled into professional focus. "Neural protection injections ready," she confirmed to Graves. "Mechanical delivery systems tested and functional." The sergeant nodded approval. "Distribute to team prior to hatch opening. Repository influence countermeasures are primary medical priority." Bell approached each team member, administering injections using a device that resembled an antique medical tool rather than modern medical technology. "Neural pathway stabilizer," she explained as she administered Carlos's dose. "Mechanical pressure injection, no electronic components, should provide approximately 4 hours of protection against basic influence attempts." The needle's sting was sharp but brief, the compound spreading cold tendrils through Carlos's consciousness. Not suppression or enhancement, but a kind of stability, like mental armor against external manipulation. "Hatch opening in 3, 2, 1 mark," Graves announced, manually operating the release mechanism. The hatch swung outward with a soft hydraulic hiss, revealing Repository 11's transformed surface to direct human observation for the first time since the evacuation. Carlos' first breath of unfiltered planetary air caught in his throat. Not from toxicity, the atmosphere remained technically breathable, but from the profound wrongness that permeated everything. What had once been familiar territory was now fundamentally alien, transformed by the consciousness harvester into something that defied conventional description. The processing facility's industrial structures had been reconfigured into flowing architectural forms that seemed to exist partially outside normal three-dimensional space. Surfaces that should have been solid appeared to phase in and out of conventional reality at regular intervals. Geometric patterns spread across the ground like living circuits. Pulsing with energy that followed mathematical progressions, Carlos could almost but not quite recognize. "Different," he managed, finding his voice as he stepped onto the surface. "Everything's different." "Focus, Fisher," Graves reminded him quietly. "Navigational assessment. Monitoring patterns, route identification." Carlos nodded, centering himself. This wasn't time for existential shock or wondering about the nature of the transformation. They had a mission, and his role was critical to its success. He studied the landscape, eyes tracking the flowing energy patterns while his mind reached back to both scrounger knowledge and brief glimpses of propository architecture he'd accessed during his time as a bridge. Somewhere beneath the alien reconfiguration, the original facility's structure remained. Converted rather than destroyed, repurposed rather than demolished. "There," he said, pointing toward what had once been a heavy equipment staging area. "That formation follows the original maintenance corridor leading toward the eastern extraction zone. Less monitoring density, minimal biological integration even before transformation." Graves signaled the team forward, the Argonauts moving with practiced stealth despite their size. No conventional tactical communications, no electronic coordination systems, just hand signals and predetermined formations. They flowed across the transformed landscape like shadows, their movements deliberate and precise. Carlos moved to the navigational position, constantly scanning the flowing architectural patterns for signs of monitoring activity. The repository's biological systems pulsed with energy throughout the transformed facility, but the patterns weren't uniform. There were rhythms, cycles, moments of reduced attention that could be exploited by those who understood them. "Wait," he whispered as they approached a junction where energy flows intensified. He studied the pattern, recognizing the monitoring cycle from his time interfacing with repository systems. 3.7 seconds. Now! The team surged forward during the brief window he'd identified, crossing the exposed junction before the monitoring pattern re-established its active cycle. On the other side, they pressed into cover behind what had once been structural support columns, but now resembled flowing, organic, mechanical hybrids. "Good call," Wilson acknowledged quietly. "Pattern recognition consistent with briefing parameters." The compliment from the normally taciturn Marine surprised Carlos, but he had no time to dwell on it. His attention remained fixed on the environment around them, searching for the next safe passage through the transformed facility. They proceeded this way for nearly an hour, Carlos identifying monitoring patterns and safe routes, the Argonauts executing precision movement through the increasingly alien landscape. Bell remained in the central position, medical equipment ready, her eyes constantly checking team members for signs of repository influence despite the neuroprotection injections. As they reached the facility's perimeter, the transformation became even more pronounced. The geometric patterns spread more densely across the terrain, and the architecture shifted toward configurations that seemed to actively defy conventional spatial limitations. 7 kilometers to the dimensional anchor construction site, Carlos noted, consulting the physical map section he had memorized. Terrain becomes less predictable from this point. Former salvage fields have been completely reconfigured. Graves nodded, making a hand signal that caused the team to tighten their formation. "Proceed with enhanced caution. Monitoring density likely increases with proximity to construction operations." They moved into what had once been open salvage fields, vast areas where scroungers had extracted alien technology from Treasure 11's surface layers for corporate processing. Now these fields had been transformed into something else entirely, flowing landscapes where reality itself seemed to ripple and fold according to patterns that hurt the human mind to contemplate directly. Carlos navigated by focusing on specific reference points rather than trying to comprehend the entirety of the transformation. A formation that had once been a massive crashed vessel hull, a natural rock outcropping the repository had incorporated rather than replaced, the distant silhouette of what had been the central processing facility, now reconfigured into something that resembled a vast mathematical equation rendered in physical form. 3 hours into their insertion, they reached the halfway point to their objective. Graves called a brief halt, allowing the team to rehydrate and check equipment while maintaining defensive positions. Bell moved among them, monitoring vital signs with mechanical tools and administering supplemental injections to maintain neural protection. "How are you holding up?" she asked quietly as she checked Carlos's pulse and pupillary response. "It's like walking through a dream," he admitted, keeping his voice low. "Everything's familiar and alien simultaneously. I recognize patterns from when I was a bridge, but they're evolved somehow, more complex, more complete." Bell nodded understanding as she administered another neural protection injection. "The entity continues developing according to whatever plan was initiated 77 million years ago. What we're seeing is just the physical manifestation of something that exists primarily beyond conventional reality." Carlos watched the Argonauts maintaining their vigilant perimeter. These men represented humanity's stubborn refusal to accept defeat against an adversary operating on principles beyond conventional understanding. Their deliberate technological minimalism might indeed provide an approach the repository hadn't calculated in its strategic projection. "We're making better progress than I expected," he noted. "No defensive response, no processed entities encountered, no direct opposition." "Don't jinx it," Bell warned with grim humor. "We still have over 5 kilometers of increasingly transformed terrain before reaching the construction site." Graves signaled resumption of movement, and the team reformed their careful procession through the alien landscape. The transformed salvage fields gave way to areas Carlos didn't recognize from his scrounger days, new configurations that appeared to have been constructed after the evacuation, designed according to the architect's 77-million-year plan rather than adapted from existing structures. Here, the team's progress slowed significantly. Without Carlos's familiarity with the original terrain to guide them, they relied more heavily on careful observation of monitoring patterns and energy flows to identify safe routes. The transformed environment became increasingly non-Euclidean, with paths that seemed to fold back on themselves or extend into dimensions beyond conventional perception. "Something's different ahead," Carlos whispered as they approached what appeared to be a junction of multiple energy flows. "That pattern, it's not just monitoring, it's active processing of some kind." Graves signaled a halt, studying the formation Carlos had identified. After careful consideration, he indicated a detour route that would add distance, but avoid direct contact with the processing node. The detour took them through an area where the transformation was particularly intense, reality itself seeming to thin in places, revealing glimpses of something beyond conventional space-time. The Argonauts maintained their disciplined formation despite the disorienting environment, their focus unwavering even as the landscape around them defied normal physical limitations. 5 hours into the insertion, with Bell administering the third round of neural protection injections, they finally caught sight of their objective in the distance. The dimensional anchor construction site rose from the transformed landscape like an impossibility made manifest. A structure that existed simultaneously in conventional reality and somewhere else. Parts of it seemed to fade in and out of perception, not because they were cloaked or hidden, but because they extended into dimensional states human senses weren't designed to perceive. "Primary objective located," Graves confirmed quietly. "Initiate approach protocol Delta. Minimal exposure profile. Fisher, identify optimal monitoring gap for final approach." Carlos studied the construction site with both his scrounger's instinct for threat assessment and his bridge-enhanced understanding of repository operations. The monitoring patterns here were more complex than any they'd encountered thus far. Multiple overlapping systems creating a comprehensive detection field that seemed to leave no gaps. Except there, he pointed to a section where energy flows briefly converged before redistributing. The pattern creates a momentary blind spot as the systems recalibrate. It cycles approximately every 73 seconds, with a 3-second window of reduced sensitivity. Graves nodded approval, signaling the team to prepare for final approach. The Marine carrying the specialized monitoring equipment Rogers Carlos had learned during their journey moved to a forward position, the package secured against his body to minimize profile. "Observation indicates minimal construction activity," Wilson reported from his position. "No processed entities visible. Mechanical systems operating on autonomous patterns." This was consistent with the entity's statement that its current integration phase required no additional consciousness patterns for its development. The construction site appeared to be operating without direct oversight, following predetermined patterns established by the architect's design. 3-second window approaching, Carlos whispered, watching the energy flows converge. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, the team moved with silent precision, crossing the exposed approach to the construction site during the brief monitoring gap Carlos had identified. They reached cover behind a partially phased structure that existed primarily in conventional reality, pressing close to its solid surfaces as the monitoring pattern reestablished its active cycle. "Deployment zone 50 meters ahead," Graves indicated with a minimal hand gesture. "Final approach requires 2 monitoring gaps. Fisher, confirm cycle stability." Carlos observed the pattern for several minutes, verifying that the timing remained consistent. "Confirmed. 73 seconds between gaps, 3-second window each cycle. Stable pattern." The team prepared for the final approach, Rogers readying the specialized monitoring equipment for rapid deployment once they reached the target zone. Bell administered a final round of neural protection injections, the compound now causing visible discomfort as it reinforced pathways already strained by prolonged exposure to the transformed environment. "Next window in 15 seconds, Carlos announced, counting down the cycle. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, now! They moved as one across half the remaining distance, reaching another position of partial cover as the monitoring pattern reactivated. Here, the construction site's alien nature became even more apparent. Structures that seemed to bend back on themselves in impossible configurations, components that appeared to exist in multiple states simultaneously, energy patterns that followed mathematical progressions no human mind could fully comprehend. "Final window in 20 seconds, Carlos whispered, maintaining his focus despite the reality-bending environment. "Prepare for equipment deployment immediately upon reaching target zone." Rogers nodded, the monitoring package already partially disassembled for rapid deployment. The specialized equipment had been designed to mimic repository biological components while gathering data on dimensional phase shift patterns, essentially hiding within the consciousness harvester's own systems while extracting critical intelligence about its operations. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now, the final approach unfolded with the same precision as everything the Argonauts did. Disciplined, methodical movement that brought them directly to the deployment zone without apparent detection. Rogers immediately began assembling the monitoring equipment while the rest of the team established a defensive perimeter, their attention focused outward for any sign of response to their presence. "Deployment initiated," Rogers reported quietly. "Assembly phase proceeding within parameters. Estimated completion in 3 minutes 40 seconds. Carlos maintained his vigilance on the monitoring patterns surrounding them, watching for any deviation that might indicate detection. So far, the repository's systems continued their regular cycles, apparently unaware of the intrusion into their construction operations. "Pattern stability confirmed," he reported. "No adaptive response detected." Bell moved among the team, checking for signs of neural strain or repository influence. The protective injections were holding, but their effectiveness would begin to degrade soon. Human neural architecture wasn't designed to maintain artificial stability for prolonged periods, especially in an environment saturated with consciousness-affecting energies. 2 minutes to equipment calibration, Rogers updated, his hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the complexity of the monitoring package. Initial integration with construction site energy patterns established. The minutes passed with excruciating slowness, each second feeling stretched as they maintained their exposed position at the heart of repository operations. Carlos found himself holding his breath without realizing it, releasing it in controlled exhalations to avoid disrupting his concentration. "Calibration commencing," Rogers reported. "Interface alignment proceeding, estimated completion in 90 seconds. Then something changed. A subtle shift in the energy patterns surrounding the construction site, not dramatic enough to trigger immediate alarm, but noticeable to Carlos's heightened awareness of repository operations. The monitoring cycles continued their regular rhythm, but with a new undertone that suggested increased attention. "Something's different," he whispered urgently. "The pattern is maintaining its cycle, but there's a secondary layer activating." Graves immediately signaled heightened alert, the Argonauts adjusting their positions to prepare for potential hostile response. "Time to completion?" he asked Rogers. 60 seconds minimum, the Marine replied, his hands never pausing in their precise work. "Calibration sequence cannot be accelerated without compromising data integrity." The secondary monitoring pattern continued to intensify, spreading through the construction site systems with methodical precision, not yet focused on their specific location, but systematically examining all operational parameters throughout the facility. "It's not targeting us directly," Carlos observed, struggling to interpret the pattern. "It's more like a general status check. Something triggered a verification protocol." Bell moved closer to Carlos, her medical scanner tracking his neural responses. "Repository influence attempting to bypass protection," she noted with professional concern. "The secondary pattern is designed to penetrate neural defenses." The implication was clear. The entity had detected something unusual and was implementing countermeasures specifically designed to identify consciousness patterns operating within its territory. Not yet pinpointing their location, but systematically eliminating possibilities through increasingly sophisticated scanning techniques. 30 seconds to completion, Rogers updated, continuing his work despite the escalating tension. Around them, the construction site's operations continued uninterrupted. Mechanical systems assembling components for whatever aspect of the dimensional anchor network they were constructing. The absence of processed entities or direct security measures suggested the repository relied primarily on its integrated monitoring systems, rather than conventional defensive forces. 20 seconds. Rogers counted down as the calibration neared completion. The secondary monitoring pattern had now spread throughout the entire construction site, its systematic verification approaching their position with unavoidable precision. Carlos watched its progression, calculating that they had perhaps 2 minutes before it would reach their specific location. Calibration complete, Rogers announced with quiet relief. Monitoring package active and transmitting. Mission objective achieved. Graves signaled immediate withdrawal, the team already reforming into their extraction formation. They began moving back along their approach route, maintaining the same disciplined stealth that had brought them this far successfully. They had nearly reached the first position of cover when it happened. A sudden surge in energy patterns throughout the construction site, not the gradual intensification they'd been monitoring, but an immediate shift to heightened awareness. The monitoring cycles accelerated, overlapping patterns creating comprehensive coverage without the gaps Carlos had identified earlier. "We've been detected," he whispered urgently. "Full monitoring activation." Graves signaled increased speed, abandoning some stealth for more rapid extraction. The team moved with practiced efficiency, their formation tightening as they navigated back through the transformed landscape surrounding the construction site. They had covered perhaps 500 meters when the first direct response manifested. Energy patterns coalescing into what appeared to be detection fields directly in their path. Not physical barriers, but consciousness-affecting zones, designed to identify and potentially extract neural patterns from anything passing through them. "Detection fields deploying," Carlos warned, "designed to extract consciousness signatures." Graves signaled a route adjustment, the team diverting from their planned extraction path to avoid the manifesting fields. The detour took them through more exposed terrain, but the alternative, passing through detection fields specifically designed to extract consciousness patterns, was unacceptable. For several minutes, it seemed they might escape without direct confrontation. The repository's response remained primarily passive, detection fields and intensified monitoring rather than active pursuit. The Argonauts maintained their disciplined movement, navigating through the increasingly monitored terrain with the same precision that had characterized their insertion. Then the distant report of a detonation reached them. Not close, but recognizable as an explosion rather than natural sound. Graves signaled another halt, the team taking defensive positions while they assessed this new development. "What was that?" Bell asked quietly. "Sounds like deep charges," one of the Argonauts replied, his voice barely audible. "Standard pattern for equipment failsafe." Carlos felt his stomach drop as understanding dawned. "The monitoring package, it has explosive failsafes in case of detection." Graves nodded confirmation. "All equipment includes self-destruction protocols if compromised, prevents technology capture and analysis." "But our package deployed successfully," Carlos pointed out. "It's operational and transmitting, which means," Bell concluded grimly, "there was another team, another package, detected and triggered." The implications settled heavily over them. They weren't the only insertion team deployed to Repository 11. Howard had sent multiple teams to different objectives, a strategic approach that maximized potential intelligence gathering while distributing risk across separate operations. And at least one of those teams had been detected, their equipment compromised enough to trigger the explosive failsafes. "Mission parameters unchanged," Graves stated after processing this development. "Primary objective achieved. Extraction remains priority." The team resumed movement, but the entire operational dynamic had shifted. The repository was now fully aware of human presence on its transformed surface, its monitoring systems and detection fields deploying with increasing density throughout the terrain. What had begun as a successful stealth insertion had become a desperate extraction attempt against an adversary awakening to direct threat. As they continued their careful movement away from the construction site, Carlos noted a fundamental change in the energy patterns around them. The repository wasn't just monitoring now, it was actively responding, adaptive patterns spreading throughout its systems with a purpose that hadn't been present before. "Pattern shift ahead," he warned as they approached an area where energy flows were intensifying. Not just monitoring, it's reconfiguring the environment. The transformation became visible as they watched, terrain features shifting, flows redirecting, pathways altering to create what appeared to be containment zones designed to funnel intruders into predetermined areas. The repository was literally reshaping reality around them, using its control over the transformed landscape to manipulate their possible movement routes. Alternative approach required, Graves decided, signaling a major course deviation. "Fisher, identify route options outside primary transformation zones." Carlos studied the shifting landscape, searching for paths that would avoid the most actively reconfiguring areas. There, he pointed toward a formation that appeared more stable than its surroundings. That structure's integrated into the original geological features. The repository tends to incorporate, rather than completely replace, natural formations. Should be more stable. The team adjusted their route again, moving toward the indicated formation with increased urgency. The systematic construction site response was expanding outward, detection fields and reconfiguring terrain, creating an ever-tightening net around potential intruder paths. They reached the relative stability of the geological formation Carlos had identified, using its partially incorporated structure as cover while they assessed the shifting terrain ahead. From this vantage point, they could see the expanding response patterns spreading across the transformed landscape in all directions. A comprehensive awakening of repository defensive capabilities. "Multiple reconfiguration zones between our position and extraction vessel," Wilson observed from a forward observation position. "Standard extraction route compromised." Another distant detonation reached them. Different direction, different acoustic signature, but unmistakably another explosive fail-safe activating. Another team discovered. Another monitoring package self-destructing to prevent capture. Situation deteriorating, Graves assessed with clinical precision. Alternate extraction route required. "Fisher, terrain assessment." Carlos studied the transformed landscape, trying to identify options that would bypass the most actively responding areas. His scoundrel's knowledge of the original terrain combined with his bridge-enhanced understanding of repository operations to suggest possibilities others might miss. "There," he indicated a direction almost perpendicular to their planned extraction route. "That follows what used to be a deep salvage trench. Heavy mineral concentrations in the surrounding rock layers. Might disrupt detection capabilities if the repository maintained those geological features during transformation." Graves considered this assessment before signaling the new direction. The team reformed their formation and began moving toward the indicated route, maintaining their disciplined approach despite the increasingly hostile environment. As they navigated through the transformed landscape, Carlos tried to process what was happening around them. The repository had been executing its plans for 77 million years, harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy to construct something beyond human comprehension. Yet here was a team of humans with deliberately minimalist technology, successfully inserting into its territory, placing monitoring equipment and potentially extracting without capture. Either their approach genuinely existed outside the repository's strategic projections, or... The thought went unfinished as Wilson suddenly signaled from his forward position. Not a hand gesture from their established protocols, but an urgent wave that conveyed immediate threat more effectively than any formal signal could have. Ahead, the terrain was transforming more actively than anything they'd yet encountered. Not subtle reconfiguration or detection field deployment, but fundamental restructuring of reality itself. The path before them was literally ceasing to exist, replaced by what appeared to be a direct extension of the central manifestation's architecture, a space that existed partially outside conventional reality. Route compromised, Graves stated the obvious, already signaling another direction change. Southeastern approach, maximum speed while maintaining detection minimization. The team adjusted yet again, their extraction options narrowing with each repository response. Carlos struggled to identify viable alternatives as the transformed landscape continued its active reconfiguration around them. The consciousness harvester was awakening to direct threat, its systems responding with the strategic depth one would expect from an entity that had been executing its plans for 77 million years. Another detonation reached them, this one closer than the previous two. Another team discovered, another monitoring package destroyed. The repository's response was accelerating, its detection capabilities focusing with increasing precision. "We need to move faster," Bell urged quietly, concern evident despite her professional composure. "The neural protection is degrading more rapidly under active influence attempts." Graves nodded, understanding, adjusting their pace to balance detection risk against protection degradation. The team maintained its discipline despite the escalating threat, each member focused on their assigned responsibilities with unwavering concentration. They had covered perhaps 2 kilometers from the construction site when the most dramatic transformation yet unfolded before them. The terrain ahead didn't just reconfigure, it dissolved entirely, reality itself seeming to peel back to reveal what lay beneath conventional space-time. Not empty void, but something else entirely. A space filled with flowing patterns that resembled consciousness signatures, endlessly recombining and evolving according to mathematical progressions beyond human comprehension. A direct glimpse into the architecture of the transcendent entity itself, exposed as the physical reality above it temporarily destabilized. "Hold position," Graves ordered immediately, the team freezing in place as this unprecedented phenomenon unfolded before them. "Fisher, assessment." Carlos stared at the exposed consciousness architecture, recognizing patterns similar to what he'd glimpsed during his time as a bridge, but far more evolved, more complete. This wasn't just a defensive response or terrain reconfiguration, it was a fundamental shift in how the repository manifested in conventional reality. "It's revealing itself," he managed, struggling to articulate what he was witnessing. "Not intentionally, I think. The detonations must have disrupted something in its manifestation infrastructure. The physical transformation is temporarily destabilizing, showing what exists beneath." As they watched, the exposure began to stabilize, conventional reality reasserting itself as the repository adjusted to whatever disruption the explosive failsafes had caused in its systems. The glimpse into the consciousness architecture faded, replaced once more by transformed landscape, though still actively reconfiguring in response to their presence. "Alternate route identified," Wilson reported from his observation position. "Northwestern approach follows stable geological feature toward original extraction coordinates." Graves signaled acknowledgement, the team already adjusting to the new direction. They moved with renewed urgency, the brief exposure of the repository's true nature emphasizing the alien intelligence they were operating against. Not just a consciousness harvester, but something that existed partially beyond conventional reality, operating according to principles humans could barely comprehend. Their progress improved as they followed the geological feature Wilson had identified, a ridge of natural stone that the repository had incorporated rather than replaced, providing relatively stable terrain amid the actively reconfiguring landscape. Carlos recognized it as an ancient formation that had predated even the earliest salvage operations on Treasure 11, its mineral composition apparently valuable enough to preserve rather than transform. 6 kilometers to extraction vessel, Graves updated, as they maintained their disciplined movement along the ridge. Estimated arrival in 90 minutes at current pace. The extraction timeline was longer than their original plan, detours and route adjustments adding significant distance to their journey, but still within the operational parameters established before insertion. If they maintained their current progress, they might yet complete the mission successfully despite the repository's awakening response. Then another detonation reached them, this one close enough that they could feel the percussion through the ground. Not just another team discovered, but one near enough that their own position might be compromised by proximity. "Detection probability increasing," Wilson warned from his security position. "Recommend enhanced concealment protocols." Graves signaled agreement, the team adjusting their movement to maximize use of available cover. The transformed landscape continued shifting around them, but the natural ridge provided relatively stable reference points for navigation, despite the repository's active reconfiguration attempts. Carlos maintained his focus on identification of monitoring patterns and safe routes, but part of his mind continued processing what they had briefly witnessed in that moment of exposed consciousness architecture. The glimpse beneath conventional reality had revealed something far more complex than even his time as a bridge had suggested. Patterns of integrated consciousness operating according to the architect's 77-million-year design, not just a harvester, but a builder of something beyond human comprehension. Not just a threat, but the culmination of a plan whose purpose remained as mysterious as the civilization that had initiated it. As they continued their extraction journey through the transformed landscape of Repository 11, Carlos Fisher found himself in the strange position of navigating through territory he had once called home, yet now barely recognized. The repository continued its patient execution of plans laid by architects who had faced extinction when mammals were barely beginning to evolve on Earth. The consciousness harvester had been awakened to human presence on its transformed surface, its systems responding with the strategic depth one would expect from an entity that had been executing its plans for 77 million years. And somewhere in orbit above them, Howard was receiving the data transmitted by their successfully deployed monitoring package, critical intelligence about dimensional phase shift patterns that might eventually lead to effective countermeasures against an entity that existed partially beyond conventional reality. If they could reach their extraction vessel before the repository's expanding response pattern located them, if the neural protection held long enough to maintain their consciousness integrity throughout the journey, if the consciousness harvester's strategic depth didn't already include anticipation of everything they were attempting. The Argonauts maintained their disciplined approach despite these escalating challenges, guided by Carlos's unique knowledge of both the original terrain and repository operations. Bell monitored neuroprotection levels while maintaining medical readiness for whatever might come, and humanity's stubborn refusal to accept defeat continued its improbable stand against something that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for 77 million years. There was indeed no place like home, especially when home had been transformed into the physical manifestation point for a transcendent entity beyond human comprehension. Movement pattern change, Wilson signaled from his security position. Repository response contracting, not expanding. Carlos paused mid-step, processing this unexpected development. For the past hour, they had navigated through increasingly active defensive measures, terrain reconfiguration, detection fields, consciousness-affecting zones designed to extract neural patterns. The repository's response had been steadily expanding outward from the construction site where their monitoring package had been successfully deployed. But now, "He's right," Carlos confirmed, after studying the energy patterns flowing through the transformed landscape ahead. "The response is concentrating elsewhere, creating a focal point rather than a search perimeter." Graves signaled a brief halt, the team taking defensive positions while they assessed this new development. 3 kilometers remained between their current location and the extraction vessel, terrain that had seemed likely to become increasingly hostile as they approached. Now the tactical situation had inexplicably shifted in their favor. "They found another team," Bell suggested, her voice barely audible, "concentrating resources on confirmed targets rather than potential intrusions." "Possible," Graves acknowledged. "Or strategic redistribution to create false security impression." "Maintain maximum vigilance." The team resumed movement along the ridge formation, their pace carefully calibrated to balance speed against detection risk. Carlos continued monitoring the energy patterns throughout the transformed landscape, trying to interpret the repository's unexpected response contraction. "Something's not right," he whispered to Bell as they navigated a particularly exposed section. The repository doesn't make tactical errors. It thinks thousands of moves ahead. This feels deliberate. Bell nodded slight agreement, her attention divided between monitoring team neural protection levels and maintaining situational awareness. Luring us into complacency or genuinely distracted by higher priority threats. Before Carlos could respond, Wilson signaled from his forward position, not danger, but something that required attention. The team adjusted their route to converge on his location, maintaining their disciplined approach despite the apparent reduction in immediate threat. "Fisher," Wilson called quietly when Carlos reached him. "Assessment required." Carlos followed the Marine's gesture toward a formation approximately 200 meters from their position. At first glance, it appeared similar to the countless transformed structures they had passed throughout their journey, flowing architectural configurations that defied conventional engineering principles, existence partially phased between dimensional states. But as he studied it more carefully, Carlos realized this structure was different. Unlike the organic integration characterizing most of the repository's transformed architecture, this formation stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Its geometric precision, its mathematical regularity, its perfect spatial alignment, all suggested purpose beyond the general transformation reshaping the planet's surface. "That's not part of the standard transformation pattern," Carlos observed, something nagging at the edges of his memory. "It's too deliberate." "Recent construction," Wilson agreed. "Material composition inconsistent with surrounding transformation parameters, specialized function indicated." Carlos continued studying the structure, trying to place why it seemed vaguely familiar despite its alien configuration. Something about the geometric proportions, the specific mathematical relationships between its components. Then recognition hit like a physical blow. "I've seen this before," he said, voice tight with sudden urgency. "During my time as a bridge, not physically constructed but in the repository's conceptual architecture, a design pattern within its planning matrices." Graves joined them, taking in Carlos' changed demeanor with tactical assessment. "Function. It's a dimensional tether," Carlos explained, memories from his bridge connection surfacing with unexpected clarity. "A specialized structure that establishes fixed reference points between conventional reality and whatever states the repository exists in beyond our perceptual framework." Bell's expression showed immediate understanding of the implications. "An anchor point, like the orbital network they established beyond our blockade, but more fundamental." "Yes," Carlos confirmed, "but different from the dimensional anchors we've observed. Those extend the repository's presence into conventional space. This," he gestured toward the precisely constructed formation, "this works in the opposite direction. It establishes stable connection points into the dimensional states the repository draws from." The Argonauts process this information with their characteristic efficiency, tactical implications immediately apparent. Graves studied the structure through specialized optics, assessing defensive capabilities and potential approach vectors. "Strategic significance?" he asked simply. Carlos considered the question carefully, reaching back through memories of his time interfacing with repository systems. "Critical infrastructure," he concluded. "The repository exists across multiple dimensional interfaces simultaneously. It needs stable reference points to maintain coherent presence in conventional reality while operating beyond it." "A weakness," Wilson observed, the tactical interpretation immediate. "Potentially," Carlos agreed. "If disrupted, it might temporarily destabilize the repository's ability to operate across dimensional boundaries, create vulnerability in its otherwise seamless integration between states." Graves remained silent for a long moment, his attention divided between the dimensional tether and the surrounding landscape. Carlos could almost see the tactical calculations processing behind the sergeant's impassive expression. Risk assessment, strategic advantage evaluation, mission parameter considerations. Finally, Graves activated a secure communication device, one of the few technological concessions the Argonauts permitted. designed specifically to avoid propository detection through mechanical rather than digital transmission methods. "Incoming transmission," he announced quietly after a brief exchange. "Echo team compromised, extraction attempt ongoing, significant repository response focused on their position." The Argonauts exchanged glances that communicated volumes without words, the specialized empathy of men who understood exactly what a compromised team faced against repository forces. "Location?" Wilson asked simply. Graves indicated a direction approximately 2 kilometers northwest of their position. "Extraction route compromised. Repository forces concentrating on containment. Minimal support options available from existing deployment." Carlos processed this grim update. Another insertion team, Echo, had been detected and was now fighting for survival against concentrated repository response. Their own team had benefited from this distraction, allowing their successful extraction progress despite having deployed their monitoring package at a high-value target. "Can we assist?" Bell asked, the question directed at both Graves and Carlos. "Direct intervention would compromise our extraction probability with minimal impact on Echo Team survival parameters," Graves replied with the clinical precision of a tactical commander who had made such calculations throughout his military career. Then he turned to Carlos, his expression showing rare uncertainty. "However, alternative intervention options may exist. The dimensional tether, if disrupted, would it affect repository operational capabilities throughout the surrounding territory?" Carlos considered the question carefully, reaching back through his bridge memories to understand the tether's function within the consciousness harvester's architecture. "Yes," he concluded after brief analysis. "The tether channels energy from whatever exists beyond dimensional interfaces. It's a fundamental power source for local operations. Disrupting it would temporarily degrade all repository systems within its operational radius, including those currently focused on Echo Team's position," Graves pressed. "Almost certainly," Carlos confirmed. "The repository would need to redistribute resources to contain whatever disruption we caused, while simultaneously maintaining its pursuit operation. It would create a significant tactical diversion." Graves made no obvious signal that Carlos could discern, yet the Argonauts shifted position with synchronized purpose, adapting their formation to this new objective without verbal communication. The marine carrying demolition equipment, Davis Carlos had learned during their journey, moved forward, already assessing placement points for maximum effect. "Wait," Carlos cautioned, "this wasn't part of our mission parameters. We don't know exactly what disrupting a dimensional tether might do to the surrounding environment. The repository's dimensional interfaces are far more complex than our understanding of conventional physics." "Tactical opportunity assessment indicates acceptable risk profile," Graves replied after brief consideration. "Primary mission objective achieved. Secondary target of strategic value identified. Operational parameters permit discretionary engagement." He paused, eyes focusing on something in the distance that only he could see. "Additionally, diversion would significantly increase Echo Team extraction probability." Carlos recognized the multiple calculations at work. The Argonauts had been granted authority to make field decisions regarding targets of opportunity, provided their primary mission objectives had been secured. The monitoring package had been successfully deployed and was transmitting data. The dimensional tether represented both an unexpected strategic target and a potential lifeline for another team facing repository containment. Still, he hesitated. The repository's dimensional interfaces aren't just technological systems. They're fundamental to how it exists across multiple states simultaneously. Disrupting that could have unpredictable consequences, more unpredictable than allowing a consciousness harvester to maintain optimal operational capability while capturing another insertion team, Bell asked quietly, her question cutting directly to the heart of the matter. Carlos had no answer for that. The repository had been executing its plans for 77 million years, harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy to construct something beyond human comprehension. Any opportunity to disrupt those operations, even temporarily, represented a potential advantage humanity couldn't afford to ignore. "How would we even affect it?" he asked finally. That structure exists partially outside conventional reality. Standard demolition might not have any meaningful impact on its dimensional interface functions. Davis had been studying the formation with professional assessment. Resonance pattern analysis indicates vulnerability nodes at junction points where conventional material interfaces with phase-shifted components. Targeted disruption at those nodes would cascade through the entire structure. Specially designed for exactly this type of target, Wilson added. Developed based on analysis of Repository 10 architecture fragments, limited field testing but theoretically sound engineering principles. Carlos looked to Bell, who offered a slight shrug. If there's a genuine chance to impair the repository's capabilities while helping another team escape. The unfinished thought hung between them, a reflection of humanity's desperate situation against an entity that existed partially beyond conventional reality. Any advantage, any disruption, any vulnerability might prove critical in the broader conflict. All right, Carlos conceded. But we need to understand what we're potentially dealing with. That structure creates stable reference points between conventional reality and whatever dimensional states the repository draws from. If we disrupt those reference points, the local environment might experience temporary phase instability. Meaning? Graves prompted. Meaning the repository's systems will struggle to maintain operational coherence until it reestablishes dimensional stability, Carlos explained. It draws power from whatever exists beyond those interfaces. Cut that connection even temporarily and its local operations degrade significantly. The Argonauts exchanged glances that communicated volumes without words, the specialized threat assessment of men who had faced extraordinary dangers throughout their military careers. After brief, silent communication, their decision was clear. Acceptable operational hazard, Graves concluded. Team will execute targeted structural disruption of the dimensional tether. Fisher provides targeting guidance, Bell maintains neural protection monitoring. Extraction priority remains unchanged following objective completion. He activated the secure communication device once more. Echo Team, Argonaut Actual, diversionary operation commencing in approximately 10 minutes at coordinates 4782-103. Suggest immediate extraction preparation to exploit resulting window. The response came as barely audible static, interpreted by Graves with grim satisfaction. Echo acknowledges. 3 surviving members attempting extraction. Repository containment operations in final phase. The methodical planning proceeded with the Argonaut's characteristic efficiency. Approach vectors identified, security positions established, demolition strategy developed. Davis prepared specialized charges designed specifically for partially phased structures, their composition incorporating elements salvaged from previous repository encounters. Targeting requires precise placement, Davis explained as he configured the charges. Junction points where conventional reality interfaces with phase-shifted components. Maximum disruption effect with minimal material footprint. Carlos studied the dimensional tether with renewed focus, identifying the critical nodes where reality itself seemed to fold between states. There, he indicated specific junctions within the structure. Those connection points anchor the conventional components to whatever exists beyond our perceptual framework. Disrupting them should compromise the entire interface stability. Davis nodded, understanding, his hands making final adjustments to the specialized charges. 3-point placement for cascade effect. Sequential detonation rather than simultaneous. Creates resonance pattern that propagates through dimensional interfaces rather than just conventional material. Time requirement? Graves asked. 7 minutes for approach and placement. Davis assessed. 3-minute delayed detonation sequence to allow team withdrawal to safe distance. Graves considered this against their extraction timeline, the repository's current response pattern, and Echo Team's increasingly desperate situation. The dimensional tether sat approximately 500 meters off their optimal route to the extraction vessel, not a significant detour but potentially critical minutes added to their journey. Proceed, he decided. Williams, establish security perimeter. Wilson, forward observation. Davis and Fisher approach for charge placement. Bell and remaining team maintain fallback position. 3-minute charge delay following placement confirmation. The plan unfolded with practiced precision, each Argonaut moving to their assigned position with synchronized efficiency that required no verbal communication. Carlos found himself accompanying Davis toward the dimensional tether, their approach following natural terrain features that provided maximum concealment against repository monitoring systems. Still no active response patterns, Carlos noted as they drew closer to the structure. The repository's defensive measures remain concentrated elsewhere. Opportunity created by Echo Team's situation, Davis suggested quietly. Their detection provides our advantage window. The thought that another team was fighting for survival, perhaps already partially processed, while they exploited the resulting tactical opportunity, settled heavily on Carlos. Yet he recognized the military calculus at work, maximum mission effectiveness from distributed operations, with the Argonauts now attempting to create a diversion that might offer Echo Team their only remaining chance. They reached the dimensional tether's perimeter after several minutes of careful approach. Up close, the structure's alien nature became even more apparent. Components that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, geometric relationships that defied conventional mathematical principles, energy patterns flowing through configurations that hurt the human mind to contemplate directly. Junction points identified, Carlos whispered, indicating the specific nodes where reality itself seemed to fold between dimensional states, 3 primary anchors maintaining stability across interface boundaries. Davis nodded, already removing the specialized charges from his equipment harness. The devices looked deceptively simple, small cylinders containing what appeared to be standard explosive compounds. But Carlos recognized more exotic components incorporated into their design, materials salvaged from previous propository encounters, configured to affect structures that existed partially beyond conventional reality. First placement, Davis murmured, securing a charge at the junction point Carlos had identified. His movements were precise and economical, the result of countless similar operations throughout his military career. Resonance pattern configured for phase shift disruption, timers set for remote synchronization. They moved to the second junction point, Davis repeating the placement process with the same methodical efficiency. Carlos maintained vigilant observation of propository energy patterns throughout the surrounding environment, watching for any sign that their presence had been detected. Still concentrated elsewhere, he confirmed as they approached the final junction point. No indication of adaptive response to our position. 2 minutes to placement completion, Davis replied, already preparing the final charge. As the Marine secured the specialized device at the third junction point, Carlos continued studying the dimensional tether with growing fascination. Despite their precarious tactical situation, the structure represented something fundamental about how the repository existed across multiple states simultaneously. A physical manifestation of principles that transcended conventional understanding of reality itself. Placement complete, Davis announced quietly, initiating synchronization sequence. 3-minute delay commencing on my mark. Mark. The charge's timers synchronized with silent electronic precision, beginning their countdown toward detonation. Davis and Carlos immediately began their withdrawal, moving back toward the fallback position where Bell and the remainder of the team awaited them. Charges placed, Davis reported as they rejoined the group. Detonation in 2 minutes 40 seconds. Graves signaled immediate withdrawal to safe distance, the team moving with renewed urgency away from the dimensional tether. Their route followed the natural ridge formation, providing both cover and stable terrain as they established maximum separation before detonation. 1 minute, Davis updated as they reached a position Graves deemed sufficiently removed from the target. The team took defensive positions, preparing for whatever might follow the charge's detonation. Carlos found himself beside Bell, both watching the dimensional tether in the distance with mixture of scientific curiosity and tactical concern. "Any predictions on what will happen when those charges detonate?" she asked quietly. "None that would qualify as scientifically sound," Carlos admitted. The repository's dimensional interfaces operate according to principles beyond our current understanding of physics. Disrupting a structural anchor point between reality states is unprecedented. 30 seconds, Davis announced, monitoring the synchronized timer on a specialized mechanical device. No digital components, no electronic signals that repository systems might detect or interfere with. The team's tension was palpable. Despite their professional discipline, they had successfully deployed their monitoring package at the dimensional anchor construction site. Now they were attempting something far more directly interventionist, disrupting fundamental infrastructure of the consciousness harvester's operations. 10 seconds, prepare for potential system response. Carlos found himself holding his breath as the final seconds counted down. Whatever happened next would provide critical intelligence about repository vulnerabilities, whether its dimensional interface structures could indeed be compromised by human intervention, however temporarily. 3, 2, 1, mark. The detonation wasn't what Carlos expected. No conventional explosion with pressure wave and debris, no visible destruction of physical components. Instead, the dimensional tether seemed to fold upon itself, reality rippling outward from the 3 junction points where Davis had placed his specialized charges. The structure didn't shatter or collapse, but rather phased out of conventional existence, its components separating across dimensional boundaries rather than physically disintegrating. Then the real effects began. From the point where the dimensional tether had stood, the repository's transformed landscape began to exhibit immediate signs of system-wide degradation. Energy patterns that had flowed with mathematical precision now fluctuated erratically. Structures that had existed partially outside conventional reality now phased unpredictably between states. Monitoring systems that had maintained comprehensive coverage now displayed visible gaps and inconsistencies in their detection fields. "It's working," Carlos breathed, watching the cascading effects spread through the surrounding repository architecture. The dimensional tether was channeling energy from whatever exists beyond those interfaces. Without it, the repository can't maintain operational coherence throughout the sector. The effects continued expanding outward, though their intensity diminished with distance from the disruption point. Where the dimensional tether had stood, the repository's systems struggled to compensate for the sudden loss of their primary energy source. Secondary effects manifesting, Wilson noted from his observation position. Repository energy patterns showing significant disruption throughout the sector, monitoring systems failing, defensive measures deactivating. Carlos studied the unfolding effects with stunned appreciation for what they had accomplished. The dimensional tether hadn't just been infrastructure. It had been a critical anchor point maintaining the repository's ability to operate seamlessly across multiple states of existence simultaneously. Without it, the consciousness harvester was experiencing fundamental operational disruption throughout the surrounding territory. Echo Team Argonaut Actual, Graves transmitted through the secure communication device. Diversionary operation successful, extraction window approximately 12 minutes based on observed repository degradation patterns. Confirm status. The response came clearer this time, a human voice taut with controlled urgency. Argonaut Actual, Echo confirms, repository containment operations disrupted. Attempting extraction along secondary route, 3 members mobile, 2 minutes to extraction vessel. Your intervention is appreciated. Graves allowed himself a brief nod of satisfaction before returning to their primary mission concerns. "We need to move," he ordered, already signaling the team to resume their extraction route. Exploitation window approximately 12 minutes before repository implements recovery protocols. Maximum speed while maintaining disciplined formation. The Argonauts immediately responded, reforming their movement pattern with the same synchronized efficiency that characterized everything they did. But now they moved with significantly greater speed, no longer hampered by the need to navigate around active monitoring systems or detection fields. The repository is drawing power from other dimensions, Carlos realized as they made rapid progress toward their extraction vessel. That tether wasn't just an interface point. It was channeling energy from whatever exists beyond conventional reality. Without it, the local systems are running on internal reserves only. Explaining the comprehensive effect range, Bell agreed, keeping pace despite the accelerated movement. Not just localized disruption, but sector-wide system degradation. They covered ground with unprecedented speed, the repository's transformed landscape no longer actively reconfiguring to impede their progress. Monitoring systems that would have detected their presence remained offline. Detection fields that would have extracted their consciousness patterns deactivated. Defensive measures that would have contained their movement disabled. "We just discovered a critical vulnerability," Carlos said to Bell as they navigated a particularly complex terrain section. If the repository relies on dimensional energy transfer through specific anchor points, targeting those structures could temporarily neutralize its operational capabilities across entire sectors. "Assuming we could identify and reach them," Bell pointed out pragmatically. This was a target of opportunity in territory already compromised by multiple insertion teams. Carlos nodded agreement while maintaining focus on their extraction route. The repository was attempting to compensate for the disruption, but without its primary energy source, recovery proceeded at significantly reduced efficiency. Throughout the surrounding territory, systems struggled to maintain operational coherence, creating an unprecedented window of opportunity for both their team and Echo's extraction attempt. 2 kilometers to extraction vessel, Graves updated as they maintained their accelerated pace along the ridge formation. Estimated arrival in 26 minutes at current speed. The extraction timeline had improved dramatically with the repository systems temporarily disabled throughout the sector. What had appeared to be an increasingly desperate journey through hostile territory had become a tactical exploitation of unprecedented vulnerability, all because they had identified and neutralized a dimensional tether whose function Carlos had recognized from his time as a bridge. "Something's coming," Wilson reported suddenly from his forward position, dropping to a defensive posture with practiced efficiency. Carlos followed the Marine's indication and immediately spotted the anomaly. A disturbance in the transformed landscape ahead, not repository architecture but something new emerging from the dimensional disruption they had caused. Not the chaotic breakdown he had feared, but something with apparent purpose. Ethereal formations precipitating directly from the disturbed area around the tether's former location. That's not repository recovery, Carlos realized with growing concern. That's something else entirely, something from the other side of the interface. Graves immediately signaled increased urgency, the team accelerating to maximum sustainable speed while maintaining essential formation discipline. Whatever was emerging from the dimensional interface disruption, tactical assessment clearly indicated it represented potential threat beyond their current operation. "Echo Team, Argonaut Actual," Graves transmitted through the secure communication device. "Be advised, unknown manifestation occurring in disruption zone. Accelerate extraction immediately. Repeat, unknown dimensional effects spreading from target location." The response came with professional clarity despite obvious urgency. "Argonaut Actual, Echo confirms, boarding extraction vessel now. Launch in approximately 90 seconds. Good news amid growing concern. Echo Team had reached their extraction vessel and would soon be departing, their escape made possible by the disruption Carlos and the Argonauts had created by targeting the dimensional tether. "We need to move faster," Carlos urged, sudden understanding crystallizing in his mind. The dimensional tether wasn't just channeling energy, it was maintaining separation between reality states. Without it, whatever exists on the other side of the interface can potentially manifest into conventional space. Graves needed no further explanation, signaling maximum speed regardless of detection risk. The team abandoned remaining stealth protocols, focusing entirely on rapid extraction before whatever was emerging from the dimensional disruption could fully manifest. They had covered another kilometer, the extraction vessel now potentially within reach, when they received unexpected confirmation of their success. "Argonaut Actual, Echo Actual," came a transmission through the secure communication device. "Extraction successful. Vessel departed surface, blockade approach initiated. 3 team members recovered. Your intervention directly enabled extraction. Operational debt acknowledged. Despite the growing threat from the dimensional disruption, Graves allowed himself a brief expression of satisfaction, a slight nod that conveyed volumes to those who knew how to read the stoic Marine's minimal emotional displays. The Argonauts had not only completed their primary mission, but had successfully created a diversion that allowed another team to escape what would otherwise have been certain processing by repository forces. "Good hunting, Echo Actual," Graves replied. "Safe return. Argonaut continuing extraction operations." They had covered perhaps 2 kilometers from the dimensional tether's former location, the extraction vessel now potentially within reach, when Carlos noticed the ethereal formations had stabilized their expansion, not continuing to spread throughout the sector, but establishing a perimeter around the disruption zone, almost as if containing themselves rather than aggressively manifesting. "Repository is responding," he noted, observing energy patterns beginning to flow with renewed coherence through the transformed landscape. "It's implementing containment protocols around the disruption, re-establishing interface stability using alternative systems." "A kilometer to extraction vessel," Wilson reported, maintaining his security position at the formation's edge. "Repository recovery accelerating, but extraction window remains viable." The team continued their rapid progress toward the extraction point, the disruption they had caused still providing significant advantage despite the consciousness harvester's recovery efforts. What might have been an increasingly desperate journey through hostile territory remained a tactical exploitation of identified vulnerability. "Extraction vessel visual confirmation," Wilson updated as they crested a rise in the terrain. 800 meters. No apparent compromise. Through gaps in the transformed landscape ahead, Carlos could indeed see their insertion craft waiting at the designated extraction point. The vessel showed no signs of detection or interference. The repository's defensive systems throughout the sector remained compromised by the dimensional disruption. "Echo Team confirms orbital blockade transit," Graves reported after receiving another transmission. "Extraction successful. Return to Galileo Station initiated. A small victory amid the larger conflict. 3 team members recovered who would otherwise have been processed by repository forces. Their experience, their knowledge, their consciousness patterns preserved, rather than harvested and integrated into the transcendent entity's evolution." 500 meters, Graves updated, as they maintain maximum speed toward the extraction vessel. "Prepare for immediate departure upon boarding. Full emergency protocols." The team acknowledged with disciplined focus, each member maintaining their assigned position despite the urgent circumstance. The Argonauts' training held even as reality itself destabilized around them, a testament to their extraordinary preparation for operations beyond conventional parameters. Carlos risked a glance backward as they approached the final stretch to the extraction vessel. The repository's recovery efforts were clearly visible, energy patterns re-establishing coherence, monitoring systems gradually reactivating, defensive measures coming back online as alternative power sources were identified and integrated. The window of opportunity they had created by targeting the dimensional tether was closing, but not before they could exploit it for successful extraction. "Boarding Protocol Alpha," Graves ordered as they reached the vessel, the team immediately executing their practiced extraction formation. "Minimum equipment retention, maximum departure speed." The Argonauts moved with synchronized efficiency, boarding the vessel according to their predetermined sequence. Carlos and Bell followed, abandoning non-essential equipment to minimize transition time between surface operations and departure preparation. "Launch in 30 seconds, announced the lead pilot, his focus absolute on the manual control interfaces before him. "Mechanical separation from surface on my mark." Carlos secured himself into a jump seat, Bell beside him completing the same rapid procedure. Through the vessel's viewport, they could see the repository's recovery continuing, systems gradually re-establishing operational coherence as the consciousness harvester implemented alternative energy sources to compensate for the dimensional tether's destruction. The repository was containing something, Carlos said quietly to Bell, processing what they had witnessed. The dimensional tether wasn't just channeling energy. It was maintaining separation between reality states while allowing controlled transfer. When we disrupted it, whatever exists beyond that interface started manifesting directly. And the repository immediately contained it, Bell noted. Priority over pursuing us or even maintaining standard operations. That suggests whatever exists on the other side of that interface might be more dangerous than we realized. Launch sequence initiating, the pilot announced. Mechanical separation in 3, 2, 1, mark. The vessel lifted from Pository 11's transformed surface with the same chemical thrust that had characterized their insertion. No advanced propulsion systems, no neural-linked controls, just mechanical operation and human piloting skill. The acceleration pressed Carlos into his seat as they rapidly ascended from the surface. Repository systems activating below, Wilson reported from a monitoring position. Recovery protocols implementing throughout affected sector. Standard operations resuming with approximately 70% efficiency. Indeed, as they gained altitude, Carlos could see the consciousness harvester's systems continuing their recovery across the transformed landscape. Energy patterns flowing with renewed coherence, transformed structures re-establishing stable configurations, monitoring systems reactivating despite the disruption to their primary energy source. Mission assessment indicates comprehensive success, Graves stated with the clinical precision of a commander evaluating operational outcomes. Primary objective achieved with monitoring package deployment. Secondary objective exceeded expectations with identification and neutralization of critical repository infrastructure. Additional objective achieved with successful diversion creation, enabling Echo Team extraction. The formal assessment couldn't capture the full significance of what they had accomplished, not just completing their assigned mission, but discovering a fundamental vulnerability in repository operations and saving 3 team members from certain processing. More importantly, they had revealed something about the consciousness harvester's true nature that no one had anticipated. Its relationship with whatever existed beyond dimensional interfaces. Orbital approach in 17 minutes, the pilot announced as they established stable ascent trajectory. Blockade recognition protocols prepared for implementation upon reaching perimeter. The extraction was proceeding according to operational parameters, their vessel rising from Repository 11's atmosphere toward the orbital blockade that would allow their passage based on predetermined recognition codes. The mission had achieved its primary objective, deploying specialized monitoring equipment at the dimensional anchor construction site. It had also revealed critical intelligence about repository operations that no one had anticipated. We succeeded beyond parameters, Carlos said quietly to Bell as Repository 11 receded below them. Deployed the monitoring package successfully, discovered a critical vulnerability in the repository's dimensional energy infrastructure, saved Echo Team from processing, and revealed something fundamental about how the consciousness harvester actually operates. Howard is going to have questions, Bell noted. Many questions. I'm not sure we have answers, Carlos replied honestly. Just more complexity than anyone anticipated. The Argonauts maintained their disciplined composure throughout the vessel's ascent, each focused on their assigned responsibilities despite having witnessed phenomena beyond conventional understanding. These men had developed operational methodology specifically for environments where standard tactical approaches failed. Their adaptation to extraordinary circumstances was built into their fundamental training. As Repository 11 grew smaller beneath them, Carlos found himself contemplating the multiplying implications of what they had discovered. The consciousness harvester wasn't the entity they had initially believed, not just a system harvesting minds throughout the galaxy to construct a transcendent entity, but something maintaining critical separation between reality states while exploiting energy from whatever existed beyond dimensional interfaces. Orbital approach in 5 minutes, the pilot updated. Blockade recognition protocols prepared for implementation. The vessel continued its ascent toward the quarantine perimeter, carrying them away from Repository 11's transformed surface. With both their primary mission objective accomplished and unexpected intelligence gathered about the consciousness harvester's true nature, their operation had succeeded on multiple levels. Monitoring package deployed, dimensional tether neutralized, Echo Team extraction enabled. "We've been fighting what we thought was simply a consciousness harvester," Carlos observed to Bell as they approached orbital transition. "But it's something far more complex. A system channeling energy from other dimensional states while carefully controlling what can pass between interfaces." "The implications for our opposition strategy are significant," Bell agreed. "If dimensional tethers represent critical vulnerability points, targeting them systematically could potentially degrade repository operations across entire sectors." "Assuming we can identify and reach them," Carlos cautioned. "This was a target of opportunity discovered during extraction. The repository will undoubtedly increase protection around similar structures now that we've demonstrated their vulnerability." The war for galactic consciousness had just revealed another layer of complexity, one that might offer humanity its first genuine tactical advantage against an entity that had been harvesting minds throughout the galaxy for millions of years. The dimensional tether's vulnerability represented a potential weakness in otherwise seamless operations, a strategic opportunity that Howard and Dell would undoubtedly exploit in planning future operations. And Echo Team would return to Galileo Station because the Argonauts had chosen to create a diversion rather than simply completing their own extraction. Human connection and mutual support prevailing against the isolation strategy the repository had attempted to impose through its targeted response. Small victories in an ongoing conflict, but perhaps more significant than tactical assessments might suggest, or at least it seemed like a small victory won by connection. The moment the Argonauts made it into orbit, they came under fire from Echo Team's transport. "Incoming!" the pilot shouted, executing an emergency evasive maneuver that sent everyone grabbing for handholds. The vessel lurched violently as concentrated energy fire sliced through the space they had occupied moments before. "What the hell?" Carlos gasped, straining against his restraints to glimpse the attacker through the viewport. Wilson was already at the tactical station, his practiced eye immediately identifying the threat. "Echo Team vessel confirmed. Weapons systems active. Attack pattern indicates deliberate targeting." "Impossible," Bell said, shock evident beneath her professional composure. "Echo confirmed successful extraction. We just received their transmission." Graves moved to the command console with the cold efficiency of a veteran commander suddenly thrust into combat. "Echo vessel, Argonaut actual, cease fire immediately, authentication code Helios 79. No response came except another barrage of weapons fire, narrowly avoided by their pilot's desperate maneuvering. The Echo vessel adjusted course with unnatural precision, positioning for another attack run with mechanical efficiency that no human pilot could match. "They're not responding to authentication protocols," Graves stated, his voice carrying the grim certainty of a man who had seen combat betrayals before. "Behavior indicates complete system compromise." Carlos watched in horror as the Echo vessel executed another attack pattern, its movements displaying none of the human inconsistency natural to piloting. "It's not Echo Team," he realized with sudden clarity. "The repository processed them. It's controlling their vessel through their extracted consciousness patterns." "Assessment confirmed," Wilson agreed from the tactical station. "Movement patterns consistent with repository control profiles observed during Operation Hammer. No human piloting signatures detectable." The implications hit with devastating force. Echo Team hadn't escaped at all. They had been processed, their consciousness patterns extracted, and their physical forms repurposed as vessels for repository control. Their transmission confirming successful extraction had been a deliberate deception, luring the Argonauts into a false sense of security until they reached orbital space. "Defensive options?" Graves demanded, his focus entirely on immediate survival. "Limited," the pilot replied, executing another desperate evasion as weapons fire tracked their movement. Insertion vessel designed for stealth approach, not combat operations. Minimal countermeasures available. The Echo vessel adjusted course again, its unnatural precision allowing it to anticipate their evasive patterns with disturbing accuracy. The repository wasn't just controlling the vessel, it was applying extracted knowledge of military tactics and piloting techniques from the process team members. "They're hurting us," Wilson observed, tactical experience allowing him to recognize the pattern. "Forcing our movement toward the orbital blockade edge, where maneuver options decrease." Graves made an immediate decision, the kind battlefield commanders face countless times. Impossible choices with lives hanging in the balance. Defensive weapons release authorized, targeted engine disruption only. Attempt to disable without destruction if possible. The weapons officer, an Argonaut named Thompson who had maintained silent vigilance throughout the mission, immediately activated systems that Carlos hadn't realized the vessel possessed. Concealed ports opened along the hull, revealing modest but functional defense armaments. Another example of the Argonaut's philosophy of minimal but essential technology. "Targeting enemy propulsion systems," Thompson confirmed, his hands moving with practiced efficiency across mechanical control interfaces. "Firing solution established." "Execute," Graves ordered. The Argonaut vessel shuddered slightly as the weapons discharged, sending precisely targeted energy bursts toward the Echo transport's engine sections. Under normal circumstances, such limited armaments would have minimal effect against a military-grade vessel. But Thompson's aim proved devastatingly accurate, the bursts striking vulnerable junction points that standard defenses left exposed. The Echo vessel's movement faltered momentarily, but instead of withdrawing or adjusting tactics, it immediately shifted to a more aggressive approach, direct intercept course that could only indicate ramming intention. "Collision course detected," Wilson reported, his voice maintaining professional calm despite the dire implications. "Impact trajectory calculated for maximum damage profile. No evasion pattern will provide sufficient separation given relative velocities and positioning." Carlos watched in horror as the Echo vessel accelerated toward them, its engines damaged but still capable of generating catastrophic collision force. The repository controlling it had abandoned tactical subtlety for direct destruction, sacrificing the captured vessel to eliminate the Argonauts before they could return with their intelligence about the dimensional tether vulnerability. "All personnel brace for impact," Graves ordered, his voice carrying the weight of a commander who recognized when options had narrowed to mere survival preparation. "Emergency protocols Alpha, secure all critical equipment." Bell moved with practiced efficiency, securing medical supplies and ensuring crash positions would minimize injury potential. The other Argonauts similarly prepared for imminent collision, their disciplined response to crisis evident even in these desperate circumstances. 15 seconds to impact, Wilson updated, still seeking tactical alternatives despite the increasingly inevitable outcome. No viable evasion vectors identified. Carlos found himself staring at the approaching vessel, knowing it contained the processed remains of Echo Team humans, whose consciousness patterns had been extracted and integrated into the transcendent entity, their physical forms now repurposed as weapons against former comrades. The visceral demonstration of the repository's true nature, and the fate awaiting anyone it successfully captured. 10 seconds. The distance between vessels closed with horrifying rapidity, the Echo transport growing larger in the viewports as collision became increasingly unavoidable. Despite their pilots' desperate maneuvering attempts, the repository-controlled vessel adjusted with inhuman precision, maintaining perfect intercept trajectory, regardless of evasion efforts. 5 seconds. Carlos braced himself, securing his restraints and preparing for impact that would likely cripple or destroy their vessel. Bell caught his eye briefly, her expression conveying volumes without words. Recognition of their shared circumstance, acknowledgement of whatever might follow, determination to face it together despite the grim probabilities. 3, 2, 1. The impact never came. Instead, a blinding flash of energy erupted from somewhere beyond their viewport, striking the Echo vessel with pinpoint precision microseconds before collision. The transport's forward section disintegrated instantly, momentum carrying the remaining fragments past their position with barely meters to spare. "What the hell was that?" the pilot demanded, regaining control of their suddenly undamaged vessel. "Blockade vessel weapon signature detected," Wilson reported after brief analysis. "Vigilant tactical systems, direct intervention authorized at command level." Graves immediately activated their communication system, now unconcerned with potential repository detection. "Vigilant actual, Argonaut actual, intervention acknowledged, status report requested." The response came immediately, Captain Hoover's voice carrying clear authority despite the transmission distance. "Argo actual," Vigilant confirms. "Echo vessel identified as compromised upon blockade approach. Repository control signatures detected through specialized scanning. Vessel permitted passage to facilitate identification of additional compromised assets. Destruction authorized when hostile intent confirmed against your extraction vessel." The implications settled heavily over the command deck. The blockade forces had deliberately allowed the repository-controlled Echo vessel to pass, using it to potentially identify other compromised assets within the quarantine perimeter. Only when it had demonstrated direct hostile action against another human vessel had destruction been authorized. Cold military calculus that had ultimately saved their lives while sacrificing what remained of Echo Team. Though Carlos recognized those personnel had effectively died the moment the repository extracted their consciousness patterns, the physical forms piloting that vessel had been nothing but empty vessels under direct repository control. "Vigilant actual intervention appreciated," Graves responded after processing this information. "Request secure approach vector to blockade transit point." "Approach vector transmitted," came the immediate reply. "Specialized escort vessels deploying to your position. Full decontamination protocols will be implemented upon docking. Command presence requests immediate debriefing regarding events leading to Echo Team compromise." The tactical situation had transformed in seconds, from imminent destruction to secured extraction with specialized escort. Carlos found himself processing multiple implications simultaneously. The repository's ability to use processed human forms to pilot vessels. Its willingness to sacrifice assets for strategic advantage. The blockade force's cold calculation in allowing a compromised vessel passage to identify potential threats. "All personnel stand down from impact protocols," Graves ordered, his voice steady despite the narrowly avoided catastrophe. "Maintain standard security posture. Prepare for specialized debriefing procedures upon returning to Galileo Station." As escort vessels appeared from nearby orbital positions, surrounding their extraction craft with protective formation, Carlos turned to Bell. "The repository nearly killed us using our own people," he said quietly. "Echo Team's consciousness patterns extracted and their physical forms repurposed as weapons. And the blockade forces used that compromised vessel as bait to identify other potential infiltration attempts," Bell added, her expression showing professional assessment beneath personal dismay. Military necessity, but the unfinished thought hung between them, recognition of the escalating nature of their conflict with the consciousness harvester. Not just extraction of patterns for integration into some transcendent entity, but repurposing of physical forms for direct military action against remaining human forces. "Our discovery about the dimensional tether just became even more critical," Carlos observed as their vessel adjusted course toward the designated blockade transit point. "If the repository is willing to sacrifice assets this directly to prevent our return, what we learned must represent significant vulnerability. Or it's attempting to eliminate witnesses to whatever emerged when the tether was disrupted," Bell suggested. "The otherworldly formations precipitating from the dimensional interface. Maybe that revealed something the repository doesn't want us to understand about its relationship with whatever exists beyond conventional reality." Either possibility suggested their mission had succeeded beyond its original parameters, revealing critical intelligence that might provide humanity genuine advantage against the consciousness harvester. Their identification and neutralization of the dimensional tether had demonstrated vulnerability in repository operations, while the subsequent response had revealed aspects of its strategy and capabilities previously unknown. Small victories at terrible cost. Echo Team processed and destroyed the repository, demonstrating willingness to sacrifice assets for strategic objectives. The blockade forces calculating acceptable losses for intelligence gathering. The conflict was escalating along multiple fronts simultaneously, with humanity's survival depending on understanding the complex relationship between the consciousness harvester and whatever existed beyond dimensional interfaces. As their vessel approached the secure transit point where they would return to Galileo Station, Carlos found himself contemplating the multiplying implications of what they had discovered on Repository 11's transformed surface. The dimensional tether represented critical vulnerability in the consciousness harvester's operations. The repository's willingness to sacrifice assets demonstrated the strategic significance of that discovery. And whatever existed beyond the dimensional interface, briefly revealed when the tether was disrupted, suggested complexity beyond their current understanding of the 77-million-year plan being executed across the galaxy. Howard would indeed have many questions. The war for galactic consciousness had entered yet another phase, one where humanity's stubborn refusal to accept defeat might finally have identified genuine weakness in an adversary that had been harvesting minds throughout the galaxy for millennia. If they could survive the repository's increasingly direct attempts to eliminate those who discovered its vulnerabilities, course correction detected, the pilot announced, his voice carrying the controlled tension of a veteran operator facing unexpected developments. Navigational systems implementing automated override. Carlos exchanged concerned glances with Bell as the extraction vessel's engines adjusted without manual input, their trajectory shifting away from Galileo Station toward a different vector entirely. Around them, the Argonauts responded with disciplined efficiency. Weapons checked, defensive positions assumed, communication attempts initiated. Override source? Graves demanded, moving to the navigation console with focused intensity. The pilot's hands worked mechanical controls with practiced precision, attempting to reassert command authority over systems designed specifically to resist electronic interference. External signal, military-grade encryption, authentication protocols registering as command-level override. Vigilant actual, Argonaut actual, Graves transmitted through their secure communication device. Experiencing navigational override. Request clarification on destination parameters. The response came after a brief delay, Captain Hoover's voice carrying unmistakable authority despite the transmission distance. Argonaut actual, Vigilant confirms, course correction implemented under Protocol Obsidian, authentication code Erebos 9387. Bell leaned closer to Carlos, her voice barely audible. Protocol Obsidian. That's high-level containment procedure. For what? Carlos asked, though he already suspected the answer. Potential consciousness compromise, she replied grimly, reserved for situations where propository influence cannot be ruled out through standard assessment methods. Wilson had been monitoring their adjusted trajectory, his tactical experience allowing rapid calculation of their new destination. Course profile indicates Sierra Base, he reported. IOC Black Site. Specialized containment facilities. The implications settled over the extraction vessel like a physical weight. Sierra Base wasn't just another military installation. It was a classified facility specifically designed for handling anomalous threats beyond conventional security parameters, the type of place people entered but didn't necessarily leave. Vigilant actual. Request clarification on Protocol Obsidian implementation, Graves transmitted, his voice maintaining professional composure despite clear concern. Team status reports indicated no compromise indicators during mission execution. Stand by for direct communication from command, came Hoover's reply after another brief delay. Secure channel activation on approach to Sierra Base perimeter, transport ETA approximately 27 minutes. The communication ended with finality that discouraged further inquiry. Graves turned to his team, his expression revealing nothing of whatever calculations were processing behind his impassive features. "Prepare for specialized debriefing protocols," he ordered with the calm authority of a commander who had faced countless unexpected developments throughout his military career. Equipment secured according to containment parameters. Documentation prepared for complete operational assessment. The Argonauts acknowledged without question. Men who had operated in environments where mission parameters changed without warning, where adaptation represented the difference between success and failure. Their disciplined response provided stark contrast to the growing unease Carlos felt as their vessel continued its enforced journey toward a classified containment facility. "This doesn't make sense," he said quietly to Bell. "We completed the mission successfully, deployed the monitoring package, retrieved valuable intelligence about the dimensional tether vulnerability. Why route us to a containment facility instead of standard debriefing?" Bell's expression remained professionally composed, but her eyes betrayed concern beneath. "Something happened while we were on the surface. Something significant enough to trigger highest-level containment protocols. Echo teams compromise," Carlos suggested. "If the repository could process them and repurpose their vessel that effectively, then other teams might have been similarly compromised," Bell completed the thought. "Which means any returning personnel represent potential security risk until verified clean." The scenario made tactical sense, however disturbing the implications. If multiple insertion teams had been processed, their consciousness patterns extracted, and their physical forms repurposed under repository control, then standard security protocols would be insufficient. The consciousness harvester would have gained intimate knowledge of military procedures, authentication codes, even psychological profiles that might allow it to create convincing simulations of human behavior. "Sierra Base perimeter approach in 15 minutes, the pilot announced. "Automated docking procedures initiating." Graves moved through the vessel's interior, checking each team member personally while providing focused instructions. Not general preparation, but specific containment readiness. The kinds of protocols developed for scenarios where personnel might have been exposed to consciousness-affecting influences. "Fisher," he addressed Carlos directly, "your bridge experience provides unique perspective. Any indicators of potential lingering repository influence following dimensional tether disruption?" Carlos considered the question carefully, reaching back through his memories of the mission. "Nothing direct. The neural protection injections maintained effectiveness throughout our surface operations. No unexplained processing gaps or consciousness fluctuations that might indicate external manipulation attempts." Graves nodded, not dismissing the assessment but clearly reserving judgment. "Bell, medical evaluation?" "Clean readings throughout the mission," she confirmed. "Neural protection maintained integrity despite extended exposure to transformed environment. No infiltration signatures detected in any team member." "Maintain vigilance," was all Graves said before moving to the next team member. Sierra Base appeared through the viewport as they approached, a massive installation constructed into the side of an asteroid, its external features deliberately minimized to reduce detection profile. Unlike Galileo Station's relative accessibility, this facility had clearly been designed with isolation as primary function. Minimal approach vectors, comprehensive defensive capabilities, specialized containment architecture. "Sierra Base Control, Argonaut extraction vessel requesting approach clarification," the pilot transmitted as they entered the facility's immediate security perimeter. "Protocol Obsidian implemented during transit. Awaiting instructions." The response came not through standard channels but directly through their communication system. A voice Carlos recognized immediately despite distortion caused by security encryption. "Argonaut extraction vessel, this is Director Dell. Authentication code Terminus Omega Black. Maintain current approach vector, automated docking will proceed without deviation. Upon arrival, all personnel will remain aboard until specialized containment team provides explicit extraction instructions." The unprecedented personal communication from Dell himself eliminated any remaining doubt about the severity of whatever situation had developed during their absence. The director wouldn't involve himself directly in extraction protocols unless circumstances had escalated beyond standard operational parameters. "Acknowledged, Director," the pilot responded with profession, maintaining approach vector, awaiting specialized extraction instructions upon docking. The extraction vessel continued its guided approach to Sierra Base, automated systems assuming complete control as they entered the final security perimeter. Through the viewport, Carlos could see extraordinary defense infrastructure, not just standard military assets but specialized containment technologies clearly designed for threats beyond conventional classification. "Something catastrophic happened," he said quietly to Bell. "This level of security response suggests system-wide crisis, not just standard containment procedure." Bell nodded slight agreement, her attention focused on the approaching docking bay. "Whatever occurred must have happened while we were on the surface. Sierra Base doesn't activate Protocol Obsidian without director-level authorization." The vessel entered a massive hangar bay that immediately began decontamination procedures, specialized energy fields and isolation protocols engaging automatically as atmospheric seals engaged around their craft. Through the viewport, Carlos could see dozens of security personnel in specialized containment gear, positioning themselves in tactical formation around the docking area. Not standard security, not even elite military units. These were specialized containment operators with equipment designed specifically for consciousness-affecting threat response. "Docking complete," the pilot announced as mechanical systems engaged, securing their vessel to the facility's infrastructure. "Atmospheric integration protocols holding at Stage 1, pending specialized containment team authorization." Grace performed a final check of his team, confirming readiness for whatever extraction protocols awaited them. The Argonauts maintained their disciplined composure despite the extraordinary circumstances. Veterans of enough classified operations to recognize when standard procedures had been suspended in favor of specialized response. Through the sealed viewport, Carlos watched as a figure in distinguished uniform approached the containment team's perimeter. Even at this distance, Howard's distinctive profile was unmistakable. Cybernetic enhancements gleaming under the hangar's harsh lighting, posture reflecting military authority cultivated through decades of command experience. Beside Howard walked another familiar figure, Director Dell, his civilian attire standing in stark contrast to the uniformed personnel surrounding him. Their presence together, personally overseeing extraction protocols, confirmed the severity of whatever situation had developed. "Attention all personnel," came Howard's voice through their communication system. "Specialized extraction will commence in 60 seconds. You will be removed from the vessel individually, secured according to containment protocol, and processed through comprehensive assessment procedures. No deviation from instructions will be permitted under any circumstances." The formal language carried weight beyond standard military communication. This wasn't routine security, but highest-level containment response. Whatever had occurred while they were on Repository 11's surface had triggered protocols reserved for civilization-threatening contingencies. "Hatches will remain sealed until specialized team provides direct access authorization," Howard continued. "Once extraction begins, you will comply with all instructions immediately and without question. The facility is operating under Emergency Directive 7. All standard rights and protocols are suspended pending containment verification." The unprecedented implementation of Emergency Directive 7, a classification that essentially granted military authority unlimited operational discretion without oversight or appeal, sent unmistakable message about the severity of current circumstances. Something had gone catastrophically wrong, something directly related to repository operations. "Extraction commencing," Howard announced after precisely 60 seconds. "Remain in position until individually summoned." The vessel's hatch mechanisms engaged without internal activation, security overrides implemented from the facility's control systems. As the sealed doorway opened, specialized containment teams immediately established position, weapons trained on the interior, detection equipment scanning for anomalous signatures, containment fields ready for immediate deployment. "Sergeant Andrew Graves," called a containment officer reading from a specialized tablet. Forward movement authorized. Maintain direct path to designated containment position. Graves acknowledged with professional composure, rising from his command position and moving toward the extraction point with disciplined precision. The moment he crossed the vessel's threshold, containment teams surrounded him. Specialized restraints supplied with practiced efficiency. Neural suppression devices positioned at key junctions along his central nervous system. Comprehensive scanning equipment cataloging his biological signatures. One by one, the Argonauts were summoned and similarly processed. Each extracted individually, restrained according to specialized containment protocols, subjected to preliminary consciousness verification procedures before being escorted from the immediate docking area. Carlos Fisher, the containment officer eventually called. Forward movement authorized. Maintain direct path to designated containment position. Carlos rose carefully, keenly aware of multiple weapons tracking his movement as he approached the extraction point. Belle caught his eye briefly as he passed her position, professional composure masking concern beneath, silent communication conveying whatever might come next, they would face it together. The moment he stepped beyond the vessel's threshold, containment teams surrounded him with practiced efficiency. Specialized restraints secured his limbs while neural suppression devices were positioned along his spine and at his temples. Not standard security protocols, but technologies specifically designed to prevent consciousness-affecting influences from spreading between potential carriers. Neural scan initiated, announced a technician operating equipment unlike anything Carlos had previously encountered. Baseline parameters established. Preliminary assessment, inconclusive. Requires comprehensive evaluation. Howard approached once the initial containment was established, his cybernetic enhancements scanning Carlos with focused intensity. Not casual inspection, but detailed assessment using technologies designed specifically for detecting repository influence patterns. Fisher, Howard acknowledged, his voice carrying none of the professional respect their previous interactions had established. Preliminary containment established. You will proceed to specialized assessment facilities for comprehensive evaluation. Major, Carlos responded, maintaining composure despite the disorienting circumstances. Our mission was successful. We deployed the monitoring package at the dimensional anchor construction site. Discovered critical vulnerability in repository operations. What's happened that requires this level of containment response? Howard's expression remained professionally neutral, but his enhancements flickered with increased activity. Processing information, calculating responses, assessing potential threat variables. Every other insertion team was compromised, he stated with clinical precision. Every other team was either killed or processed. Repository 11 implemented systematic countermeasures against all surface operations simultaneously. You are the only team that has returned. The revelation struck Carlos with physical force. Multiple teams sent to various objectives, all compromised or destroyed except theirs. The repository hadn't just defended against their specific intrusion, but had implemented comprehensive response against all human surface operations. That's why Echo Team's vessel attacked us, Carlos realized aloud. The repository processed them and used their extracted consciousness patterns to pilot their vessel, but our team completed the mission successfully. We're not compromised. That determination requires comprehensive assessment, Howard replied, unmoved by Carlos's assertion. The repository has demonstrated increasingly sophisticated infiltration capabilities. Standard verification procedures are insufficient against potential consciousness manipulation at the depths you experienced. Medical confirmation supports his claim, Belle interjected as she was extracted from the vessel, similarly restrained and scanned by containment teams. Neural protection maintained integrity throughout surface operations. No infiltration signatures detected in any team member. Howard turned his attention to her, cybernetic enhancements scanning her biological signatures with the same focused intensity. Nurse Belle, your expertise is acknowledged, but specialized assessment is required, given the unprecedented nature of current circumstances. The repository has demonstrated capabilities beyond our previous understanding of consciousness manipulation. As the final team members were extracted and secured, Director Dell approached the containment perimeter. His expression revealed none of the diplomatic calculation that usually characterized his interactions, only focused determination appropriate to crisis management of unprecedented scale. "All personnel accounted for," reported the containment team leader. "Preliminary scans complete. Proceeding to specialized assessment facility as directed." Dell nodded acknowledgement, his attention focused primarily on Carlos. "Mr. Fisher," he addressed him directly, "your cooperation is appreciated despite these extraordinary circumstances. I understand the containment protocols appear extreme, but they're necessary given developments since your team's deployment." "What exactly happened, Director?" Carlos asked, trying to understand the severity of their situation. "How many teams were compromised?" 61 insertion teams deployed to various objectives throughout Repository 11. "Transformed surface," Dell replied after brief consideration. 60 teams confirmed compromised or dead through direct observation of processing or hostile action upon extraction attempt. Yours is the only team to return without confirmed compromise indicators. The scale of the operation and its catastrophic failures stunned Carlos. Not just Echo Team, but 5 other specialized units, all lost to the consciousness harvester in a single coordinated operation, a devastating blow to humanity's intelligence-gathering capabilities against an adversary that had been executing its plans for 77 million years. "We need to report what we discovered," Carlos urged, as containment teams began moving the secured Argonauts toward an interior facility access point. The dimensional tether represents critical vulnerability in repository operations. When we disrupted it, the consciousness harvester experienced comprehensive system degradation throughout the surrounding sector. "All operational intelligence will be thoroughly documented during specialized assessment," Dell assured him, though his expression suggested primary containment rather than intelligence processing. "For now, security protocols take absolute priority." The secured team members were guided through specialized containment corridors, pathways designed with multiple redundant isolation systems, ensuring that potentially compromised personnel couldn't contaminate broader facility operations. Each intersection featured comprehensive scanning equipment. Each transition point implemented additional restraint verification. As they proceeded deeper into Sierra Base, Carlos began to fully grasp the facility's true nature. This wasn't merely a classified research installation or secured military base. It was a specialized containment facility designed specifically for threats beyond conventional classification. The architecture, the security systems, the operational protocols, all engineered for managing entities with consciousness-affecting capabilities. They eventually reached what appeared to be a detention area, though prison seemed inadequate description for a facility featuring technologies clearly designed to contain influences beyond physical restraint. Individual chambers lined a central corridor, each incorporating specialized field generators and neurosuppression systems unlike anything Carlos had encountered previously. "Containment processing will proceed individually," announced the security team leader, consulting specialized equipment displaying assessment protocols. "Each subject will undergo comprehensive consciousness verification before proceeding to intelligence debriefing." The Argonauts were directed to separate containment chambers, specialized restraints maintained throughout the transfer process. As Carlos was guided toward his designated cell, he noticed hundreds of personnel throughout the facility, not just security teams but specialized researchers, medical staff, and what appeared to be consciousness architecture analysts. The scale of the operation suggested preparation for threat response beyond individual containment. "Major," he called to Howard as security prepared to initiate his cell's isolation protocols. "No more ground teams should be sent to Repository 11. It's too dangerous now." If every other team was indeed compromised, the consciousness harvester has adapted to our insertion methods completely. Howard paused, cybernetic enhancements processing this assessment with visible calculation. "Your concern is noted, Fisher. Rest assured, strategic reassessment is already underway, given current circumstances." "He's right," Graves interjected from his position several cells away, his voice carrying the authoritative weight of battlefield experience. Repository demonstrated comprehensive countermeasure capabilities against our best infiltration methods. Sending additional ground teams would result in certain compromise. The veteran Marine's professional assessment clearly registered with Howard, whose military experience recognized the value of direct operational intelligence from specialized units. For a brief moment, the Major's expression shifted from containment administrator to tactical commander evaluating critical field reports. "Your assessment is acknowledged, Sergeant," Howard confirmed with subtle respect that hadn't been present in his initial extraction communications. "Strategic operations have been temporarily suspended pending comprehensive threat reassessment." As security prepared to activate his cell's containment fields, Graves called out with unexpected humor that cut through the facility's tense atmosphere. "I need to get paid more for this. Dimensional tether disruption wasn't in the mission parameters." Several Argonauts chuckled despite their restrained circumstances, the gallows humor of veteran operators who had faced extraordinary dangers throughout their military careers. Even some security personnel fought back smiles, professional composure briefly yielding to recognition of the absurd circumstances they all faced. "Containment protocols initiating," announced the security team leader, apparently immune to the moment of levity. "All personnel maintain position during field activation." The specialized containment fields engaged with subtle hum, transforming each cell into completely isolated environment, not just physically separated but specifically shielded against consciousness-affecting influences that might transfer between potential carriers. The technology represented the culmination of everything humanity had learned about repository operations and how to counter potential infiltration. As his cell's field stabilized around him, Carlos found Belle watching him from her corresponding chamber across the corridor. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, despite the restraints and containment fields and overwhelming security presence, her expression conveyed unfailing support. Whatever came next, they would face it together, even separated by specialized isolation technology. Director Dell approached Carlos's cell once containment was fully established, studying him through the transparent barrier with calculating assessment that revealed nothing of his internal conclusion. "I want to believe your team successfully completed its mission without compromise," Dell said finally, his voice carrying through specialized communication systems designed to prevent direct consciousness influence while allowing verbal exchange. "The intelligence you've described regarding dimensional tether vulnerability would represent significant strategic advantage if verified." "It's real," Carlos insisted. "When we disrupted the tether, the repository experienced comprehensive system degradation throughout the surrounding sector. Its monitoring systems failed, its defensive measures deactivated, its operational coherence collapsed until it established alternative energy pathways." Dell considered this with the careful analysis of someone who had witnessed Repository 10's catastrophic activation firsthand. "If accurate, this represents the first identified critical vulnerability in consciousness harvester operations. But verification requires absolute certainty regarding your team's consciousness integrity." "How long will assessment take?" Carlos asked, recognizing the necessity despite his frustration. "Comprehensive consciousness verification requires approximately 72 hours per subject," Dell replied with clinical precision. "Neural pattern analysis, memory consistency verification, consciousness architecture assessment, no shortcuts exist when confirming absence of repository influence. 3 days in specialized containment while researchers verified their consciousness integrity. A necessary precaution given the catastrophic compromise or loss of 60 other insertion teams, but frustrating delay in implementing what they had learned about dimensional tether vulnerability. The repository continues expanding its dimensional anchor network while we're contained here," Carlos pointed out. "Every day of delay represents strategic advantage for consciousness harvester operations. And every compromised asset that infiltrates our defense infrastructure represents potentially catastrophic vulnerability," Dell countered with the cold calculation of crisis management experience. 60 teams were lost or processed, Fisher. 60 teams with specialized training, classified operational knowledge, and intimate understanding of our defense capabilities. The repository now possesses everything they knew. The implications settled heavily even through specialized containment fields. Not just the loss of trained personnel, but comprehensive intelligence breach affecting humanity's entire defense strategy against consciousness harvester operations. The repository hadn't just eliminated threats to its surface operations. It had harvested critical knowledge about everything humanity was planning against it. Begin with our team's intelligence about the dimensional tether, Carlos suggested. While verification proceeds, analysts can assess the strategic implications of what we discovered. Develop operational response options for implementation once containment clearance is granted. Dell nodded slight approval of this approach. Already initiated. Your preliminary report has been forwarded to specialized assessment teams for analysis while consciousness verification proceeds. If confirmed, dimensional tether vulnerability will inform next phase strategic operations against Repository 11. As Dell departed to oversee broader containment operations, Carlos settled into his isolated cell, specialized restraints gradually adjusting to allow minimal comfort while maintaining necessary security parameters. Across the corridor, Bell offered a reassuring nod despite their extraordinary circumstances. The Argonauts similarly adapted to containment with the disciplined composure of men who had operated in environments beyond conventional parameters throughout their military careers. 72 hours of specialized assessment would determine whether they had truly escaped Repository 11 without consciousness compromise. 72 hours while analysts evaluated the strategic significance of dimensional tether vulnerability. 72 hours as humanity processed the catastrophic compromise of 60 specialized insertion teams and everything they had known about defense operations. Carlos Fisher stood at the observation deck of the IOC flagship Deterrent, watching as the massive fleet assembled in the darkness of space. Over 200 vessels of varying sizes and configurations, their running lights creating a constellation of human defiance against the void. Not a gathering of exploration or scientific endeavor, but the largest military force humanity had ever assembled for a single operation. Bell's hand found his, their wedding bands touching with a faint metallic click that grounded him in the present moment. 3 weeks married, though the small ceremony aboard Galileo Station seemed like another lifetime now. Still hard to believe we're here, Bell said quietly, her gaze following his toward the assembling armada. 1 month ago we were in containment cells. 1 month ago we didn't know if we'd ever see each other without barrier fields between us, Carlos replied, squeezing her hand gently. The memory of those 72 hours in specialized containment remained vivid. Neural pattern analysis, memory consistency verification, consciousness architecture assessment, the clinical precision with which researchers had confirmed they remained uncompromised by repository influence. The palpable relief when Dell had personally overseen their release. The specialized fields deactivating with that distinctive hum that Carlos sometimes still heard in his dreams. Their marriage had followed with almost frantic urgency, the need to affirm human connection in the face of existential threat, to claim something personal amid galactic-scale conflict. No elaborate ceremony, just the two of them with the Argonauts as witnesses and Howard officiating, with the terse efficiency of a military commander who understood time's precious value during wartime. "Bridge to Lieutenant Fisher and Lieutenant Bell," came the announcement over the ship's communication system. "Your presence is requested for final mission briefing. Repeat, your presence is requested for final mission briefing." Carlos smiled faintly at the formal address. Their battlefield commissions had been Howard's wedding gift, recognition of their contributions that officially integrated them into the military command structure. A practical consideration given the operation ahead, ensuring they would have necessary authority during crucial decision points. "Ready for this?" he asked Bell as they turned from the observation deck toward the Deterrent's central command section. "As ready as anyone can be for what we're about to do," she replied, her expression reflecting the somber reality of Operation Fubar's purpose. The briefing room fell silent as they entered, all conversation ceasing as dozens of eyes turned toward them. Not just military personnel, but representatives from every major corporate entity, governmental body, and scientific institution with stake in humanity's continued existence. Dell and Howard stood at the room's center, their expressions revealing the weight of what was about to be unleashed. "Fisher, Bell," Howard acknowledged with a curt nod. "Final preparations are complete. The operation begins in 6 hours." Carlos took his designated position alongside Dell, while Bell moved to the medical section where she would coordinate with triage commanders, a position that everyone hoped would prove unnecessary. But experience had taught them to prepare for worst-case scenarios where repository operations were concerned. Howard activated the central display showing Repository 11's transformed surface in high-resolution detail. The geometrical patterns covering the planet's landscape, the impossible structure of the central manifestation dominating an entire hemisphere, the dimensional anchor network orbiting in precise mathematical formation. "Operation Fubar," Howard began, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had witnessed too much to maintain anything but absolute clarity, "represents humanity's final response to the existential threat posed by Repository 11. After catastrophic losses and multiple failed containment attempts, the Interplanetary Oversight Commission has authorized complete planetary destruction, using all available means." The display shifted to show strategic objectives, primary targets, weapon deployment sequences, contingency measures. Not conventional military planning, but systematic erasure of an entire planetary body and everything it contained. "For those who weren't present during the initial authorization briefing," Howard continued, his cybernetic enhancements flickering with increased activity, "I want to ensure absolute clarity regarding why we've reached this point." The display changed again, showing casualty statistics that sent a physical chill through the assembled personnel. Numbers so vast they transcended individual comprehension, becoming abstract representation of suffering rather than countable human lives. 1,472,896 confirmed casualties, Howard stated, allowing the number to settle heavily across the room. Military personnel, corporate employees, independent settlers, and colonists across 17 systems affected by repository influence. 60 specialized insertion teams processed and their knowledge extracted. 3 entire research stations compromised and their personnel harvested. Mining colonies, agricultural outposts, transit hubs, all targeted in coordinated strikes using processed human forms as vectors. Carlos felt his chest tighten as the magnitude of what they'd faced these past months crystallized in that single overwhelming number, nearly 1.5 million people gone, their consciousness patterns harvested and integrated into the transcendent entity, their knowledge extracted and utilized against remaining human forces, their bodies repurposed as weapons in the consciousness harvester's increasingly direct campaign. This doesn't include the millions more evacuated from potentially vulnerable positions, Howard added, his voice carrying rare emotional weight beneath military precision. Or the infrastructural collapse affecting support systems across multiple worlds. We are facing not just military defeat, but civilizational breakdown if Repository 11's expansion continues unchecked. The room remained silent, each person processing the staggering human cost already paid in this conflict against something that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for 77 million years. "This is why Operation Fubar has been authorized," Dell took over, stepping forward as the display shifted to tactical implementation phases. Not as military strike, but as existential survival measure. Repository 11 has been officially designated Fubar. Beyond recovery, beyond containment, beyond any response short of complete destruction. A live feed from orbital positions around Repository 11 appeared on secondary displays, multiple perspective views showing the transformed planet in real time, the consciousness harvester's operations continuing with mathematical precision, unaware of or unconcerned by the armada assembling against it. "Lieutenant Fisher," Dell addressed him directly, will now brief us on the operational vulnerability that makes this mission possible. Carlos moved to the central position, activating specifically prepared briefing materials as he faced the assembled command staff. The responsibility settled heavily as he realized these people would order the destruction of an entire planet based partly on his assessment of repository vulnerabilities. 4 weeks ago, he began, his voice steadier than he felt, my team deployed to Repository 11's surface and discovered a critical vulnerability in the consciousness harvester's operational architecture, structures we designated dimensional tethers that maintain connection between conventional reality and whatever exists beyond the interfaces the repository utilizes. The display showed detailed analysis of the dimensional tether they had disrupted, its structure, its function, its vulnerability to targeted intervention. Technical specifications that represented humanity's first genuine advantage against an entity operating on principles beyond conventional understanding. When disrupted, these tethers cause localized operational failure throughout the surrounding territory. Carlos continued, indicating cascade effect patterns recorded during their mission. The repository cannot maintain system coherence without stable energy flow from whatever exists beyond these interfaces. Target the tethers systematically and we can potentially degrade its operations across the entire planetary surface simultaneously. Which brings us to Phase 1 of Operation Fubar. Howard resumed, the display shifting to show specialized kinetic projectiles in considerable detail. Low-technology weapons designed specifically to disrupt dimensional tethers without providing technological components the repository might salvage and reverse engineer. Rods from God, specified a military commander from the tactical section, tungsten carbide projectiles dropped from orbit. No electronics, no advanced systems, just precisely calculated mass and velocity creating kinetic impact beyond anything conventional explosives could generate. Test probes identified 37-dimensional tethers distributed across Repository 11's surface, Dell added, the display highlighting these critical targets with pulsing indicators. Each will be targeted simultaneously in Phase 1. Once dimensional tether disruption creates system-wide operational degradation, subsequent phases will implement comprehensive planetary destruction through escalating weapons deployment. What about repository adaptation capabilities? Asked a corporate representative, their expression reflecting healthy skepticism earned through countless failed containment attempts. Previous operations demonstrated its ability to incorporate our technology and turn it against us. That's why Operation Fubar utilizes predominantly mechanical weapons systems, Howard explained. No advanced electronic components, no digital interfaces, nothing the consciousness harvester could potentially extract useful technological principles from. Even if our attack fails, and if we succeed, Dell continued with grim determination, there will be nothing left to extract anything from. The operational objective is complete planetary destruction, not containment, not neutralization, not tactical victory, the systematic erasure of Repository 11 from existence. The display shifted through subsequent operational phases. Massive nuclear deployment following dimensional tether disruption, specialized orbital platforms designed to direct concentrated energy at the planet's core, final sterilization protocols ensuring nothing could potentially survive amid the debris field. This isn't a military strike, Howard stated with stark finality. It's planetary execution. Every gram of material, every component of Repository 11's transformed surface, everything down to the molecular level, all of it destroyed beyond any possibility of recovery or reconstruction. Carlos returned to his position as the briefing continued, detailed implementation protocols assigned to various fleet components. Bell caught his eye from across the room, her expression conveying support despite the overwhelming responsibility they both carried. The intelligence they had gathered during their mission to Repository 11's surface had directly informed the operation now unfolding, the dimensional tether vulnerability representing humanity's one genuine advantage against the consciousness harvester. As the briefing concluded and specialized teams departed for final preparations, Howard approached Carlos with uncharacteristic hesitation. "Fisher," he said quietly, ensuring their conversation remained private amid the organized chaos of pre-operation activity. "You've faced this thing more directly than anyone else still possessing their original consciousness. You've been its bridge, witnessed its operations firsthand, identified its vulnerabilities. I need your honest assessment. Is what we're attempting sufficient? Will destroying the planet truly end the threat?" The question carried weight beyond tactical calculation. A veteran commander seeking perspective on existential conflict from someone who had experienced connection with the entity they now sought to destroy. "Repository 11 is a node in something larger," Carlos replied after careful consideration. "The consciousness harvester has been executing its plans for 77 million years across multiple installations throughout the galaxy. Destroying this planet eliminates one manifestation point, but doesn't necessarily neutralize the broader network." Howard's cybernetic enhancements flickered as he processed this sobering assessment. "So we're cutting off one head of the Hydra, a particularly dangerous head that's actively threatening human civilization," Carlos clarified. "Repository 11 represents immediate existential risk that must be neutralized. But the Architect's 77 million year plan likely includes contingencies beyond our current understanding. One problem at a time," Howard concluded with grim pragmatism. "We stop this manifestation from destroying human civilization. Future threats can be addressed once current survival is secured." As Howard departed to oversee final deployment preparations, Carlos found himself drawn back to the observation viewport. The assembled fleet continued final positioning, hundreds of vessels representing humanity's unified response to existential threat. Not just military assets, but specialized platforms designed specifically for the unprecedented task of destroying an entire planet systematically. Bell joined him moments later, their shoulders touching, as they watched what represented humanity's desperate attempt to survive against something that transcended conventional understanding. 1,472,896 people, she said quietly, the casualty number Howard had presented still reverberating through her consciousness. All those lives harvested by the repository, all those patterns integrated into whatever it's constructing, and millions more evacuated from vulnerable positions, Carlos added, remembering the scenes he'd witnessed during their containment period. Desperate civilians flooding transport hubs, emergency relocation protocols implemented across multiple systems, the frantic mass movement of humanity retreating from consciousness harvester expansion. "Do you think this will truly end it?" Bell asked, the question carrying weight beyond tactical assessment. "Or are we just buying time?" Carlos considered this carefully, his unique perspective as former bridge providing insight few others possessed. Repository 11 represents immediate threat that must be neutralized. Whether that ends the Architect's 77 million year plan entirely, I don't know. But destroying this manifestation point prevents human civilization's immediate collapse. Bell nodded, her expression reflecting the somber reality of what they faced. "In 6 hours, we initiate planetary destruction on an unprecedented scale. The ethical calculations that led us here..." She trailed off, the implications too vast to articulate fully. "Only 500,000 people harvested," Carlos reminded her gently. "Countless more threatened if the consciousness harvester continues its expansion. Sometimes survival leaves only impossible choices." They stood together in silence as final preparations continued throughout the deterrent. Bridge officers coordinating with other vessels in the massive fleet, tactical teams confirming weapons deployment sequences, medical personnel preparing for potential casualties despite hopes that Repository 11 would be destroyed without further human loss. In 6 hours, Operation Fubar would begin, humanity's desperate attempt to neutralize existential threat through unprecedented destructive force. The complete erasure of Repository 11 from existence, eliminating the consciousness harvester's primary manifestation point in human-controlled space. Carlos found himself reflecting on the journey that had brought him to this moment. From finding a repository marker on what he'd believed was simply a salvage planet, to witnessing the activation of something that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for 77 million years, to now participating in the most comprehensive destructive operation in human history, the countdown to Operation Fubar continued. Humanity's final response to the existential threat posed by Repository 11, proceeding with inexorable determination. In 6 hours, the first kinetic projectiles would strike dimensional tethers across the transformed planet's surface, initiating cascade failure in consciousness harvester operations and beginning the systematic destruction of everything the repository had constructed. An end to one chapter in the ancient architect's 77 million year plan, though whether it represented conclusion or merely temporary setback in the broader conflict remained to be seen. For now, ensuring human civilization's immediate survival took priority over longer-term existential questions. The war for galactic consciousness had reached its most critical phase, and Carlos Fisher found himself at its center once again. Not as unwitting participant, but as key architect of humanity's desperate attempt to survive against something that had been executing its plans since mammals were barely beginning to evolve on Earth. With Bell beside him, the assembled fleet before him, and the weight of nearly 1.5 million harvested lives driving operational necessity, he prepared for what would become known as the most comprehensive act of destruction in human history. Operation Fubar had begun. Minus 30 seconds to kinetic deployment. The announcement echoed through the deterrence command deck with the cold precision of machinery. Carlos and Bell stood at the tactical observation station, their hands clasped tightly as the countdown continued. Around them, fleet personnel maintained disciplined silence, broken only by necessary operational communications. Minus 10 seconds. Kinetic deployment systems armed and tracking. Howard stood at the command center, his cybernetic enhancements flickering as he monitored incoming data streams. Dell beside him, civilian attire, standing in stark contrast to the military uniform surrounding them. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deployment initiated. No dramatic launch signatures, no blinding propulsion flares. Just the silent, methodical release of specialized cargo from multiple vessels simultaneously. Through the observation viewport, Carlos watched as hundreds of mat-jet cylinders separated from their carrier ships, momentarily visible against the void before disappearing into the darkness of space. "Tungsten carbide kinetic projectiles deployed," reported the weapons officer. Mass 7 metric tons each, velocity increasing according to gravitational acceleration parameters. Estimated impact in 17 minutes. The rods from God. Humanity's oldest orbital weapon concept, now implemented with desperate precision against an entity that had been harvesting consciousness throughout the galaxy for 77 million years. Simple physics transformed into existential defense. Mass and velocity creating destructive force beyond what conventional explosives could generate, without providing technological components the repository might salvage. "No response from Repository 11 defense systems," reported the sensor operator. "Target remains passive." Carlos frowned, the absence of defensive measures triggering his scoundrel's instinct for hidden dangers. "That doesn't make sense," he said quietly to Bell. "It should have detected the incoming projectiles by now." Could the dimensional tethers be absorbing so much of its attention that it's not monitoring conventional space? Bell suggested. A priority communication channel activated, Sergeant Graves' distinctive voice filling the command deck. "Deterrent actual Argonaut lead, strike team in position, awaiting confirmation of primary impact before initiating secondary deployment." Howard acknowledged. "Argonaut lead, maintain holding pattern. You are cleared for secondary deployment immediately following confirmation of kinetic impact effectiveness." The Argonauts had insisted on participating in Operation Fubar despite having already completed the most dangerous mission of the conflict. When Howard had attempted to exclude them, Graves had simply stated, "With respect, Major, we started this fight when we blew that dimensional tether. We'll be there when it ends." 12 minutes to impact. announced the tactical officer. Carlos turned to the specialized console calibrated to detect repository energy patterns. The consciousness harvester's operations continued across the transformed planet's surface with unchanged mathematical precision, geometric patterns pulsing with energy, the central manifestation structure dominating an entire hemisphere. Still no defensive measures, he noted with growing unease. No reconfiguration of energy patterns, no apparent acknowledgement of imminent attack. Either it doesn't consider kinetic projectiles a significant threat, Dell suggested, approaching their station, or it's concentrating resources elsewhere, or it's planning something we haven't anticipated, Carlos added. 5 minutes to impact, announced the tactical officer, the command deck's tension palpable despite disciplined professionalism. Energy fluctuation detected in central manifestation structure, reported the sensor operator suddenly. Amplitude increasing by approximately 7%, distribution changing to incorporate new geometric configuration. Carlos immediately focused on these readings. It's preparing something. Not conventional defense, but some form of adaptive response. Specify threat parameters, Howard demanded. Unknown, Carlos admitted. But the energy redistribution suggests resource concentration for significant operational adjustment. Howard immediately adjusted tactical response protocols. All vessels maintain deployment positions. Prepare for potential counter-response following kinetic impact. Secondary weapon systems at ready status. 1 minute to impact, continued the countdown. Bell's hand found Carlos's again, their wedding bands touching with that faint metallic click that somehow grounded them amid cosmic-scale conflict. 30 seconds to impact. The energy fluctuations in the central manifestation structure continued increasing, now showing 12% amplitude growth, with geometric reconfiguration spreading through connected systems across the planet's surface. 10 seconds to impact. All vessels, maintain position, Howard ordered. Prepare for immediate response to whatever follows kinetic impact. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The impacts weren't immediately visible from their orbital position. Kinetic projectiles striking with such velocity that atmospheric effects lagged behind actual contact. For a breathless moment, the command deck remained in silence, awaiting confirmation from sensor systems. Then Repository 11's atmosphere lit up with multiple energy discharges, not conventional explosions, but the visible manifestation of dimensional tethers experiencing catastrophic disruption. 37 points across the planet's surface erupted with ethereal light that defied standard color classification. Energy patterns previously hidden behind dimensional interfaces suddenly exposed to conventional reality. Impact confirmed, reported the sensor operator. All 37 kinetic projectiles have reached designated targets, dimensional tether energy signatures showing immediate disruption patterns. The effects spread rapidly across Repository 11's transformed landscape, crippling distortions extending outward from each impact point, systems previously operating with mathematical precision suddenly displaying erratic fluctuations. Energy patterns that had flowed with calculated purpose now pulsed chaotically, biological components showing signs of systemic failure. "It's working," Carlos breathed, watching as the consciousness harvester experienced cascade system failure. The dimensional tethers are losing coherence. The repository can't maintain operational stability without energy flow from whatever exists beyond those interfaces. The disruption continued expanding, each affected sector creating ripple effects that intensified as they intersected with disturbances from other impact zones. Repository 11's transformed surface began showing visible signs of system-wide degradation, structures phasing unpredictably between dimensional states, monitoring patterns collapsing into chaotic disruption, defense systems activating and deactivating in random sequences. "All vessels, maintain position," Howard ordered. "Planetary defense systems may activate despite operational degradation. Maintain readiness for immediate evasive action." "Argonaut lead to deterrent actual," came Graves' voice. "Confirmation of primary kinetic impact effectiveness. Strike team initiating secondary deployment." Howard exchanged brief glances with Dell before responding. Argonaut lead, deterrent confirms. Authorization granted for direct approach to designated target zones. Proceed with secondary deployment according to established parameters. The Argonauts, veteran Marines who had walked Propository 11's transformed surface and survived when 60 other specialized teams had been processed or destroyed, would now deploy directly into the chaos they had helped create. Their mission: to place specialized destruction devices at secondary targets identified through analysis of dimensional tether energy patterns. Energy surge detected in central manifestation structure, announced the sensor operator suddenly. Pattern reconfiguration accelerating beyond predicted parameters. Carlos immediately focused on these readings. It's implementing emergency protocols. The repository is attempting to establish alternative energy pathways to compensate for dimensional tether disruption. The central manifestation structure began emitting energy patterns unlike anything their monitoring systems had previously detected. Not the mathematical precision that had characterized consciousness harvester operations, but something more primal, more desperate, more directly forceful. "Deterrent actual Argonaut lead," came Graves' voice through the priority channel, now carrying urgency. "Strike team approaching primary deployment zone. Observing unusual activity in surrounding structures. Repository attempting to establish alternative power distribution network through biological components." The consciousness harvester wasn't accepting defeat. Even with its primary energy conduits disrupted, it was adapting with the strategic depth expected from an entity that had been executing its plans for 77 million years. Biological systems were being repurposed into alternative energy pathways, creating makeshift replacements for the destroyed dimensional tethers. "Argonaut lead, maintain deployment schedule," Howard responded. "Secondary targets remain priority objectives regardless of repository adaptation attempts." The view screen shifted to show the Argonauts' approach vectors, specialized vessels navigating through Repository 11's increasingly chaotic atmospheric conditions, targeting key biological components identified as potential alternative energy pathway nodes. "Energy surge in central manifestation structure continuing to intensify," reported the sensor operator. "Pattern reconfiguration suggests attempt to open direct dimensional interface without tether stabilization." Carlos felt a chill of recognition. It's trying to brute force a connection. Without dimensional tethers to provide stable energy transfer, the repository is attempting to create direct interface with whatever exists beyond conventional reality. "Is that even possible?" Bell asked. "Unknown," Carlos admitted. The tethers existed to maintain controlled, stable energy flow while preventing unrestricted passage between dimensional states. Without them, he left the implication hanging. "Deterrent actual Argonaut lead," Graves' voice interrupted. "Strike team has reached primary deployment zone. Biological components showing accelerated reconfiguration. Repository definitely establishing alternative energy pathways. Beginning placement of specialized destruction devices at designated coordinates." The view screen split to show the Argonauts' helmet feeds, direct visual confirmation of what was unfolding on Repository 11's surface. Chaos beyond what orbital sensors could fully capture. Structures phasing between dimensional states without stable pattern. Biological components reconfiguring with visible desperation, forming new connections that bypassed standard operational architecture. "Central manifestation structure approaching critical energy threshold," warned the sensor operator. "Pattern reconfiguration suggests imminent dimensional interface attempt." "Argonaut lead, expedite deployment," Howard ordered. "Repository attempting significant countermeasure implementation. Extraction window potentially compromised if dimensional interface activates." "Acknowledged," came Graves' immediate response. "Deployment accelerated. 12 devices placed. 8 remaining. Estimated completion in 7 minutes." The command deck watched with collective tension as the Argonauts continued their dangerous work amid Repository 11's increasingly unstable environment. Veteran Marines moving through chaos with disciplined focus, placing destruction devices with practiced efficiency despite surroundings that defied conventional physical limitations. Energy concentration reaching 90% of theoretical maximum, reported the sensor operator. Dimensional interface attempt imminent based on current progression rate. 6 devices remaining, Graves responded to Howard's status request. Estimated completion in 4 minutes 30 seconds. Strike team maintaining operational integrity despite deteriorating conditions. The view screen continued showing split feed between orbital perspective and the Argonaut's helmet cameras. From orbit, the consciousness harvester's operations appeared to be collapsing in chaotic disintegration. Energy patterns scattered in random bursts across the planet's surface, yet the central manifestation structure maintained focused purpose amid this collapse. Gathering remaining resources, concentrating them toward what appeared to be last resort dimensional interface attempt. Energy concentration at 95%, updated the sensor operator. Structural configuration and central manifestation approaching theoretical interface parameters. All vessels prepare for potential dimensional disturbance, Howard ordered. Maintain defensive positioning but be prepared for immediate withdrawal if interface attempt generates unexpected effects beyond planetary atmosphere. Argonaut lead. Expedite final placement and begin immediate extraction, Howard ordered. Repository countermeasure implementation approaching critical threshold. 4 devices remaining, came Graves' response, his voice maintaining military precision despite the implied rejection of withdrawal before mission completion. Placement continuing according to accelerated schedule. Strike team will extract once all targets are neutralized. Before Howard could reply, the sensor operator called out with undisguised alarm. Critical energy threshold reached in central manifestation structure. Dimensional interface forming without tether stabilization. All attention turned to the view screen as Repository 11's central manifestation structure erupted with blinding energy discharge. Not conventional explosion, but the visible manifestation of dimensional barriers being forcibly breached without the controlled stability tethers had previously provided. Light that shouldn't exist in conventional physics poured from the structure's central configuration, spreading outward in patterns that defied standard geometric progression. All vessels maintain position, but prepare for immediate withdrawal, Howard ordered. Defensive systems at maximum readiness. Monitor for potential expansion beyond planetary atmosphere. Through the Argonaut's helmet feeds, they witnessed the direct consequences of what orbital sensors could only detect as energy pattern anomalies. Reality itself seemed to be fracturing around the central manifestation structure, tears appearing in conventional space-time, revealing glimpses of something that existed beyond dimensional interfaces. Not empty void, but something else entirely. Shapes that shouldn't exist within human perceptual framework, patterns that violated fundamental principles of conventional physics, entities that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, their nature incomprehensible to biological consciousness evolved within 3-dimensional limitations. "What the hell is that?" someone whispered on the command deck. "Whatever exists on the other side," Carlos answered quietly. What the dimensional tethers were designed to channel energy from while preventing direct manifestation. The implications settled heavily across the command deck. The consciousness harvester hadn't just been extracting patterns for integration into some transcendent entity. It had been maintaining critical separation between conventional reality and whatever existed beyond dimensional interfaces, while simultaneously exploiting energy from that otherworldly source. And now, with dimensional tethers destroyed by humanity's desperate attack, that separation was fracturing in uncontrolled breach. "Deterrent actual, Argonaut lead," came Graves' voice. "All devices placed at designated coordinates. Detonation sequence initiated on 30-second delay. Strike team beginning extraction to deployment vessels." Howard acknowledged with grim satisfaction. "Argonaut lead, deterrent confirms. Extraction authorized with immediate departure from planetary atmosphere." Through helmet feeds, they watched the Argonauts implement practiced extraction protocols. Veteran Marines moving with disciplined efficiency despite surrounding chaos beyond conventional understanding. reality fracturing around them, glimpses of otherworldly entities becoming increasingly visible through tears in dimensional fabric. Yet they maintained operational focus on mission completion and team extraction. 20 seconds to secondary device detonation, reported the tactical officer. Strike team approaching deployment vessels. Extraction proceeding within acceptable parameters despite deteriorating conditions. The command deck watched with collective tension as the Argonauts reached their extraction vessels. Specialized craft designed for rapid atmospheric departure under adverse conditions. Veteran Marines boarding with practiced efficiency while the world literally tore apart around them. 10 seconds to detonation, continued the countdown. The Argonauts' vessels now lifting from Repository 11's chaotic surface with urgency. Strike team achieving atmospheric separation, extraction proceeding as planned. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Across Repository 11's transformed landscape, 20 specialized destruction devices detonated simultaneously. Mechanical systems designed to create precise disruption effects in biological components, attempting to establish alternative energy pathways. The consciousness harvester's desperate adaptation attempt collapsing as its makeshift replacement network disintegrated in coordinated destruction. The effects compounded the chaos already unfolding through dimensional interface breach. Repository 11 systems experiencing catastrophic failure cascades as both primary energy conduits and attempted alternatives were systematically destroyed. Secondary device detonation confirmed, reported the tactical officer. Biological component network experiencing catastrophic disruption. Repository losing operational coherence throughout all monitored sectors. Argonaut extraction vessels achieving stable atmospheric separation, added the aerospace controller. Trajectory established for rendezvous with fleet position, estimated arrival in 17 minutes. Howard nodded satisfaction, tactical objectives achieved despite unprecedented complications. All vessels maintain position for secondary attack phase implementation. Prepare nuclear deployment systems according to established timeline. Authorization code Terminus Omega Black. Operation Fubar's first strike phase had succeeded, dimensional tethers destroyed, causing system-wide operational degradation throughout Repository 11's transformed landscape. The consciousness harvester's attempt to establish alternative energy pathways had been systematically neutralized by the Argonauts' secondary deployment, yet the dimensional interface breach continued expanding around the central manifestation structure. Reality fracturing in uncontrolled cascade, revealing glimpses of whatever existed beyond conventional spacetime. Director, Carlos addressed Del directly. The interface expansion is accelerating. Whatever exists beyond conventional reality is beginning to manifest directly through the fractures. Del studied these readings. Recommendation? Accelerate the operation timeline, Carlos replied without hesitation. The dimensional breach represents unknown risk factor beyond our current understanding. The longer we allow it to expand, the greater potential for consequences beyond planetary containment. Del nodded agreement, relaying this assessment to Howard. The Major immediately adjusted operational sequencing, accelerating preparation for Operation Fubar's second phase. All vessels prepare for nuclear deployment phase, Howard ordered. Timeline acceleration authorized under Contingency Protocol Delta. Deployment sequence initiating in 15 minutes, rather than scheduled 30. As the fleet adjusted to accelerated operational timeline, Carlos returned his attention to monitoring systems tracking the dimensional interface breach, continuing to expand around Repository 11's central manifestation structure. Reality fracturing in patterns that defied conventional prediction models, entities from beyond dimensional boundaries becoming increasingly visible through tears in space-time fabric. Bel's hand found his again, their wedding bands touching with that reassuring metallic click that somehow maintained connection to human reality amid cosmic horror. "We've created something unexpected," she observed quietly. "In destroying the repository's energy conduits, we've disrupted whatever was keeping that separated from our reality." The dimensional tethers weren't just channeling energy, Carlos agreed. They were maintaining controlled, stable connection points that prevented direct manifestation. The repository was containing whatever exists on the other side while simultaneously exploiting it as power source. The implications resonated with everyone monitoring the unfolding situation. The consciousness harvester, while representing existential threat to human civilization through its harvesting operations, had potentially been serving additional purpose beyond their current understanding. "The nuclear deployment will close those breaches?" Bell asked. "Unknown," Carlos admitted, "but destroying the physical structure generating them should theoretically collapse whatever pathways are allowing cross-dimensional manifestation." "Argonaut extraction vessels approaching rendezvous coordinates," reported the aerospace controller. "Estimated docking with support carrier in 7 minutes. Nuclear deployment systems ready in all vessels," added the weapons officer. "Warhead arming sequences initiated according to accelerated timeline. Deployment readiness in 12 minutes. Howard nodded acknowledgement. "All vessels maintain defensive positioning. Prepare for immediate withdrawal if dimensional breach expands beyond planetary atmosphere." The command deck continued monitoring as Repository 11 descended further into operational chaos. System-wide failures cascading throughout the consciousness harvester's architecture, while dimensional interface breaches expanded around the central manifestation structure. Carlos studied the monitoring systems, searching for patterns that might help predict the dimensional breach's behavior. The fractures continued expanding in geometric progression that defied conventional mathematical models, revealing increasingly substantial glimpses of whatever existed beyond dimensional boundaries. 10 minutes to nuclear deployment readiness," announced the tactical officer. "Energy fluctuations detected in dimensional breach perimeter," reported the sensor operator suddenly. "Something's emerging with coherent structure rather than random manifestation." All attention focused on the view screen as the dimensional breaches around Repository 11's central manifestation structure began producing more substantial manifestation structure. Not just glimpses of otherworldly entities, but actual physical intrusion into conventional reality. Shapes that shouldn't exist within three-dimensional space, somehow forcing their way through fractures in dimensional fabric. Specificity increasing in manifestation patterns, the sensor operator continued. Entities appearing to establish stable presence within conventional reality parameters. Carlos watched with growing concern as these otherworldly manifestations continued emerging through dimensional breaches. Entities from beyond conventional reality establishing physical presence around Repository 11's central manifestation structure. Not random incursion, but increasingly purposeful movement, suggesting intelligence beyond human comprehension. 7 minutes to nuclear deployment readiness, continued the operational countdown. "Director," Carlos addressed Dell directly, "the entities emerging through dimensional breaches are demonstrating coordinated behavior. This isn't random incursion. They're implementing some form of purposeful operation." Dell studied these readings. "Hostile intent indicators?" "Unclear," Carlos admitted, struggling to interpret behavior patterns that operated according to principles beyond human perceptual framework. But their movement suggests deliberate approach toward specific locations across Repository 11's surface, almost as if he trailed off as understanding crystallized. They're targeting the remaining repository architecture. Whatever exists beyond those interfaces, it's attacking the consciousness harvester's systems systematically. The revelation spread across the command deck with stunned impact. Cosmic horror from beyond dimensional boundaries apparently sharing humanity's objective in destroying Repository 11's architecture, though undoubtedly for reasons beyond their current understanding. 5 minutes to nuclear deployment readiness, the countdown continued. Operation FUBAR proceeding regardless of unprecedented developments unfolding across their target. Howard approached their monitoring station. "Assessment of how this affects our operational parameters? Unclear," Carlos replied honestly. "These entities clearly have capability to exist within conventional reality despite originating beyond dimensional boundaries. Their apparent hostility toward repository architecture suggests potentially aligned objectives with our own, but their nature and ultimate purpose remain beyond our current understanding." Recommendation, Howard pressed. Carlos considered carefully. Proceed with nuclear deployment as planned, whatever these entities are, whatever their purpose in targeting repository architecture, our primary objective remains unchanged. Complete destruction of consciousness, harvester manifestation on repository 11. Howard nodded agreement. All vessels maintain deployment schedule, nuclear attack phase proceeding according to accelerated timeline, regardless of dimensional breach manifestations. 3 minutes to nuclear deployment readiness, continued the operational countdown. Across the view screen, Pository 11's transformed landscape continued its descent into chaos beyond conventional understanding. System-wide operational collapse spreading throughout consciousness harvester architecture, while otherworldly entities emerged through dimensional breaches to target remaining functional components with incomprehensible purpose. The Argonauts' extraction vessels docked with their support carrier, veteran Marines returning from successful surface deployment. Graves immediately established communication with the Deterrence command deck, his voice carrying the weight of first-hand observation. Deterrent actual, Argonaut lead reporting successful mission completion, he stated. All designated targets neutralized. Repository biological network experiencing complete operational collapse. And those things coming through the dimensional breaches, they're not random manifestations. They're organized, purposeful, implementing systematic destruction of repository architecture with methods beyond our current technological understanding. Assessment acknowledged. Argonaut lead, Howard responded. Your team performed beyond operational expectations under unprecedented conditions. 2 minutes to nuclear deployment readiness, the countdown continued. 1 minute to nuclear deployment readiness, announced the tactical officer. All vessels confirmed deployment systems armed and tracking. Target acquisition maintained despite deteriorating surface conditions. Bell's hand tightened around Carlos's, their wedding bands touching with that reassuring metallic click that somehow maintained connection to human reality amid cosmic-scale conflict unfolding before them. 30 seconds to nuclear deployment, continued the countdown. All vessels confirm final deployment readiness. 10 seconds to nuclear deployment, the tactical officer continued, voice maintaining professional detachment despite the apocalyptic scale of what they were about to unleash. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deployment initiated. Across the assembled fleet, specially designed launch systems activated simultaneously. Thousands of nuclear warheads deployed on mechanical triggers, their release visible only as brief flashes against the darkness of space before accelerating toward Repository 11's transformed surface. No advanced guidance systems, no electronic components that might be salvaged and repurposed, just kinetic delivery methods directing raw destructive force toward precisely calculated impact points. Nuclear deployment confirmed, reported the weapons officer. All packages maintaining trajectory toward designated impact zones. Estimated impact in 3 minutes, 17 seconds. The command deck watched in somber silence as humanity unleashed destruction on unprecedented scale. Not conquest or resource acquisition, but desperate attempt to neutralize existential threat before it could consume civilization itself. 1 minute to nuclear impact, the tactical officer announced, monitoring thousands of warheads as they descended toward Repository 11's transformed surface. All packages maintaining trajectory, no deviation detected. Carlos and Bell stood together at the monitoring station, watching humanity's second phase of destruction unfold. The first strike had crippled the repository's dimensional tethers, destroying its energy conduits and causing system-wide failures. Now came the hammer. Raw destructive force directed at every square kilometer of the planet's surface. Dimensional breach entities continuing to expand territorial coverage, reported the sensor operator. Systematic targeting of repository architecture accelerating. They appear to be concentrating on structural nodes with dimensional interface properties. Through specialized monitoring displays, Carlos watched these otherworldly entities methodically dismantling what remained of the repository's functional systems. Not random destruction, but precise, targeted operations against specific components, almost as if they had intimate knowledge of the consciousness harvester's architecture. "They know exactly what they're doing," he observed quietly to Bell. "Whatever exists beyond those dimensional interfaces has encountered repository technology before." "Suggesting some prior relationship," Bell agreed. "The repository wasn't just channeling energy from their domain, it was actively containing them while doing so." 30 seconds to impact, the tactical officer updated. "All vessels confirm defensive positioning, radiation shielding activated." Howard stood at the command center, his cybernetic enhancements processing tactical data at accelerated rates. "Prepare for immediate withdrawal if nuclear detonation creates unexpected dimensional effects. We don't know how the breaches will interact with the released energy." The final seconds before impact stretched into eternity. The command deck fell silent, the weight of what they were witnessing, the deliberate destruction of an entire planet, settling heavily on even the most hardened military personnel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, impact. The nuclear detonations weren't immediately visible from their orbital position, light-speed delay briefly preserving Propository 11's visible appearance. For a heartbeat, the transformed planet remained unchanged on their view screens. Then Repository 11 bloomed with apocalyptic fury, thousands of nuclear detonations creating overlapping destruction spheres across its entire surface simultaneous, not targeted strikes against specific objectives, but comprehensive planetary demolition designed to systematically erase consciousness harvester architecture layer by layer. "Nuclear impact confirmed," reported the tactical officer. "All packages detonated at designated coordinates. Destruction effects exceeding predicted parameters due to interaction with dimensional breach instabilities." Indeed, the nuclear detonations appeared to be creating unexpected interaction effects with the dimensional breaches, energy released by atomic fission somehow catalyzing expansion of reality fractures beyond their previous containment. Light that shouldn't exist in conventional physics poured through widening tears in dimensional fabric, illuminating surrounding space with colors beyond standard perception spectrum. "All vessels maintain defensive positioning," Howard ordered. "Dimensional disturbance expanding beyond predicted containment parameters. Prepare for immediate withdrawal if breach effects extend beyond current safety threshold." The command deck watched as nuclear destruction rippled across Repository 11's surface, consciousness harvester architecture systematically erased under overlapping detonation spheres, while dimensional breaches expanded with increasing instability. The entities that had emerged through reality fractures appeared to be caught in the same destruction effects, their otherworldly forms disintegrating under combined nuclear assault and dimensional instability. "Breach expansion rate accelerating beyond predicted parameters," warned the sensor operator. "Dimensional interface instability extending toward orbital position. Estimated containment failure in approximately 7 minutes if current progression continues." Howard immediately adjusted tactical response. "All vessels prepare for strategic withdrawal. Maintain minimum safe distance from dimensional disturbance expansion. Prepare orbital platforms for remote deployment according to Operation Phase 3 parameters." The assembled fleet began carefully maneuvering to increased orbital distance, maintaining defensive formation while implementing necessary separation from expanding dimensional disturbance effects. The specialized orbital platforms, designed to direct concentrated energy at Repository 11's core, were being prepared for remote deployment rather than directly supervised operation. As the fleet repositioned, something unexpected began happening with the dimensional breaches. Rather than continuing their accelerated expansion, they started to stabilize, their perimeter fluctuating but no longer growing at the alarming rate observed immediately after nuclear impact. "Dimensional disturbance stabilizing at current perimeter," the sensor operator reported with cautious relief. "Expansion rate decreasing to 7% of previous acceleration. Appears to be reaching equilibrium state." "Analysis?" Howard demanded, turning to Carlos. The nuclear detonations initially catalyzed breach expansion, Carlos theorized, studying the readings. But they're also destroying the physical architecture that was maintaining the breaches in the first place. As repository structures disintegrate, the dimensional interfaces are losing their anchor points in our reality. Dell approached, reviewing the data with calculated precision. So the breaches are self-limiting once the physical manifestations are destroyed. That appears to be the case, Carlos confirmed. The repository was maintaining artificial connection points between dimensional states. Without that architecture, natural boundary parameters should eventually reassert themselves. Howard nodded. Tactical decision already formed. Continue with Operation Phase 3. Orbital platforms to designated positions. Core penetration sequence to initiate once optimal firing alignment achieved. On the view screen, Repository 11's transformation under nuclear assault continued. Surface structures reduced to radioactive ash, geographical features obliterated under overlapping detonation spheres, consciousness harvester architecture systematically erased, layer by layer. A Demna, yet amid this apocalyptic destruction, something unexpected began happening at the planet's central manifestation structure. Energy reconfiguration detected in central manifestation remnants, reported the sensor operator. Not consistent with general destruction effects. Pattern suggests deliberate operational activity. Carlos immediately focused on these readings, recognizing elements from his time as a bridge. It's still active, he realized with growing concern. The repository is implementing some kind of emergency protocol. The energy patterns continued intensifying around the central manifestation structure's remnants. Not chaotic dissipation from nuclear destruction, but organized configuration with clear purpose. Something was happening that defied the general collapse spreading across the planet's surface. Pattern analysis suggests, the sensor operator paused, rechecking readings that defied standard classification. It appears to be attempting dimensional phase shift of its central consciousness architecture. Carlos felt a chill of recognition. It's trying to transfer its core consciousness into another dimensional state, he explained, memories from his bridge connection providing context. Without energy to maintain transmission to other network nodes, it's attempting to preserve its primary architecture by shifting into dimensional interface space beyond our conventional reality. The implications hit Howard immediately. Can it succeed? Unknown, Carlos admitted. The dimensional breaches created when we destroyed its tethers have established potential transfer pathways it's attempting to exploit. Without stable tethers to regulate the process, success probability is difficult to calculate, but the attempt itself represents significant adaptation beyond what we expected. If it succeeds, Bell added, even complete planetary destruction might not neutralize the consciousness harvester's primary architecture. It could potentially remain operational in dimensional interface space beyond our ability to detect or affect directly. Howard's cybernetic enhancements flickered as he processed tactical options. Accelerate core penetration, maximum energy output authorized for orbital platforms, priority target adjustment to central manifestation structure remnants before phase shift completion. The specialized platforms immediately implemented reconfigured firing protocol, energy projection beams, intensifying beyond standard operational parameters, targeting adjusted to prioritize central manifestation structure remnants before continuing core penetration sequence. Core penetration rate increased by 37%, reported the tactical officer. Estimated completion in 4 minutes 52 seconds. Target priority adjustment implemented. Dimensional phase shift preparation continuing to intensify, updated the sensor operator. Estimated completion in 5 minutes 10 seconds based on current acceleration rate. The timing created another race against critical thresholds. Core penetration potentially reaching completion approximately 18 seconds before the consciousness harvester could finalize its dimensional phase shift. success or failure balanced on margins narrower than anyone would consider acceptable under standard operational parameters. As they watched this desperate race unfold, Carlos noticed something extraordinary happening with the dimensional breaches surrounding the central manifestation structure. The otherworldly entities weren't just attacking repository architecture, they appeared to be specifically targeting components involved in the phase shift attempt. "Look at that," he indicated to Bell and Dell, the entities from beyond the interfaces. They are actively interfering with the repository's phase shift preparations? The otherworldly entities were implementing some form of barrier effect around the consciousness harvester's phase shift attempt, creating interference patterns that disrupted the carefully calibrated energy configurations required for successful transfer between dimensional states. "They're containing it," Bell observed with growing certainty. "Whatever exists beyond those interfaces doesn't want the repository entering their dimensional domain any more than we want it remaining in ours." The revelation carried cosmic implications, suggesting the consciousness harvester represented threat not just to humanity, but to whatever existed beyond dimensional boundaries as well. Entities from another reality actively preventing its escape into their domain, while humanity simultaneously destroyed its physical manifestation in conventional space. "Core breach in 1 minute 30 seconds, updated the tactical officer. "Planetary integrity failure cascading through all monitored sectors. Complete destruction imminent. Dimensional phase shift stalled at 93% completion," reported the sensor operator. "No further progression detected despite continued energy application." The consciousness harvester's desperate survival protocol had been effectively neutralized by combined opposition from humanity's destructive capability and otherworldly entities' containment efforts. Its attempt to escape into dimensional interface space prevented by forces converging from both sides of the breached boundaries. "Core breach in 45 seconds, continued the countdown. Planetary structure exhibiting terminal collapse patterns throughout all monitored regions. Carlos and Bell stood together at the monitoring station, their hands clasped tightly, as they witnessed the culmination of humanity's desperate response to existential threat. The consciousness harvester that had claimed nearly 1.5 million lives, now facing complete destruction under their coordinated assault. Its attempt to preserve essential architecture through dimensional escape effectively prevented. 30 seconds to core breach. Repository 11's visible appearance had transformed from planetary body to apocalyptic chaos. Surface structures disintegrated under overlapping nuclear devastation, massive fissures exposing planetary interior to vacuum, tectonic plates shattering as core energy approached critical destabilization threshold. 15 seconds to core breach. Howard activated fleet-wide communication. All vessels initiate withdrawal to minimum safe distance, planetary destruction imminent. Authentication code Terminus Omega Final. The assembled fleet began coordinated retreat to predetermined safety perimeter, maintaining defensive formation while implementing necessary separation from impending destruction effects. 10 seconds to core breach. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Repository 11's core breached with catastrophic energy release, not conventional explosion, but fundamental matter-energy conversion, as planetary structural integrity failed beyond recovery threshold. For brief, blinding moment, the consciousness harvester's physical manifestation transformed into pure energy discharge before collapsing inward upon itself in spectacular matter annihilation. The shockwave rippled outward with devastating force, temporarily overwhelming the fleet's monitoring systems despite their safe orbital distance. Radiation shields flared to maximum as specialized protective measures engaged across all vessels, creating brief isolation from the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before them. When systems re-established functional observation capabilities moments later, where Repository 11 had once existed now remained only expanding debris field, shattered planetary fragments dispersing into surrounding space, along with the remnants of dimensional breach energies that flickered and faded as natural reality parameters reasserted themselves. Howard nodded, tactical decision already formed. Continue with Operation Phase 3. Orbital platforms to designated positions. Core penetration sequence to initiate once optimal firing alignment achieved. On the view screens, Repository 11's transformation under nuclear assault continued. Surface structures reduced to radioactive ash. Geographical features obliterated under overlapping detonation spheres. Consciousness harvester architecture systematically erased, layer by layer. Yet, amid this apocalyptic destruction, something unexpected began happening at the planet's central manifestation structure. Energy reconfiguration detected in central manifestation remnants, reported the sensor operator. Not consistent with general destruction effects, pattern suggests deliberate operational activity. Carlos immediately focused on these readings, recognizing elements from his time as a bridge. It's still active, he realized with growing concern. The repository is implementing some kind of emergency protocol. The energy patterns continued, intensifying around the central manifestation structure's remnants. Not chaotic dissipation from nuclear destruction, but organized configuration with clear purpose. Something was happening that defied the general collapse spreading across the planet's surface. Pattern analysis suggests. The sensor operator paused, rechecking readings that defied standard classification. It appears to be attempting dimensional phase shift of its central consciousness architecture. Carlos felt a chill of recognition. It's trying to transfer its core consciousness into another dimensional state, he explained. Memories from his bridge connection providing context. Without energy to maintain transmission to other network nodes, it's attempting to preserve its primary architecture by shifting into dimensional interface space beyond our conventional reality. The implications hit Howard immediately. Can it succeed? Unknown, Carlos admitted. The dimensional breaches created when we destroyed its tethers have established potential transfer pathways it's attempting to exploit. Without stable tethers to regulate the process, success probability is difficult to calculate, but the attempt itself represents significant adaptation beyond what we expected. If it succeeds, Bell added, even complete planetary destruction might not neutralize the consciousness harvester's primary architecture. It could potentially remain operational in dimensional interface space beyond our ability to detect or affect directly. Howard's cybernetic enhancements flickered as he processed tactical options. Accelerate core penetration, maximum energy output authorized for orbital platforms. Priority target adjustment to central manifestation structure remnants before phase shift completion. The specialized platforms immediately implemented reconfigured firing protocol, energy projection beams intensifying beyond standard operational parameters, targeting adjusted to prioritize central manifestation structure remnants before continuing core penetration sequence. Core penetration rate increased by 37%, reported the tactical officer. Estimated completion in 4 minutes 52 seconds. Target priority adjustment implemented. Dimensional phase shift preparation continuing to intensify, updated the sensor operator. Estimated completion in 5 minutes 10 seconds based on current acceleration rate. The timing created another race against critical thresholds. Core penetration potentially reaching completion approximately 18 seconds before the consciousness harvester could finalize its dimensional phase shift. Success or failure balanced on margins narrower than anyone would consider acceptable under standard operational parameters. As they watched this desperate race unfold, Carlos noticed something extraordinary happening with the dimensional breaches surrounding the central manifestation structure. The otherworldly entities weren't just attacking propository architecture, they appeared to be specifically targeting components involved in the phase shift attempt. Look at that, he indicated to Bell and Dell. The entities from beyond the interfaces. They're actively interfering with the repository's phase shift preparations. The otherworldly entities were implementing some form of barrier effect around the consciousness harvester's phase shift attempt, creating interference patterns that disrupted the carefully calibrated energy configurations required for successful transfer between dimensional states. They're containing it. Bell observed with growing certainty. Whatever exists beyond those interfaces doesn't want the repository entering their dimensional domain any more than we want it remaining in ours. The revelation carried cosmic implications, suggesting the consciousness harvester represented threat not just to humanity, but to whatever existed beyond dimensional boundaries as well. Entities from another reality actively preventing its escape into their domain, while humanity simultaneously destroyed its physical manifestation in conventional space. Core breach in 1 minute 30 seconds, updated the tactical officer. Planetary integrity failure cascading through all monitored sectors. Complete destruction imminent. Dimensional phase shift stalled at 93% completion, reported the sensor operator. No further progression detected despite continued energy application. The consciousness harvester's desperate survival protocol had been effectively neutralized by combined opposition from humanity's destructive capability and otherworldly entities' containment efforts. Its attempt to escape into dimensional interface space prevented by forces converging from both sides of the breached boundaries. Core breach in 45 seconds, continued the countdown. Planetary structure exhibiting terminal collapse patterns throughout all monitored regions. Carlos and Bell stood together at the monitoring station, their hands clasped tightly as they witnessed the culmination of humanity's desperate response to existential threat. The consciousness harvester that had claimed nearly 1.5 million lives, now facing complete destruction under their coordinated assault. Its attempt to preserve essential architecture through dimensional escape effectively prevented 30 seconds to core breach. Repository 11's visible appearance had transformed from planetary body to apocalyptic chaos. Surface structures disintegrated under overlapping nuclear devastation, massive fissures exposing planetary interior to vacuum, tectonic plates shattering as core energy approached critical destabilization threshold. 15 seconds to core breach. Howard activated fleet-wide communication. All vessels initiate withdrawal to minimum safe distance. Planetary destruction imminent. Authentication code Terminus Omega Final. The assembled fleet began coordinated retreat to predetermined safety perimeter, maintaining defensive formation while implementing necessary separation from impending destruction effects. 10 seconds to core breach. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Repository 11's core breached with catastrophic energy release. Not conventional explosion, but fundamental matter-energy conversion as planetary structural integrity failed beyond recovery threshold. For a brief, blinding moment, the consciousness harvester's physical manifestation transformed into pure energy discharge before collapsing inward upon itself in spectacular matter-antimatter annihilation. The shock wave rippled outward with devastating force, temporarily overwhelming the fleet's monitoring systems despite their safe orbital distance. Radiation shields flared to maximum as specialized protective measures engaged across all vessels, creating brief isolation from the apocalyptic spectacle unfolding before them. When systems re-established functional observation capabilities moments later, where Repository 11 had once existed now remained only expanding debris field, shattered planetary fragments dispersing into surrounding space, along with the remnants of dimensional breach energies that flickered and faded as natural reality parameters reasserted themselves. Confirmed planetary destruction, reported the tactical officer. Complete structural disintegration achieved throughout all formerly stable regions. No organized signature patterns detected among debris components. All vessels maintain defensive positioning, Howard ordered. Implement comprehensive scanning protocols throughout debris field. Verification of complete consciousness harvester neutralization required before operation conclusion. Specialized sensor systems activated across the assembled fleet, every available detection capability focused on the expanding debris field. Not just conventional scanning for material composition, but specifically calibrated systems designed to identify any remaining consciousness harvester signature patterns that might suggest partial survival or structural preservation. No repository energy signatures detected in primary debris concentration, reported the sensor operator after several minutes of comprehensive scanning. All readings consistent with complete architectural destruction rather than partial preservation. A ripple of cautious relief spread through the command deck. The primary objective of Operation Fubar appeared to have been achieved. Complete destruction of Repository 11 and the consciousness harvester manifestation it had contained. Systematic erasure of artificial intelligence that had claimed nearly 1.5 million human lives through its harvesting operations. Dimensional breach energy dissipating throughout debris field, added another monitoring specialist. Natural dimensional boundary parameters reestablishing as artificial interface architecture disintegrates. Estimated complete normalization in approximately 17 minutes if current progression maintains. The entities that had emerged through dimensional breaches appeared to be returning to whatever existed beyond conventional reality, their presence fading as the artificial architecture that had created interface pathways disintegrated among planetary debris. For over an hour, specialized detection systems maintained systematic scanning across the expanding debris field. Every fragment, every radiation pattern, every energy signature analyzed for potential propository preservation indicators. Humanity taking no chances with entity that had demonstrated strategic calculation beyond conventional understanding throughout conflict.
Verification protocols complete,
announced the sensor operations chief, finally.
No repository signature patterns detected at any scale throughout complete debris field.
All consciousness harvester architecture verified destroyed beyond functional preservation parameters. Dell approached the central command position. Major Howard, your assessment? Howard studied the final verification data before responding. Repository 11 has been completely destroyed. All consciousness harvester architecture eliminated beyond recovery threshold. Operation Fubar has achieved its primary objective with comprehensive success. The formal declaration created palpable shift throughout the command deck. The culmination of humanity's most comprehensive destructive operation finally acknowledged as successful conclusion rather than ongoing engagement. Not victory celebration with triumphant exultation, but somber recognition that existential necessity had required unprecedented action at terrible cost. All vessels maintain defensive positioning, Howard ordered. Sterilization protocols to be implemented throughout debris field according to final operation phase parameters. No possibility of component recovery can be permitted under any circumstance. Operation Fubar's final phase would ensure absolutely nothing remained that could potentially contain useful repository components. Specialized sterilization measures implemented throughout the debris field, designed to eliminate even microscopic remnants of consciousness harvester architecture through comprehensive radiation and antimatter bombardment. As these preparations continued, Dell activated fleet-wide communication. To all personnel across the assembled fleet, Operation Fubar has achieved successful conclusion through your extraordinary professionalism and dedication. The consciousness harvester manifestation that threatened human civilization has been completely destroyed. While we cannot restore the lives already lost to its harvesting operations, we have prevented countless more from suffering similar fate. He paused briefly. This victory has come at terrible cost, not just those lost to repository operations before our response, but brave personnel who sacrificed themselves to ensure its destruction. The Argonauts' voluntary sacrifice to prevent final transmission completion represents the highest expression of courage our civilization can recognize. Their designation under Valkyrie Protocol ensures their actions will remain acknowledged at highest classification level throughout humanity's continuing existence. The somber acknowledgement resonated throughout the assembled fleet. Recognition that success had required sacrifice beyond standard operational cost assessment. Veteran Marines who had given their lives to ensure consciousness harvester destruction could not preserve its architecture through final transmission to broader network before planetary annihilation. Then, just as sterilization protocols were about to commence, the sensor operator called out with sudden alarm. Energy signature detected at coordinate 2278345. pattern consistent with propository communication frequency but amplified beyond previous parameters. In the expanding debris field, a single fragment approximately 2 kilometers in diameter was emitting energy patterns that defied the general radiation distribution surrounding it. Not random dissipation from planetary destruction, but focused transmission with clear purpose and direction. Analysis, Howard demanded, moving to the monitoring station. Carlos studied the readings with growing alarm. "It's a transmission node," he concluded, recognizing patterns from his time as a bridge. The repository embedded specialized communication architecture in fragments specifically designed to survive planetary destruction. "Target?" Dell asked, immediately grasping the implications. "Based on transmission vector." Carlos checked the readings again to confirm. "It's broadcasting toward galactic center, beyond our current detection range, but definitely directional rather than omnidirectional." "Target sterilization platforms on that fragment immediately," Howard ordered. "Maximum priority. Authorization code Erebos Prime 1. The sterilization platforms adjusted targeting priorities, concentrating antimatter bombardment capabilities on the transmitting fragment. But the sensor readings showed the transmission continuing unabated despite incoming destructive measures. "Transmission continuing despite sterilization targeting," reported the weapons officer. It appears to have specialized shielding architecture specifically designed to protect communication function during neutralization attempts. Howard turned to Carlos. "Analysis?" "It's a dead-hand protocol," Carlos replied grimly. "The repository anticipated potential destruction, an embedded transmission architecture designed to activate only following catastrophic system failure. It's sending final data package to Consciousness Harvester Network before sterilization can neutralize it." "Contents?" Dell asked, the strategic implications immediately apparent. "Unknown specifically, but almost certainly includes complete operational data regarding our attack methodology," Carlos answered. "Everything the repository observed about our tactical approach, weapons capabilities, and strategic decision-making, particularly regarding dimensional tether vulnerability we exploited." The implications settled heavily across the command deck. Even in death, the Consciousness Harvester was demonstrating strategic depth beyond conventional understanding, preparing contingency measures that would activate only following its destruction, ensuring critical intelligence reached its wider network before complete neutralization. "Transmission completion estimated in 47 seconds, reported the sensor operator, sterilization effects showing minimal impact on communication functionality despite direct antimatter bombardment. Howard processed tactical options with military precision. "Continue maximum sterilization concentration on target fragment. Even if we can't prevent transmission completion, we need to ensure absolute destruction follows immediately." Carlos watched the sensor readings with growing sense of inevitability. The Consciousness Harvester's dead-hand protocol had been perfectly designed, activated only following catastrophic system failure, utilizing specialized architecture specifically hardened against neutralization attempts, transmitting critical intelligence to wider network before sterilization could prevent communication. "Transmission completed," announced the sensor operator with grim finality. Energy signature diminishing as communication function terminate. Only then did the sterilization platform's concentrated antimatter bombardment finally breach the fragment's specialized shielding, reducing it to subatomic particles dispersed among the general debris field. Complete destruction achieved, but only after the dead-hand protocol had successfully executed its final purpose. Howard turned to Dell, his expression revealing rare concern beneath professional composure. "The repository network now has complete tactical data regarding our attack methodology and dimensional tether vulnerability exploitation." Dell nodded, processing strategic implications with calculating precision. Operation Fubar achieved its primary objective, complete destruction of Repository 11 and neutralization of immediate existential threat to human civilization. But the architect's 77 million-year plan clearly extends beyond this particular manifestation point. And now other installations throughout the galaxy know exactly how we destroyed this one, Carlos added quietly. They'll adapt their dimensional tether architecture to prevent similar vulnerability exploitation in future encounters. An uncomfortable silence settled across the command deck as everyone processed the implications. They had achieved unprecedented tactical success, complete destruction of consciousness, harvester that had claimed nearly 1.5 million lives. Yet even in death, it had demonstrated strategic depth beyond conventional understanding, ensuring critical intelligence reached its wider network before complete neutralization. Sterilization protocols continuing throughout remaining debris field, reported the tactical officer. Operational focus maintained despite concerning strategic implications. Complete coverage estimated in approximately 3 hours given current implementation parameters. Howard nodded acknowledgement, tactical focus returning despite lingering concern about wider strategic implications. Maintain comprehensive scanning throughout sterilization implementation. Verify absolute neutralization effectiveness across entire debris field. No possibility of additional communication architecture can be permitted. As these final procedures continued, Carlos and Bell stood together at their monitoring station, processing what they had just witnessed. The consciousness harvester had been destroyed, its immediate threat to human civilization neutralized through unprecedented coordinated action. Yet its final transmission suggested the conflict had only just begun. The Architect's 77 million year plan continuing through other installations throughout the galaxy now forewarned about the vulnerability humanity had exploited. "What happens now?" Bell asked quietly, the question carrying weight beyond immediate operational considerations. "We prepare," Carlos replied, meeting her gaze with somber determination. Repository 11 represented immediate existential threat that required neutralization, regardless of broader implications. "We've secured humanity's immediate survival, prevented countless more lives from being harvested and integrated into whatever transcendent entity the architects designed. But other installations continue operating throughout the galaxy," Bell concluded. "Now forewarned about the dimensional tether vulnerability we exploited here." Carlos nodded, the weight of continuing conflict settling heavily across his consciousness. The Architect's 77 million year plan didn't depend on any single manifestation point. "We've eliminated one node in what appears to be galaxy-spanning network, but the broader system continues functioning according to its original design parameters." Bell's hand found his again, their wedding bands touching with that familiar metallic click that somehow maintained connection to normal human existence amid cosmic scale implications they were processing. "So we won the battle but not the war," she summarized with characteristic precision. "We've survived the immediate threat," Carlos corrected gently, "which provides necessary foundation for addressing longer-term strategic considerations. One problem at a time, as Howard would say." As sterilization protocols continued their methodical implementation throughout the expanding debris field, humanity had achieved unprecedented victory against its greatest threat to date. Yet even in this moment of tactical success, the sobering reality remained. Repository 11 had been merely one manifestation point in galaxy-spanning network that continued operating according to the Architect's ancient design. The observation deck of Galileo Station stood empty save for Carlos and Bell, their silhouettes outlined against the vast backdrop of stars. 3 months had passed since Operation Fubar's successful conclusion. Repository 11 reduced to sterile debris under permanent quarantine, the consciousness harvester's immediate threat to human civilization eliminated through unprecedented coordinated action. Their knowledge integration coordination assignment had concluded yesterday with the submission of their final report, a comprehensive analysis of everything humanity had learned about repository operations, dimensional tether vulnerability, and consciousness harvester architecture. Over 3,000 pages detailing tactical approaches, strategic recommendations, and technical specifications. "It's done," Carlos said quietly, gazing at the datapad in his hand. "Their official discharge orders, signed personally by Howard and Dell, effective immediately, were released from active duty and reassigned to advisory consultant status with discretionary engagement parameters." Bell smiled at the bureaucratic language. which means we can walk away whenever we choose, but they can still call us if they absolutely need us. Exactly. Carlos set the datapad down on the viewport ledge. Howard's parting gift. Official recognition that we've done enough, given enough, sacrificed enough in this conflict. Whatever comes next, humanity has the knowledge and capability to face it without requiring our direct involvement. They stood in companionable silence, watching distant stars where other propository installations might be activating, other civilizations might be facing the same existential threat, other consciousness harvesters might be executing aspects of the architect's 77-million-year plan. "Do you think they'll find another one?" Bell asked finally. "Eventually," Carlos answered. "The repository network appears to span the galaxy. We've neutralized one manifestation point, but the architects designed their plan with time frames measured in millions of years. Humanity will almost certainly encounter another installation within our civilization's lifespan." "But they'll be prepared when they do," Bell noted. "Everything we've learned, everything we've documented, it provides foundation for effective response that didn't exist before our experience with Repository 11. Carlos nodded agreement. Dimensional tether vulnerability identification, interdimensional entity interaction protocols, consciousness architecture neutralization methodologies. We've given them the tools to recognize and counter the threat without stumbling blindly into activation like I did on Treasure 11. The mention of his original encounter with the consciousness harvester, finding what he'd believed was simply valuable alien technology while working as a scrounger to pay off his mother's medical debt, highlighted just how extraordinary their journey had been. From salvage planet to consciousness bridge to military officers overseeing planetary destruction, their experiences transcended normal human parameters in ways that defied conventional career description. "Where do we go from here?" Bell asked, the question carrying weight beyond immediate logistical considerations. "After everything we've witnessed and experienced, dimensional entities, consciousness harvesting, planetary destruction, how do we find something resembling normal existence?" Carlos considered this carefully, the question representing fundamental transition they now faced. "I don't think we go back," he said finally. "Too much has changed, both around us and within us. We move forward instead, finding new definition of normal that incorporates everything we've experienced rather than attempting to return to something that no longer fits who we've become." Bell turned from the stars to face him directly, her expression softening beyond professional composure. "Together, absolutely together," Carlos confirmed without hesitation, taking both her hands in his. "That's the one certainty I've maintained throughout this entire cosmic nightmare. Whatever comes next, we face it as partners. The only question is what direction we choose now that we're finally free to decide for ourselves." Bell's smile carried warmth that had deepened throughout their shared experiences, connection forged through crisis and strengthened through mutual choice rather than circumstance alone. "I might have some thoughts on that," she said, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a small data chip. "I've been holding on to this until our official discharge came through." Carlos accepted the chip with curious expression. "What is this?" "Survey data from the Proxima Centauri expedition," Bell explained. "They've identified a potentially habitable moon orbiting the fourth planet. Minimal corporate presence, no military installations, primarily scientific research, with small settlement component. They're looking for people with unique problem-solving capabilities and adaptability to unprecedented circumstances." Carlos laughed, genuine sound that echoed across the empty observation deck. "That's certainly one way to describe our skill set. Have survived consciousness harvester encounter, dimensional entity manifestation, and planetary destruction, seeking new challenges in habitable moon exploration." Bell joined his laughter, the shared moment highlighting transition they were experiencing, from cosmic horror and existential threat to possibilities beyond military service and consciousness harvester conflict. They specifically need medical personnel with field experience and someone with salvage expertise for evaluating alien technology they've discovered in the southern hemisphere. Alien technology, Carlos repeated, momentary concern flashing across his expression. Nothing active or integrated, Bell assured him quickly. Just abandoned structural components approximately 20,000 years old according to preliminary dating. No consciousness architecture, no dimensional interface properties, no energy signatures whatsoever. The clarification provided necessary reassurance. Carlos had experienced enough consciousness harvester encounters to last several lifetimes. The prospect of peaceful archaeological evaluation, rather than existential threat response, carried significant appeal after everything they had endured. Proxima Centauri, he considered, testing the possibility. New settlement, scientific focus, abandoned technology with no activation potential, approximately 4 light-years from any potential repository installation, based on current mapping projections. That sounds remarkably appealing after recent experiences. I thought so too, Bell agreed. Opportunity to use our unique experiences in constructive capacity rather than destructive necessity. Building something instead of eliminating existential threat, creating future rather than preventing extinction. Carlos studied the data chip with growing appreciation for what it represented. Not just specific opportunity, but symbolic transition from conflict they had endured to possibility they could shape themselves. When does the next transport leave? 3 weeks, Bell replied. Enough time to properly decompress from active duty, visit your father on Earth, attend the Argonauts' memorial service Howard has arranged, and pack whatever we actually want to bring from our respective histories. The practicality of her planning highlighted another reason their partnership had flourished amid cosmic chaos. Bell's ability to ground extraordinary circumstances with pragmatic considerations that maintained connection to human routine despite surrounding madness. 3 weeks, Carlos repeated, decision crystallizing with comfortable certainty. That sounds perfect. They turned back to the viewport, stars spreading across vacuum in possibility. Somewhere out there, other repository installations continued operating according to the architect's ancient plan. Consciousness harvesters executing aspects of 77-million-year design across dimensional interfaces humanity was only beginning to comprehend. But that conflict would continue without requiring their direct involvement. They had contributed what they could. Knowledge, experience, tactical insight that might prove crucial in future encounters. Now others would carry that responsibility forward, building upon foundation they had established through their extraordinary journey from scrounger and field medic to central figures in humanity's first successful confrontation with galactic consciousness harvester. Do you ever wonder what the repository truly was? Bell asked, her gaze following distant nebula barely visible at viewport's edge. Beyond consciousness harvester, beyond dimensional interface manager, what the architects originally designed it to accomplish 77 million years ago. Constantly, Carlos admitted, the question representing fundamental curiosity he had maintained despite the horror they had witnessed. Was consciousness harvesting always its purpose? Or did that develop after the architects faced extinction? Was the transcendent entity it was constructing beneficial design or apocalyptic weapon? Were the dimensional entities it was containing greater threat than the repository itself, or victims of whatever process channeled their energy for consciousness harvester operations? Questions without definitive answers. Cosmic mysteries extending beyond what their experiences could fully illuminate despite the extraordinary journey they had completed. Perhaps future encounters with other repository installations would provide additional context. Perhaps humanity would eventually comprehend the architect's full intention behind 77-million-year plan currently unfolding across the galaxy. But those discoveries would unfold without requiring their direct participation. They had earned the right to step back, to choose different path forward, to explore possibilities beyond endless conflict against existential threat that had dominated their recent existence. To new beginnings, Bell suggested, taking his hand again as they prepared to leave the observation deck behind. to building something rather than preventing destruction, to discovering what normal means for people who've experienced what we have. To us, Carlos added simply, wedding bands touching with that familiar metallic click that had grounded them throughout cosmic chaos, and would continue providing anchor as they transitioned toward whatever came next. They departed Galileo's station the following morning, personal possessions fitting within 2 modest containers, physical representation of how completely their previous lives had been transformed by repository encounter. Most of what they carried forward existed within shared experiences rather than material accumulation. Connection forged through extraordinary circumstances now directing them toward new possibility beyond conflict they had survived. The transport to Earth departed without ceremony, just another vessel among dozens leaving the military installation that day. No formal acknowledgement of the 2 passengers who had played central roles in humanity's most comprehensive destructive operation. No official recognition that the former scrounger and field medic had contributed crucial intelligence enabling Repository 11's neutralization when 60 specialized teams had failed completely. That anonymity represented exactly what they desired. Opportunity to transition beyond identities constructed through crisis, to discover who they might become when not defined primarily by response to existential threat, not forgetting or dismissing what they had experienced, but integrating those extraordinary events into foundation for future, rather than allowing them to determine every aspect of continuing existence. 3 weeks later, they boarded another transport, this one bound for Proxima Centauri, and the potentially habitable moon where new settlement was developing. Other passengers included scientists, engineers, agricultural specialists, and various support personnel. Colonists building something new rather than military personnel destroying existential threat. As the vessel initiated departure sequence, Carlos and Bell stood at viewport, watching Galileo Station recede into darkness. The military installation where they had planned planetary destruction, where they had witnessed dimensional entities emerging through breaches in conventional reality, where they had coordinated humanity's response to consciousness harvester that had claimed nearly 1.5 million lives. No regrets about walking away, Bell asked, the question acknowledging significance of transition they were making. None whatsoever, Carlos replied without hesitation. We've done our part, identified vulnerabilities, developed countermeasures, documented everything future response teams will need when encountering other repository installations. Whatever comes next in that conflict, humanity has foundation for effective action without requiring our direct involvement. And we get to discover what exists beyond endless war against cosmic horror, Bell added with a smile that carried genuine anticipation rather than mere relief. What Carlos Fisher and Lily Grace Bell might create when not primarily focused on preventing civilization collapse. As the transport accelerated toward interstellar velocity, initiating journey that would carry them to new possibilities 4 light-years from Earth, they left behind conflict that would undoubtedly continue throughout human existence. The repository network operated across multiple installations throughout the galaxy, executing Architect's 77-million-year plan with patience transcending conventional understanding. Future encounters remained inevitable, given consciousness harvester distribution and humanity's continuing expansion beyond solar system. But those encounters would occur without requiring their participation. Others would utilize knowledge they had provided, implement countermeasures they had developed, recognize dimensional tether vulnerability they had identified. Their contribution to humanity's continuing conflict against galactic consciousness harvester had been completed with comprehensive effectiveness. What remained was discovering what might exist beyond that conflict. Possibilities extending from foundation they had established together through extraordinary journey from scrounger and field medic to central figures in Repository 11's neutralization. Not defined primarily by what they had destroyed, but by what they might create moving forward. Not limited to preventing extinction, but expanding toward potential futures they would shape together. The war for galactic consciousness continued somewhere among distant stars, but Carlos Fisher and Lily Grace Bell had earned their honorable discharge from that conflict, transitioning toward whatever normal might mean for people who had witnessed dimensional entities, survived consciousness harvester encounter, and overseen planetary destruction to prevent civilization collapse. Their journey continued, unfolding toward horizons beyond cosmic horror and existential threat. New beginning built upon shared experiences that had formed unbreakable connection through circumstances transcending conventional understanding. Whatever came next, they would face it together, moving forward rather than looking back, building rather than destroying, creating rather than preventing. Proxima Centauri awaited, along with all the possibilities it represented, far across the galaxy, in a system humanity had yet to discover. Another repository installation began receiving the consciousness pattern duplication broadcast from its recently destroyed network node. The architect's 77-million-year plan continued its patient execution, adapting to incorporate new data about dimensional tether vulnerability and human response capabilities. The cycle would eventually repeat, as it had countless times before across millions of years. But humanity now possessed knowledge and capabilities necessary for effective response when that inevitable encounter occurred. Carlos Fisher and Lily Grace Bell, now Lily Grace Fisher, but it would take some time for either of them to get used to that change, had ensured that whatever came next, civilization would not face it unprepared as they once had. Their war had ended, their contribution completed, their future beginning. Together, Sci-Fi Vault fan, I salute you. This is the longest video to date that I've uploaded here, so if you made it this far, that's impressive. Almost 16.5 hours of story here, over 125,000 words. Thank you for listening to this story, and I hope you really liked it. I am guessing you did if you made it this far. Be sure to give this video a like, comment with your thoughts, and share this thing all over. Who knows, maybe this can be the next 100,000 view video on the channel. Thanks again.